Insect mutations, parasitic invasions, the world descends into hell. Reborn, Chen awakens the Glory King system. With the hunting brawblade, he slays third-tier monsters. The knowledge gem brings him endless wealth. With the blood cry blade, he stands unscathed amidst the zombie horde. With endless blades in hand, the blood cry edge drinks the enemies dry. The armored king protects him, and the boots of resistance crush thorns. Chen stands at the pinnacle of the apocalypse, clad in kingly armor, looking down on all beings. The apocalypse is his ultimate battlefield. Chapter 1. Rebirth. The apocalypse is about to arrive. Chen, covered in blood, swings his long knife forward, severing a highly decayed head that falls to the ground like a watermelon dropped from the sky. As long as we kill our way out of here, there's a chance of survival. Beneath his feet lay endless corpses, surrounded by zombies and mutated beasts, the air thick with the stench of decay and blood. Swish! Just as Chen raised his knife, he suddenly felt something piercing into his chest. Slowly lowering his head, he saw a long knife stabbed straight in his chest, feeling his body grow cold, his life slipping away bit by bit. Jiang Chen. Chen's eyes were bloodshot, filled with disbelief and despair. You can act as bait, and we can get out. As my good brother, you surely can't bear to let me and Ling Fei die here. The man and woman beside, Chen wore smiles on their faces. In the next second, he felt his body lose weight, beginning to roll down the mountain of corpses. It was Jiang Chen who gave him a push as he lay, dying. As Chen fell into the sea of corpses, he saw Jiang Chen take his girlfriend's hand. His best brother killed him to survive. And his girlfriend not only didn't save him, but also showed a mocking expression alongside Jiang Chen. They had been flirting behind his back all along. Haha, how funny. To hell with friendship, to hell with love. Chen lost consciousness. Everything went dark. Chen, wake up, don't scare everyone. I bet this guy was up all night playing games yesterday. The noisy voices kept ringing in Chen's ears. What are these people talking about? Aren't they afraid of attracting zombies with all this noise? Shut the hell up! Chen suddenly looked around, his eyes still bloodshot, but what appeared before him were not zombies, but people. Standing in front of Chen was the teacher of this class, with a shiny bald head resembling a whirlpool, while the hair on both sides was thick and lush, looking very extravagant. Teacher Jiang, didn't you die? In Chen's past memories, Teacher Jiang was the first to be bitten on the head by a zombie ant, and his death marked the beginning of the apocalypse in Chen's eyes. Chen must have taken the wrong medicine, cursing the teacher to death. This is going to be interesting. Teacher Jiang is known for his bad temper. Looks like Chen is destined to fail. The classmates around looked at Chen with glee, waiting for the drama to unfold. But Chen didn't care about the teacher's anger. He looked down at his chest and scanned the surroundings. Sunlight spilled onto the ground, and the occasional song of larks could be heard outside. Equations of advanced mathematics were still written on the blackboard. I'm reborn. I didn't die. What's the date? What time is it? Chen forced himself to suppress his excitement and turned to the girl beside him, Xiaolu, and asked in a deep voice. He vaguely remembered that after the zombie outbreak, Xiaolu was directly bitten by 4 mutated stray dogs. But since she wasn't mortally wounded, she lay bleeding to death. In the empty classroom, Chen was extremely anxious. If this class had just started, he still had time to prepare some supplies and weapons. June 25th, 2021, 9:40. 2021, 6.25. Chen's pupils constricted sharply. This day was precisely the day the apocalypse broke out, and the outbreak time was 9:50 when this class would end. The school bell not only signified the end of class, but also the tolling of the bell from hell. Only 10 minutes left. That means there are only 10 minutes before the entire world plunges into a zombie frenzy. In his previous life, he experienced a hellish disaster of human retaliation here. All livestock and insects began to mutate. Anyone injured by them would be infected by parasites, which would destroy the human central nervous system, ultimately becoming a controlled shell. Chen. Jiang Fangxing was enraged by Chen's actions. This is a school, a classroom. If you don't want to listen, you can leave. Do not disrupt the class. Jiang Fangxing had never encountered a student like this. While college classrooms might not be strictly managed, Chen's behavior completely disregarded him. Chen ignored Jiang Fangxing. He took a deep breath, suppressing his inner excitement. Telling these people about the apocalypse and the arrival of zombies they definitely wouldn't believe it. He had to rely on himself. Yi Chen, are you okay? It was Jiang Chen. This bastard at Yi Chen's eyes were filled with blood, and he wanted nothing more than to rush over and kill him right now. But the rationality in his mind kept stopping him. Stay calm, stay calm. This is not the time to act on impulse first. Deal with the current crisis. In his previous life, he was lucky enough to escape a disaster because these mutated creatures had a similar habit to sharks. As long as they were full, they wouldn't continue to eat. After the mutated creatures invaded the school, out of tens of thousands of people, only a little over 3,000 remained, and there were only a dozen people left in the classroom where Yi Chen was. Yi Chen quickly stood up and ran to the window no matter what. He had to block the doors and windows, so those mutated creatures couldn't rush in. Bang! Bang bang! Yi Chen ignored the surprised and mocking gazes of everyone as he kept closing the windows and pulling down the curtains, trying to seek a chance of survival in this limited time. Old Yi, what's wrong with you? Jiang Chen grabbed Yi Chen's hand, looking puzzled. There are so many people in the classroom, closing the windows will suffocate us. Yi Chen looked up at Jiang Chen, his eyes bloodshot, his whole body trembling with anger. Jiang Chen. Let go. Yi Chen suppressed his anger and said in a deep voice, Old Yi, are you sick? Let me take you to the hospital. Jiang Chen didn't let go. Instead, he tried to take Yi Chen out of the classroom. Get lost. Bang. Seeing Jiang Chen's anxious eyes made Yi Chen feel increasingly disgusted, and he directly punched Jiang Chen in the face. Jiang Chen, who was trying to mediate, was punched by Yi Chen, and his anger surged, charging at Yi Chen. But at this moment, how could Jiang Chen possibly be Yi Chen's opponent? Even though Yi Chen's body hasn't been trained, the combat skills in his mind have remained intact. In an instant, Jiang Chen was pressed to the ground by Yi Chen, who kept punching his face. Since he wants to die so badly, I'll grant his wish today. Yi Chen, what are you doing? He's your brother. Du Lingfei hurriedly got up to pull Yi Chen back. Although it seemed like she wanted him to calm down, her gaze was fixed on Jiang Chen, and so it turns out this pair of dogmen and women are together now. Haha, they've been fooling me for so long. Bang! Yi Chen landed another punch directly on Jiang Chen's face, knocking him unconscious. Letting you die now would be too merciful. I want you to personally feel the sensation of the apocalypse. At this moment, Yi Chen's forehead was bulging with veins, his face flushed, and his fists trembled with anger. It was the gaze of the Reaper from hell. Yi Chen, you. Slap? Du Lingfei tried to reason with Yi Chen, but was met with a slap. Get lost. Yi Chen turned to look at the others, who were staring at him as if he were a madman, and couldn't help but sneer a few times. In this life, I will only live for myself. Chapter 2, starting with a jungle knife. Crazy, Yi Chen has completely lost it. It was just a window. Did you really need to do this? Some people commented on Yi Chen's unreasonable behavior. Yi Chen looked at the person accusing him, a chubby guy with a middle-part hairstyle. In his memory, this chubby guy had a very tragic death. He was eaten from the inside out by mutated rats. For someone so close to death, Yi Chen couldn't be bothered to waste words. The chubby guy saw Yi Chen walking towards him, and his gaze was like staring at a corpse, instantly scared and hiding beside his desk mate. It was as if he was telling Yi Chen, don't come over, there are two of us here, and you can't win against both. Even though the chubby guy was trying to comfort himself, he knew that if Yi Chen really wanted to make a move, his desk mate wouldn't help him. Don't hit me. Don't hit me. I just wanted to feel a sense of presence, not really speak up for Jiang Chen. Why aren't the people around me joining in to accuse Yi Chen? The chubby guy trembled all over, his gaze downcast, completely unable to look directly at Yi Chen. A gust of wind rushed towards him, and he was so scared that he squatted down. After a long time, he realized that Yi Chen didn't do anything to him and walked past him. Yi Chen, stop right there. You think you can just leave after hitting someone? Do you really think this place is yours to do as you please? Jiang Fangxing looked at Yi Chen, who was disregarding the classroom, injuring a classmate, and now trying to leave as if nothing happened as a teacher. If he didn't manage this, how could he live up to the title of teacher? Teacher Jiang, although we haven't had much interaction, I respect you. You should find a secluded place to hide. Maybe you can escape a disaster. Although in his past life, he only had a teacher-student relationship with Jiang Fangxing, it was evident from Jiang Fangxing's words and actions that he was a very responsible good teacher. Yi Chen, I don't care what you're thinking right now. This is a school. This is a classroom. You injured a classmate and disrupted the class. Jiang Fangxing shouted angrily, but Yi Chen couldn't hear him at all. because another voice was ringing in his mind. Ding. Apocalypse detected to be imminent. Glory King system has been activated. System gift pack has been sent to the system warehouse. Host, Chen. Physique, none. Warehouse, system gift pack. Gold coins, 0. Would you like to open the system gift pack? What's going on as system? Chen was stunned. In his previous life, he didn't awaken a system, and he managed to survive for so long mostly due to luck. The reason he wanted to leave the classroom wasn't to find a safe place. After all, with mutated insects and parasitic invasions, the entire school was bound to become a disaster zone. There was nowhere to escape. The main reason he went out was to grab the fire axe hanging outside the door, which could at least serve as a means of self-defense. Now, the emergence of the system seemed to give him a chance to completely change his fate. After all, the novels by Yi Zimu's author were not read for nothing. The male protagonist activates his golden finger and goes from a loser to a god, reaching the peak of life. Open the system gift pack. Chen quickly adapted to the appearance of the system and said solemnly, Ding! Gene Physique has been loaded into the body. Gene Physique. Body implanted with antibodies even if bitten by mutated insects, zombies, and other mutated beings. It will not mutate and can be upgraded through gold coins. Current level, LV1. Note, LV1 Gene Physique basic values. Strength 1, Speed 1, Endurance 1, Mental Strength 1. Each level up increases all gene attributes by 1 point. To level up to LV2 requires 10 gold coins. Ding! Hunting Wide Blade 1. Hunting Wide Blade. Against low-level mutated beings, it can achieve a one-hit kill without hitting the vital points. For every first-level mutated being killed, you can obtain 1 gold coin. For second-level mutated beings, you get 2 gold coins, and so on. Note, mutated beings below 3rd level are all considered low-level mutated beings. Gold coins? Just as Chen was puzzled about what gold coins were, the system prompt sounded again. Ding! Glory King Mall has been opened. The host can purchase equipment in the mall using gold coins. A mall interface appeared before Chen's eyes. Dumbfounded, isn't this the mall from Honor of Kings? Could it be? Chen instinctively looked down at his hands, and at that moment, he was holding the jungle knife from Honor of Kings. It was pitch black with silver edges, exuding a chilling aura, and oh wonder the words hunting wide blade sounded so familiar. It was actually the jungle knife from Honor of Kings. My golden finger allows me to earn gold coins by killing zombies, which I can use to purchase equipment from the mall. Chen quickly browsed through it. Each piece of equipment corresponded to attributes that would enhance his own. In other words, buying red agate would increase health. Buying an iron sword would increase attack power. That if you buy a complete set, it would have a passive effect. For example, Ice Heart Extreme Cold Storm would create a storm around the body when attacked by infected entities, reducing their attack speed by 20. However, the only downside was that the prices of these equipment had all increased by a 0. Originally, Ice Heart Extreme Cold Storm only cost 2,100. Now it costs 21,000 gold coins. With only 1 gold coin for killing a mutated being, doesn't that mean I need to kill over 20,000? The only good news was that the prices for small items hadn't changed, only the synthesis prices had risen. Chen, even if you beat up a classmate, you still ignore your teacher. How could 9 years of compulsory education produce such a scoundrel like you? The person speaking was the chubby guy who had earlier been the first to denounce Chen. Seeing the teacher also scolding Chen, he naturally couldn't miss this excellent opportunity. Everyone usually looked down on him, thinking he was timid and afraid of death, and loved to save face. Today was his chance to prove himself. After all, Chen was usually similar. To him, timid and submissive, the only difference being that he was a little thinner and a bit more attractive. Yes, that's so. Chen turned around to look at the pontiff, his expression cold, his words carrying a hint of chill, like a question from the Grim Reaper. When everyone saw Chen turn around, they were all startled, not by Chen's gaze, but by the long knife in his hand. When did Chen get that knife? Has Chen gone crazy? A knife that long must be illegal, right? At this moment, the smug look on the Ponzik, his face instantly turned into one of despair. Where did Chen get that knife? Why does he always change every time I say something? The Ponzik even wished he could dig a hole and hide in it. Just as everyone was shocked by Chen, a student by the window suddenly let out a piercing scream. Did it start early? Isn't the apocalypse supposed to begin when the class bell rings? Chen raised the knife and looked towards the window, and a terrifying scene appeared before his eyes. Chapter 3. The world reforged. The apocalypse arrives. Chen's gaze fell downstairs, where outside the window was the school's flower garden. which was also the reason why a large number of mutated insect ants were attacking the school. On one of the flowers, Chen saw a large amount of blood, and judging by the way it was splattered, it had been sprayed out. Following the direction of the bloodstains, he saw a huge purple centipede slowly gnawing at the body of a school staff member not far away. The purple centipede was over 1 meter long. Its body curled over the corpse in a twisted shape. But what was most terrifying was its head, with a gaping mouth embedded with 2 scythe-like mandibles covered in blood, and one could faintly see bits of flesh clinging to it. Above its mouth were a pair of compound eyes, composed of numerous simple eyes. And now that its body had enlarged, those simple eyes were clustered together like sunflower seeds, looking extremely eerie. Soon, the mutated centipede lost interest in the school staff member and twisted its body, beginning to search for its next target. At that moment, the school staff member, whose head had been half-eaten, also underwent a mutation. The remaining half of his head's eye began to fester, eventually spraying out pus, and transformed into a compound eye like that of the centipede. What kind of monster is that? What is this? Why has the centipede grown so large? Why is this happening? A classmate by the window stared wide-eyed at the scene outside, their mouth trembling involuntarily. Everything seemed illusory, yet so real. Chen, do you know something? Jiang Fangxing was also shocked by the scene below. Turning to look at Chen, noticing that Chen did not seem surprised by the giant centipede, and asked. At that moment, everyone's focus was entirely on Chen. The previous world master was a dinosaur, and this one is us humans. The next master will be chosen again, perhaps an insect or maybe a beast, while humans are the discarded remnants of the world. Chen looked at everyone with a hint of sarcasm in his eyes. Once, humanity considered itself the master of this world, but after realizing this conclusion, he understood how absurd that thought was. In his last life, he survived for 7 years in the apocalypse, and this conclusion was proposed in the 5th year of the apocalypse. At that time, he didn't really believe it. However, after encountering a mutated insect that possessed intelligence and had learned human language, he completely acknowledged this conclusion. Intelligence and thoughts are not innate. They are bestowed by the Creator. And who lives and who dies is merely a matter of ink. As for whether the apocalypse started earlier, Chen has come to understand that as well. In his previous life, he believed the apocalypse began when Jiang Fangxing's head was eaten by ants, so he assumed that was the starting point. But in reality, the apocalypse had quietly begun before that. The commotion at that time was not significant, and the mutated beings had not launched a full-scale attack yet. At that time, he was also sleeping in class and did not hear the scream. Impossible, absolutely impossible. This conclusion must be your own fabrication. Those creatures are low-level beings. How could they possibly replace humanity? This is just an unnatural phenomenon. There have been instances of giant creatures before. Chen, you are spreading rumors. Just wait to be caught. Jiang Chen, who had been knocked unconscious by Chen earlier, had already woken up. However, he was afraid that Chen would see him awake and start hitting him again, so he lay on the ground pretending to be unconscious for a long time. Jiang Chen stood up, looking at Chen with a face full of arrogance. Since Chen had torn off the facade, he no longer needed to care about this false brotherhood. Do as you please. Chen let out a cold laugh and slowly walked towards Jiang Chen, dragging his knife. I warn you if you dare to. Jiang Chen saw that Chen had no intention of stopping, and with a determined heart, he directly pressed the send button. But in return, Jiang Chen's hand was pierced directly by Chen's knife. He had killed. Everyone looked at Jiang Chen's palm, pierced by the long knife, and began to stir, wanting to escape from the classroom. Chen did not stop these people's escape. For him, letting them go out to feed those mutated creatures was, in a way, increasing his own safety. However, at this moment, Jiang Fangxing's actions left Chen somewhat taken aback. Everyone stay in the classroom. It was clear that Jiang Fangxing made this decision after weighing the pros and cons. Compared to Chen's level of danger, the unknown giant centipede outside was even more terrifying. Rather than running around outside, it was better to stay in this classroom and wait for rescue. Chen looked at Jiang Fangxing, who wanted to take out his phone to call the police, and said in a deep voice, "It's really malfunctioning." Jiang Fangxing looked at his phone, which was showing no service. Even dialing the emergency number resulted in a message saying it was an invalid number. How could this be? Could it really be the apocalypse? I'm only 20. I don't want to die. Everyone took out their phones, trying to make calls. Some wanted to report to the police, while others wanted to call their parents. But all were in vain. Yi-Chun, do you have any way to resolve this crisis? Du Lingfei, who had not spoken for a long time, walked up to Yi-Chun and asked quietly. Even though Yi-Chun had slapped her before, she believed that he still had feelings for her and would definitely save her. Yes. Yi-Chun looked at Du Lingfei's pitiful eyes, a hint of disgust flashing in his eyes, but he quickly concealed it. Yi-Chun's lips curled up slightly, and a trace of malice flashed in his eyes. Break one of Jiang Chen's legs and throw him out of the classroom, then I'll tell you. Chapter 4. Welcome to the Apocalypse. Du Lingfei instinctively took a step back. She saw a devilish smile in Yi-Chen's eyes. This was not the Yi-Chen she knew. He shouldn't be someone who would obey her every command, agreeing to whatever she wanted to do, right? Why had he changed like this? And the target was Jiang Chen. Had he discovered something? Just as Du Lingfei hesitated, an endless cry for help suddenly echoed from downstairs. Help! Where are these monsters? Someone save me, I don't want to die. What are you doing? Why are you pushing me? Zhou Weiyan, you beast. I don't want to die. Such voices explained everything, and even those present who were timid were scared to the point of wetting their pants. What a tragic sound it was, as if their deaths were already destined. Yi-Chen understands all of this so well, he must know how to resolve this crisis. Although she has feelings for Jiang Chen, in everyone's eyes, she is Yi-Chen's girlfriend, and Jiang Chen has nothing to do with her. So even if she were to chop off one of Jiang Chen's legs, it wouldn't cause her any loss. Du Lingfei glanced at Jiang Chen and gritted her teeth, saying, "All right, I'll do it." As soon as she said this, the most shocked person was not the crowd, but Jiang Chen, who was lying on the ground. He never expected that Du Lingfei would abandon their relationship for the so-called survival. Jiang Chen's pupils contracted, and he looked at Du Lingfei in terror, the veins at his temples swelling with anger. Since you want to use me to exchange for a chance to live, then even if I die, I will drag you down with me. Du Lingfei, you. Just as Jiang Chen was about to expose their relationship to the public, he saw Du Lingfei directly lift the bench beside her and start smashing it crazily against Jiang Chen's thigh. Once then again, although Du Lingfei was a girl and not very strong, driven by her desire to survive, after several rounds of swinging, Jiang Chen's thigh was completely shattered, blood splattering all over Du Lingfei. What a vicious woman. The crowd was all shocked by Du Lingfei's actions. That was a living person's leg, and she smashed it down without any hesitation. My leg. Jiang Chen watched as blood gushed from his thigh, his face twisted in agony. Continue. Yi-Chen smiled and said. Du Lingfei did not hesitate, dragging Jiang Chen out like a dead dog. There was almost no hesitation between smashing the thigh and dragging the person out. You can speak now. Du Lingfei, covered in blood, stood in front of Yi-Chen and said, "These mutated beings do not have good eyesight, but their sense of smell is very keen. For example, if someone is so scared that they wet their pants or has bloodstains on them, they will become the primary targets for these mutated beings." Upon hearing Yi-Chen's words, Du Lingfei's face turned pale, looking at Yi-Chen in fear. The bloodstains on her body were referring to her, right? After chopping off Jiang Chen's thigh, blood had splattered all over her. Why did you do this? I'm your girlfriend. Du Lingfei shook her head repeatedly, looking at Yi-Chen in terror. What do you think? You can keep your affair with Jiang Chen so hidden, and you still can't guess why I did this? Yi-Chen chuckled softly and ignored Du Lingfei. Instead, he began to close all the windows and curtains behind him. At this moment, the class bell had not yet rung, and the mutated creatures had not launched a group attack. He wasn't particularly afraid of the creatures walking on the ground. However, the mutated flies and mosquitoes were still somewhat tricky for him. Closing the windows and curtains could effectively prevent these flying creatures from entering through the windows. At this time, Du Lingfei began to peel off her clothes layer by layer. She wanted to throw away all the clothes stained with blood from her body. But when she saw that the blood on her clothes had completely soaked into her skin, she completely broke down. Yi-Chen, you are a madman, you devil. You will not die a good death. Du Lingfei went on sun, and the thought of wanting to perish together with Yi-Chen arose in her mind. No, if she could grab his knife, maybe she would still have a chance to survive. Du Lingfei choked up for a moment, then, seizing the opportunity, she charged towards Yi Chen at the moment he pulled the left curtain closed. She wanted to seize the knife, but what followed would make her pay the price for her naive thought. Whoosh! Yi Chen slashed with a knife, and in an instant, Du Lingfei's wrist was cut open, blood gushing out like a spring. Du Lingfei had been cut to the artery. If you're so eager to die, then I can only send you and Jiang Chun to be doomed lovers. Yi Chen struck Du Lingfei on the neck with the back of his knife, rendering her unable to resist. He then directly threw her out of the classroom and followed Jiang Chun into the hallway. Just then, the class bell rang. The apocalypse officially began. Yi Chen, considering we are classmates, you definitely won't just watch me die, right? Yes, we are all classmates, and besides, there's strength in numbers. Some girls even ran down from their seats, directly wrapping their arms around Yi Chen, rubbing their chests against his arm. Yi Chen, as long as you can save me, I am willing to do anything for you. I can do anything. The girl widened her eyes, her eyelids glistening with tears, looking pitiful as she pleaded softly with a trembling voice. You're on your period now, right? There is no hope left. Yi Chen looked at the girl in front of him, and he had a deep impression of her. When the apocalypse arrived, after Jiang Fangxing was devoured by the ants, the second target was this girl who was now holding him. It was because she was on her period that the smell of blood attracted the mutated ants. In the end, her body was gnawed to the point of having hundreds of skeletal holes, and her death was extremely tragic. At that time, Yi Chen was hiding behind the girl, witnessing this horrifying scene with his own eyes. Otherwise, he wouldn't remember it so clearly. After hearing Yi Chen's words, the girl held on tighter, firmly believing that as long as she stayed with Yi Chen, there would be a chance to survive. However, no matter how hard she tried, a girl couldn't be stronger than a boy, and she was directly grabbed by Yi Chen by the wrist and forcefully moved aside. Yi Chen gripped the knife tightly, focusing his gaze on the door ahead. As long as Jiang Chun and Du Lingfei's voices sounded, it would signal that the mutated insects were beginning to attack their classroom. The apocalypse would follow closely behind. Chapter 5. Fire-breathing beetles attack. The selfishness of humanity. No students sitting in their seats dared to speak. Not even Jiang Fangxing ignored Yi Chen's actions. There were no weapons for self-defense in the classroom. If monsters really broke in, only Yi Chen could stand against them. Just as the classroom was engulfed in silence, frantic screams came from outside the door. Don't come over! Don't come over! Help! Let me in! Let me in! The classroom door was being pounded furiously. It was Du Lingfei desperately banging on it. You go eat him! Don't eat me! Don't eat me! Seeing that no matter how hard she knocked on the iron door, it wouldn't open for her, Du Lingfei finally turned her gaze to Jiang Chun, who had his thighs severed. Before her stood a completely mutated, fire-breathing beetle, its body a deep crimson, with eyes on either side of its head and two pincers facing towards Du Lingfei and the others. The most terrifying thing was that it had grown to dozens of times its original size, comparable to that of a husky. In order to survive, Du Lingfei used all her strength to forcefully push Jiang Chun in front of her. The fire-breathing beetle was not polite at all. It directly used its large pincers to snap Jiang Chen's head off and swallowed it whole. Blood sprayed from the severed neck. And just as it was about to stain the beetle's body, flames erupted from its mouth. In an instant, Jiang Chen's body was burned to a crisp and sent into the fire-breathing beetle's mouth. Du Lingfei wanted to escape, but as she stood up, her foot was immediately engulfed by residual flames, melting away upon contact. Du Lingfei lost her balance and fell to the ground, watching as her foot disappeared completely, screaming in madness. Because of the instantaneous melting, she felt no pain in her foot. Why is this happening? Why is this happening? Yi Chen is not my boyfriend. So why is he treating me this way? Didn't I just make a mistake that every woman could make? Why does he have the right to do this to me? Why does he have to push me to death? Why? Du Lingfei looked at the pincers of the fire-breathing beetle approaching her, and she was completely desperate. Her inner doubts instantly turned into a counterattack before death. Therefore, she smeared all the blood gushing from her arteries on the classroom door. She wanted the fire-breathing beetle to break through the door. She wanted Yi Chen and the others to accompany her in death. If I die, you all shouldn't expect to live. Du Lingfei now completely disregarded the threat of the fire-breathing beetle behind her. Her eyes transformed from fear to despair, and finally into madness. The muscles at the corners of her mouth tensed, slightly curling upward, her eyes revealing complete insanity, veins bulging at her temples. She no longer resembled a human, but a demon. Blood continuously smeared on the door wall, repeating one action. Just as she was about to raise her hand to smear again, her head was abruptly clamped off like a fallen watermelon by the fire-breathing beetle and swallowed whole. Chen, standing inside the door, sensed Du Lingfei's actions and vaguely heard the sound of fire. In his memory, in the early stages, there were only two types of fire-breathing mutated insects. One was the fire ant, and the other was the fire-breathing beetle. Although fire ants can breathe fire, their size is very small, so Du Lingfei could never make such a life-forgetting move. The mutated creature outside the door must be the fire-breathing beetle. Those who don't want to die, drag that cabinet over and brace the door. Aside from breathing fire, the fire-breathing beetle also possesses incredible defense and destructive power, making it one of the stronger existences among low-tier mutants. I wonder if this knife can take it down in one blow. As Chen murmured to himself, a sudden loud noise came from outside the door. Bang! A hole was instantly blown through the iron door of the classroom. The two students who were still moving desks were so frightened that they immediately ducked back. With the iron door breached, none would survive. If they wanted to die, they should just stand still at the back. Chen looked at the table behind him and shouted in a deep voice. He couldn't possibly move the table himself. If he were to do so, and the iron door was smashed open by the fire-spitting beetles, the entire situation would become chaotic. Letting these people move the table not only maximizes his own safety, but also allows him to keep an eye on every movement outside, thus taking the initiative. Hurry up. Why are you hiding here? Aren't you a man anymore? Why aren't you going? Can't you see that the monster's sharp horn can pierce the iron door directly? I'm a girl. How can I go? As a guy, shouldn't you step up? It's none of my business. Should women be protected? Whoever wants to go can go, but I'm not going. Just as everyone was shouting and pushing, Jiang Fangxing walked over to the cabinet and began to laboriously step back. As a teacher, he naturally had the obligation to protect his students. Bang! The door was pierced again by the beetle's sharp spike, and at this moment, Jiang Fangxing had also dragged the cabinet to the door. Teacher Jiang, place it diagonally. That way, even if the door is pushed open, it will be blocked by the cabinet, preventing these large insects from getting in. Although Chen was speaking to Jiang Fangxing, his gaze remained fixed on the iron door, needing to keep an eye on the movements of the fire-breathing beetle. Jiang Fangxing nodded. He also intended to arrange things this way. The arrangement methods in the TV series could only withstand ordinary humans, and when faced with such large mutated creatures, the way he set things up was the most effective. I'll go move a few more tables to block this door as well. At this moment, Jiang Fangxing's mindset was relatively optimistic because he believed that these mutated creatures would definitely be suppressed by the state. So for now, he just needed to defend this classroom. But just then, an accident happened. As Jiang Fangxing turned around to move the tables, the fire-breathing beetle's horn pierced through the iron door and directly stabbed through Jiang Fangxing's abdomen. Blood gushed out like a fountain, wildly pouring from Jiang Fangxing's stomach. He felt his life ebbing away, with no regret in his eyes, just a sense of reluctance. His body gradually began to feel cold and weak, and he collapsed against the wall. The classmates looked at Jiang Fangxing in shock. It's all your fault. If you had helped the teacher, he wouldn't be in this situation. You say that to me. But if you went to help, the teacher wouldn't be in trouble either. The despair on the classmates' faces became more evident. I think we should first find a way to stop Teacher Zhang's bleeding. After all, these monsters are very sensitive to blood, and if it attracts other creatures, it will be a big problem. The chubby boy who had previously argued with Chen spoke up. This statement was laced with the selfishness of human nature. The intention behind helping to stop Jiang Fangxing's bleeding was not to save his life, but to avoid getting involved himself. It's meaningless now. Chen looked at Jiang Fangxing with a very calm expression. The only emotional fluctuation in his heart was a sense of regret for Jiang Fangxing's death. He was a good teacher, but in the apocalypse, it is just like this. Being a good person doesn't matter. These monsters won't spare you just because you are good. At that moment, a loud crashing sound came from the iron door again. This time, it was not a hole being pierced, but the entire iron door was directly torn open. A black horn stained with blood slowly stretched out from the broken hole. Chapter 6. Killing the Fire-Breathing Beetle. Instant Death. Chen was closest to the iron door, and he could see the monster in front of him very clearly. Just as he had analyzed, it was indeed a fire-breathing beetle. However, this beetle was stuck in the middle of the iron door and couldn't come in. The beetle's weak point was its lower abdomen, but it was impossible to hit its abdomen from this position. Chen did not pay attention to Jiang Fangxing, who was collapsed against the wall. Even though he had brought him here, he was already beyond saving. He had to concentrate all his attention on the fire-breathing beetle in front of him. Chen, hurry, kill it. You're the only one with a knife. You must kill this monster. Everyone shouted at Chen, cheering him on. As long as the monster was injured by this weapon, regardless of whether it was a fatal wound, it would be killed in one strike. However, Chen still did not rashly charge into attack, because the fire-breathing beetle had the ability to breathe fire as a ranged skill. He had to lure out the beetle's fire breath first before launching an attack. The cooldown for the beetle's fire breath was about 10 seconds, with each fire breath lasting 3 seconds, leaving him with 7 seconds of attack time. Chen stared at the head of the beetle and slowly leaned closer. 2 small white eyes emerged from the dark head, reflecting Chen's figure. Then, the 2 large pincers at the sides of its mouth began to slowly open, and its eyes changed from white to red. Now's the time. Chen suddenly retreated, and at the position he had just vacated, a burst of flames erupted just 1 second after his retreat, the temperature so high that it distorted the air around it. Chen, in his previous life, experienced countless mutated insects. Although he was very fortunate to survive, luck alone was not enough. He also had his powerful observation skills. In his mind, all the abilities of any mutated creature he had seen were reflected in his brain. The most obvious characteristic of the beetle when it breathes fire is that its eyes change from red to white. Taking advantage of the gap between the bursts of fire, Chen swung his knife and struck at the side of the beetle. Bang! The hunting blade hit the beetle, and a crisp sound echoed in everyone's ears. It didn't work. The beetle's shell was very hard, and it seemed that Chen's knife was not sharp enough to penetrate it. The hope in the classmates' eyes turned back into despair. When they saw Chen's ghostly figure dodging the beetle's fire, a spark of hope ignited in their hearts. But the scene before them was like a bucket of cold water, extinguishing the flame within them. No, look quick! The chubby boy's gaze was fixed on the spot where Chen had struck with the long knife. Although there was only a small crack on the beetle's body, the hard shell behind it was already showing signs of collapse, rapidly disintegrating. It's effective. Chen's attack was effective. At this moment, Chen also noticed that the beetle seemed to have lost its life, becoming stiff in place, with its swinging horns frozen in midair. Subsequently, the beetle's body began to shatter like a set of blocks that had been instantly destroyed, turning into a puddle of green meat paste, sticking to the ground. Ding! Successfully killed a first-tier mutated insect. Fire-breathing beetle, Gold 1. Hearing the system's words, Chen couldn't help but feel a mix of emotions. Although these mutated insects were the lowest-level mutants, in his previous life, he and Jiang Chen had spent nearly half an hour working together to deal with them. But now, with just a single powerful slash, he could instantly kill them. This feeling gave Chen a strange sense of excitement, as if he were a pay-to-win player in a game. The only difference from the game was that there was only one life here. If he died, it would be truly over. Chen looked at Jiang Fangxing, whose body was already beginning to show signs of parasitism. In no more than 3 minutes, his body would be completely controlled by the parasite. Chen, please save Teacher Jiang. He got injured following your orders. You must save him. The crowd couldn't afford to feel excited. After all, they had been attending Jiang Fangxing's classes for over 2 years, and they didn't want to see such a dedicated teacher die. It's already hopeless. Chen looked at Jiang Fangxing's body, which had begun to show a hard shell similar to that of a beetle, and said calmly, "This is a sign of parasitic infection. The type of organism that infects you will determine the traits you inherit. The previous school worker was infected by a centipede, which is why he grew 2 new hands. Since Jiang Fangxing was injured by a fire beetle, his body will exhibit all the characteristics of a beetle. The most terrifying part is that these infected humans will inherit the abilities of the infecting organism. In other words, if a third-tier mutant infects a human, that human will also gain third-tier strength. This is why the world is rapidly descending into chaos. Yi-Chen, how can you be so cold-blooded? Teacher Jiang died because of you. Yeah, you know so much, so you must know how to save Teacher Jiang. Think of a way. The students, seeing that Yi-Chen felt no guilt for Jiang Fangxing's wounds, began to accuse him. So what now? Yi-Chen, if you can foresee the direction this world is heading, then you must also be able to think of a solution. Go to City Z to find Jiang Shuzhou. Maybe she can. Jiang Fangxing took a pocket watch out of his pocket and handed it to Yi-Chen. In the end, his consciousness completely blurred, and he collapsed to the ground. Jiang Shuzhou? That name sounds somewhat familiar. It's her. Yi-Chen's gaze fell on the pocket watch, which held a yellowed photograph. Jiang Fangxing stood on the far right, while Jiang Shuzhou was in the center. This was a family photo, and Jiang Shuzhou and Jiang Fangxing were siblings. Regarding this, it had already touched upon Yi-Chen's blind spot. After all, in his previous life, Jiang Fangxing had died from being eaten alive by ants. And he couldn't possibly connect the two just because they both had the surname Jiang. However, he couldn't decide his path based solely on Jiang Fangxing's dying words. After all, Z City was a full 800 kilometers away from the city he was in, and even by car, it would take a day and a night to drive there. Just as Yi-Chen was about to put the pocket watch into his pocket, two uninvited guests appeared at the classroom door, one of which he had seen before in front of the window, a giant centipede over a meter long. Chapter 7. Is Yi-Chen infected by parasites? Humanity revealed. Yi-Chen looked at the already shattered corpse of the fire-breathing beetle, now reduced to pieces by the giant centipede, which was swallowing them whole. Meanwhile, another mutated creature was a stray dog from the campus. Its entire body was hairless, covered in necrotic patches, and some festering sores were visible on it. Its eyes had turned a milky white, resembling milk tea. Its mouth was split open, surrounded by blood, and bits of flesh could still be seen stuck in its teeth. What to do? What to do? Why are there so many monsters? The centipede has mutated, so ants and cockroaches, which are in such large numbers, will also mutate. It's over, completely over. The crowd had initially held onto a glimmer of hope. But the moment the giant centipede and the zombie dog appeared, they were truly plunged into despair. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. A girl crouched on the ground, hugging her knees, tears and snot mixing together, her eyes void of any hope, trembling uncontrollably. She didn't want to die, but fear had taken root in her mind. Yi-Chen looked at the iron door in front of him, which was making a thumping sound, and he could also hear a creaking noise. It was a giant centipede using its venom to corrode the iron door. Yi-Chen glanced at the iron door, then focused his gaze on the corpse of Jiang Fangxing, who was about to mutate. With a swift movement, he swung the knife down, and Jiang Fangxing's head was directly severed. Yi-Chen, what are you doing? The crowd looked at Jiang Fangxing's head rolling on the ground, their eyes filled with terror. But what frightened them the most was Yi-Chen's expression, which seemed almost unchanged. It was as if everything was normal. Cutting off Jiang Fangxing's head was as casual as slicing fruit. Yi-Chen ignored these people. Explaining to these useless individuals would only waste his breath. He slowly retreated, focusing his gaze on the iron gate ahead. The zombie dog and the giant centipede were present, but his priority was the zombie dog. Because the speed of the zombie dog far exceeded that of the centipede, he had to take it out the moment it charged in. Otherwise, if it started moving around in the classroom, it would be very difficult for him to keep up with its speed in his current condition. Bang! Yi-Chen's thoughts were interrupted by the sound of the vibrating iron door. At that moment, the damaged iron door was directly knocked open by the head of the zombie dog, and as it fell to the ground, the classroom floor was contaminated by the toxins from the iron door. Fortunately, the first to rush in was the zombie dog. Yi-Chen felt a surge of joy in his heart. He gathered all his strength and charged at the zombie dog with his knife. The zombie dog had three main characteristics: strong bite force, extreme speed, and a very hard skull. Therefore, to kill it, he had to avoid direct confrontation. In the moment Yi-Chen rushed forward, he sidestepped directly beside the zombie dog. The distorted face of the zombie dog appeared before Yi-Chen, with blood splattering alongside its saliva, and its front paw swung towards Yi-Chen. Swish! The hunting broad blade struck directly at the neck of the zombie dog. And at the same time, the zombie dog's claw tore through Yi Chen's skin. Ding! Killed a first-order mutated creature, split-mouth bone dog. Gold 1. Yi Chen couldn't pay attention to the system's prompt. In front of him was a monster, a giant centipede that was a full meter long. At that moment, it was clinging to the blackboard in the classroom, twisting its long body, and countless centipede legs made a rustling sound, as if countless small needles were continuously scraping against the blackboard. Yi Chen narrowed his eyes and looked at the giant centipede. This mutated creature was more troublesome compared to the zombie dogs and fire-breathing beetles. Although its speed was not as fast as that of the zombie dogs, its other abilities far surpassed them: defense, strength, reaction time, and its most terrifying venom glands. After the mutation, the centipede size increased by dozens of times, and its toxins were also enhanced by dozens of times. Yi Chen had lived in the apocalypse for 7 years, and he had never heard of anyone surviving after being poisoned by a centipede. Its toxin has a characteristic: it acts slowly. The Iron Gate is a good example. After the giant centipede pierced the Iron Gate with its pincers, its corrosion speed was very slow, which made the nearby zombie dogs become impatient, resulting in the scene where the Iron Gate was knocked away. Yi Chen tightly gripped the hunting broad blade. He only had one chance. Using the knife in his hand as a distant weapon, as long as he hit the centipede, he could win. If he engaged in close combat, his chances of winning were almost zero. He needed to find a way to make it stop for a moment. Yi Chen focused his gaze on the head he had previously chopped off. "Teacher Jiang, I'm sorry." Yi Chen quickly ran towards Jiang Fangxing's head. And at that moment, the giant centipede clinging to the blackboard also moved. Hiss. Yi Chen picked up Jiang Fangxing's head and directly threw it at the giant centipede. Bang! The pincers pierced through it and then exploded. At that moment, the hunting broad blade in Yi Chen's hand disappeared. The next second, the giant centipede's body froze in midair, and its pincers shattered. Hiss! The giant centipede's body began to twist, swelling up instantly, and finally, like a balloon, it deflated and fell to the ground. Ding! Killed a first-tier, mutated creature, giant centipede. Goal 1, huh? Yi Chen pulled up the wide-bladed hunting knife that had fallen to the ground and let out a slow breath. This knife was really powerful. Even just cutting through a bit of the mutated creature's flesh was enough to instantly kill them, although its effectiveness was limited to low-level mutated creatures. It was still early in the apocalypse, and these creatures had not yet grown stronger, so it was more than sufficient. Yay! Yi Chen was infected at the wound. A voice sounded, and it was the chubby boy from before. He had been watching Yi Chen's battle all along, and he saw Yi Chen's arm get scratched during the fight with the zombie dogs. However, he had kept quiet about it, because only Yi Chen had the strength to fight these monsters. Now that all the monsters in the classroom had been dealt with by Yi Chen, he naturally wanted to step up and seek justice. A wound? Yi Chen instinctively glanced at his left arm, where the clothes had been torn open. Although it only injured the flesh, it was still quite noticeable. Fortunately, his body's genes had been altered. Otherwise, he would have been finished right from the start. Yi Chen couldn't help but smile to himself. He still remembered the genetic physique granted to him by the system. Even if he was injured by a mutant, he could still be immune to the invasion of parasites. His physical abilities still needed training. Otherwise, having good weapons would be useless if his body couldn't keep up. Just as Yi Chen was talking to himself, he heard a voice behind him. Teacher Jiang had been infected, so would Yi Chen also mutate? What should we do? If Yi Chen is infected too, wouldn't we be doomed? The most important thing is, if Yi Chen turns into a zombie, none of us would stand a chance against him. Otherwise. Chapter 8. The Dark Side of Humanity. Mutant Invasion on the second floor. Yi Chen, why don't you give us the knife? After all, we don't know if you'll mutate or not. This way everyone will be safe. The chubby boy spoke up, a hint of embarrassment on his face. But in reality, he wished for Yi Chen to die quickly. He could tell that the knife in Yi Chen's hand was not an ordinary weapon. Even if it only grazed those monsters, it could instantly kill them. If he got hold of the knife in Yi Chen's hand, wouldn't he be the savior of their class, or even the whole school? He had read plenty of those wish fulfillment novels. As long as he obtained the divine weapon, he could have whatever he wanted, be it money or beautiful women. Living a life of a king, it would be simply wonderful. Thinking of this, the chubby boy's tone became even heavier. Yi Chen, give me the knife. I'll help you protect everyone. You've already been scratched by that zombie dog. You won't live much longer. I will avenge you." The chubby boy looked at Chen, his expression sincere, tying his words to the others. "Why don't you just give a knife to Son Fatty? Yes, you said it yourself before. Being scratched by these mutants will turn you into a zombie. You wouldn't want everyone to turn into zombies with you, right? Sacrifice a little and give the knife to Son Fatty. Then you can go check the hallway. Maybe the army has arrived and can save you." The other's words grew heavier, completely forgetting that Chen had killed all 3 monsters earlier. "Son Fatty? Once I get the knife, I'll make you all kneel and call me Dad." The chubby boy felt a surge of anger in his heart when he heard his classmates still refer to him like that. "Oh, did I say I would protect you all?" Chen showed a hint of sarcasm on his face as he looked at his classmates. "I killed these monsters just to protect myself. What does your life or death have to do with me? Want a knife? Have the guts to come and take it yourself." Chen sneered. He had long since given up hope in humanity. When faced with the catastrophic end of the world, the darker side of people's hearts would be unleashed. All the ethical morals restrained by civilized society would turn to foam in that moment. And now, the people before him, as they proposed to use knives, had already begun to let their dark sides erode them. From this moment on, they would not only lack a sense of shame, but would even escalate their actions. Of course, there were absolute good people, but in the apocalypse, such absolute good people often met the most tragic ends. Therefore, living selfishly was the most correct choice. After experiencing his girlfriend's betrayal and his brother's treachery, Chen's heart had also succumbed to selfishness. Chen, what do you mean by that? How can you be so selfish? Teacher Jiang entrusted all hopes of survival to you before dying, and now you act like this. I didn't expect you to be like this. Clearly, you've been infected by these mutants, and you don't want us to survive." Upon hearing Chen's words, the crowd grew furious, pointing at him and cursing his selfishness. "Yes, that's right, I'm a selfish person." Chen revealed a slight smile on his face, then glanced at the place where the iron door had fallen. At this moment, the iron door had been completely corroded by the toxin of the giant centipede, but the toxin had not disappeared. It continued to erode the floor, and a moderately sized pit had already formed. It wouldn't be long before this pit would be corroded into a gap. The classroom he was in was on the 2nd floor, next to the flower garden, which was full of crawling creatures. Once these mutated insects finished eating the people on the 1st floor, they would surely start to spread rapidly to the 2nd floor. Moreover, in this classroom, the smell of blood was very strong, so that gap would become a gathering place for the mutants. Ants, spiders, and flying insects would all crawl out from this gap. Therefore, staying here was equivalent to waiting for death. Chen initially wanted to tell these people, but their words completely dispelled that thought. What good is it to be friendly to others? The chubby boy looked at Chen, wanted to leave with a knife, and suddenly panicked. Chen can leave, but if the knife is taken away, it's equivalent to losing a lifeline. No, we absolutely cannot let Chen take the knife away. You guys follow me. If Chen leaves, we will all be dead. We must snatch the knife from his hands. The chubby boy harbored malicious intent, his eyes bloodshot, his teeth biting down hard on his lips. All right. The other boys around understood this reasoning and decided to join the chubby boy in subduing Chen. They believed that even if Chen was ruthless, he would never harm his classmates. "Let us do it." The chubby boy charged forward first, but he kept a lookout and intentionally slowed his pace, allowing the others behind him to rush ahead. "Chen, hand over the knife, and we will let you go." The boy at the front shouted at Chen while holding up a bench. "Oh." Chen turned to look at the boy, and their eyes instantly met. Coldness faced passion. Calmness faced recklessness. If you had raised the bench and smashed it towards me just now, there might have been a chance, though that chance was only 1 in 1,000. Unfortunately, you hesitated. Zong. Chen struck the man's shoulder with a knife, and the pain quickly transmitted to the man's brain. The pain made him scream, and the bench he was holding fell to the ground. This strike was a warning. The next one would cost you your life. Chen finally fixed his gaze on the last chubby boy. How terrifying. The chubby boy instinctively took a step back. Chen is indeed the direct killer of these 2 people, so how could he possibly show mercy to their subordinates? Chen ignored these people and walked alone toward the classroom exit. Shortly after he left, a sound akin to the wails of hell filled the classroom. The giant centipede's venom penetrated the floor and the mutated insects in the first-floor classroom noticed the large hole above them, which was emitting a bloody smell. In an instant, all the insects surged toward the classroom where Chen had been. Among them, the fastest was the mutated spiders. These spiders had various mutations. Some had grown to enormous sizes, their 8 eyes glowing red, with their mandibles writhing side to side, looking quite grotesque. Others had retained their original size, but had their venom enhanced dozens of times, even more terrifying than that of the giant centipede. Within just a minute, the entire classroom was crawling with mutated insects. Flies and mosquitoes floated in the air. The flies had become enormous, their eyes resembling 2 tumors on their bodies, covered with reflective crystals, and their mouths formed from 4 oral cavities, with a lot of green fluid flowing inside. The mosquitoes had not changed much. Only their proboscis and swollen bellies had increased several times. Some mosquitoes had bellies as large as a soccer ball, and one could vaguely see a hint of red inside. The walls were covered with many spine-chilling insects, spiders with eyes flashing red, caterpillars covered in disgusting patterns, countless centipedes with many legs, and zombie geckos sticking out their long tongues. The mutated creatures on the ground were countless, with some even mixed in being zombies controlled by parasites. Among them was the school worker previously infected by the giant centipede, whose body had grown 4 arms, and one could even see maggots writhing in his rotten flesh. What to do? Everyone was completely dumbfounded. In just a short time after Chen left, the entire classroom had been devoured by insects. It's all your fault. If it weren't for you, Chen wouldn't have left. You blame me? Didn't you also blame Chen before? Now you're shifting the blame. In their fear, everyone began to seek comfort within themselves. But what good was that? A girl was trembling all over, too scared to look directly at these monsters anymore. As she chose to avert her gaze, she suddenly felt something wet on her head. She looked up and saw a giant spider staring at her with its 8 eyes, and in the spider's eyes, her reflection appeared 8-fold. My face. This was the last thing the girl said before she died. In the next second, her body melted away, turning into a puddle of pus. It was this girl's death that initiated the onslaught of the mutated creatures. Don't come closer. The man whose arm had been pierced by Chen suddenly retreated, as a huge worm twisted its body and attacked him from the front. He kept backing away until he suddenly felt he had bumped into something. In an instant, the man's body was devoured, leaving nothing behind. The chubby boy watched this scene, unable to move. In a bid to escape death, he had pulled several of his classmates around him as shields. But his own death was still imminent. Countless mutated ants enveloped the chubby boy like a black shroud, covering his entire body. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The sound of gnawing echoed from the chubby boy's body, and the next second, he was left with nothing but a bloody skeleton. His once bulky body vanished in an instant. The attacks of the mutated creatures continued. Screams echoed throughout the classroom, but the louder the screams grew, the more the surrounding mutated creatures were attracted. A double fear struck at once. At this moment, Chen had already reached the 3rd floor. Chapter 9. The fatty tied to the wall. Due to the smell of blood, all these mutated creatures were drawn to the 2nd floor. Hearing the screams from downstairs, Chen murmured to himself. The attack methods of these mutants were very organized. Most would first choose to eat all the humans on the 1st floor before moving on to the next floor. Therefore, when Chen left the 2nd floor, he only encountered a few mutants wandering around the hallway. Chen opened the system panel and looked at the number of coins in the upper left corner. He had currently killed 6 mutated creatures and obtained a total of 6 coins. He wasn't in a hurry for equipment. What he needed was an enhancement of his physical abilities. Besides high-intensity training, the most direct way was to use coins to upgrade his genetic physique to LV2. He still needed to kill 4 more. Chen glanced around. In his memory, these mutated beings had almost finished devouring most of the people on the 2nd floor, and their bellies were nearly full. What truly put the school in a dire situation were the zombies infected by parasites. 1/3 of the people were treated as food and gnawed upon, while another third transformed into zombies, starting to attack the survivors. At that time, Chen considered himself extremely lucky to have survived, as they were very close to the flower garden, so most were treated as food and very few turned into zombies. This allowed him to successfully evade the zombies' attacks and escape. However, now, everything was subtly changing due to some of his actions. The attack from these mutated beings on the second floor should have been delayed for a few more minutes. But because of the attraction of blood and sound, the mutated beings rushed towards the second floor. Consequently, a small portion of the people on the first floor who had not been completely devoured would turn into zombies. Wandering in this teaching building, Chen did not stop on the third floor. He ran towards the highest floor of the teaching building. The higher the floor, the fewer the mutated creatures. At most, there would be some mutated flying insects fluttering in the air. Strange, why is there a smell of blood up there? The higher Chen climbed, the more intense the smell of blood became. Since mosquitoes can only survive in environments above 10 degrees Celsius, most of them would freeze to death if the temperature fell below this threshold. And even if they didn't freeze to death, they would stop reproducing. Therefore, the higher the floor, the greater the safety factor, and such a strong smell of blood shouldn't exist. The entire teaching building had 7 floors, and at this moment, Chen was on the 5th floor. Just as he was heading towards the 6th floor, a bizarre scene appeared before his eyes. A student was tied to the wall, his mouth stuffed with a towel, and his thighs and arms had been cut open, blood continuously oozing from the wounds. It was obvious that this was man-made. Just as Chen was puzzled about why such a situation would occur, a voice came from his side. The voice was rough, and it sounded somewhat familiar to Chen. He looked up and saw that the speaker was a member of the school's board of directors. The school where Chen is located is a private university. It seems that the person with the most authority is the school principal, but in reality, is the portly man in front of him. Chen was familiar with him, not because they had any interaction, but because the notorious reputation of this school board member had spread throughout the entire school. Even though his memory had been delayed for 7 years, this man still had a profound impact on him. His real business was a media company, and the main purpose of establishing this school was to select well-background female students to join his media company. On the surface, they would be artists in his company, but secretly, he would force them to become his mistresses. If they refused, he would ruin their reputations. The moment Chen saw he understood why that student was hung on the wall. Chen looked through Inzaheo's body and focused on the classroom door behind him. As soon as he glanced at it, Inzaheo shouted in a very fierce tone. Inzaheo's angry scolding made Chen unable to help but sneer. The classroom door was stained with blood, and it had been locked from the outside. It seemed that Inzaheo had already guessed that those mutated beings were very sensitive to blood, so he intended to use these students as bait to increase his chances of survival. Chen ignored Inzaheo and turned to walk towards the stairs. As he passed by the bound student, a look of pleading appeared on his face. Clearly, he wanted Chen to save him. However, Chen didn't even glance at him, simply bypassing him and heading upstairs. Inzaheo saw Chen step onto the staircase leading up and hurriedly stopped him. Downstairs? Chen slowly opened his mouth, a strange smile appearing in his eyes. At that moment, Inzaheo realized that Chen was holding a long knife in his hand, and the blade was stained with fresh blood. How could he have a knife? There were bloodstains on him. Is this person really a student? Inzaheo choked up. He had no weapon and couldn't confront this student head-on, but he absolutely couldn't let him approach. What to do? What to do? Inzaheo felt a bit regretful. If he had known, he wouldn't have come down. Wouldn't it have been better to stay up there? That classmate. Because if you wander around, the noise might attract those monsters, which would be terrible. Right, and that knife in your hand is too dangerous. Let me take care of it for you. Inzaheo's tone suddenly changed as he spoke softly to Chen. Understood. He focused and looked down. His palm had already fallen to the ground, blood pouring from his arm. My. Inzaheo's eyes widened in terror. He didn't expect Chen to be so decisive and directly cut off his hand. Fear spread from his heart. He needed to vent it out. My. Before the sound could escape his throat, Chen knocked him unconscious with a knife. Noise. Chen crouched down and searched through Inzaheo's clothes and pants, finding a bunch of keys and a Zippo lighter. There were really a lot of keys. It seemed that there must be quite a few houses for keeping a mistress. Chen skillfully put the key into his pocket. Just as he was about to get up, he noticed a fat man tied to the wall looking at him with a terrified expression. Chapter 10. A dozen girls captured on the 7th floor. Chen got up and walked towards the fat man, the long knife in his hand still stained with a few drops of bright red blood. The fat man's body trembled uncontrollably, his hands and feet struggling so violently that his flesh surged like waves, rising and falling. If Zaheo was a demon, then in his eyes, Chen was a bloodthirsty maniac. He had seen everything clearly in that moment, when Chen severed Zaheo's hand with a knife. His face was completely indifferent, as if it was all just a routine matter. Just when he felt despair multiple times in his heart, he suddenly realized that his body could move. The sensation of weightlessness caused him to fall to the ground. Didn't he kill me? A look of joy from surviving a disaster appeared on the fat man's face, tears welling up around his eyes, his body trembling with excitement. Not dead, that's great. Not dead. The fat man could find no words to describe his feelings at that moment. After experiencing a double death, he was now greeted with the hope of life. This feeling was truly insane. Fat man, I want to ask you something. Chen looked at the fat guy who was lying on the ground and hadn't gotten up for a long time, and softly asked. Upon hearing Chen's words, the fat guy immediately felt his heart drop. The reason he didn't kill me is that he wants to ask me questions? My God, what should I do? Just as the fat guy was lost in thought, his shoulder seemed to touch something cold. It was Chen's hand. Their eyes met for a second. Cold, suffocating, oppressive. Those were the eyes of someone who had seen death. Mute? Chen was somewhat impatient. No. You said. The chubby man directly used honorifics, fearing that Chen would think he had lost his value and would kill him directly. Why did Chow tie you to the wall? Chow was a nickname given to Zaheo by the students, because apart from liking to support female college students, he also enjoyed taking other people's wives. Coincidentally, Chow had the same hobby, and since Zaheo was short and dark-skinned, he somewhat resembled the description of Chow in historical texts, hence the nickname. The chubby man's explanation made Chen nod slightly. Wipe off the blood on you and find a place to hide where there are no people. Chen patted the chubby guy's shoulder and got up to walk towards the 7th floor. What the chubby guy said to him was not much different from what he thought in his heart. The 6th floor was the conference room, while the 7th floor was a storage room, which was mostly unoccupied. Moreover, there were iron railings outside the storage room on the 7th floor, making it hard to get in without a key. The fact that Zaheo showed a strong desire to stop him from going upstairs indicated that there must be something hidden up there. This was also why Chen decided to cut off his hand and knock him out, to get the key. However, he never expected that Zaheo would actually hide a girl on the 7th floor. Was he trying to build a harem in this apocalyptic world? Trying to be an emperor before he died? Just as Chen was about to leave, he noticed the fat guy clutching his thigh with a pained expression. Master, can you take me with you? I promise I'll listen to you. Upon hearing Chen suggest he find a safe place to hide, the fat guy's fear of Chen dissipated significantly. Perhaps he had misunderstood Chen. Maybe he was here to save everyone. Scum like Zaheo deserved to be killed. But the next second, he suddenly felt as if the Grim Reaper was watching him, a chill running down his back. It was Chen's cold gaze. The fat guy choked up for a moment, and his hands instinctively loosened their grip around Chen. He was sure that if he hesitated for another half a second, his hand would definitely separate from his body. That was a gaze filled with killing intent. Master, be careful. I won't follow you anymore. After saying this, the fat guy ran off in the opposite direction. In his nervousness, he accidentally stepped on one of Zaheo's brothers. Instantly, Zaheo's face turned red, and he couldn't help but let out a silent cry in his heart. I'm done. Just as he was about to yell out in pain, the 200-pound fat body landed directly on his face. Thud! In an instant, Zaheo fainted again. Good, that saves me from having to knock him out again. Chen looked at Zaheo, who had fainted again, and couldn't help but chuckle. He turned and walked upstairs. The 6th floor was very quiet, and there was nothing unusual. Chen didn't stop and went straight to the 7th floor. My goodness, it's really just like what the fat guy said. It's not scientific. How did Zaheo manage to trick over a dozen girls? Did he knock them out and drag them over one by one? Chen did not find the same pleading look for help in these girls' eyes as he did with but instead saw their panic upon seeing an outsider. Chen glanced at the storage room. The main reason he came here was to find 2 tools. One was a nail gun, and the other was machine oil. The nail gun was not an ordinary machine for binding furniture, but a handheld weapon that could shoot nails like bullets, powerful enough to pierce a person's skull. The purpose of machine oil was to set traps. Whether it was mutated insects or zombies, aside from those mutated creatures that inherently possessed fire attributes, such as fire-breathing beetles and fire ants, other mutants were very afraid of flames. Chen took out the key and walked into the iron railing. He did not immediately enter the storage room because he saw a bit of white cloth protruding from the slightly closed storage room door. Are these girls ambushing me? What's going on? Do I not look like a good person? Chen shrieked helplessly. He was really curious about what Inzaheo had fed these girls to make them act this way. However, Chen didn't want to waste too much time here. He picked up a few square blocks that looked like stones from the ground and walked straight into the warehouse. Bang! After entering, Chen pushed his arm back, and the handle of the knife directly struck the face of a girl hiding to the left of the storage room door. He then threw 3 blocks in his hand like darts, and 2 of the girls hit collapse to the ground. There is a carotid sinus on the neck, also known as a death point, located on the left side of the neck. A strong impact to this area can lead to fainting at best and death at worst. Chen had struck exactly this spot. Unfortunately, his technique needed improvement. He threw one of the blocks off target. Just as Chen was mumbling to himself, suddenly a figure appeared behind him, wielding a wrench and aiming to smash it onto Chen's head. Chapter 11. First encounter with a second-stage mutant. Just as the wrench was about to hit Chen, he leaned to the left, raised his long knife, and with his other hand, grabbed the hand holding the wrench. Next, your hand will be broken. Chen looked at the girl in front of him and said coldly. He was not being chivalrous. Rather, this storage room was extremely important to him at the moment. If he used a knife to kill these girls, the blood would instantly attract the mutated creatures downstairs, which would be counterproductive. I mean no harm. What you are doing here has nothing to do with me. I just came to get a few things. Chen looked at several girls who were cowering in the dark ahead and said in a deep voice, What do you want? I can get it for you. The girl's voice trembled, clearly terrified of Chen. No need, I'll get it myself. Chen glanced around and fixed his gaze on a large machine ahead. Finally, during his search, he found a small bucket of unopened engine oil. Can these items be stored in the system warehouse? Chen looked at the 2 kilograms of engine oil in his hand and whispered. The system only stores items related to the system, such as the hunting broad blade in the owner's hand, and cannot temporarily hold other things. All right then. Chen had already prepared for the worst in his mind, so he wasn't too surprised by this answer. He spotted a hiking backpack not far away, which was just right for putting the bucket of engine oil into. Then he found a nail gun on a high shelf, along with a whole box of nails. About 100 of them. During the process of collecting supplies, Chen passed by the spot where several girls were squatting multiple times. He caught a glimpse of them out of the corner of his eye and noticed that besides fear, there was also a hint of hope in their eyes. What were they hoping for? Clearly, they were hoping that Inzaheo would come to rescue them. It seemed they had been tricked into coming here by Inzaheo's sweet words after the apocalypse began. Firstly, there were no food supplies in the storage room, and secondly, there were no daily necessities. The girls hadn't been here for long, and after encountering him, they showed signs of panic. This situation was definitely a result of the distrust that arose after the apocalypse. Chen felt no excessive pity for these girls. After the apocalypse, most women, due to their relatively weaker willpower, will be seen as commodities and traded as goods. These girls, who had been pampered in school, naturally found it hard to adapt to the arrival of the end times, so they placed their hopes for survival on Inzaheo. Because Inzaheo was in charge of the school and had a strong background, they believed that following him would surely lead to a way out. Unfortunately, one of the most important rules in the apocalypse is not to rely too much on others. Chen personally experienced this rule in his previous life through the lesson of blood. Chen found a good item in the storage room, an outdoor cycling water bag. This item can not only be used to hold water, but also to extract oil in situations like a car running low on fuel. After Chen was well prepared, he did not leave the storage room immediately. The storage room on the 7th floor was relatively dark and quite large, with most of the shelves almost empty. Chen even saw a few condoms and several crumpled, dust-covered pieces of toilet paper while searching. However, the reason he stayed was not to appreciate these tasteless items. It was because he heard some strange noises while searching for supplies. There are mutants in here. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The strange sounds came from a distance. Yi-Chun tightly grasped the knife in his hand, scanning the surroundings to the left and right. The dim surroundings, the dust-covered shelves, and the foul stench of mixed sheep and fish odors hung in the air. Although the entire grocery store was quite spacious, it now gave a sense of oppressive despair. In front of him, apart from darkness, there was only more darkness. Yi-Chun lowered his pace, stepping forward one step at a time. He was not afraid of these mutated creatures. After all, he held a divine weapon in his hand that could kill upon contact. The only thing he needed to worry about was if the mutated creatures would jump out from the darkness to ambush him. Just as Yi-Chun directed his gaze ahead, a scream shattered the silence of the darkness. From behind, from a girl. Had it been there all along? But why did the sound come from the front? Yi-Chun glanced ahead again and decided to turn around and run towards the place where the girl was screaming. Just as Yi-Chun turned around, several pairs of glowing red eyes suddenly lit up in the darkness behind him. Yi-Chun arrived at the gathering place of the girls immediately. A mutated rat, a giant gray rat, about the size of a lion, appeared before Yi-Chun with a few bloodstains on its face. Its two hands were holding a female corpse, as if it were eating a lollipop, stuffing the upper half of the body into its mouth, continuously wriggling its cheeks. The storage room on the 7th floor had many unpleasant smells, and the dark environment was a place that rats and cockroaches loved to inhabit. Yi-Chun did not give the mouse any chance to fight back. He walked over with his knife drawn and directly stabbed it into the mouse that was still eating. Yi-Chun quickly jumped back the moment after he struck, as he had pierced the rat's belly, and blood would spray onto him the moment he withdrew his knife. He didn't want to become the prime target of these mutants just yet. Thud! The corpse that the mutated rat was holding slowly fell to the ground. Its once beautiful face now uneven and resembling the dense black dots in the center of a sunflower. Ding! Successfully killed a first-tier mutant. Zombie rat, 1 gold coin you. You behind. The girl next to him stuttered in fear, but before she could finish her sentence, her head was yanked off as if it were being pulled from the ground. Another mutated rat appeared behind her as well. Yi-Chun reacted very quickly. When he heard the girl's prompt, he suddenly planted his feet firmly on the ground, halting the backward momentum. Then he leaned forward and sidestepped backward. 1, 2, 3. 5 of them. Yi-Chun focused his gaze on the mouse standing in the middle. Its size was much larger compared to the other mice, and it had 3 ears instead of 2. This was a sign of evolution from the first stage to the second stage. After the mutation, the ears determined the mouse's strength. This was the first second stage mutant he encountered since he was at school. Chapter 12. Life hanging by a thread, genetic body upgrade. So, that is Pokemouse Nest? Yi-Chun finally understood why the sounds were coming from different places. When a group acts together, it is naturally much faster. The biggest difference between a first stage mutant and a second stage mutant is that its overall attributes have been enhanced. The speed of the mouse is already incredibly fast, and with its astonishing biting power, even without the special abilities like those of the fire-breathing beetle, it is still a very troublesome opponent. Just as Yi-Chun was watching the 5 mutated mice ahead, the corpse that had previously been gnawed on by the mice like a lollipop suddenly emitted a squeaking sound. Good heavens, it was infected by parasites. Yi-Chun did not immediately use the knife to finish her off, but quickly dodged to the left side of the shelf. Once the corpse had completely mutated into a zombie, Yi-Chun took out the nail gun he had prepared for a long time. He aimed. Whoosh! In an instant, the corpse that had grown a pair of large ears had a steel needle pierced directly into its forehead. Ding! Successfully killed a first-tier zombie. 1 gold coin. Hearing the system's prompt, Yi-Chun was overjoyed. It seemed that he didn't need to use the hunting broadblade to attack. He could earn gold coins as long as he killed the enemies himself. As the saying goes, good fortune seldom comes in pairs, and misfortune never comes alone. The moment the good news arrived, misfortune followed closely behind. The sound of the nail gun completely enraged the mutated rats. Except for the second-tier rat. The other mutated rats charged towards Yi-Chun. Yi-Chun locked onto the mouse on the far right, sliding to the right with a swift motion. During the slide, he raised the long knife in his hand and aimed it directly at the abdomen of the mouse on the right, executing a human body cutting technique. In an instant, the mouse on the right froze in midair, its internal life tissues completely destroyed by the hunting broadblade. Ding! Successfully killed zombie mouse. Gold 1, Chen pushed himself up with one hand and suddenly got to his feet, but as he stood up, he felt that his arms were a bit weak and sore. Chen felt his speed had decreased significantly, but he couldn't hesitate. Hesitation would lead to defeat. Instead of retreating, he charged forward towards the three mice. Just when the three mice thought Chen was preparing to engage them in close combat, suddenly, the other hand that had been behind his back revealed a pitch-black gun. Swish, swish, swish. He fired 3 shots in rapid succession. Chen was not that greedy. Instead, he aimed to launch at a mouse. If 1 steel nail couldn't do the job, then 3 would. The 3 steel needles landed with precision, 2 piercing into the eyes and 1 hitting right in the middle of the forehead. He had successfully dealt with another one. Just as Chen was preparing to press the attack, he suddenly felt a chill rising behind him. Not good. When Chen realized what was happening, it was already too late. With a swish, a claw struck, and a large chunk of skin along with his clothes was directly torn off from his back. Then, his whole body was shot out like a bullet. At that moment, the backpack on his back also shattered, scattering the equipment he had collected all over the ground. It hurt so much. Chen bit down hard on his lower lip, and at that moment, a burning pain shot through his back, as if a small knife was constantly cutting into it. The strength of a second-tier mutant was simply beyond the reach of an untrained human. Even if one possessed a divine weapon, it would still be of no use if they couldn't touch it. Chen used the knife for support, slowly getting up and looking ahead at the 3 mice. What were they eating? Chen looked at the mouth of the second-tier mutated rat, which was stuffed with something that left him utterly astonished. A condom. What was going on? After chewing it, the mutated rat not only didn't throw it away, but actually swallowed it whole, and then it pulled out another one from the gap in its ear. Chen was stunned by the scene before him, even forgetting the pain in his back. The only way for a mutated creature to evolve in the early stages is by eating. In other words, the food for the second-tier mutated rat in front of him was the condoms and toilet paper left in the storage room. It had consumed a large amount of condoms and toilet paper, allowing it to evolve from the first tier to the second tier. Impressive. Truly a rat from the gutter, he thought to himself. At this moment, Chen felt the pain in his back slowly turning into numbness, which would not temporarily affect his combat ability. This meant he only had a limited time to fight. If he did not kill the rat before time ran out, he would likely end up dead himself. However, Chen did not act recklessly. As he watched 2 zombies charging toward him, his first instinct was not to dodge, but to open the system interface. His gaze focused on the bottom right corner. Coins. 9. If he killed 1 more, he could upgrade his body to LV2. At that point, he might just have the strength to fight against this second-tier mutated creature. Chen took out the nail gun again and fired 3 shots at the mouse on the right. Mouse. Sorry, I won't fall for the same trick twice. Chen. Sorry, this is not the same trick. At the moment the mouse successfully dodged the injection gun, a long knife appeared in front of it. Mouse, you despicable human. No sense of martial ethics. Chen not only used the injection gun as a ranged weapon, but he also treated the hunting broad blade in his hand as a ranged weapon and threw it directly. However, the direction he threw it was not the same as that of the injection gun. Instead, he threw it to the right. He anticipated the rat's prediction. Chen guessed that the moment the mouse saw him pull out the injection gun, it would definitely dodge. So he used the hunting broad blade in his hand as the final deadly strike. Successfully killed. Ding! Successfully killed a first-level zombie mouse. Gold coin 1 gold coins had been gathered. Chen looked to the left and saw a zombie mouse pouncing on him. He quickly moved backward while simultaneously summoning the system interface. Genetic physique, upgrade, increased strength. Chen shouted angrily, and then the voice of the system appeared in his mind. Ding! Genetic physique has been successfully upgraded to LV2, and the wounds on the body have been automatically repaired for the owner. In an instant, the wounds on Chen's arm and back began to regenerate muscle tissue. Just 1 second later, his body was rejuvenated like bamboo shoots after a rain. Chen looked at the zombie mouse above him, and instead of retreating, he advanced. He charged forward, directly moving past the zombie mouse. The spot where he landed was exactly where the second-tier mouse had torn his backpack earlier. There was a military shovel there. Chen did not hesitate. Gripping the shovel tightly and jumping up to stab the edge of the shovel deep into the neck of the zombie rat. Chapter 13. Killing the Second-Order Rat King. A terrifying thought. Blood sprayed from the zombie rat's neck, instantly dyeing Yi Chen's entire body red. But Yi Chen did not let go. He could feel that the shovel had only pierced the surface of the zombie rat's skin and had not gone deep at all. The zombie rat began to resist, struggling wildly. Meanwhile, the second-order rat behind it finished its last piece of food and started to attack Yi Chen. He had to eliminate the zombie rat before the second-order rat arrived. Otherwise, a 2-on-1 situation could lead to unexpected consequences. Yi Chen gripped the handle of the weapon shovel tightly, a fierce light flashing in his eyes as the muscles in his arms bulged. Die for me. In an instant, the entire handle of the weapon shovel plunged directly into the neck of the zombie rat. A piercing shriek echoed, followed by the system's notification sound. However, Yi Chen's nerves did not relax. He immediately chose to abandon the weapon shovel and swiftly dodged backward. In that moment, he felt as if his body was being swept away by a violent wind, created by the second-tier rat that brushed past him. What incredible speed! Yi Chen looked at the zombie rat he had just killed, and the next moment, he was torn into pieces by the approaching second-tier rat. If he had been a moment slower, it was highly likely that his fate would be the same as those shredded pieces of meat. Yi Chen took advantage of the zombie mouse's moment of rigidity and rushed over to the right side, where the mouse's corpse had already been killed by the hunting broadblade. He pulled out the hunting broadblade. His physique level increased to level 2, and he indeed felt different. Yi Chen moved his muscles and bones, feeling his whole body become very relaxed, and the previous soreness had long since disappeared. A level 1 gene physique, aside from being immune to parasitic virus infections, does not differ much from an ordinary person's physical fitness. However, at level 2, there is a significant improvement. Now his physical abilities are roughly comparable to those of a typical athlete, and at least he won't feel soreness in his hands from wielding a knife for an extended period. Yi Chen looked at the second-tier mouse in front of him. He knew that even if he had reached LV2, his speed and strength were still no match for it. His only chance was to use the weapon in his hand to stab it. Even a small wound could directly bring it to its demise. Yi Chen's gaze fell on a shelf to the side, a glint of cunning flashing in his eyes. Then, Yi Chen took the initiative to launch an attack on the second-tier mouse, directly pulling out a syringe gun and firing several shots at the mouse. Of course, the result was quite obvious. None of the shots hit, and the second-tier mouse was now pouncing toward Yi Chen. Its speed was so fast that its physical form was gradually becoming ethereal, but fortunately, it hadn't reached the point of leaving an afterimage behind, allowing Yi Chen to roughly lock onto its position. Yi Chen chose not to confront it head-on, but instead ran towards the side of the shelf. Just as Yi Chen reached the shelf, the mouse appeared before him, its mouth open, with 2 sharp fangs aimed directly at him. But what was most deadly was the nauseating stench emanating from its mouth, nearly making Yi Chen vomit on the spot. Just as the mouse's attack was about to hit Yi Chen, he launched a counterattack, but his target was not the mouse, but the shelf. Bang! The shelf above collapsed like the fall of Mount Tai, directly crushing the mouse and interrupting its attack on Yi Chen. At the moment the shelf fell, Yi Chen crouched down, using the mouse as a shield to avoid the impact of the shelf. Although the shelf was made of iron, it couldn't stop the mouse. In the instant after the collapse, the mouse used its hefty body to push the shelf away, preparing to launch a second attack on Yi Chen. But at that moment, it suddenly felt something warm trickling from its lower body. It looked down sharply. Blood was flowing from its lower abdomen, and then it felt its body rapidly falling apart from within. The red light in the mouse's eyes slowly faded, revealing a hint of reluctance. Its paw reached forward, not to attack Yi Chen, but to grasp something. I haven't had enough of those delicious foods. I don't want to die. This was the mouse's inner thoughts. But ultimately, it dissipated along with the collapse of its body. Ding! Successfully killed a second-tier mutated creature. Zombie mouse, 2 gold coins. Ding! Successfully killed a second-tier boss. Mouse King, special reward, 50 gold coins. After hearing the subsequent system prompt, Yi Chen was so excited that he almost jumped up. Good heavens! The foul-smelling mutant in front of him turned out to be the Rat King. The city he was in was called Qianjiang City. And in the second year after the apocalypse began, a rat frenzy erupted in this city. Large numbers of mutated rats frantically searched the city for all the humans who had not yet been infected, not to eat them, but to transport them to the Rat King's lair. After that, those humans who were captured were never seen again. No one knew what they had gone through. It's terrifying to think about. My goodness, I didn't expect the Rat King to come out of this 7th-floor grocery store. Chen picked up the spilled engine oil and the outdoor hydration pack from the ground. Since his backpack was damaged, he had no choice but to hold them in his hands for the time being. He turned and walked towards the location where the girl had previously hidden. Undoubtedly, all these girls had been infected. Chen looked at the dozens of girls. Aside from a few whose heads had been completely eaten, the rest had mutated into first-level zombies. Their originally beautiful faces were now completely filled with purple veins, their pupils dilated and unfocused, and around their eye sockets there were strange, wriggling flesh lumps that looked very eerie. Their ears had also mutated, resembling those of a rat, and their two front teeth had rapidly grown into long rat-like fangs. However, the only somewhat tempting aspect was that most of their clothes were in tatters. Although their skin had become stiff, what should be revealed was fully exposed. One must say that Inzaheo had a keen eye, aside from their beautiful faces. Their figures could also be considered top-notch, even comparable to stars like Asaka Kurara and Yua Mikami. However, in Chen's eyes, they were no longer zombies, but rather ATMs that could be exchanged for gold coins. 8 zombies, 8 gold coins. Chen was overjoyed in his battle with the second-tier mouse. He deeply realized how important physical abilities were. Therefore, his top priority now was to earn gold coins and upgrade his physical functions. Swish! With one stroke each, 8 headless corpses fell to the ground. Chen checked his surroundings again and, finding no abnormalities, opened the system interface to see how many coins were needed to upgrade from LV2 to LV3. Chapter 14. Never have I ever been wronged like this in my life. Chen opened the system interface, and the number of coins displayed in the lower left corner was 61. Currently, it is the early stage of the apocalypse, and most of these mutated beings are at a low level. This state will last at least half a month. The hunting broadblade in Chen's hand is enough to handle the current situation. Therefore, he shifted his focus to the genetic physique. Chen squinted slightly as he saw the price for upgrading to the next level, cursing under his breath. It only cost 10 gold coins to upgrade from LV1 to LV2, but upgrading from LV2 to LV3 actually required 50 gold coins. This is something even a penguin wouldn't dare to extort like this. However, with his current 60 gold coins, he couldn't buy anything else. Even the cheapest iron sword in the system shop costs several hundred gold coins. At the moment, the only use for these gold coins was to upgrade his physique. However, Chen did not choose to upgrade to LV3 immediately because he noticed that each level up would also heal his body. Therefore, upgrading his genetic physique was not just about enhancing his physical abilities, but also a lifesaver for him. Thus, Chen decided to hold onto the coins for now and upgrade only after he got injured. Chen closed the system interface and searched around again, finally finding another backpack. After putting all the supplies into the backpack, Chen took off the upper half of his clothes and then headed towards the restroom in the corridor. As he passed by the staircase, Chen slowed down and listened carefully for a while. Although he could still hear the sounds of someone calling for help, they were quite far away. It seemed that these mutated beings had not yet climbed up to the 5th floor. Chen, holding a long knife, arrived at the restroom. His entire body was stained with blood, and he needed to wash it off. Otherwise, he would become a moving target for the mutated creatures. However, before taking a shower, Chen was quite fortunate to encounter a human-faced spider in the restroom. The spider crawled above the entrance, its 8 eyes watching the ground. As soon as someone entered, it would use its 8 legs to grab their head and inject venom on top of it, turning them into its dinner. The moment he stepped through the door, Chen hurled the long knife towards the wall behind him. As the human-faced spider lunged at Chen, it was instantly pierced by the knife and pinned to the wall. The human-faced spider thought to itself, "I've never been so wronged in my life." Chen found a water pipe in the storage room of the bathroom. After connecting it to the faucet, he directly gave himself a thorough wash. Phew! It's a good thing it's the first day of the apocalypse, and the tap water hasn't been contaminated yet. Chen felt fortunate. In the 7 days before the apocalypse arrived, the tap water was still clear. A month later, it gradually became mixed with blood, turning into a blood water mixture. 6 months later, the tap water would completely turn into blood water, and it would contain parasitic viruses. Once consumed, the parasites would occupy the body. At that time, there would only be 2 ways to obtain water. One was to find wandering merchants and exchange items for bottled water. The other was to go to the mountains and search for natural springs. Water would become a resource more scarce than food after the apocalypse began. Suddenly, Chen's backpack felt almost 25 kilograms heavy on his back, as if he were carrying a pile of bricks. Chen closed the door of the storage room, temporarily blocking the bloody smell inside. Although he brought supplies to the 6th floor, the meeting room was much cleaner compared to the storage room. Meetings are held here every week, and pest control is regularly performed in every room on the 6th floor. It can be said that the 6th floor is the safest place in this teaching building, with almost no mutated beings present. Chen poured the prepared engine oil at the junction between the 5th and 6th floors. Just as he was pouring the oil, the fat man he had saved earlier hurried over with a flattering expression. "Boss, I'm here to help you." The fat man looked at Chen, who ignored him, and then continued, "Boss, I heard a piece of news from Zaheo. He said the army will be coming to the school soon, and all we have to do is wait in the classroom." The fat man's words were filled with flattery. Oh, Chen heard these words and realized they were lies. At the moment the apocalypse broke out, all communication devices failed. So how could Zaheo possibly contact the military? Moreover, the military itself was struggling to survive, relying solely on current conventional weapons. They cannot possibly deal with these mutated beings. Of course, excluding nuclear bombs, but using a nuclear bomb would also mean that human civilization would be completely destroyed. Therefore, in this apocalypse, no one can save anyone else. One can only save oneself. However, he was quite curious as to why Zaheo would tell this fat guy about these matters. Why would Zaheo tell you these things? Chen filled the ground with motor oil and asked. The fat man scratched his head awkwardly. "I took advantage of his unconsciousness and tied him to the wall with a rope. Later, when he wanted me to untie him, he told me about this." A hint of pride appeared on the fat man's face, mainly because he wanted Chen to take him in, as he believed Chen must like someone who is skilled and ruthless. So, tying up Zaheo was his declaration of loyalty. "All right, you can stay on the 6th floor for now." Chen glanced at the fatty, a smile appearing on his face. Seeing the fatty so eager to join him, how could he refuse? Naturally, he had to make good use of the fatty's value. "Boss, my name is Rushu." The fatty, seeing that Chen had taken him in, immediately changed his address from big shot to boss, clearly wanting to elevate their relationship to another level. Chen's expression was calm as he quietly sat on the floor, wiping the knife in his hand with cloth. "Boss, your cloth is dirty. Let me do it. I'll clean it for you." Rushu looked at the long knife in Chen's hand, revealing a hint of greed in her eyes, but it was quickly concealed. "Since you want to clean it for me so much, take off your clothes." Chen's words left Rushu a bit confused, but he still followed through. One piece wasn't enough, so he took everything off. Chen looked at the sweatshirt that had been taken off, raising his eyebrows slightly, and continued speaking. "Oh." Rushu did not dare to refuse. After all, he was currently living under someone else's roof. What if he upset Chen and got kicked out? Soon, a naked man appeared in front of Chen, with certain parts larger than those of ordinary women. It was indeed quite large, but the excess fabric was just right for wiping the knife. Chen naturally put on all of Rushu's clothes and then cut off the excess parts with a knife. So cold. Chapter 15. Death Worm Help. "Someone save me. The bugs are coming. The bugs are coming. Hurry, run. I don't want to die. Go bite him, no, don't eat." Countless wails came from downstairs, and due to excessive blood loss, the half-conscious Zaheo was startled awake by these sounds. "Bugs? Bugs?" Zaheo's eyes widened as he heard the painful wails from downstairs and the rustling sounds of bugs crawling. "How did they get here so fast?" "No, I have to escape. I can't stay here. I can't die. My money, my family business, everything, I absolutely cannot die here." Zaheo struggled frantically, trying to break the ropes binding him, but due to excessive sexual activity and his long-standing kidney deficiency, he simply didn't have the strength to break the ropes. "Fatty!" Zaheo dared not shout too loudly, lowering his voice to call out, hoping Imo Rushu would free him. But he found that no matter how many times he shouted, Imo Rushu seemed to have vanished without a trace. No, I need to go to the 7th floor. I can't die, can't die. Inzaheo trembled all over. Although he spoke comforting words, his heart was already panicking and unable to think calmly. He had come to the school today for a meeting and to select some female students as his female entertainers. But as soon as he arrived at the teaching building, he saw staff being half-eaten by a giant centipede. Scared, he hurriedly ran to the 7th floor and hid in the storage room. Later, through the window, he witnessed scenes of biological mutations and people being devoured, and his fear turned into madness, ultimately leading to his twisted psychological desires taking over his mind. He selected more than 10 sweet-looking female students from the 4th and 5th floors, showed them the terrifying scene outside the window, and then lured them to hide on the 7th floor. If an apocalypse broke out, he could use these female students as his personal possessions, and later, he could even treat them as commodities to trade. Then, he discovered that these mutated creatures were very interested in blood, and he came up with a plan to lock all the students in the classroom, lock the door from the outside, and smear blood all over the door. This way, the mutated creatures would focus their attention on the students, increasing his chances of survival. But unfortunately, when he went downstairs to check the situation outside, he ran into Chen and ended up in his current predicament. Inzaheo gave up. He had no strength left, and his whole body drooped there, his anger burning even more fiercely in his heart. Kid, I remember your face. As long as I survive, I will chop off all your limbs and stuff you into a jar, torturing you every day, making you unable to live, unable to die. Just as Inzaheo was cursing in his heart, he caught a glimpse of several mutated creatures writhing and heading towards the 5th floor. Zulfust, shouldn't they take a long time to eat? Inzaheo looked down at his arm and finally understood why the mutated creatures were coming up. Although the blood from the hand that had been cut off had stopped flowing, it still gave off a bloody smell, and the severed hand on the ground hadn't been dealt with. These mutated creatures were attracted by the smell of his blood. What to do? What to do? Sweat dripped down Inzaheo's forehead as he felt death approaching closer. Right? Let the students in the classroom come out and help me untie the ropes. Yes, since it's all going to end in death anyway. I might as well shout louder to attract those students out. Everyone come out. Rescue is here. Hurry out. Everyone, come out. The army is here to save us. Inzaheo's shouts were very loud, and Chen and Imo Rushu on the 6th floor heard him clearly. Effective. Inzaheo saw that there was a commotion at the classroom door, and everyone was about to come out. As long as these students come out and help me untie the ropes, I can then have them block these insects, and I will be saved. A smile appeared on Inzaheo's face, but the next second, he froze in place. The classroom door in front of him was constantly being knocked on. Hey, why can't it be opened? Who locked the door? I can't get out. The voices coming from inside the door stunned Inzaheo. Caught in his own trap. The culprit behind the locked door was himself. After he saw Imo Rushu run out, fearing that his actions on the 7th floor would be exposed and wanting to use those students as bait, he locked the door. Damn! Inzaheo shouted angrily. At this moment, he could only be powerless with rage. But the next second, his anger was swallowed by fear. In front of him appeared a fat worm, all white and made of lumps of flesh. Its obesity was such that Inzaheo could hardly see its eyes, only a grayish, armor-like substance at its end. What kind of monster is this? No, don't kill me. Please don't kill me. Don't come over. These words were all Inzaheo's inner monologue, as he was too terrified to speak, only begging silently in his heart. His face twitched continuously, his eyelids drooping with tears, mucus sliding down the corners of his mouth, and his lower body had long been soaked with an unknown liquid. Inzaheo had lived a life of luxury. When had he ever seen such a terrifying sight? This was the only word Inzaheo managed to utter before his death. Then, his body was completely wrapped up by the white, fleshy worm. His hands and feet were directly chopped off by a nearby sickle bug. In the end, he became a part of the white, fleshy worm, causing its size to increase slightly. Subsequently, the sickle bug locked onto the classroom, swinging its sickle and directly slicing through the iron door. All the students trapped by Inzaheo were completely dumbfounded at this scene. Just a second ago, they were still thinking about how to get out, and the next second, they wished they could curl up in the corner of the classroom where no one could find them. A bold male classmate saw only 3 bugs and noticed that the girl he had a crush on was standing at the front. He mustered his courage and picked up a nearby stool, throwing it at the white fleshy worm. The next second, a horrifying scene unfolded before everyone's eyes. The white fleshy worm suddenly opened its mouth, which resembled a flower filled with countless sharp spikes, and behind the spikes was endless flesh red. Death worm. This was a worm mutated from another creature. The male student who threw the stool had his hands chopped off in the next second, and his body was hooked by the sickle bug-esque sickle, as if he were being transported and sent straight into the mouth of the death worm. Chapter 16. Are you a devil? Boss, aren't you going to save them? Mo Rushu gripped the railing with both hands, leaning out to watch the scene in the classroom with her tiny eyes amidst her flesh. Her face wasn't filled with terror, but rather amusement. You go ahead. On the first day of the apocalypse, one could still roughly take a break, but later on, it would probably be common to go without sleep for several days. I'm not just saying this casually. I really don't have that kind of strength. Mo Rushu scratched her head and couldn't help but laugh. If you don't have that kind of strength, then say less. Oh. The sounds of tearing and endless screams became the main theme of the teaching building in front of them. The teaching building, originally surrounded by the fragrance of books, was now covered in splattered blood and uneaten limbs. If one were to feel it up close, it would give the sensation of entering a slaughterhouse. Flesh, organs, and even clotted blood could be found inside. On the ground, there were also densely packed mutated insects, most of their exoskeletons dark red, and after being splattered with blood, their appearances became even more ferocious. Some mutants were sucking the brain matter from the corpses, while others were continuously chewing on chunks of flesh with their tiny teeth. Time passed second by second, and some corpses with intact heads began to slowly rise. The moaning zombies took one step at a time toward the 6th floor. What was left were mostly slow-moving mutated insects, such as zombie dogs with only half a body left and sluggish mutated snails, among others. Almost done, Chen opened his eyes and looked at the chubby guy next to him, who was bored and counting his fingers. Go, bring those mutants here. Chen's words scared Mo Rushu so much that she almost fell to the ground. Are you crazy? After barely escaping a disaster, you actually want to go find trouble for yourself? This guy's a devil. I think we're doing just fine here. There's no need to. Mo Rushu felt a bit conflicted. After all, the ground was covered in oil, and if he slipped, it would be the end for him. In short, should he go or not? Chen picked up the hunting broadblade beside him, calmly looking at Mo Rushu. Mo Rushu glanced at Chen's long knife with his wrong little eyes, then looked at the situation downstairs. Can I go or not? Mo Rushu tightly gripped the railing with both hands and began to walk step by step downstairs. Just throw something to attract those mutated beings over. Why did you have to use your own body to attract them? Are you out of your mind? Chen watched as Mo Rushu kept walking downstairs, his brow slightly furrowed. Is this guy really not a fool? Huh. I thought he wanted me to lure the monsters with my physical body. After hearing Chen's words, Mo Rushu felt relieved and hurriedly took out a phone from his pocket. Throw the phone to me. Chen looked at Mo Rushu's phone and stopped her. Although the phone had no signal, its other functions were still operational. The flashlight and downloaded Japanese adult films could still be used normally. Chen handed Mo Rushu a few steel nails and took the phone, conscientiously tucking into his pocket. At this moment, apart from his pants and underwear, everything else on Mo Rushu's body had been searched away by Chen. Mo Rushu didn't dare to voice any complaints and, after receiving the steel nails, threw them down the stairs with a sudden force. Clang, clang, clang. The crisp sound attracted a long, blood-sucking worm nearby. The worm, which was already a fleshy red color, now expanded several times in size, its intertwined blood vessels resembling ancient totems. It scared me to death. Mo Rushu watched as the long worm was completely drawn to him, quickly retreating backwards, not daring to look down again. Meanwhile, Chen poured the last bit of engine oil from the bucket onto the railing and the surrounding walls. The purpose of this was to prevent small creatures like ants from crawling over the unlit edges. Boss, that worm is coming over. Mo Rushu watched as the long worm wriggled its body, climbing up the stairs. After a while, he noticed that the worm was still crawling at the very bottom. This seemed somewhat ridiculous. Mo Rushu's internal fear slowly dissipated, and a very twisted thought emerged in his mind. Just as Mo Rushu was pondering, Chen made a very crazy decision. He directly picked up the injector gun and began to shoot wildly at the worm. Doing this will attract other monsters. After Mo Rushu said this, he suddenly realized something was off. It seemed Chen's intention was to attract those monsters. The long worm was quickly shot into a sieve, blood oozing from his body and slowly flowing along the oil on the ground towards the front. This guy has sucked quite a bit of blood. No wonder it's so thick. The blood flowing out of the worm's body was not its own, but rather like a mosquito, storing the blood it had sucked inside itself. Soon, the surrounding mutated creatures and zombies infected by parasites that had not yet left were drawn over by the blood, beginning to advance towards the 6th floor. At this time, the long worm split into two from a severely damaged crack and began to crawl up the stairs again. The mutated long worm had the ability to split and resurrect. If its body was not completely destroyed, it would continue to split more and more. Mo Rushu watched as more and more mutated creatures crawled towards him from below, looking at Chen with fear in his eyes. He noticed that there was no fear in Chen's eyes. Instead, a smile appeared on his face. Is this guy a devil? Who is the hunter and who is the prey? Why does Chen look more like a mutated creature? Chapter 17. Not related to human activities at this moment. The connection between the 5th and 6th floors was already covered by mutated creatures. Leading the charge was the split long worm, which, after dividing, had grown countless small tentacles from the holes in its body, allowing it to easily cross the oil on the ground. In addition, all common insects were now rushing towards Chen and Mo Rushu. Chen lit the Zippo and threw it onto the oil-soaked ground. Let the feast begin. In an instant, a raging fire ignited on the ground, and the long, thin earthworm at the front was both fortunate and unfortunate. The good fortune was that it crossed the sea of flames without being scorched. The unfortunate part was that it fell victim to Chen's merciless strike. Chen discovered that after the long earthworm split, the system determined that he could obtain a gold coin for each of the 2 split bodies he killed. In other words, this long earthworm would become his perpetual motion machine for farming gold coins. Chen sliced the long worm on the left into 2 halves, and the system prompted him to receive a coin. However, the worm did not die. It split again. Chen picked up the hunting blade and struck down once more. Mo Rushu watched Chen as if he took pleasure in brutally tormenting the long worm. Initially, there was only one long worm, but under Chen's relentless pressure, its body had split into at least 20 pieces. In the end, perhaps the long worm could no longer bear it and chose to turn around and dive into the sea of flames, committing suicide. Mo Rushu stared blankly at the long worm disappearing into the fire. This was something that had to do with humans, and Chen really did nothing at all. He actually tortured the long worm to the point of wanting to kill itself. Mo Rushu glanced at the hunting blade in Chen's hand, then shifted her gaze to the sea of flames ahead. Some mutated creatures that could cling to the walls, such as spiders and centipedes, were now hanging dead on the walls. Meanwhile, the mutated creatures on the ground died even more tragically. Their forms were unrecognizable, and one could only vaguely see their black shadows through the flames. Mo Rushu suddenly inhaled sharply a couple of times and murmured to herself, "Of course it smells good." Inside these mutated creatures, there were either human bones or human flesh. You tell me, how could there not be a barbecue aroma when roasted? Chen's lips curled up slightly, and joy was evident in his eyes. The sound of acquiring gold coins echoed crazily in his mind. After a round of roasting in the flames, he successfully obtained over 100 gold coins, a quarter of which were thanks to that long lizard. Boss, something just crawled out of the sea of fire. Mo Rushu had just relaxed when she was immediately startled by the creature in front of her. It was a large machete made up of countless tiny particles. Fire ant. Chen looked at the large machete in front of him, a hint of a smile flashing in his eyes. Encountering fire ants can be quite challenging if one is not well prepared, as they are a type of mutated creature. They are very small in size, but surprisingly powerful, and they are social creatures that appear in large numbers. Additionally, after their mutation, they gain the ability to breathe fire, making them one of the most difficult types of first-tier mutated creatures to deal with. However, if one knows their weaknesses and is well prepared in advance, they become nothing more than a group of easy targets. Do you think I don't have enough money? Send me some more. Yi-chun chuckled lightly and took out a bottle of something that shocked Mo Rushu from his backpack. Insecticide? Was an insecticide ineffective against these mutated beings? Mo Rushu clearly remembered seeing school staff spraying insecticide at those human face spiders outside the window, which not only failed to kill them, but made them even more frenzied. It was useless against the enlarged mutated beings, but for these beings that had not changed in size and only had increased abilities, they could be killed just as before. This bottle of insecticide was taken by Yi-chun from the storage room, specifically to deal with creatures like fire ants. At that moment, the fire ants were engulfed in flames, and the long blades formed by their gathering also turned into flaming knives, hacking fiercely towards Yi-chun. Just as the flaming knife was about to strike Yi-chun's head, a cloud of gas with a strong corrosive smell sprayed onto the wound. Instantly, the flaming knife crumbled to dust, and all the fire ants fell to the ground, uncertain of their fate. Ding! Successfully killed a first-tier creature. Fire ant. Gold 203. Goodness. 203 fire ants. Yi-chun looked at the system's prompt, his eyes filled with joy. With this, he had enough money to purchase the most basic weapons in the Honor of Kings store. This is too amazing. Boss, how did you know? Mo Rushu watched as the fiery ant, filled with killing intent, was instantly killed by Yi-chun, staring at him in shock. Just a guess. Yi-chun certainly couldn't tell him that this was experience he had summarized from his previous life. In the apocalypse, mutated creatures are roughly divided into two categories. One type changes in size and enhances its own abilities, such as the human face spider and giant centipede. Their size increases and, at the same time, their various aspects are greatly enhanced, but beyond that, they do not gain special abilities. These creatures have strong transmission abilities and attack power, with no obvious weaknesses. The other type does not change in size but gains unique abilities, such as fire ants. They were originally ordinary ants, but gained the unique ability of fire after mutation. This category of creatures has no infection ability, but possesses very strong attack capabilities, though their weaknesses are also quite obvious. Of course, there is also a type of super mutated creature, which combines both characteristics. The flame beetle and death worm are representatives of this type. They can be said to be mutated creatures that have undergone perfect evolution and are also the most likely to become the king of mutated creatures. However, it is fortunate that the way these insects think is different from that of humans. Humans adhere to a principle when dealing with enemies: to eradicate them completely, killing them directly if possible. In contrast, these mutated insects behave differently. After experiencing 7 days in the apocalypse, they begin to forge their own nests, with some going into hibernation and others starting to reproduce. At that time, it will not be these mutated insects that start to destroy the world, but the zombies infected with parasites by them. These insects become the behind-the-scenes commanders and will not leave their nests unless absolutely necessary. This also gives human civilization a chance to catch its breath. All of this is what Yi-chun personally experienced in his previous life. Otherwise, even if there were superhumans among humans, they would not be able to contend with these mutated insects. Yi-chun looked at the mutated creatures in the sea of fire, most of which had been cleaned up. He silently opened the system interface and clicked on them all. Chapter 18. The death worm appears, closing in on them. Fatty, keep an eye on below, and notify me immediately if there is anything unusual. I'll take a short nap first. After Yi-chun finished speaking, he directly leaned against the wall. Huh, you just finished killing, and now you want to sleep? Mo Rushu muttered softly, but was immediately startled by Yi-chun's fierce glare, causing her to shiver and divert her gaze to the ground, starting to act as a scout. Naturally, Yi-chun wasn't really going to sleep. He just didn't want Mo Rushu to discover his secret, so he casually made up an excuse. Killing the swarm of insects earned him 163 gold coins, and using pesticide to eliminate the fire ants netted him another 203 gold coins. adding to the 61 coins he originally had. He now had a total of 427 gold coins. Currently, the items he could purchase in the shop were mostly the most basic components. Chen quickly browsed through all the items he could purchase. Although he had 427 gold coins, he needed to keep 50 as a life-saving talisman for upgrading his genetic physique. Therefore, even though he could buy the blood-sucking scythe, he chose to forego it for now. He ultimately focused on weapons that enhanced his attack. Iron sword, price 250, strength 5, ability sharper than an ordinary iron sword, can slice through iron like mud. Even a stone wall can be cut down as easily as cutting vegetables. Dagger, price 290, attack speed 5, ability extremely fast attack speed, can enhance one's own attack speed, easy to carry, can be used as a hidden weapon. Fighting gauntlets, price 320, double damage increase 8, ability can be worn on the hands. After use, any weapon in hand has an 8 chance to deal double damage. These 3 pieces of equipment each have their own advantages. The iron sword, once purchased, could serve as his primary weapon for self-defense when encountering humans. After all, being able to cut down a wall is no small feat. It could even be considered a national treasure. The other 2 items could be used to enhance his own capabilities. One increases attack speed and can be used as a hidden weapon, while the other is a gamble, suitable for lucky buyers. However, all 3 pieces of equipment could later be upgraded in conjunction with other gear. So he needed to consider not only their basic abilities, but also their potential upgrade paths. Just as Chen was feeling conflicted, he was inadvertently attracted by another item in the shop, the knowledge gem. This is an auxiliary item that needs to be purchased. Its function is almost identical to that in Honor of Kings. Knowledge gem, price 300, speed 5, ability provides 5 gold coins every hour. Note, maximum of 50 gold coins per day. Although there is a limit, Chen would not miss out on such an item that can generate money. Moreover, in the laws of survival during the apocalypse, the most important factor is not how skilled one is at killing zombies, but rather how strong one's ability to escape is. The faster one runs, the lower the chance of dying. Although the knowledge gem does not increase attack power, it can provide speed, greatly enhancing his survival ability. It can earn money and increase his survival capability. What's not to like? Purchase the knowledge gem. Chen silently thought in his mind. Ding! Gold minus 300. Knowledge gem purchase successful. Current owner's gold balance 127. In an instant, a green gem appeared in Chen's system warehouse. Owner, please note that you can carry a maximum of 6 items purchased from the mall. If exceeded, they will be automatically placed in the system warehouse. After hearing the system's prompt, Chen was instantly speechless. Sure enough, the shop in Honor of Kings follows the game settings. TM 6-piece combination, that's impressive. Just as Chen was pondering, suddenly Mo Rushu's voice rang in his ear. "B boss, there's movement." Mo Rushu hurriedly hit beside Chen. Her face filled with fear as she spoke. Movement? Chen closed the system interface, squinting his eyes slightly, carefully listening to the sound around him. Bang, bang, bang. The sounds grew louder and closer. What kind of monster could make such a loud noise? Only zombies could produce this level of sound, because most mutated insects, no matter how much they grow in size, still remain light and could not possibly make such a commotion. There was also another possibility. The death worm. Chen clearly remembered that in his previous life, the city of Xinjiang encountered an epic-level giant mutant creature, whose size was almost comparable to that of a skyscraper. The death worm was different from other mutants. It not only devoured humans, but also siphoned their life force, converting it into its own body, which caused it to grow larger and larger. However, mutants like the death worm were extremely rare, with hardly a few appearing in an entire city. Could it be? Could it be that this school has hit the jackpot? First, it was the Rat King, and now it's the death worm. Good grief. This time it might really be impossible to win. Chen listened to the noise. Its size was at least starting from 500 kilograms. In his previous life, after dodging the attack of the mutated creature, he escaped from the school with Jiang Chun and Du Lingfei through the underground parking lot. During the escape, they did not encounter such large monsters. It seemed that it had been attracted by him. He needed to retreat. Staying here on the stairs was not an option. Chen glanced at the stairs and saw a lump of milky white flesh, on which he could vaguely see human features. The death worm. This is the death worm. It consumes a person's life force, and then that person's soul will be completely assimilated into the body of the death worm, with their features appearing on the surface of the death worm's body. Looking extremely eerie, Mo Rushu noticed Yi Chen's expression and became anxious, growing more frantic. As soon as Yi Chen told him to retreat, he ran backward. "Boss, what should we do? You can't possibly be unable to handle this, right?" Mo Rushu said in terror. "Shut up." Yi Chen listened to Mo Rushu's sobbing voice and felt a surge of anger. At this moment, he was thinking about how to devise a plan to escape from here. Chapter 19. The Only Way. Escape. Yi Chen ignored Mo Rushu and turned to run straight to the 7th floor. The power of the death worm was terrifying. If its strength reached above the 3rd level, a full force strike could even trigger a small-scale earthquake. Forget hiding in the classroom. Even hiding in a bank vault would be futile. Moreover, it had a truly horrifying ability, devour. It could consume everything. There were instances where someone tried to make the death worm eat a bomb, hoping to blow it apart. However, after the death worm swallowed the bomb, it did not explode. Instead, the person who threw the bomb was swallowed along with it. It is said that the mouth of the death worm contains a powerful dissolving liquid that instantly melts anything the moment it enters its mouth. Want a bomb to explode? Sorry, once it enters the mouth, it turns into a puddle of liquid and cannot explode at all. If there is one weakness of the death worm, it would be its slow movement, which could tentatively be considered a flaw. Yi Chen had already arrived at the grocery store. Fatty finds a fabric and rope. The sturdier the better. What is this? Mo Rushu looked at the mutated rat corpse lying on the ground, with several human corpses nearby, her legs trembling. Are there still those monsters in here? Otherwise, Mo Rushu said, a bit scared, pleading. I killed these, so stop dawdling. Either find me fabric and rope, or I'll throw you out to feed the death worms. Yi Chen crouched down, suppressing his nausea, and stripped the clothes off several female corpses. The blood-stained fair skin appeared before Yi Chen and Mo Rushu, but most of it was torn apart, and the heads were already gone, which sparked no interest at all. The girls' skirts probably didn't have much durability. Yi Chen looked at the long skirt stained with blood in his hands and said, "Boss, that toughness is quite impressive." Mo Rushu pointed to the area below the skirt. "Stockings?" Yi Chen's mind didn't react, and he said with a puzzled expression, "Boss, it looks like you haven't watched enough Japanese adult films. Those stockings tear easily. How could it be that thing inside the stockings?" Mo Rushu's face, with its layers of flesh piled up, revealed a somewhat lewd smile. Yi Chen frowned. He really hadn't thought of that aspect. "All right, then this glorious and great task will be entrusted to you. You go collect the things inside the stockings. I'll look around nearby to see if there are any ropes." Yi Chen patted Mo Rushu's shoulder and then directly walked to the other side. "Ah, boss." Mo Rushu glanced at the body lying on the ground, a hint of difficulty showing on his face. Although this would be his first time seeing that thing with his own eyes, the body had already become like this. So how could he possibly be interested? "Hurry up. If I finish finding my stuff and you still haven't got it ready for me, I'll send you to feed the worms." Yi Chen was rummaging nearby when he saw Mo Rushu still frozen in place, unable to act. He threatened, "Come on, hurry up." Mo Rushu mustered her courage, squatted down, and directly tore the stockings off her thigh, starting to pull down what was underneath. My God, what a smell! Mo Rushu immediately felt a wave of nausea, as if her stomach was churning. It wasn't that the girl was unclean, but rather that after the infection, her body had undergone decomposition, resulting in the putrid smell. This was Mo Rushu's first time doing such a thing, and she vowed it would also be the last. It left her with a lasting shadow. Just as the two were collecting ropes and fabric, a loud noise rang out again. Bang! The iron door on the 7th floor was smashed open. A hint of surprise flashed in Yi Chen's eyes. "Fatty, how many do you have over there?" Yi Chen found a nylon rope about 20 meters long on the shelf. It was the rope used for the previous tug-of-war competition. "4. This thing is so disgusting," the fat guy said. "Enough." Yi Chen threw the nylon rope to the fat guy, then took out the hunting broadblade, looked ahead, and said, "Tie what you found to this rope, make it tight, then find something that can bear the weight of both of us and tie it on top." We'll climb down from the window. Huh? Climb down from the window. Mo Rushu now understood why Yi Chen needed the rope and fabric. He was planning to jump off the building to escape. Bang! The sound rang out again. Last time it was the iron bars being broken, and this time it was the iron door of the grocery store being smashed. It really was the death worm. Yi Chen gripped the hunting broad blade tightly with both hands and instinctively took a step back. The death worm in front of him was about 7 meters long and approximately 3 meters wide. Its entire body was covered with countless white meat lumps, each of which had a face twisted in agony, including the face of Inzaheo. Its head, due to the excessive number of white meat lumps, had its eyes pushed deep inside, and the only visible feature was its mouth that opened and closed. Inside, there were countless barbed teeth, and decayed flesh could even be seen stuck to the teeth. Third stage. This size has already reached the third stage. At this moment, Yi Chen can only deal with second-tier mutant creatures. Even if he upgrades his genetic physique to LV3, he may not be able to defeat this death worm. First, this storage room is relatively large for humans, but for the death worm, it feels like a small attic, making the fight very unfavorable for Yi Chen. Second, the noise from the battle will attract other mutants, and it won't just be a one-on-one situation. He could be overwhelmed by a swarm of them. The most important point is that if this death worm goes berserk, its attacks could trigger a small-scale earthquake throughout the building. If a collapse occurs, he wouldn't even need to fight. He would be buried along with the teaching building. Fleeing is currently the most correct course of action. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and bind me. If we don't, we will die here. I'll hold it off. Yi Chen watched as Mo Rushu was so scared that he sat aside in a daze, cursing loudly. If it weren't for the fact that he still looked somewhat human, he would have long since thrown him down to feed the zombies. Yi Chen took out the knowledge gem and hung it around his neck. In an instant, his speed increased by 5 points, and he felt that he could now compare to Lu Xiang's speed. After getting ready, Yi Chen did not attack the death worm. He aimed to buy time and avoid a direct confrontation with the death worm. As long as the death worm was not provoked, it generally would not use its earthquake attack. However, the death worm did not give Yi Chen a chance to delay. It swung its tail directly at him. With that sweep of its tail, the wall of the storage room near the exit instantly shattered. The death worm moved very slowly, but its attack speed was incredibly fast. Yi Chen did not have time to react, and the long tail made up of white flesh was about to strike him. Chapter 20. Yi Chen's Design. Mo Rushu as the substitute ghost. Yi Chen watched as the tail of the worm swept towards him, not dodging, but instead positioning his long knife upright. He wanted to test whether the hunting broad blade could directly kill it when the tail swept across him. Just as Yi Chen was about to defend himself, the tail that was sweeping towards him halted in midair, but the fierce wind generated by its high speed sweep blew Yi Chen straight to the ground. Damn it, it has already developed intelligence. Yi Chen quickly retreated, creating distance from the death worm. While Yi Chen was battling the death worm, Mo Rushu had already tied the rope and used all his strength to test its hardness. Just as he was about to call out to Yi Chen, he noticed that Yi Chen was completely suppressed by the death worm. If he shouted, what if it attracted the death worm over? It would be better to let him hold off the death worm while he escaped. That's a good idea. Most of the mutated creatures in the school had already dispersed. As long as he could get down from here, he would definitely survive. Mo Rushu watched Yi Chen retreating quickly. A glint of a smile flashed in his eyes. Yi Chen, hold off the death worm for me. I'm leaving first. Fool. Mo Rushu finished her inner monologue, used all her strength to push open the window ahead, then threw down the rope and began to struggle down with her plump body. At this moment, Yi Chen had already noticed that Mo Rushu was preparing to escape alone, but there was not much surprise in his eyes. Instead, he wore a faint smile. Go ahead, be my bait. As Yi Chen spoke, he began to retreat. An astonishing scene unfolded. The death worm no longer targeted Yi Chen for an attack. Instead, it leaped forward and charged directly towards the window where Mo Rushu was escaping. Bang! The window, along with the wall, was instantly shattered by the death worm's massive body, and the ropes binding the iron shelves were also severed by its enormous form. Just as Mo Rushu was feeling pleased with herself, she suddenly sensed that her body had lost gravity and began to slide down rapidly. What was happening? Had the rope broken? Impossible. Mo Rushu's eyes widened in terror as she looked up. The wall had been smashed by the death worm, revealing a long worm writhing with many white flesh-like lumps, opening its mouth constructed of countless white-red spikes and lunging towards Mo Rushu. Chen was eaten by the death worm so quickly. This waste. How could he not hold on for even this little bit of time? Mo Rushu panicked. His body was completely out of control and was rapidly sinking. But due to the greater weight of the death worm, combined with its body pointing straight down, its falling speed was far faster than Mo Rushu's. Soon, Mo Rushu was about to be caught up by the death worm. What to do? What to do? I don't want to die. Mo Rushu's eyes were filled with tears. But due to the high altitude, free fall, the tears kept flowing into his eyes. Chen, how great it would be if you gave me the knife. With such a good knife, yet you couldn't stop this long worm. No wonder you deserve to die. Mo Rushu was still complaining about Chen even as death approached. Roar! The death worm had already reached Mo Rushu's side, and its huge blood-filled mouth bit half of Mo Rushu's body in one go. Mo Rushu felt that his lower half had completely lost sensation. More accurately, he could no longer feel the existence of his lower half. Blood flowed down to his lower half like urine, and just as a pain shot through his whole body, he instantly became numb again. Chen. Mo Rushu wriggled his plump body, trying to escape from the death worm's mouth. Even as he faced death, he complained that Chen hadn't stopped the death worm. Otherwise, he could have escaped. But just as his life was about to end, he saw a person at the broken window on the 7th floor. Chen. At this moment, Chen stood with his hands behind his back, looking at Mo Rushu with a smile on his face. Mo Rushu clenched his fists, his eyes filled with bloodshot veins. At this moment, he realized that he had fallen into Chen's trap. Chen, even if I become a ghost, I won't let you go. Before Mo Rushu could finish his words, he was directly swallowed by the death worm in one bite. Then, a fat face appeared above the head of the death worm. Bang! The death worm successfully landed on the ground. Judging by its weight, it must weigh several tons. Chen looked at the ground, which had directly sunk several meters, and sighed, I need to move to another place. Chen took another look at the death worm, which was now moving towards the teaching building he was in. He hurriedly walked backward. When he encountered the death worm, he had already come up with this plan. He had long noticed Mo Rushu's little intentions. Every time he took out the hunting broadblade, Mo Rushu's gaze would be fixated on it, showing a strong desire to possess it. Furthermore, it was not hard to see from Mo Rushu's punishment of Inzaheo that this person had a very strong sense of revenge. Since he had taken his clothes and made him do those dirty jobs, it was certain that Inzaheo held a lot of resentment against him. Therefore, he regarded Mo Rushu as a trump card for his survival, ready to use when necessary. The death worm's eyes were completely obscured by the flesh on its body, so its vision was almost zero, relying mostly on its sense of smell to determine the location of its prey. Chen guessed that Mo Rushu was going to escape, and that the fat guy's large body would definitely make a lot of noise. The reason he wanted to retreat was to cut off his own scent, making the death worm target Mo Rushu instead. In the end, Mo Rushu successfully drew the death worm away with her life. On the first day of the apocalypse, the army established a defense line, but by the third day, the overwhelming scent of refugees attracted a swarm of mutants, causing the defense line to completely collapse. From that moment on, the city was utterly lost. In the time that followed, they needed to find a shelter and gather food and drinking water. Chen decided to transfer the location to the school store, which is the place with the most food storage. After the mutant corpse tide, there will definitely be many people frantically snatching food, and some might even occupy them all. Compared to the complexities of society outside, the school should be much simpler. First, take all the useful supplies from the school, and then make further plans. Chen cleared out the items in his backpack again: an outdoor cycling water bag, insecticide, a syringe gun, steel nails, a military shovel, as well as Ian Wenhau's keys and the fat guy's phone. Chen tried his best to maximize the capacity of his backpack, then picked up the hunting broadblade and ran downstairs. The distance from the teaching building to the store was not far under normal circumstances, only about 5 minutes. But now, this 5-minute distance felt like a matter of life and death, as no one knew what might happen in between. However, one thing was certain: most of the mutated creatures had already left, and there would be no situation of being attacked by a large number of mutated creatures. Next would be the time for a great escape. Chapter 21. Only selfishness can ensure survival. Chen rushed down from the 7th floor. His body was upgraded to LV2, and with the enhancement of the knowledge gem, Chen's running speed was incredibly fast. Save me. I don't want to die. Chen heard a cry for help while going downstairs. He glanced with his peripheral vision and saw that the person's lower body had been completely devoured by the mutant. Even if he didn't mutate, he still lost the chance to survive. Chen ignored it and continued to run downstairs. In this apocalyptic world, there are many people like him. He couldn't save anyone. His only thought now was to gather enough supplies and find a relatively safe place to survive. He wasn't that great. He couldn't save the world, especially after experiencing betrayal from his brothers and his beloved. Only by being selfish could he survive. Chen used the long pole of the stairs to leverage himself downward, although the jump would create noise. This was the fastest way to reach the bottom of the building. With a grip, a leap, and a fall, he descended 1 floor. In the end, Chen took only 20 seconds to go from the 7th floor to the 3rd floor. When he reached the junction between the 3rd and 2nd floors, he chose not to continue jumping forward, as the 2nd floor would become his escape point. If he continued to jump, the noise would attract all the mutated beings on the 2nd floor, which would be quite troublesome. As Chen just arrived at the 2nd floor, he heard a sound like an earthquake, the sound of writhing. The death worm was slowly crawling up to the upstairs. This guy really held a grudge. Chen glanced around and ran toward classroom. To prevent any mutated creatures behind the door, Chen carefully pushed it open. But since the teaching building had long been neglected, the door creaked loudly as it opened. Roar! Hiss! Suddenly, Chen felt something appear in front of him. A zombie with half of its face completely eaten away appeared before him. Its eyeball dangled beneath the eye socket. The bridge of its nose collapsed, and half of its nostril was turned inside out. He could even see some small white worms writhing madly in the rotting flesh. Zing! Chen lowered his head and bent down, directly stabbing a knife into the zombie's chest. It feels really good not to have to chop off its head. Chen watched as the zombie's body crumbled, let out a breath, and quickly ran toward the classroom. This classroom could no longer be called a classroom. Its walls were stained with blood, a deep crimson. The floor was littered with remnants of bones. There were skulls rolling on the side like watermelons, and severed thighs that continued to bleed. There were even students' bodies nailed to the walls by the mutated creature's steel needles, their limbs devoured, and a large gaping hole in their chests. At that moment, one of them had completely turned into a zombie. Even without limbs, it was still writhing madly, trying to break free from the steel needles, wanting to come down and eat Chen. But the most terrifying scene was not this, but the 2 boys and 1 girl sitting in the seats. One boy was tightly hugging the waist of another boy, pressing against his chest, and you could even see the knife marks on his chest. Meanwhile, the girl had her thigh tied to the classroom desk, and half of her body was eaten to death. It was clear that 2 of them had tried to escape, but the boy in the middle killed the fleeing boy, holding him tightly, forcing him to accompany him in death. The other girl was tied to the desk by the boy, meant to die alongside him. This is the distortion of human nature. TSK. Chen glanced coldly and quickly walked toward the classroom window. He couldn't leave through the main door. The only way to exit this classroom was to jump out of the 2nd floor window. After Chen continuously cleared the zombies in the classroom with several strikes, he quickly shut the classroom door and carefully observed the situation outside the window. Close to the window was a flower garden. To reach the store from the flower garden, one would have to walk to the starting point of the flower garden. This was the only way. Chen felt a bit reluctant. He didn't know what the situation in the flower garden was like, and if he acted rashly, he might encounter some mutated 3rd-tier insects, which would be quite troublesome. However, going to the store was his only option now. In his previous life, after escaping from school, he went to the shelter with the army. But the shelter was breached by zombies 3 days later, and he, along with Jiang Chun and Du Lingfei, began a life on the run. Whether it was a mall or a small shop, they were either plundered quickly or occupied. To exchange for food and water, one had to offer something valuable. He couldn't be sure what the situation outside was like now, but compared to the outside, the school must be relatively safe. Chen shook his arms to stretch the muscles, quickly pushed open the window, and jumped directly down to the ground. As he landed, Yi-Chun curled his body, protecting the sides of his head with his hands, with the area where his neck connects to his body hitting the ground first, which helped reduce a lot of landing damage. Thanks to Yi-Chun's upgraded genetic physique, jumping down from the second floor would only leave his arms feeling slightly sore. After Yi-Chun arrived at the flower garden, he quickly ran towards the stone path. Moreover, there were always some unexpanded mutants appearing in the grass, and if he accidentally encountered one, it would be troublesome. The stone path was the route that allowed him the clearest line of sight in the survival of the apocalypse. Why did some powerful individuals still end up dead? Most of the time, it wasn't due to a horde of zombies, but rather because they were ambushed from behind. Without visibility, how could a blind person possibly defeat a mutant? Yi-Chun summoned the hunting blade again and walked sideways, allowing him to observe his surroundings to the maximum extent. The various colors intertwined, easily putting one at ease. Indeed, the heavens still favored me. It seems that most of the mutated creatures have completely left the school. Now, what I need to be wary of are those mutated to the second or even third stage, as well as the students who have turned into zombies. On the way to the convenience store, Yi-Chun killed 2 more zombies. Finally, he arrived in front of the store. Chapter 22. To survive, one must step outside. Yi-Chun looked at the shop in front of him, and there weren't many zombies around. The mutated creatures appeared at around 10 a.m. At this time, either students were sleeping in their dorms or attending classes. Generally, students wouldn't go to the convenience store to buy things early in the morning. But what struck Yi-Chun as most bizarre was that the shop's door was tightly shut. Normally, this shop operated 24 hours and was unmanned, allowing for self-service purchases. The door being tightly closed indicated only one thing: there were people inside. Yi-Chun didn't waste too much time outside. After dealing with a few zombies at the door, he directly used his hunting broad blade to chop off the lock and push the door open. Yi-Chun narrowed his eyes slightly, looking at the scattered snacks all over the ground and the water bottle knocked over. In a corner, he saw a man who was frantically eating snacks. The man's face was very handsome, and he was quite tall and thin, but at that moment, he resembled a glutton, constantly stuffing snacks into his mouth. Just then, Yi-Chun raised the long knife in his hand, pointing it behind him. The tip of the knife touched a man's forehead, and the smell of blood began to emanate from the hunting blade. Although blood would not remain on the hunting blade, the metallic scent was unmistakable. The moment the man holding the wrench smelled the blood, he completely lost his nerve, kneeling down on the ground, trembling all over. The moment Yi-Chun entered, he already knew someone was hiding behind the door. The man who was constantly eating snacks was merely a decoy. If a zombie came in, the first target would definitely be the man eating, allowing the person hiding behind the door to escape. However, if it were a human, he could choose to knock him out, using him as a second decoy or for other purposes. The little scheme was well thought out, but unfortunately, he encountered Yi-Chun. "Give me the wrench." Yi-Chun's cold words directly frightened the man, who then willingly handed him the wrench. After that, Yi-Chun ignored the man and began to search for snacks in the store by himself. Yi-Chun's first goal was the mineral water. He first filled his outdoor cycling water bag and then took a few bottles of 1 yuan mineral water. Compared to the 2 yuan ones, the 1 yuan packaging was slightly simpler, and it was lighter, making it easier to carry. Yi-Chun stuffed his backpack full of mineral water, taking a total of 6 bottles. But a problem arose. The compressed biscuits and bread he wanted were all gone. He turned his gaze to a man eating nearby, but he did not see any compressed biscuits around him. At that moment, a voice came from behind him. It was the man who had previously tried to ambush Yi-Chun. At this moment, a fierce light flickered in his eyes as he raised a nearby fire extinguisher and swung it towards Yi-Chun. Bang! Yi-Chun firmly grasped the firefighting equipment, a killing intent flashing in his eyes. His principle was that if others did not offend him, he would not offend them. He tried to avoid killing living beings because killing could become addictive. If one killed at will, they would become a tool of desire and ultimately turn into a demon. However, try to avoid killing did not mean he would not kill. Yi-Chun placed the firefighting equipment on the ground and coldly stared at the man. The man was frightened by Yi-Chun's gaze and quickly ran toward the door. The main reason he attacked Yi-Chun was that he saw Yi-Chun taking away his food. As long as he could hold onto this mall, he could at least survive here for a month or even longer. But Yi Chen's actions undoubtedly threatened his source of life. So how could he not harbor murderous intent? Unfortunately, Yi Chen did not give him the chance to escape. Swish! Yi Chen took out a syringe gun and injected it directly into the man's neck. With one shot, the man fell to the ground, his eyes filled with fear as he stared ahead, his mouth moving open and close incessantly. At the moment Yi Chen killed the man, he glanced at the man beside him who was eating. The expression of the eating man did not change at all during the killing. He must have become numb. With the apocalypse arriving, many people have very weak psychological endurance and choose to escape from it all in various ways. Overeating and endless sleeping are both manifestations of escaping from this world. Yi Chen searched again, but found no compressed biscuits or bread. At that moment, a man eating nearby spoke up. He mentioned that the student council was holding an event today and compressed biscuits and bread were brought to the cafeteria as rewards. There were many zombies over there, so he suggested Yi Chen take something else. The man's words left Yi Chen slightly taken aback. At such a moment on the brink of death, the man was actually aware of what he was looking for and even reminded him. Yi Chen's eyes widened slightly, a bit taken aback by the man's words. But he quickly concealed it. It was hard to tell if the man's words had touched the closed-off heart of Yi Chen. He placed a wrench next to the food man and then spoke. These mutants are very sensitive to blood. If you want to survive, you need to handle the corpse of that man in front and clean up the blood on the ground quickly. This shop should be able to keep you alive for a while, but you also need to remember that when the food runs out, that's when you will meet your end. If you want to live, you can only go outside. After Yi Chen finished speaking, he directly slung his backpack over his shoulder and walked towards the door. As he was leaving, Yi Chen subconsciously closed the shop's door for the man. The food man watched Yi Chen's disappearing figure, and a tear unconsciously rolled down the corner of his eye. He frantically stuffed the chips from his arms into his mouth, and within 10 seconds, he had eaten them all. Then, he picked up the wrench that Yi Chen had handed him and walked towards the man lying in a pool of blood. He didn't know where the courage came from, but he gripped the wrench tightly with both hands and began to smash it down on the man. He didn't shout because he knew that would attract zombies. With silent cries, a twisted expression, blood began to spray wildly onto him. But he didn't stop, even though the corpse had become unrecognizable. He continued to strike madly. It wasn't hatred for the man, but rather a suppressed despair within him that was taking over. He needed to vent it out. Yi Chen's words completely moved him. He, who was already in despair, seemed to see the only way to survive when Yi Chen said, "If you want to live, you can only go out." This is how people are. In moments of despair, if someone reaches out a hand to you or offers you a plate of hot food, perhaps your despair will turn into hope for survival. He finally stopped, and the despair in his heart completely dissipated. But what followed was the fear that came with his regained rationality. He looked at the corpse that he had smashed beyond recognition, brain matter oozing out, and in the blood, he could even see the already half-collapsed eyeball. He began to vomit uncontrollably. Everything he had eaten was expelled. Finally, after he calmed down, he listened to Yi Chen's advice and began to clean the scene using bottled water and a cloth. Chapter 23. The heroic sentiment ignited within. Actually being used, Yi Chen left the store and headed toward the cafeteria. The distance between the two was not far. One could almost see the shadow of the cafeteria from the store's entrance. However, the scene at the entrance and inside the cafeteria was not good news at the moment. The cafeteria was a place with a large flow of people, and at 10 o'clock, it was a time when some night owls came in for lunch. There was also a large gathering of zombies at the entrance. It was impossible to forcefully get inside. Even if he wouldn't be infected, it was highly likely that he would be torn to pieces by the horde of zombies. Yi Chen's gaze fell on the motorcycle beside him. The second floor of the canteen. Everyone, don't make a sound. These zombies have very keen hearing, but as long as we keep quiet, they won't notice us. The speaker was Hu Jingtian, the president of the student council. Today was supposed to be an event organized by the student council. They were both lucky and unlucky. Because they were setting up the event today, they had booked the entire second floor of the canteen, and after the mutated creatures appeared, they had not discovered their presence, allowing them to escape a disaster. However, because of this, they were completely trapped on the second floor. They could even occasionally hear the gasping sounds of zombies from downstairs. What do we do? I don't want to die. Why did it come to this? A shy girl showed a very anxious expression on her face and cried out, "There will definitely be an army to rescue us. Everyone, don't worry. Don't forget our identity. We are the backbone of the student council, the most outstanding students in the entire school." Hu Jingtian looked at everyone and said with righteous indignation, "President Hu, we all trust you. You must lead us out." "Yes, President Hu, you are the president of the student council, and our lives depend entirely on you." Hearing the flattery from everyone, Hu Jingtian felt a sense of pride in his heart. In a peaceful world, he was the king among students. In the apocalypse, he not only wanted to be a king, but also an emperor. "Don't worry, I will definitely lead you out." Hu Jingtian pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses and said softly, "President, look, what is that?" A nearby boy stammered in fear, pointing ahead. "It's a cockroach. A giant cockroach." After its body expanded dozens of times, every part of it was clearly visible. Its head was very small, with a pair of compound eyes on either side, and its antennae were long and thread-like, with its whole body being brownish. Similarly, the most bizarre aspect was its head. It was just like a human neck, able to sway in all directions, looking as if it had jumped out of a jack-in-the-box, appearing extremely terrified. "President, what should we do?" A girl beside him clung tightly to Hu Jingtian's shoulder. Speaking in terror, the soft touch entered Hu Jingtian's mind. As long as he could survive, perhaps these girls would admire him to the point of worship, and then... Thinking of this, Hu Jingtian couldn't help but chuckle coldly. "Don't be afraid. All of you hide behind me. The cockroach is very fast, but it has poor vision. As long as we hide, it won't find us. Quickly go hide and I'll hold it off." Hu Jingtian spread his arms and said solemnly, showing a spirit of self-sacrifice for his companions. A few girls looked at Hu Jingtian's actions, and their admiration for him grew even stronger. As expected of the student council president, "President, you must be careful. Your safety is the most important." A few girls glanced at Hu Jingtian and cautioned him. The three boys beside them, seeing the girls' admiration for Hu Jingtian, suddenly felt a sense of heroism ignite within them. "We are boys, President Hu. We will stay and help you. Girls go first, boys will cover the rear." The three boys stood beside Hu Jingtian and said with righteous indignation, "Everyone must survive." Although the girls said this, their speed in escaping was undeniably fast, and they had already reached the door to the second floor. If Hu Jingtian and the others couldn't stop the cockroach, they would choose to open the door and escape directly. The cockroach has poor vision. Everyone spread out and hold it off. "I saw that there was an insecticide on a counter earlier. I'll go find it." These creatures should still be afraid of those things after mutating. Hu Jingtian said with righteous indignation, "Okay, President, be careful. We will hold it off." A few boys nodded, believing Hu Jingtian's words. "TCH, a bunch of fools. You all just hold off the cockroach." Hu Jingtian turned his back to them and quickly ran to a more hidden place to hide. Aside from its compound eyes, the cockroach also had many simple eyes, meaning its vision was extremely good. Hu Jingtian said the cockroach had poor vision purely to deceive them and put on a show. The cockroach was incredibly fast. It was not something ordinary people could hold off. Hu Jingtian didn't want to sacrifice himself for those few people. And of course, the insecticide he mentioned did not exist. He just wanted to find an excuse to escape the battlefield. This way, he could make those girls admire him even more and give himself more time to escape. But the few male students completely believed Hu Jingtian's words, spread out, and prepared to hold the cockroach off. "Old Zhang, watch out for the cock." The boy on the far right hadn't finished his sentence when the cockroach appeared directly above him. Countless simple eyes reflected his figure in the compound eyes. The mandibles slightly opened, and a pair of long antennae gently brushed against the boy's skin. In the next second, the boy's body was directly swallowed by the giant cockroach, instantly vanishing without a trace. The remaining two boys were stunned by this scene, their heroic spirit completely dissipating. They were just ordinary people. What would they use to fight against these monsters? Damn heroes, what's the use? Can it help me sleep with those girls or something? The two boys completely broke down. Their companion had just been talking to them, and the next second he was dead. What kind of feeling was that? "Don't eat me. Don't eat me." Their mental defenses were completely shattered, and they frantically retreated. They regretted it deeply. Why did they have to be heroes? Wasn't it better to live well? Hiss! The giant cockroach paid no attention to their pleas, directly waving its antennae to bind one of the boys, opening its mouth to prepare to eat. Ah, no, I don't want to. Help me, I don't want to, please. The boy struggled desperately, but his body was tightly bound by the antennae, unable to move at all. In the end, he was directly sent into the cockroach's mouth. In just half a minute, 2 out of the 3 boys were dead. Just as the last boy was completely in despair, the noise of a motorcycle suddenly rang out from outside. Chapter 24. Then I'll cut your antennae. The cockroach's attack stopped upon hearing the noise of the motorcycle. Hu Jingtian heard a sound like an earthquake coming from below, his eyes spinning wildly. If the zombies below were attracted by the sound of the motorcycle, then he could escape from here. Hu Jingtian glanced again at the giant cockroach in the distance, swallowed hard, and cautiously walked toward the window. He stood up and quickly glanced outside the window, then hurriedly squatted down. Sure enough, the zombies were attracted by the noise made by the motorcycle and were all running in that direction. Now was his best chance to escape. Hu Jingtian was still a bit uneasy. After taking another look and confirming that the zombies below had almost disappeared, he quickly crawled to the place where the girls were hiding. Don't come over, don't come over. The girl hiding under the table shouted in panic upon hearing the noise. Don't be nervous, it's me. Hu Jingtian whispered, pretending to speak with difficulty. President Hu, why is it you? What about that giant cockroach? Did you subdue it? A girl looked at Hu Jingtian in surprise and asked. Hu Jingtian pretended to be solemn and looked mournful. When the girls heard that Hu Jingtian was going to take them away, their eyes showed a hint of joy. President Hu, have you thought of a way to escape? Yes. I made the motorcycle parked in the distance honk by throwing a stone through the window, and all the zombies were attracted to the motorcycle. Now is the best time to escape. Hu Jingtian nodded and said, That's great, President Hu, you're simply my idol. Let's not talk about flattery now. Let us escape first. Despite the girl's praise, Hu Jingtian did not show a proud smile, but rather became very serious. It was this expression that made the girls develop good feelings for him. In the apocalypse, relying on such a man was surely a stroke of luck. They all made up their minds to follow Hu Jingtian and survive together. You guys go ahead, I'll cover the rear. If the cockroach finds us, I'll hold it back. Hu Jingtian continued. President Hui. The girls were deeply moved by Hu Jingtian's words. All right, hurry up and open the door. Time is our life now. We can't waste a single second. Hu Jingtian said. Soon, several girls crouched down and quickly moved towards the front door, while Hu Jingtian walked at the back. He looked at the girls' backs, revealing a hint of lust in his eyes. He wasn't planning to cover them out of concern for their safety, but wanted them to scout the situation downstairs for him. If there happened to be a few zombies outside when the door opened, the one in front would definitely be the first to die, and he, being the last, would be the safest. Although these girls were all fairly decent looking, it would be best if they could survive and become his lovers. If danger arose, treating them as bait and a talisman wouldn't be a bad choice. At this moment, the cockroach launched another attack, its antennae having already bound the last male student. Hurry up, the cockroach is coming. Hu Jingtian urged. Okay, the girl in front had already reached the second floor door. She gathered her courage, stood up, and unlocked the door. Just as she was about to push it open, the door was suddenly pushed open and a figure rushed in. Hu Jingtian, who was hiding at the back, was startled and quickly ran back to hide. The girls were also frightened by this figure and began to scream wildly. Don't eat me. Don't eat me. The girls covered their faces, curled up on the ground, trembling in fear. Hu Jingtian glanced at the figure that had rushed in. Is it a person? He took a closer look. There were no scratch marks on the person, and they were holding a knife. It's definitely a person. Hu Jingtian looked at the girls crouching on the ground and did not choose to protect them immediately, as his own crisis had not yet been resolved. There was still a giant cockroach behind him. If this man with the knife couldn't deal with the cockroach, he would just run down the stairs to escape. If he could deal with it, then he could come to the rescue. Hu Jingtian was calculating in his mind, but at the same time, the man with the knife was also observing everything around him. The man with the knife was Chen. After throwing the stone, he quickly hid behind a nearby pillar, taking advantage of the zombies rushing towards the motorcycle. He seized the opportunity to come to the first floor of the cafeteria. However, almost all the food on the first floor had been ravaged by zombies, so he turned his attention to the second floor. According to what the man who was eating said, the student council was having an event in the cafeteria. But on the first floor, he saw no signs of any activity, so it must be on the second floor. Thus, the next scene unfolded. The girl opened the door, and Yi-chan burst in. The giant cockroach. This thing was still quite rare. The students looked at Yi-chan rushing in with a knife, and their eyes immediately showed a glimmer of hope. "Save me! Save me!" A male student cried out frantically at Yi-chan. Unfortunately, Yi-chan had no intention of saving him, still coldly watching the scene. The male student, seeing Yi-chan's indifference, fell into complete despair. Tears and snot mixed together, and his face contorted in agony. I'm going to die, but I don't want to die. Why won't they come to save me? How can these people be so heartless? I don't want to die, I don't want to. The man's thoughts stopped there, and he was completely swallowed by the cockroach, becoming a grain of sand in its belly. Cockroaches are among the most numerous insects in the world. When all insects mutated, most cockroaches did not change in size, which is why Yi-chan said that giant cockroaches are very rare. If all cockroaches had grown dozens of times larger, then there would be no need to choose a new master for this world. They could simply let the cockroaches take over. Yi-chan did not act rashly because he was observing the strength of this cockroach. What Yi-chan can confirm now is that the antennae of this cockroach are also one of his weapons. It seems to be at the second level. Yi-chan stretched his muscles and bones, gripping the knife tightly, holding his breath and focusing as he looked at the giant cockroach in front of him. At that moment, the giant cockroach also fixed its gaze on Yi-chan. It could sense that this man posed the greatest threat to it. Yi-chan leaned forward, dragging the knife on the ground. He moved forward with the knife. At the same time, a giant cockroach charged at Yi-chan, moving so fast that he could even hear its body tearing through the air. However, Yi-chan remained calm. Everything was as he had anticipated. If it attacked with its antennae, its speed would surely decrease when it attacked him, and the antennae would touch him. Just as Yi-chan thought, the antennae came at him like a long whip, directly striking at his head. "Then I'll cut your antennae." Slash. Chapter 25, Classmate. Do you want to be the vice president of the student council? The moment Yi-chan was bound by the tentacles, he swung his hunting knife like a mountain-splitting blade, directly severing the giant cockroach's tentacles. Someone was coming to save them. Someone was coming to save them. Hu Jing-tian, standing next to him, watched Yi-chan's attack, and his worries dissipated. The fact that someone could directly cut off the cockroach's tentacles indicated that he had the strength to fight against the cockroach. If he could recruit such a person, perhaps his grand ambitions could really be realized. Hu Jing-tian didn't rush to show off. Instead, he stood still and observed for a while, noticing that the giant cockroach had stopped moving, standing still and staring at Yi-chan with a dazed expression. Was it frightened by that person's killing intent? It was time to show himself. Hu Jing-tian shouted in a deep voice, raising a nearby bench and charging towards Yi-chan. "Classmate, I am the student council president, and I am here to lend you a hand to deal with this beast together." As soon as Hu Jing-tian's words left his mouth, he was intimidated by Yi-chan's death-like gaze. "Shut up." Instantly, Hu Jing-tian froze in place, the bench in his hand dropping to the ground, his hands at a loss for what to do. So fierce? Could he be an outsider? No. Looking at him, he should be a student from our school. Since he is a student from our school, he should know my identity. I am the student council president, and an ordinary student dares to speak to me like this. Although Hu Jing-tian felt humiliated and harbored resentment, he still kept a smile on his face. He wasn't a fool. The man in front of him could fight the cockroach, so dealing with him would certainly be very easy. It was better to get along harmoniously. Just as Hu Jing-tian pondered how to win over Yi-chan, a bizarre scene unfolded before his eyes. The 6 legs supporting the giant cockroach's body collapsed like a high-rise building, directly falling to the ground, and the cockroach's body made crackling sounds. Then, pus flowed out from the cockroach, and it completely fell to the ground, losing its life. My God, what is going on? Hadn't it been standing right in front of him? Why did the cockroach suddenly die? Did he have some kind of superpower? Or was his attack speed so fast that he didn't see it? This was unscientific. It had already violated the laws of reality. Hu Jing-tian's expression showed some astonishment, but inside, he was still calculating how to win over the man before him. Classmate, what is your major? What year and class are you in? Hu Jing-tian approached Yi-chan with a smile. What about the food for your event? Although the zombies were attracted by the noise of the motorcycle, this situation wouldn't last long. After all, the smell of blood in the cafeteria was the most intense, and there were still a few living beings on the second floor. Therefore, he had to grab his food and leave as soon as possible. Event? Hu Jingtian was taken aback for a moment, then realized that they had completely entered a state of survival in the apocalypse. We do have food, but classmate, if I give you that food, can you take us students with you to leave? Of course, it wouldn't be for free. I have some connections at home, and both my parents are civil servants, so I got some insider information that most of these monsters have been eliminated. If you take us away, you will definitely receive an excellent student award later, and there is even a possibility of being selected for a national scholarship. Hu Jingtian spoke in an official tone. The only thing he learned during his 2 years as student council president. Then you all wait here. If I encounter the military, I will tell them that you are trapped here. So where's the food? Chen raised the knife, showing a hint of impatience in his eyes. Got the news? All communication devices have completely failed. Did you receive the message in your dreams? This. Hu Jingtian was thrown off by Chen's disbelief in his words, disrupting his internal plan. Classmate, I'm the president of the student council. As long as you can take us away, I can offer you the position of vice president afterward. What do you think? Sure, but first take out the food. Chen looked at Hu Jingtian, nodded, and said. Hu Jingtian felt a surge of joy. Indeed, the position of vice president of the student council was quite tempting. I'll keep the food here after all. You're holding a weapon. It's not convenient for you to carry it, he said. Hu Jingtian wanted to play a trick, but he was intimidated by Chen's cold gaze. He quickly shut his mouth and ran to a cabinet, taking out all the bread and compressed biscuits he had intended to use as rewards. After discovering the large number of mutated beings in the school, he had hidden these items right away. After all, this food could very well become his lifeline and the key to gaining power. Chen unceremoniously stuffed a large portion of the compressed biscuits into his backpack, even filling his pockets. Hu Jingtian, standing beside him, was taken aback by the scene. What was he doing? Moving house. Hey, classmate, can we set off now? Hu Jingtian said, looking at Chen, who had already packed everything. Chen ignored Hu Jingtian, loading up the food and walking towards the door alone, as if Hu Jingtian were just a noisy fly, completely disregarded by Chen. Classmate, didn't you say you would take us with you? Hu Jingtian was a bit anxious. This food was equivalent to a lifeline in the apocalypse. If I don't agree to you, won't I end up with nothing? Chen did not stop walking, speaking as he headed toward the door. Agreeing to Hu Jingtian's request was merely a delaying tactic. As long as he got the food, he could back out of the agreement. Hu Jingtian clenched his fists tightly, his eyes bloodshot. Endure. Classmate, if you don't want to be the vice president of the student council, we can discuss it. For example, those 3 girls at the door, they are all officers in the student council. As long as you are willing, they can all be your. Say another word, and I won't hesitate to let you accompany the cockroaches. Chen interrupted Hu Jingtian's words, his eyes showing a hint of disgust. The 3 girls beside him were also stunned by Hu Jingtian's words. He is actually this kind of person. He actually wants to sell us as commodities to the man in front of him. Hu Jingtian, do you really think we are your tools? We respect you and call you President Hu. If we don't respect you, you are nothing. Several girls shouted at Hu Jingtian. Letting you follow him is to protect you. You can survive, and I can survive too. It's a complete win-win situation. What is wrong with that? At this moment, Hu Jingtian had completely torn off his hypocritical mask. He had already recognized the reality. Staying here only meant waiting to die. He must escape. There's a glimmer of hope outside. Chen is the straw that can save his life, no matter what the cost. He must get Chen to take him out. Hu Jingtian looked at Chen, who was still walking forward, just a few meters away from the door, and his expression hardened. Since soft tactics don't work, then let us use hard ones. A hint of malice appeared in Hu Jingtian's eyes as he looked at Chen's back and slowly spoke. Classmate, these zombies should have very keen hearing, right? Chapter 26. The official tone from the student council president after Hu Jingtian said this. He no longer showed any anxious expression on his face. Instead, he stood still, looking at Chen with determination. He knew that Chen would definitely stop after hearing this. So, Chen turned his head and looked at Hu Jingtian with a cold expression, the disgust in his eyes evident. Seeing Chen's demeanor, Hu Jingtian's anger intensified. A mere ordinary student, who could only wield some weapons, dare to speak to me like this. As long as this disaster can be quelled, I will make you feel ashamed in school. At this moment, Hu Jingtian had been completely pushed to a dead end by Chen. Soft tactics had failed, so he decided to resort to hard ones. It was either they all die together, or he would take Chen along with him. If you don't take me away from this place, I will attract all the zombies here. If I can't survive, you won't be able to leave safely either. Hu Jingtian's expression hardened as he picked up the microphone from the table. This was something their student council planned to use for activities. As long as Chen refused, he would broadcast his voice through the speakers, attracting all the zombies. Hu Jingtian saw that Chen stood still and did not say another word. A slight smile appeared on his lips, and he felt a surge of joy in his heart. Chen must have been frightened by his words. No matter how powerful he is, isn't he still afraid of being attacked by a horde of zombies? You don't need to take them along, just bring me, and I understand your difficulties. After all, the more people there are, the bigger the target. Seeing that Chen didn't respond, Hu Jingtian continued to speak. This was the necessary official tone he had since becoming the student council president. First, he suppresses you, then give you a piece of candy, and in the end, not only will you not hold a grudge, but you'll actually be grateful to him. How about singing a song instead? Chen's eyes were filled with a smile, one that came from disdainful mockery. It was this mockery that drove away the last bit of calmness in Hu Jingtian's heart. Do you really think you are invincible? There are not just 1,000, but at least a few hundred zombies below. Even if you can kill giant cockroaches facing a horde of zombies, having heavy weapons may not guarantee victory, let alone the fact that you only have a long knife in your hand. Hu Jingtian's eyes were bloodshot. Saliva dripped from his throat, and he gripped the microphone tightly. He didn't want to die, and he couldn't die. I am the student council president. Aside from the teachers, I'm the king of this school. This is just a small disaster. Hu Jingtian looked up at Chen and pressed the power button on the microphone. Instantly, the microphone's light flickered green. As long as Hu Jingtian turned on the speaker beside him, the horde of zombies would likely rush towards the second floor. Hu Jingtian, what are you doing? Don't do anything stupid. Even if he doesn't take us away, we can find a way ourselves, right? What if the outside has already been suppressed by the military? We can think of a strategy slowly. The three girls looked at Hu Jingtian, their eyes revealing a hint of worry. Chen not escorting them out of here is also acceptable, after the giant cockroach was dealt with. The second floor is currently in a semi-safe state, and there's no need to take risks. The most important thing is that they all firmly believe the army can eliminate these mutated creatures. Their country is the proudest and most cohesive in the world, and it will definitely be able to wipe out these monsters. This is the only belief that supports them. After all, this is only the first day of the apocalypse, and the world has never experienced similar events before. Even though many movies and TV shows have depicted it, they believe this zombie virus is nonsense. Hu Jingtian paid no attention to the words of the few girls. He didn't actually plan to take things seriously with Chen. His main goal was to get Chen to take him away from here, not to perish with him. What he was doing now was merely to scare Chen. He didn't believe this man in front of him wouldn't be afraid of these zombies. Chen was just pretending. It was just a way to show off his heroism in front of these girls. Hu Jingtian couldn't help but sneer internally. He had seen many guys who were overly concerned about their image. They just wanted to show off in front of this group of girls. Chen, I'll give you one last minute to think about it. Otherwise, I'll just turn on the speaker switch directly. No need to waste time. Chen interrupted Hu Jingtian, speaking directly. At this point, there was no trace of fear on his face. Calm as a lake. No matter what you use to strike it, it will ultimately swallow you whole. Damn it, let us see how long you can keep pretending. Hu Jingtian had a hint of hostility in his expression and directly turned on the sound system beside him. This action immediately frightened the three girls standing by the door. At this moment, the sound system and microphone were completely connected, and even the slightest breath could be heard clearly. The three girls exchanged glances with Chen, noticing that his expression remained very calm. Then, they looked at each other and decided to rush downstairs. In their minds, they believed Chen would not take Hu Jingtian away, and that Hu Jingtian would inevitably end up in a deadly confrontation with Chen. Rather than waiting to die here, it was better to dash downstairs in search of a glimmer of hope. After all, the number of zombies downstairs was not very high. Perhaps they would be lucky enough to escape. Although the three girls all had thoughts of fleeing, each had their own little schemes. The girl closest to the door quietly took a step back. She did not intend to be the first to rush out, as the situation downstairs was unclear, and being the first could very likely lead to a face-to-face encounter with a zombie. The girl in the middle clung tightly to the girl in front, not out of bravery, but rather to use her as a scapegoat. If they encountered a zombie, she would push her forward. But the most ruthless was the last girl, whose gaze kept darting toward the necks of the first two girls. She had learned that these zombies were attracted to the smell of blood, and her nails were just long enough. If a zombie appeared, she wouldn't mind using her nails to tear into the skin of the two in front. By drawing the zombies to them, she could escape on her own. However, Chen saw through all their little maneuvers. Just as the three were about to run downstairs, a long knife radiating a sinister red aura fell before them. If they dared to take another step forward, they would be cut in half by this knife. Stay here, or be cut in half before you leave. Chapter 27. The zombie horde begins its assault on the canteen. The three girls turned to Chen in shock. They believed that if they took another step forward, Chen would undoubtedly strike them with a knife without hesitation. We don't need your escort. We'll walk ourselves, and 1T stay here to cause you trouble. The girl in front spoke formally, her expression carrying a hint of pleading. I don't want to repeat myself. Chen's hunting knife began to move forward. The meaning was very clear. If the three girls did not retreat, as long as he touched them with the knife, it would mean death. The three girls were instantly frightened and began to back away. When faced with death, as long as they could survive, they would do anything. Even if Chen asked them to strip, they would not refuse. On the other hand, Hu Jingtian was completely enraged by Chen's actions. What did this mean? Ignore me? Or did he really think he was just scaring him? I am the president of the student council, the center of attention, with an incredibly high status. Even for scholarship selections, it must go through me. Damn it! Hu Jingtian looked at Chen and shouted angrily. Chen, either take me out of here, or we all die together. Be my guest. Chen looked up at Hu Jingtian, his indifferent expression like a stagnant pool of water, lacking any signs of life. Go to hell. Hu Jingtian's pride was completely shattered by Chen. As the president of the student council, when had he ever suffered such humiliation? Being ignored? Provoked? Then he should just roll off to hell. Hu Jingtian picked up the microphone and angrily shouted, Chen, you murderer who kills students. You won't have a good death. His voice was so loud that it seemed Hu Jingtian had used all his strength to roar it out. His words were also calculated, as he believed there must be survivors nearby. As long as they could hear him, the subsequent crisis would be resolved. Chen is bound to become the target of everyone's criticism. Coupled with his position as the student council president, Chen absolutely has no place to hide, whether at school or in society. Hu Jingtian looked at Chen with a cold smile, and at that moment, he felt a sense of satisfaction within. It was the desire for power. I want you to do as I say, and you must comply. He then began to move all the benches and tables around, intending to use them as obstacles to block the zombies. Watching the actions of the three girls, Hu Jingtian felt extremely pleased. He was the king here. Anyone who dared to provoke him would have to die. But soon, the satisfaction in his heart was shattered by a look from Chen. Chen not only did not show any signs of fear on his face, but instead smiled. Although it was just a slight smile, in Hu Jingtian's heart, it was an immense humiliation. Chen, if you drag us down with you, you will definitely get your comeuppance. You despicable little man. Hu Jingtian added a few more words. But as soon as he finished shouting, he completely regretted it, because he heard the sound from downstairs, like waves crashing against the shore. It was the sound of the zombie horde's footsteps, all rushing towards the second floor. In an instant, the anger in Hu Jingtian's heart vanished without a trace, and he felt an overwhelming sense of regret. Bang, bang, bang. The zombies kept banging on the door, and he could even hear their claws scratching against the door panel, the squeaking sound like a teacher writing on a blackboard with chalk, creating a jarring noise. It was very uncomfortable to listen to. Hu Jingtian panicked, looking at Chen, who was now wearing a devilish smile, staring directly at him. I didn't mean to attract these zombies. You have to think of a way. Hu Jingtian suddenly shrank back. He really just wanted to scare Chen, But in a moment of heated impulse, his body acted without his control, leading to this reckless action. Do you want me to save you? A glimmer of amusement flashed in Yi Chen's eyes. As he spoke, a hole had already been drilled through the top of the door. A zombie's hand reached out from the opening. What should have been a fair, delicate hand was now completely covered with countless flesh-colored bumps. These are the fleshworm lumps formed by parasites reproducing within the human body. Blood was splattered on the cold skin, and bits of flesh were mixed in with the nails, with even reddish specks visible on it. The hand was continuously reaching forward, even as the broken hole had pierced through the skin of the arm. Yet the hand still moved like a machine, repeatedly stretching out. Its only purpose was singular: to eat people. The three girls standing by the door had long since turned and run away, with one particularly timid girl even wetting herself. If it weren't for the instinct to survive, urging her to flee, she might have completely collapsed on the spot. Yi Chen walked step by step towards Hu Jingtian. No more. No more. I can save myself. I can save myself. Hu Jingtian was frightened by Yi Chen's expression, causing him to fall to the ground, crawling backward frantically on his hands and feet. However, Yi Chen's target was not Hu Jingtian, but rather the food-selling window nearby. He turned on the gas stove, and flames instantly ignited. The cafeteria on the second floor was different from the first. The first floor sold set meals, so gas stoves were usually in the back kitchen. The second floor, however, was for preparing freshly made ingredients like braised chicken, so kitchen facilities like gas stoves were visible at a glance. This led Yi Chen to conceive a new idea when Hu Jingtian threatened him. Subsequently, Yi Chen repeated the process, turning on all the gas stoves at the remaining food windows. What is he trying to do? Several girls watched Yi Chen's actions, their eyes filled with confusion. He isn't going to set the entire second floor on fire, is he? Another girl watched as Yi Chen began to pour cooking oil used in the cafeteria everywhere, her eyes filled with terror. What about him? How will he survive? The door is blocked. Crazy, completely crazy. This is insane. Hu Jingtian was also startled by Yi Chen's actions. He intended to have the zombies come over to accompany him in death, but Yi Chen's actions were even more insane. This was going to make all the surrounding life perish in the fire. Just after Yi Chen poured the oil all over the ground, he turned to the girl hiding under the table and gently said, "You three, tie your student council president to the wall, and I'll let you live." Hu Jingtian and the three girls were shocked by Yi Chen's words. He has a way to survive. The three girls exchanged glances, simultaneously focusing their attention on Hu Jingtian. Chapter 28. I suddenly changed my mind seeing the three girls fixated on him. Hu Jingtian trembled involuntarily. What are you trying to do? I'm your president. Don't do anything reckless. Don't forget your identity. Although Hu Jingtian's words were still somewhat assertive, his body had completely betrayed him. He crawled backward towards the back of the cafeteria. The three girls seemed enchanted, their eyes showing nothing but the desire to survive. Originally, the three of them were quite beautiful, but now they resembled demons that had just devoured a person, wishing to swallow Hu Jingtian whole at that very moment. I warn you, don't do anything reckless. This is a society governed by law, and such actions are illegal. Hu Jingtian shouted angrily as he saw the three still approaching him. President, there are so many zombies outside. Even if we kill you, we won't say anything, and no one will know it was us, right? The three girls' eyes were filled with madness. They had now surrounded Hu Jingtian completely, like a trapped beast locked in a cage. Hu Jingtian had completely lost the strength to resist. Although the three girls still held a glimmer of hope in their hearts, the current situation left no room for hesitation. When life is threatened, any means can be used to save oneself. Therefore, today, Hu Jingtian had to be tied up. I just received news. Soon someone will come to rescue us. Trust me, as long as we stay here. Hu Jingtian hurriedly changed his tone, trying to persuade them gently. But clearly, it was all in vain. This is a rope. Yi Chen found a bundle of hemp rope in the pile of groceries and threw it to them. By this time, Yi Chen had completed the arrangement of the entire cafeteria. He had soaked all the places that could catch fire with gasoline. Once the flames spread, the entire cafeteria would instantly turn into a sea of fire, engulfing everything within. Hu Jingtian was shouting wildly, his body struggling incessantly. I am the president of the student council, your boss. How dare you treat me like this? Do you want to be expelled? My parents are civil servants. What you are doing is pushing yourselves to a dead end. You, Hu Jing kept screaming, and each of his cries drove the zombies outside into a frenzy, causing numerous large holes to appear in the door. It wouldn't be long before the cafeteria door on the second floor would be completely breached. Soon, Hu Jingtian's voice completely dissipated. His limbs were bound to a pillar, and his mouth was forcibly pried open, with ropes pressed against his upper and lower lips, rendering him unable to speak. Even so, the three girls felt the bindings were not secure enough and began to further torment Hu Jingtian's body. This isn't enough. We need to break his fingers, and then he won't be able to escape. One of the girls said, directly picking up a nearby bench and smashing it down on Hu Jingtian's fingers. Bang! 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 The sound of the bench smashing against Hu Jingtian's fingers echoed, and one could even clearly hear the sound of bones shattering. Blood splattered onto the pillar behind, and his fingernails were crushed into bits. Get away! These hands are mine! Mine! This idea was mine. You're not allowed to take it. The three girls shouted at each other, occasionally glancing at Chen as if to show him how hard they were working. Under the relentless assault of the three, Hu Jingtian's once intact hands had been completely smashed beyond recognition, giving a sense of being flattened from 3 dimensions to 2. MMM, MMM, MMM. Tears were embedded beside Hu Jingtian's eyes, bloodshot covering his vision. He shook his head frantically, his body leaning forward uncontrollably. The pain he had never experienced before plunged him into complete despair. The torment from the three girls was not over. They even felt that as long as Hu Jingtian's eyes were still open, he was not truly bound. Standing aside, Chen had already guessed their mindset. Girls inherently have a strong sense of competition, especially when it involves life and death. So, they wanted to showcase their abilities in front of Chen. Perhaps one of their actions would directly impress him, not only saving them, but also allowing one of them to stay behind and follow him. Bang! A sound completely diverted the attention of the three. The door shattered. The door is broken. The zombies had completely torn apart. Countless zombies appeared before them, each with a fierce expression, their eyes shimmering with endless white light, their faces covered in flesh-colored lumps, and it was even possible to vaguely see worms wriggling inside. Their mouths slightly opened, and a slimy liquid continuously flowed out, their bodies twisted like completely distorted dead branches, crawling madly forward. Most of the zombies were not intact. They were survivors bitten by mutants, so their bodies were always seen with wounds oozing pus and blood, with chunks of flesh still attached. Some zombies even had half their heads chopped off, clearly revealing the various parts of their brain tissue. One of the girls who had been the most brutal in her attacks was so frightened by the scene before her that she crouched down on the ground, completely unable to move. Where's Chen? Where's Chen? A more rational girl quickly looked around. Finally, she spotted Chen near the window. What is he going to do? Jump out of the window to escape? Is that his plan? Although the cafeteria was only on the second floor, it was still 5 meters high, far exceeding the height of a normal floor. Even if one didn't die from the fall, they could easily break their legs. Had he gone mad? Chen, didn't you say you would take us with you? The girl beside him couldn't help but shout at Chen. We agreed before, but now I've changed my mind. He held a burning wooden stick in one hand and a hunting knife in the other. Bang! Chen cut off the protective railing and directly flipped onto the window. Boom! In an instant, all the oil ignited along with the flames. Good luck. Chen chuckled lightly and turned to look at the ground. A height of 5 meters was still bearable for him now, if worse came to worst. He had gold coins that could instantly upgrade his genetic physique. Even if he got injured, he could recover in an instant, with the only thing to watch out for being to avoid landing headfirst, which could lead to instant death. The sound of Hu Jingtian's shout and the blood on his arm had attracted all the zombies near the cafeteria. At this moment, only a few zombies were standing still on the ground, in a daze. Chen leaped into the air, jumping towards the ground, leaving behind an endless sea of flames. Chapter 29. Only in this way can you understand what you really are. The three girls looked at the moment the torch hit the ground, filled with resentment in addition to fear. This scum, he never intended to take us with him. He just wanted us to kill each other. May you die a horrible death. Go to hell. Go to hell. The veins on their faces bulged, and a madness flickered in their eyes. First, they encountered cockroaches, and Yi Chen's appearance saved them. Then they tried to escape, but Yi Chen stopped them. It was hope given, then despair. After that, Yi Chen told them that as long as they tied up Hu Jingtian, they could survive, but this fire completely burned away their hope for survival. He is playing with us. What should we do? What should we do? I don't want to die. Tears welled up in the girls' eyes as they looked up at the door ahead. The zombies were about to break through their last line of defense. At that moment, the flames spread, and just as they thought the zombies would be burned by the fire, the tables and chairs they had placed at the door to block the zombies were the first to catch fire. The zombies, engulfed in flames, groaned as they stepped closer to them. The sound of their fiery footsteps was like death knocking at the door, echoing in their minds. The last glimmer of hope in their eyes faded away. It's all your fault. The three girls looked at the flaming zombies approaching them and turned their gaze to Hu Jingtian. If it weren't for you speaking through the speaker, these zombies wouldn't have come over. Bang! A bench slammed into Hu Jingtian's chest. Driven to desperation, they had no choice but to vent their despair on Hu Jingtian. If we just don't make loud noises, we can survive well on the second floor. Why did you have to insist on having Yi Chen take you away? Are you out of your mind? Bang! Another blow. This time, the bench struck Hu Jingtian's head. The intense pain caused Hu Jingtian to faint, but the revenge was not over. The more the girls hit, the angrier they became. Clearly, if they just stayed on the second floor, they wouldn't have encountered zombies so quickly. Yet Hu Jingtian insisted on forcing Yi Chen to take him away, endangering everyone. Thus, she raised the bench in her hand and aimed for Hu Jingtian's most vulnerable spot. Bang! Instantly, Hu Jingtian awoke from his faint. He felt a liquid flowing out from beneath him. An endless pain radiated from below. His eggs are broken. Ugh! Hu Jingtian struggled madly, completely pushed to the brink by these women. He would rather die than endure this torture. But the three girls Wu and Ti let Hu Jingtian die so easily. Even as the zombies drew closer, their gaze remained fixed on Hu Jingtian. Even in death, they wanted to vent their anger. When the rage in their hearts could not be released, it would shift from the one they hated most to the second most hated. Clearly, Yi Chen had deprived them of their last chance to survive. They should have hated him, but since Yi Chen had already fled, they could only vent all their hatred on Hu Jingtian. Bang! The bench continued to strike Hu Jingtian, and blood spilled from his body. He had lost consciousness at least 5 times, but each time he woke up in pain. A sharp scream shattered the torment of Hu Jingtian. One girl's arm was bitten off by a zombie, and in that moment, the madness in her heart turned into cowardice. I don't want to die. Someone save me. Help me. The 3 girls were consumed by the horde of zombies in the sea of fire. Their bodies mangled beyond recognition. Their stomachs were ripped open, and intestines and other organs spilled out, becoming the food for the zombies. Hu Jingtian looked at the zombies before him, the pain long since swallowed by fear. Sweat dripped from his forehead, and as his body shook, he looked around. I have to escape. I can't die here. Hu Jingtian's hands were broken, and he could only rub his body against the sharp edges of the pillar, but unfortunately, it was all in vain. At that moment, the speaker beside Hu Jingtian suddenly came to life. Do you know why I want to kill you? This voice came from Yi Chen. If I killed you directly, it would be too easy for you. Someone like you, who is so self-righteous, should witness the terror of the apocalypse with your own eyes to understand what you really are. Yi Chen's words completely shattered Hu Jingtian, who screamed and struggled frantically. However, everything here was beyond his control. His body was tied up and unable to move, and he couldn't utter a word. The only thing he could do was wait for death. MMM. Hu Jingtian raised his voice and screamed wildly. But all he could produce was this MMM sound. Death was not the scariest thing. The most terrifying part was knowing that you would die but being unable to stop it, forced to watch it come. That process was truly excruciating. Hiss! A zombie bit into Hu Jingtian's arm, and the pain made him faint again. Then, another zombie bit into his thigh, blood sprayed out, and the intense pain jolted him awake once more. Hu Jingtian looked down at the 2 zombies tearing at him. They were his classmates, and among the few he despised the most. Their families were very poor, so they usually worked part-time in the cafeteria when there were no classes. Now, he was actually going to be eaten by these poor wretches, He couldn't accept it. He shouldn't accept it. Get away. I am the student council president. You bunch of useless trash. Get the hell away from me. Hu Jingtian continuously shouted at the two zombies in front of him. But unfortunately, in the eyes of those zombies, he was neither the student council president nor a human. He was just a piece of food. Hu Jingtian could no longer remember how much flesh had been bitten off him. Eventually, his eyes turned completely white, although there was still a hint of gray mixed in. At that moment, he had completely become one of the zombies. Meanwhile, Yi-chan was standing not far away, quietly watching the second-floor cafeteria, which was continuously emitting black smoke. He held a microphone in one hand and a bloody hunting knife in the other, with several zombies lying on the ground behind him. It was almost time. Yi-chan put on his backpack, threw the microphone in his hand to the ground, and slowly walked forward with a hunting blade in one hand. Just as he was moving ahead, a flame erupted from above behind him, as if triggered by an explosion. Bang! The sound of the explosion came from the second-floor cafeteria, shattering all the windows. A sea of fire engulfed the entire cafeteria. The instigator of this inferno was the one who kept moving forward. Yi-chan. Chapter 30. The deadly world. The sea of fire engulfed the entire cafeteria, where hundreds of zombies were directly roasted into charcoal by the flames, with only a few higher-level mutated zombies surviving. This explosion, along with Hu Jingtian and the others, was all within Yi-chan's calculations. Initially, he did not plan to blow up the second floor of the cafeteria, but under Hu Jingtian's entanglement, Yi-chan thought of a better strategy than just killing him. While Hu Jingtian was speaking, he began to observe his surroundings and discovered that each food service window had a gas stove behind it. He then found materials, like oil, which are only found in kitchens. There are 3 ways for a gas explosion to occur: intense heating, combustion, exothermic chemical reaction, and vaporization. The second method, combustion, could just use flames to cause an explosion. Thus, Yi-chan took this opportunity to have Hu Jingtian lure all the zombies over to create an explosion, blowing them all up and earning himself gold coins. At first, Yi-chan only intended to kill Hu Jingtian, but the actions of the 3 girls truly touched the dark side of his heart. He gave those 3 a chance to survive, but they wanted to take this opportunity to use Hu Jingtian as a stepping stone to please him. It is important to know that someone who has a desire to please others is also a very self-serving person. If he kept them around, or if any danger arose, they would surely be among those who would stab him in the back. In the end, Yi-chan abandoned the idea of saving the 3 girls and left the second-floor cafeteria alone. He would eliminate all factors that were unfavorable to him, even if there was only a small possibility. Ding! Successfully killed 234 first-tier zombies for second-tier zombies. Gold coins 121. Yi Lin was stunned when he heard the system's notification sound. I killed 238 zombies, but only received 121 gold coins. What does that mean? The system at least took away half. Is it so blatant in robbing my gold coins? Yi-chan jursit angridi. However, the system did not pay any attention to Yi-chan's outburst, because Yi-chan was completely unable to do anything about it. According to calculations, a first-tier zombie only yielded 5 gold coins, while a second-tier zombie yielded 1 gold coin. However, upon landing, the killed zombies awarded 1 gold coin, which meant that if a large number of zombies were killed, half of the gold coins would be deducted. Yi-chan said while feeling a pang of pain. Previously, when he burned the mutated creatures, there was no situation of splitting them in half, but now, when killing zombies, it had happened. This meant that the system recognized the difficulty of killing zombies as relatively low. So if he wanted to kill zombies on a large scale in the future, the money he earned would also be reduced by half. What a ripoff. Yi-chan glanced at his current gold coins, a total of 276 coins. Overall, the harvest was quite substantial. Next, Yi-chan's goal was the infirmary. In the apocalypse, to survive apart from food, one of the most important things is medicine. Therefore, medicine is essential. If timely treatment is not received, even a minor cold could potentially take one's life. Yi-chan was not sure whether he would get sick after obtaining the genetic physique, but having such medication was certainly better than having none. At the very least, it could be used as a bargaining chip for exchanges. However, he did not head straight to the infirmary. Instead, he went to a classroom on the first floor. The explosion in the cafeteria was loud enough to attract nearby zombies. If he rushed forward at this moment, he would definitely be ambushed by the zombies. So he needed to wait until all the zombies were drawn away before heading to the infirmary. As soon as Chen stepped into the classroom, a loud noise of numerous zombies rushing down from the upper floors echoed outside. Oh, the heavens really favor me. Chen shifted his gaze to the classroom. For him, it was quite fortunate, as there were no living mutants or zombies inside. But for the students in this classroom, it was a disaster. Zombies only lose their vitality when their necks are severed, and since there were neither mutants nor zombies in the classroom, it indicated that the students had all been devoured by those mutants, or, at the very least, their heads had been eaten. The entire classroom could be described as hell. Almost 2/3 of the area was splattered with blood. Headless corpses were everywhere, and colorful entrails could even be seen on the ground. It is not hard to imagine that there must have been endless wails here in the past. Chen looked at the deep brown bloodstains that had long since solidified on the ground, his expression showing not a trace of emotion. Being freed now was better than dying later. With the evolution of the mutated beings, those creatures gradually developed intelligence. And some of the humans they captured had gradually degenerated into livestock, becoming similar to cows and sheep. This phenomenon will slowly emerge 3 years after the apocalypse arrives. By then, the term apocalypse will no longer suffice to describe this world. It should be called the end of the world of certain death. Chen came to a corner of the classroom and squatted there alone. From this spot, he could clearly see what was happening outside the window. Countless zombies walked past the classroom where Chen was, most of their bodies being mutilated. They emitted faint, gasping sounds as they walked, taking one step after another towards the school cafeteria. Chen couldn't help but see some familiar faces among the crowd of zombies, although he couldn't quite remember their names. However, amidst the horde, Chen was taken aback by an astonishing sight. A Tier 3 zombie. In the group of zombies, there was one whose eyes, besides being white, also flickered with a hint of gray light, and it moved faster than ordinary zombies. What was most terrifying was that it had a total of 8 arms, looking extremely grotesque. All the zombies made way for the Tier 3 zombie as soon as they sensed its presence. Why is there a Tier 3 zombie? Chen frowned slightly. Logically speaking, the number of Tier 3 zombies in the early apocalypse could be considered extremely rare, especially since this was just the first day of the outbreak. There are 2 possibilities. One is that kind of death worm. The death worm did not eat that person, but only injured him, allowing the parasite to enter his body and turn him into a Tier 3 zombie. However, the teaching building is somewhat far from the cafeteria, and the movement direction of this Tier 3 zombie is opposite to that of the teaching building. Therefore, the probability of the death worm infecting this zombie is almost 0. That leaves only one other possibility. There is another Tier 3 mutant. Chen gasped in shock. In this situation, he couldn't even begin to imagine. It was only the first day of the apocalypse, and he had already encountered a 2nd-tier mutated mouse king and a 3rd-tier mutated death worm. It's important to note that these 2 mutants would later become the overlords of this city. If another 3rd-tier mutated creature were to appear, could it be? Chapter 31. Heading to the infirmary to find Realgar, Mouse King, Death Worm, and 8-armed spider. If we rank them by strength, the Death Worm is undoubtedly the most powerful existence, but the 8-armed spider comes in second. Even when it goes berserk, its power can be compared to that of the Death Worm. When the 8-armed spider infects a person, 6 arms rapidly grow around that person's body. Although these 6 arms appear human-like, they are covered in deadly poison. Touching them leads to decay. Its name comes from this very reason. Initially, in Xinjiang City, this monster was about as strong as the Death Worm. If luck was on its side, it might still be at the 2nd tier, but if luck was against it, it could very well have reached the 3rd tier. A trace of anxiety flashed in Chen's eyes. The 8-armed spider attacked differently from other spiders. Those spiders would crawl on the walls, lurking and then capturing their prey with silk or legs. But this 8-armed spider took a different approach, using its rear as a machine gun to launch urine attacks from a distance. Hopefully, it won't happen in the infirmary. Although the 8-armed spider preferred long-range attacks, its physical defense was comparable to that of a beetle. Therefore, the injection gun in Chen's hand would be rendered useless against this 8-armed spider. The only way to deal with it was through close combat. No matter what, Chen did not want to encounter this monster right now. He just wanted to collect the medicine he needed and then leave the city, seeking a secluded place to live alone. Chen stayed in the classroom for several more minutes. Seeing that there were no more sounds of zombies nearby, he slowly walked out of the classroom. The teaching building was not far from the infirmary, and the two were connected. Chen walked for about another 3 minutes, and the sign of the infirmary appeared before his eyes. He did not go in immediately, but instead walked towards the outside of the teaching building. Along the way, he did not encounter the 8-armed spider. Either it had already left the school, or it had set up camp in some nearby room. Chen was constantly praying in his heart. He hoped that the 8-armed spider was not inside the infirmary. He bent down and looked up towards a window of the infirmary. Chen frowned, forming a straight line. It was truly a case of fearing something and having it come true. At this moment, the 8-armed spider was climbing on the wall, its width nearly reaching 2 meters. With the thickness of its 8 legs resembling that of a human thigh, firmly embedded in the wall. Surrounding it were numerous small spiders, continuously crawling in all directions. This was a unique ability of most boss-level creatures, allowing them to gather beings of the same kind under their command, forming their own society, much like human society. The Rat King had mutated rats, and this 8-armed spider similarly had mutated spiders as its subordinates. Meanwhile, in the infirmary, there were several hanging spider sacks. Judging by their size, they should contain humans that had been preyed upon by the 8-armed spider. However, it could not eat them at the moment, so it had stored them as reserve food. The only good news at present was that the 8-armed spider's level was between the 2nd and 3rd tiers, not fully reaching the 3rd tier. The 3rd tier zombie, after being infected by the 8-armed spider, should still be at the 2nd tier, and after consuming many humans, it evolved to the 3rd tier. Chen murmured to himself, after humans are infected by mutants, they will obtain the host's rank, and at the same time, they can also enhance their own rank by preying on humans. Chen did not continue to observe the infirmary. The 8-armed spider had excellent eyesight, and if he kept watching like this, it was very likely to alert it. Chen changed direction at this moment. He decided to go to the chemistry lab first, and then come to the infirmary. The chemistry lab is located very close to the infirmary, the only difference being that one is on the 1st floor, while the other is on the top floor of the teaching building, the 7th floor. Apart from the 1st and 2nd floors being classrooms, the other floors are all laboratories. Chen's purpose for going to the chemistry lab was simple, to find realgar. Spiders fear realgar. Although boss-level creatures like the 8-armed spider are immune to realgar, the small spiders around it still have a natural fear of it. Since a large number of zombies were attracted away by the explosion sounds, Chen's trip to the chemistry lab was quite easy. Along the way, he encountered only a few lone zombies and no other dangers. Soon, Chen arrived at the chemistry lab. Is the door locked? Chen glanced down the corridor at the mangled corpse that had been gnawed to pieces. Entering the chemistry lab required wearing a white lab coat, and although the clothing of the corpse was completely soaked in blood, it was not difficult to tell that he was wearing that lab coat. This indicated that there were still people conducting experiments in the chemistry lab before the zombie outbreak. With the door closed, there was only one possibility. Like the store, there were people inside. Soon, Chen became even more convinced of this idea. From the gap under the door, gas filled with some dust escaped, and its odor was extremely unpleasant, reminiscent of sulfuric acid corroding materials. Chen chose not to force the door open, but instead walked towards the room next to the chemistry lab. That room was used for storing chemical tools, and it contained gas masks that filtered the air. These were specifically purchased to ensure safety during chemical experiments that produced toxic gases. Normally, not many people used them, so Chen easily got his hands on a relatively new mask. He couldn't tell if it was real foolishness or fake foolishness. How could this smell be useful to humans, but effective against those mutants? Chen used the hunting broadblade to directly chop off the laboratory's lock. There was no one behind the door. Chen looked around, but due to the fog swirling in the laboratory, he could not see anything clearly. Goodness, using dry ice? Chen exclaimed that he was quite knowledgeable. This guy, fearing that zombies would break in, directly used dry ice formed from carbon dioxide to create a misty atmosphere in the entire classroom. Moreover, he mixed toxic gas into the dry ice, intending to kill the zombies that broke in using this method. The idea was beautiful, but reality was harsh. Once a person mutated into a zombie, They no longer relied on their eyes, but transformed to depend on their sense of smell. Therefore, even if this place was turned into a colorful world, zombies could still locate their targets by their sense of smell. However, this posed some trouble for Chen. He could no longer find where the needed realgar was. And there was also someone hidden in the mist, waiting for an opportunity to act. Chapter 32. Let us make a deal. Chen frowned slightly. Just as he was deep in thought, he suddenly saw a glimmer of red light in the mist. Not good. Chen quickly retreated towards the door. Boom! An explosion directly created a small crater at the spot where Chen was standing. Are you crazy? Chen had retreated to the door, looking at the black stains on the ground, and a surge of anger rose in his heart. He directly took out the injection gun from his backpack. As long as the other party dared to make even the slightest sound, he would be able to roughly determine their location. With that, he could directly send them to hell. Is it a human? A voice of confusion came from the chemistry lab. Then what do you think I should be? Yilin's gaze quickly wandered through the white mist, searching for the other person's position. Sorry, I thought it was a zombie. I hope I didn't hit you. There was a hint of apology in the voice. Is it a girl? After Chen calmed down and listened to the voice, he was somewhat surprised. A girl could actually handle these chemical substances so skillfully? There was dry ice and homemade bombs. Could she eliminate the smoke from the dry ice? Chen's words were a test to the other party. If the other party was willing to clear the smoke, it would indicate that throwing the bomb at him was truly unintentional. Additionally, it would allow him to ascertain the other party's location and understand the surrounding environment, which would be more beneficial for his counterattack and defense. If you open the door, it will naturally flow out with the air. By the way, did you see my companions when you came here? Companions? This meant that she was the only one in the laboratory. It seemed that this girl had no malicious intent and was simply acting out of instinctive defense. However, Yilin did not put the injection gun into his backpack. After all, one must always be cautious of others. They're all dead. Most of them fell in the corridor. Chen said, "How could this be?" His voice carried a hint of sobbing, unable to believe all of this. So, what is happening outside? If I go out to take a look, where is Xionghuang? Chen did not plan to engage in too much communication with the girl. His only goal was to obtain the realgar, deal with the spider, and then escape. Here with me. The smoke slowly dissipated, revealing a beautiful figure in front of Chen. Even someone as calm as him was momentarily stunned by the girl's appearance. So beautiful. Her brows were like willows, her eyes like stars, and beneath her straight nose was a pair of curved lips the color of a peach. She leaned slightly against the corner of the wall, dressed in a white lab coat and blue jeans, which accentuated her perfect long legs. There was a faint red glow in her eyes, and tears were brimming at the corners, making her look pitiful and evoking a strong sense of protectiveness. However, in Chen's eyes, she was nothing more than a pink skeleton. Chen's attention was ultimately focused on the chemical agents beside the girl. Almost all the chemical agents in the lab were gathered around her. No wonder she could instantly create so many things. It turned out she had taken them all. Are you taking realgar to deal with the spiders? The girl asked. Yeah. Chen nodded, not too surprised. It's common knowledge that realgar can deal with spiders. I can help you make a realgar bomb. The girl spoke up this time, which left Chen's hand, reaching for the realgar, frozen in place. A realgar bomb. Realgar is a mineral, and even if you obtain it, you still need to use alcohol to combine with it in order to kill spiders from a distance. Therefore, after getting the realgar, Chen would also need to look for items like alcohol. For Yilin, this was quite a temptation. Chen reined in his thoughts and looked at the girl. He saw a hint of need in her eyes. Was she trying to bargain with him? Go ahead. What are the terms? Chen didn't want to waste too much time on conversation and said straightforwardly, "Save my companion." The girl replied, "Impossible." Chen didn't think twice and directly refused. Asking him to save people, especially those whose whereabouts were long unknown, was undoubtedly like searching for a needle in a haystack. A path to self-destruction. They would also make these explosives, likely knowing even more than I do. If we could find them, our chances of survival would be greater. But if they knew more, why would they only leave you in this laboratory? Logically, wouldn't they have just used the bombs to break out already? A single sentence from Chen directly interrupted the girl's words. If it really is that powerful, then why not make a bomb and blow it up? It was clear that the girl was trying to elevate the value of her companion, hoping to make Yi Chen feel compelled to save them. The girl looked up at Yi Chen's deep, unfathomable eyes, like an abyss, and she was stunned. This was the first time she had seen such a gaze. Is he a student at our school? Why does he feel like an emotionless robot? The girl was momentarily taken aback. A hint of guilt in her eyes. I'm sorry. They left the laboratory to cover my escape. So, I wanted to take me to find them. After the zombie outbreak, the laboratory quickly attracted the attack of mutated beings due to the chemical odors it emitted. A few students who were conducting experiments made a decision upon seeing the situation. They rushed out to lure the mutated beings away, allowing the girl to escape first. But just as they burst through the door, they happened to collide directly with a mutated being. If it weren't for the homemade explosives they had made, which killed the mutated being charging at them, the entire chemical laboratory would have been overrun. One boy, before dying, used his last bit of strength to close the door of the chemical laboratory. His desperate gaze for survival finally rested on the girl. It was a light of hope that she would carry on the lives of everyone. Although the girl was frightened by the scene outside the door, once she regained her composure, she began to gather all the chemical materials around her. They would serve as her last weapon to defend the chemical laboratory. What is your name? Yi Chen looked at the girl and spoke. If the girl threatened him with Xionghuang, he would not hesitate to kill her and take the Xionghuang for himself. However, every word she said carried innocence. She had no ulterior motives. She simply wanted to save her companions. This might be the last trace of kindness left in Yi Chen's heart. Only a pure-hearted person could evoke a hint of compassion within him. But it was merely compassion. Gu Qingsheng. The girl's sorrowful eyes revealed a hint of joy. Could it be that he was going to help her find her companions? Let's make a deal. You make me a bomb, and I'll help you find your companions. Yi Chen looked at Gu Qingsheng and said. At this moment, most of the zombies outside had been completely attracted by the sound of the explosion, and there were almost 0 zombies left in this teaching building. Yi Chen went out to find Gu Qingsheng's companions, and he wouldn't encounter much danger. Therefore, this deal could be considered a guaranteed profit for Yi Chen. All right, Gu Qingsheng agreed without a second thought. How many bombs? All of them. Make as many as you can. All right. Gu Qingsheng nodded and immediately began to gather the materials nearby to start making them. Yi Chen looked at Gu Qingsheng's unparalleled beauty, a hint of a smile flashing in his eyes. It was unclear whether it was the last kind smile left in this world or a mockery of Gu Qingsheng. In order to find those companions whose fates were already uncertain, he decided to give away everything he had that could be used to save his life. Was this kindness or foolishness? However, all of this was no longer of any importance to him. Do you have a photo of your companions? Yi Chen asked. Here is our group photo. Gu Qingsheng took out her phone and opened the album. Inside was a group photo of 13 people, with Gu Qingsheng standing in the middle. Among the 13, only Gu Qingsheng was a girl. No wonder they left the hope of survival to you. Yi Chen muttered to himself. He could see the affection for Gu Qingsheng in the eyes of these people, a gaze filled with the doting of an older brother towards his younger sister. A hint of loneliness flashed in Yi Chen's eyes, but it quickly disappeared without a trace. I can only do my best. After all, there are many zombies outside, so... Before Yi Chen could finish speaking, Gu Qingsheng handed him something. Gu Qingsheng forced a smile on her face. Yi Chen looked at the 3 bombs in his hand, nodded, and turned to walk outside. Chapter 33. Just when one wave subsides, another rises. The tide of corpses strikes. Yi Chen walked into the corridor, looking down at the bomb in his hand, and couldn't help but shake his head and let out a laugh. Are there still such innocent people in this world? If everyone in this world were so innocent, perhaps there wouldn't be things like cannibalism and backstabbing. But is that even possible? Human nature is so complex. Yi Chen leaned on the railing with both hands, observing everything around. Helping her find? It's no longer necessary. In this teaching building, there are almost no survivors left. Not to mention those companions protecting Gu Qingsheng are still directly confronting those mutated beings. The outcome awaiting them is certain death. Therefore, Yi Chen chose to stand in the corridor, conserving energy. It's almost time. Yi Chen looked at the time on his phone. It had jumped from 3:40 p.m. to 3:50 p.m. 10 minutes was enough. Yi Chen moved a corpse from outside the corridor to the laboratory door, then walked into the laboratory. Most were not found. Only one was located. Yi Chen looked at Gu Qingsheng, who was focused on making a bomb, and slowly spoke. "How is he?" Gu Qingqing's voice carried a hint of excitement, but when she saw Yi Chen's expression, the joy in her heart instantly faded away. Yi Chen's expression carried a hint of sadness, but of course this was just an act. He wanted Gu Qingqing to know that he was indeed searching earnestly. "Dead, with his head eaten," Yi Chen said. Gu Qingqing didn't speak anymore. The speed at which she was making the bomb began to increase steadily. The atmosphere in the laboratory suddenly became oppressive. A line of clear tears slowly slid down Gu Qingqing's cheek. Yi Chen didn't say anything more. He walked out of the room again, quietly gazing ahead. Gu Qingqing's tears continuously flowed from the corners of her eyes. "Has everyone left? Didn't we agree to graduate together and attend each other's weddings? Why do they have to go?" Gu Qingqing's cheeks were flushed. She had actually guessed long ago that her companions had already died, but she still held onto a glimmer of hope. Perhaps they might have escaped. She had joined the chemistry research group for a year, and she was the first girl to join, so the members treated her as if she were their own sister. Although they had only spent a year together, Gu Qingqing considered them the most important friends in her life. But now that Gu Qingqing's tears kept falling. She never expected the world to turn out this way. Why do people have to die? Why do these monsters appear? Yi Chen heard Gu Qingqing's cries, but did not go to comfort her. Everyone has a process of growth, especially in the apocalypse. In his previous life, he had also experienced such despair and had cried. One could either be reborn from adversity or fall into a state of being a walking dead from despair. Suddenly, Yi Chen was shocked to see a scene downstairs. Zombies. Not just one, but a group. Countless zombies rushed in from outside, heading towards the upper floors. How could this be? Shouldn't they all be attracted to the cafeteria? Why were there so many? Could it be because of that explosion? If he left alone at this moment, he could definitely avoid the tide of zombies. But if he took Gu Qingqing with him, it would be uncertain. Yi Chen looked around, searching for a way to have the best of both worlds. If he were dealing with an ordinary person, he might have just given up and chosen to escape alone. However, Gu Qingqing had a deep understanding of chemical substances, making her a useful tool for him at this moment. If he were to abandon her now, it would likely be difficult to enter the infirmary. Either he would take the bomb and leave. Gu Qingqing, is the Realgar bomb ready? Yi Chen asked. Not yet. Damn, taking the bomb and leaving won't work either. The only way is to hold this place first. Yi Chen looked to his left and right. He was in a narrow corridor. Gu Qingqing, can the power of the bomb blow up this floor? If we use all the bombs, it should be possible. Then forget it. Yi Chen dismissed this thought and focused his gaze on the headless corpse at the door. Sorry about that. Yi Chen dragged the corpse and quickly ran into the room across. Then, Yi Chen took out the hunting knife in his hand and made a cut on the corpse's arm, abdomen, and thigh. Fortunately, this person had not been dead for long, and the blood still had some vitality, allowing it to flow out of his body. Is there a window in the laboratory? Yi Chen didn't have time to check inside himself, and asked while walking. No, there are windows in the classroom next door. She had already guessed from Yi Chen's tone. A large number of zombies might have been attracted here. Gu Qingqing quickened her pace, feeling a bit guilty. She thought these zombies must have been attracted because she had let Yi Chen go out to look for his companions. The Shenhuang bomb is ready. You go first. I'll hold them off, Gu Qingqing said. Want to leave? It's too late now. Yi Chen glanced at the zombies that had already reached the third floor. At this moment, he had lost the chance to escape. If Gu Qingqing had finished earlier, he would have directly chosen to take the Shenhuang bomb and then quickly run up to the third floor along the stairs, jumping out of the window of the classroom on the third floor, because the height of the third floor was the maximum height his body could currently withstand. However, that was no longer possible. The third floor was completely filled with zombies, and there was no way to escape. Gu Qingqing, take what you need and come to the classroom next door. Yi Chen had already placed various objects that could serve as obstacles on both sides of the corridor to delay the zombies as much as possible. Good. Gu Qingqing hugged all the bombs tightly in her arms and quickly ran out of the laboratory towards the room where Yi Chen was. There were a total of 23 bombs, 12 of which were arsenic bombs. Due to limited materials, they needed to be subjected to intense impact to detonate. Gu Qingqing's voice was very clear, giving a rational impression, but it was hard to notice that tears were still glistening at the corners of her eyes, and her heart was still in great turmoil. She made these bombs mostly from items that would undergo chemical reactions after being violently impacted, in addition to the essential gunpowder. Yi-Chen put all the bombs into his backpack. To prevent them from being severely impacted, he also specially wrapped a layer of softer material around the bombs. What should we do next? Gu Qicheng looked at Yi-Chen, although he still appeared very cold at this moment. She knew that Yi-Chen was the only one who could resolve this crisis. Yi-Chen walked towards the window, lowered his head to take a glance, and slowly spoke. Wait. Chapter 34. Waiting for an opportunity after hearing Yi-Chen's words, Gu Qicheng did not ask anything further. She stood alone by the window, gazing at everything outside. From his 7th floor, one could almost see a quarter of the school's area. What should have been a place filled with vibrant flowers and the fragrance of books was now completely tainted by blood and the scent of death. The ground was a scene of devastation. Blood congealed on the surface, symbolizing the aura of death. Bodies torn apart lay like trees broken by a fierce wind, already hollowed out, revealing only white bones. Severed hands and broken legs were everywhere, as common as fallen leaves and dead branches. It was afternoon, a time that should have been warmed by the winter sun, yet the entire sky appeared dark and oppressive, suffocating, stifling, despairing. The cries and pleas for help had long dissipated into the void, and the heavy silence felt even more terrifying. The oppressive silence symbolized the death of all things. Everything returned to chaos. Gu Qingqing's small mouth slightly opened, her eyes revealing a look of disbelief. Why'd it have to be like this? In her heart, Gu Qingqing was someone filled with sunshine, always choosing to face things with optimism. But at this moment, she could no longer be optimistic. The world was collapsing. One either adapts or perishes along with it. These were the only two choices humanity had. Yi-Chen leaned against the door and coldly said, "Do you know something?" Gu Qingqing looked at Yi-Chen, not believing that someone who had just experienced the apocalypse could remain so calm, because he had already heard the sound of zombies climbing the stairs. These zombies had reached the 5th floor, and after climbing 2 more floors, they would arrive at their level. Clearly, these zombies must have been attracted by the sound of the explosion. Otherwise, they wouldn't be running up the stairs. "Open the window." Yi-Chen ignored Gu Qingqing's question and commanded. Just as Gu Qingqing turned around to open the window, Yi-Chen took the hunting broad blade out from the system warehouse and held it in his hand. This knife was found earlier in this classroom. Yi-Chen looked at Gu Qingqing's confusion and explained. Gu Qingqing said nothing more and stood quietly by the window. Bang! A zombie stepped on the wooden board that Yi-Chen had placed on the ground. Beneath the board was a piece of iron. As soon as the zombie stepped on it, the board would make a noise as it struck the ground. This would alert Yi-Chen that the zombie had reached the 6th floor. Even though Gu Qingqing remained rational, her heart began to feel anxious. It was a fear that came from deep within. Everyone fears death, especially when they know it is approaching them. Bang, bang, bang. The zombie began to destroy the obstacles Yi-Chen had set up. 1, 2. The sound of breaking continued to come from outside. Then, the sounds of destruction faded, replaced by heavy breathing and footsteps. The obstacles set up by Yi-Chen were completely destroyed, and the zombies began to move towards their target, the laboratory. Most of the zombies started to surge into the chemistry lab. After entering the lab, the zombies searched for a while, but did not find any traces of people inside. However, soon, a few zombies close to the room where Yi-Chen was located caught the scent of them and began to madly crash against the walls of the laboratory. They sensed that Yi-Chen was in the room next door, and the wall in front of them was what was blocking their way. They were frantically banging against the wall. Bang! Bang, bang, bang! Blood flowed from their heads, and some white brain matter could even be seen. Soon, there was an endless knocking sound coming from the door of the classroom where Yi-Chen was. Bang, bang, bang! The zombies smelled the scent of Yi-Chen and Gu Qingqing and began to attack the classroom door frantically. But she did not scream. Instead, she tightly covered her mouth with her hand, forcing herself not to make a sound. Yi-Chen saw Gu Qingqing's actions and lowered his hand from the position of the backpack. He had only met Gu Qingqing once, and if this woman were to scream or break down out of fear, he would immediately end her life with a syringe gun. Fortunately, Gu Qingqing's actions temporarily reassured Yi-Chen. Dealing with smart and rational people is indeed comforting. However, the crisis was not over, although the classroom door was made of iron. The attacks from the zombies had become even more ferocious. No matter how sturdy the iron door was, it could not withstand the relentless assault of countless zombies. Bang! A pale hand pierced through the top of the iron door. The hand was covered in purple veins, with numerous flesh lumps wriggling on it. The continuous attacks on the iron door had completely shattered the fingertips of that hand, and pus and blood dripped incessantly from the wounds. The stench of decay began to waft in from outside the door. Bang! Another crack appeared. A pale arm dug in from the center, continuously reaching inside. Since the iron door was being forcibly breached, many sharp spikes kept tearing at the arm. Soon, that arm was pierced through by the sharp spikes, blood mixing with the iron shards, but the zombie felt no pain, frantically stretching inward. Eventually, the iron spikes completely pierced through the zombie's arm, stirring its flesh, and one could even see the already blackened bones inside. However, it was exactly due to the zombie's frenzied digging that the hole in the iron door began to widen. The zombie's head emerged from outside the iron door. Its hollow eyes began to gaze inside the door, searching for prey. Roar! The zombie discovered Gu Qingqing's position and directly thrust its head into the opening, making frantic biting motions towards her. The area around its eye sockets was filled with flesh-colored lumps, formed by numerous small insects, which could be seen wriggling. The most terrifying aspect of the zombie was its mouth. Its mouth had long since disappeared, with gums and teeth fully exposed to the air. Its mouth had been bitten off. It was this wound that had transformed it into a zombie. Gu Qingsheng watched the zombie's movements, tears welling up at the corners of her eyes. She closed her eyes tightly, covering her mouth, afraid to look directly at it. Chen also did not use a knife to sever the zombie's head. He stood in the corner, coldly observing everything. He was waiting for an opportunity. Chapter 35. At least one can still survive. The mouthless zombie lowered its head, continuously nudging towards the door. Since its mouth had been completely bitten off, the liquid inside could not be contained and kept dripping onto the ground. Gu Qingsheng covered her mouth tightly, her body trembling violently. Although she possessed extraordinary rationality, she instinctively felt intense fear in the face of a creature she had only seen on television. However, despite her fear, she was very clear about her situation. The greatest threat to her life was not the zombie, but the man standing in the corner. She was certain that as soon as she made sound, that man would definitely eliminate her in the first moment. The mouthless zombie made a faint gasping sound, and as another drop of saliva fell, its head underwent a horrifying transformation. It rotated 360 degrees and elongated infinitely. This was a special form acquired after being bitten by a similar mutated creature. Its neck kept stretching, and its head began to drill into the room like a rubber band. Soon, it reached the spot where Gu Qingsheng was. It spotted Gu Qingsheng and suddenly opened its mouth, wanting to use all its strength to devour her whole. Gu Qingsheng was so frightened that she crouched down, too afraid to look directly at the zombie, tears streaming down her beautiful cheeks. Her body continued to tremble, and to escape her fear, she chose to close her eyes. But after a long time, she realized that the zombie had not attacked her. She slightly opened her eyes to look ahead. The mouthless zombie revealed its grotesque face, exposing its toothless gums, endlessly gnawing towards her. The wriggling white insects and lump-like flesh on its face looked as horrifying as the black dots on a dragon fruit. Behind the mouthless zombie's head, a hand tightly gripped its neck, preventing it from advancing any further. It was him. Gu Qingsheng looked at Chen, who was firmly gripping the neck of the mouthless zombie, which was as long as a giraffe's, allowing her to escape disaster. Chen looked at the zombie, and he never expected its head could stretch. Fortunately, Gu Qingsheng was unharmed. If she had been bitten and lost a chunk of flesh, resulting in heavy bleeding, then the traps he had set up earlier would have been in vain. At this moment, the sounds of knocking on the door outside had completely disappeared, and the footsteps outside were still wriggling. Even this voiceless zombie was trying to leave through the crack in the door, shifting its target. After all, Gu Qingsheng had already been completely spotted by this zombie. Soon, the sounds of zombies outside grew fainter, and eventually, only this voiceless zombie was trapped in the room by Chen. Zong! Chen did not hesitate and directly chopped off the head of the zombie with a single stroke. An incredible scene unfolded. The head of the headless zombie did not die instantly. Instead, it crawled like a caterpillar with a human head, stretching its neck and continuously wriggling towards Gu Qingqing. Yichen glanced at the writhing zombie head and directly plunged the hunting broad blade into the center of its neck, fixing the zombie head in place. This zombie was likely infected by mutated worms, which allowed it to survive even after its head was severed, and it could regenerate its body tissue, causing its neck to elongate. Yichen found several heavier objects in the room and directly pressed them onto the zombie's neck. Standing aside, we jumped to the 5th floor and escaped. Yichen looked at Gu Qingqing and said in a deep voice, "All right." Gu Qingqing nodded. So far, jumping to the 5th floor was indeed the only way to escape. But what if there are just as many zombies on the 5th floor? Gu Qingqing voiced her doubts. Why do you think the zombies outside left? Yichen pulled the hunting knife out of the zombie's head, then opened the window and looked toward the 5th floor. Gu Qingqing heard Yi Chen's explanation, and an answer instantly surfaced in her mind. He used something to attract the zombies' attention elsewhere. And the zombies on the 5th floor also smelled this thing, so they came running up. It must have either made a loud noise or was something the zombies were very interested in. It couldn't be noise. A person. Gu Qingqing looked up at Yi Chen, a hint of fear flashing in her eyes, but she didn't voice the answer in her heart and quickly returned to calmness. Yi Chen noticed a subtle change in Gu Qingqing's expression and couldn't help but smile. I'll jump down first, and then you jump to the 5th floor. I'll catch you. Yi Chen said, I have acrophobia. Gu Qingqing said a bit shyly. Are you afraid, even on the 6th floor? Gu Qingqing's ears turned a bit red as she nodded. Yi Chen looked around the room and found an oxygen mask in one spot. He roughly pulled down the tube. Come here. Yi Chen picked up the tube and tied Gu Qingqing to his back. She wrapped her legs around his abdomen and hugged his neck with her arms below. Don't hug my neck, or I won't be able to breathe. Yi Chen said in a deep voice, Okay. At this moment, Gu Qingqing's cheeks turned even redder. From childhood to adulthood, apart from her father, no one had ever held her like this. At this moment, she felt more anxious than when she saw a zombie, and her body tightened its embrace even more. Yi Chen instantly felt as if his back was cushioned by cotton candy, incredibly soft. Although Gu Qingqing's body had been tainted by the smell of chemical substances, he could still detect a hint of fragrance. However, Yi Chen quickly realized that he didn't have the time to savor these sensations. The reason those zombies were lured away was precisely due to the corpse he had placed in the room across. However, since the number of corpses was limited, once the last zombie took a bite, that corpse would be completely devoured. Therefore, the time he had to escape was the same as the time it took for those zombies to finish eating that corpse. He had to hurry. Yi Chen jumped onto the windowsill, then suddenly leaped down, raising his hands upward. However, at this moment, Yi Chen was carrying the weight of 2 people, causing his hands to break the skin. Gu Qingqing could clearly feel that Yi Chen's body was gradually sliding down, seemingly unable to support the weight of both of them. Gu Qingqing didn't speak. She was afraid that talking at this moment would distract Yi Chen. If it really came to the point where Yi Chen couldn't hold on any longer, she would choose to untie the tube and fall to the ground alone. At least this way, she could survive. Chapter 36, A Desperate Struggle. Yi Chen felt the strain in his body. This body was still in an undeveloped state. Even though his physical fitness had improved significantly with the upgrade of his genetic physique, he had been engaged in high-intensity exercise for a long time. And now his body could only barely withstand the weight of 2 people hanging in the air. Who the hell designed this? It's really infuriating. Yi Chen glanced at the window on the 5th floor out of the corner of his eye. Its structure was completely different from that of the 6th floor. The window on the 6th floor had an extended ledge outside that one could grab onto, while the 5th floor's window was as flat as an airport runway, with no place to hold onto at all. Therefore, if Yi Chen wanted to enter the 5th floor, he would have to use his feet to smash the closed window. But he had to realize that he was not alone now. His hands had to bear the weight of 2 people, along with the full force of his legs. A burden that his body could not withstand at this moment. Just then, the sound of zombies crashing against the door of the 6th floor room echoed again. However, this time the crashing sound was more frequent, since the door had already been clawed by the zombies, leaving several holes. They only needed to tear it apart along the holes. Nevertheless, these zombies were quite straightforward. Instead of digging, They continued to bang their heads and hands against the door. Most of them were covered in blood, driven mad by it, craving to eat more. Time could not be delayed any longer. Chen knew that it was only a matter of time before the zombies broke through the door. If he remained stuck here, he would either fall to his death or be torn to pieces by them in midair. System, upgrade genetic physique. Chen silently recited in his heart. This was currently his only way. With insufficient physical strength, he would enhance himself through leveling up. Ding! Genetic physique has successfully upgraded to LV3, gold -50. In an instant, Chen felt as if his whole body had been recharged, and the grip strength and holding power of his hands had greatly improved. Gu Qingsheng, who was holding on to Chen, also felt that his body had become somewhat different. She tightened her grip. Chen could clearly feel that his hands were now fully capable of bearing the weight of 2 or even 3 people. His body suddenly plummeted downward, keeping himself parallel to the 5th floor window. Bang! Chen kicked hard towards the 5th floor window. Although there was a slight crack visible, it did not shatter. At the same time, the loud sound of the impact caused the zombies outside to become even more agitated. Bang! Another kick. A crack appeared again on the 5th floor window, but there were no signs of it breaking. Why the hell don't you use bulletproof glass? Chen looked at the quality of the window and couldn't help but complain. Just at that moment, the iron door on the 6th floor was completely torn to pieces by the zombies. There were dense hordes of zombies, each with different mutations around their bodies, and their only target was clear. They charged towards Chen and Gu Qingsheng, ready to devour them. Unfasten the tube. My weight will affect your leg strength. It's better for you to survive than for both of us to die. Gu Qingsheng's words touched Chen's heart slightly. Shut up. Chen ignored Gu Qingsheng's request. At the very least, it was impossible for him to give her up now. If at this moment he had people like Mo Rushu and Hu Jingtian behind him, let alone saving them, he would probably drag them to feed the zombies. In the apocalypse, humans with a conscience may easily die, but it should also be understood that only those with a conscience can bring peace back to the apocalypse. Chen is not a saint. When encountering kind people like this, he will still choose to help, even if it's just a small effort. Of course, if it really came to a life-threatening moment, even if Gu Qingsheng didn't say anything, he would unhesitatingly abandon her. Saving her does not mean he has to risk his own life as well. However, in the current situation, he can still take a chance. Chen's hands were firmly pressed against the platform, and his whole body began to surge outward. He intended to use the combined strength of his body and legs to shatter the window. 1 hit, 2 hits. Some less intelligent zombies climbed up to the window, completely unaware of Chen and Gu Qingsheng, and directly completed their leap of faith. Dozens of zombies jumped down from the upper floors like they were diving from a height. However, some zombies, having inherited the abilities of mutated insects, gained the ability to climb walls. For example, a zombie that had been bitten by a man-faced spider grew spider hairs all over its body. It had 8 eyes on its head, and its hands and feet adhered to the walls, starting to crawl step by step towards Chen and the others. The zombie that had its neck chopped off finally freed itself from the heavy objects that had been pinning it down under the trampling of many other zombies. At this moment, countless small suction cups had grown below its neck, allowing it to reach the outside of the 6th floor window along the wall. In an instant, the entire outside of the 6th floor was covered with dense crowds of zombies. Hiss! Roar! Countless zombies began to charge rapidly towards Chen. If one were to look up from the ground to the 6th floor, it would appear as if a group of pale, fleshy balls were rushing towards a single overlapping white point in the center. The sky was dark and gloomy, and the wind howled around them. The biting cold wind struck Chen's face as his gaze was completely locked onto the window. He had no time to care about how many zombies were surrounding him. If his kick could break through, he could survive. At this moment, the zombies also launched a fierce attack on Chen. Countless zombies lunged at him, eager to swallow him whole right then and there. Success or failure depended on this one strike. A desperate fight to the death. Chen held his breath, releasing all the strength in his hands and concentrating all his power in his legs. With force, he collided. Bang! The impact point of his legs was at the already cracked spot. In an instant, countless shards of glass flew in all directions, and Chen's feet were also scraped open by the flying fragments. The window shattered. Yi Chun used the thrust of his power to shoot himself and Gu Qingsheng directly into the room. While in the air, Yi Chun executed a difficult maneuver. He changed his position mid-air, protected Gu Qingsheng's head with his hands, and used his back as a cushion, crashing down onto the fifth floor's floor. At that moment, the zombies outside lost their target, but their bodies could not stop and fell towards the ground due to gravity. However, a few second-level zombies still remained on the outer wall, slowly beginning to crawl towards the fifth floor. Chapter 37. The favor of heaven. Gu Qingsheng felt all her weight pressing down on Yi Chun after landing, and a sense of guilt surged in her heart, wanting to immediately get off Yi Chun. But she found that he held her even tighter. Then, she felt her body rolling continuously with Yi Chun. Bang, bang, bang. Several arrow-like objects pierced through the floor, and the reason Yi Chun rolled with Gu Qingsheng was precisely because of this. Second-level zombies had crawled in from the outer wall of the sixth floor into the room they were in. One zombie lunged at them, with two wings behind it and sharp, non-human fangs protruding from the corners of its mouth, aiming to tear a large hole in Gu Qingsheng's back. Swoosh! Yi Chun pushed Gu Qingsheng away and used his wide-bladed hunting knife to split the zombie in half. Yi Chun was slightly taken aback. Although he had used all his strength, he did not expect to directly cut the zombie in front of him in half. Is this the power of having his genetic physique upgraded to LV3? However, Yi Chun did not linger. His legs were cut with many small wounds from the shattered glass. Blood was continuously seeping from these wounds. He ran downstairs. Yi Chun glanced at Gu Qingsheng, who was lying on the ground, and had no intention of helping her. Instead, he directly rushed towards the door. Gu Qingsheng, not wanting to be a burden, quickly got up and followed behind Yi Chun. At this moment, commotion could be heard coming from the sixth floor as countless zombies began to rush downstairs, roaring incessantly, wanting to tear Yi Chun and Gu Qingsheng into pieces. They decided to run in separate directions. The teaching building had stairs on both the left and right sides. Yi Chun ran directly towards the nearest left staircase, while Gu Qingsheng did not hesitate and turned to run towards the right side. Indeed, their chances of survival would be slightly greater if they split up and escaped. Yi Chun had bloodstains on him, and similarly, when he hugged Gu Qingsheng, she also got stained with blood. Therefore, the zombies would either focus on chasing one person or split up to chase both. Yi Chun and Gu Qingsheng were running wildly, and the zombies were also sprinting. In fact, because there were too many zombies and the floors were too crowded, some zombies jumped down from the fifth floor. Upon landing, their lower bodies were smashed into a pile of flesh, but they did not stop moving. Instead, they began to climb up towards the upper floors. They were trapped in a pincer movement. Yi Chun's body upgraded to LV3, and his speed saw a significant increase. Coupled with the speed boost from the knowledge gem, he quickly pulled away from his zombies by a considerable distance. However, Gu Qingsheng wasn't so lucky. As a girl, even though she practiced morning runs every day, her speed was nowhere near that of the zombies in a frenzied state. Soon, the gap between her and the zombies was reduced to just half a flight of stairs. Yi Chun reached the ground floor and casually dealt with the few zombies that had jumped down. He then looked up at Gu Qingsheng, who was on the third floor, where several zombies were approaching her. The only way for her to survive at this moment was for someone to draw the zombies away. However, it was clear that the person who attracted the zombies would undoubtedly die. Yi Chun now had two choices: to go up and attract the zombies for Gu Qingsheng to help her escape, or to find a relatively safe classroom to treat his wounds and prevent blood loss. Yi Chun chose the second option. He had already done everything he could. He couldn't risk his life for a girl he had only known for a few minutes. Just then, a voice suddenly came from the third floor. "Classmate, help me. I can give you money. Are there still survivors?" Yi Chun looked up and saw a student lying on the corridor, shouting at him. There was a glimmer of hope in his eyes. Could this be a blessing from heaven? Yi Chun flashed a playful smile on his face, changed direction, and walked towards Gu Qingsheng. He had just leveled up his physique, and his gold coins were somewhat insufficient, so he decided to earn some gold first. The student calling for help saw Yi Chun running up the stairs and felt overjoyed. "He is here to save me." But soon, this student regretted it. Yi Chun wasn't running. He was walking slowly up the stairs. By the time Yi Chun reached the second floor, several zombies had already been attracted by his voice and began to run towards him. "What's going on? Isn't he here to save me? If you're not coming to save me, Why didn't you say so earlier? The student in distress quickly ran backwards. But the zombies on the other side of the stairs were also drawn by his cries, putting him in a situation of being surrounded. What to do? What to do? I don't want to die. He looked towards Chen, who was wielding a long knife and crazily slaughtering zombies in front of girl. He has the strength to kill zombies. Why isn't he coming to save me? Is it just because that person is a girl? Save me. I'll give you as many women as you want, as long as you can save me. The student shouted at Chen, but no matter how loud he yelled, Chen didn't pay him any attention. He felt despair. He was a genuine rich second generation with a group of friends, and in his perception, there was nothing that couldn't be bought with money. Even friendship and love were the same. He came here intending to have an exciting poker game with his partner in the classroom, and he had even bought the key to the classroom. But just as they were about to finish, a zombie crisis erupted outside the classroom. To survive, he knocked out his sexual partner, using them as bait for the zombies, and hid away. Just when he thought he was doomed, he saw Chen killing several zombies on the ground with a knife, instantly igniting his desire to survive and wanting Chen to save him. In his panic, he hadn't noticed the zombies on both sides, leading to the current situation. He had now made up his mind. As long as he could survive, he would have someone take that girl for a spin, and that guy, he would make him take double the dose of sea drug and let him spend the night with a few pigs. He had done this kind of thing no less than 5 times before. While he was dodging the zombies, Chen successfully cleared the zombies behind Chen. After being infected, most zombies had poor eyesight, relying mostly on smell and hearing to detect surrounding beings. So after the rich second generation called for help, those zombies shifted their targets and ran towards him, leaving only a few dozen behind Chen. This small number was just an ATM for Chen. Chapter 38, The True Power of the Bomb. After Chen killed the zombies, he took Chen to a classroom on the first floor. At this time, most of the zombies had completely surrounded the door of the classroom on the 3rd floor, so the first floor was relatively safe. You can leave from the underground parking lot. Chen glanced at Chen and said, "The underground garage?" Chen looked puzzled by Chen's sudden words. Chen babbled. Naturally, he couldn't tell Chen that this underground garage was the escape route from his previous life. At the exit of the underground garage, there was a sewer that had not been maintained for years, making it easy to open the manhole cover. Following the sewer all the way to the end would lead to a shelter established by the military. However, this shelter could only last for 3 days. After 3 days, it would be directly overwhelmed by those mutated creatures. Back then, Chen had reached the military-established shelter through this sewer. Of course, all of this was a story for another time. Chen could not tell Chen about these things. In the apocalypse, no one can save anyone. Even if someone can save you for a moment, they cannot save you for a lifetime. Chen could casually come up with a reason to tell Chen all the escape routes. But what's the use? In the apocalypse, what one has to resist is not only zombies, but also the human heart. A girl like Chen, who is very beautiful, will naturally become the most valuable commodity. Even if he told her these routes, if she couldn't find a way to survive in the apocalypse, what awaited her would either be degradation or death. "Aren't you coming with me?" Chen asked. "I still need to save my companions." "You go ahead. The zombies are being attracted by that person now, so it's safer to leave now." Chen spoke while tearing off the fabric of his coat, wrapping it around the wound on his foot layer by layer to prevent blood from flowing out. "All right." Chen nodded, not mentioning any polite remarks about staying behind. She was very clear that her presence would undoubtedly add to Chen's burden during this escape. Staying would not only not help Chen, but could potentially drag him down. "So, you need to be careful." Chen looked at Chen, feeling a sudden sense of concern for him. The gaze of this man, who always exuded a cold demeanor, seemed not so cold after all. Chen nodded and continued to focus on his own tasks, ignoring Chen. He placed the Xionghuang bomb and the regular bomb on the left and right sides of his backpack, making it easy to reach for them with a simple stretch. Chen got up and stood at the classroom door, listening carefully to the sounds outside for a while, then turned and walked towards the window. Just as Chen opened the window, a piercing scream shattered the tranquility of the entire teaching building. The scream was like the despair of entering hell, and just hearing it sent chills down one's spine. Thud! After the scream ended, a bloodied body fell from the third floor to the ground on the first floor. Chen looked out the window. The person jumping from the building was the rich second generation who had previously asked him for help. The rich second generation still had a breath left in him, but his body had been eaten by zombies to the point of being unrecognizable, covered in wounds, with flesh splattered everywhere and blood flowing profusely. His face was even more gruesome. Half of his skull had been gnawed away, revealing the bone underneath, and his left eyeball had fallen out like a bead from its socket. If it weren't for a nerve still connecting it, it would have likely rolled onto the ground. His nose had completely vanished, leaving only two hollow bone sockets. The sight was truly tragic. In the last moment of his life, he saw Chen's figure and looked at him with a gaze full of resentment. He seemed to be questioning Chen, asking why he didn't save him. But that resentment was quickly dispelled by the cold expression on Chen's face. Soon after, dozens of zombies jumped down from the building, beginning to gnaw at the rich second generation's body repeatedly. The only thought in their minds was, eat people, eat people, eat people. An endless cycle of eating. Even if there was a nuclear bomb placed in front of them, they would continue to feast on the human flesh before them. The rich second generation exerted all his strength, hoping Chen would give him a release. But he saw a look on Chen's face that was even colder than that of the zombies. In the end, the rich second generation died under the mouths of the zombies. He did not die from blood loss, but from pain. The zombies tore him apart piece by piece with their mouths, and the pain was even more intense than that of being executed by 1,000 cuts. Chen leaned against the wall, putting the hunting wide blade into the system warehouse, then took out a piece of dynamite, gently feeling its texture. Although the rich second generation was dead, he still emanated a smell of blood. Therefore, those zombies would surely gather around the rich second generation. Chen wants to deal with the 8-armed spider, but he must first take care of these zombies. It's almost time. Chen glanced at the black bomb in his hand and turned sideways to face the window. At this moment, more than 20 zombies had gathered at the place where the rich second generation had died. Chen remembered Gu Qingqing's reminder that the bomb was triggered by the collision of chemical agents, so it was necessary to use force to slam it to the ground. Otherwise, it would not explode. Chen was worried that if the bomb was thrown into the zombie crowd and landed on a zombie, the soft human body would likely reduce the bomb's impact, which would mean wasting it. So he chose a spot close to the zombies on the ground and threw it with force. Bang! Boom! The sound of it hitting the ground and the explosion occurred simultaneously. A crater appeared where the bomb exploded, and the zombies near the bomb were blown away. Was the power that weak? Chen looked at the several zombies that had been blown away. Their arms and legs were merely blown off, and they couldn't be shattered into pieces like in the TV shows. Just as Chen was complaining, a miraculous scene appeared before him. After the explosion, flames unexpectedly ignited on the ground. More than 20 zombies were engulfed in the flames. While Gu Qingqing was making bombs for Chen, she discovered there wasn't enough gunpowder. So she switched materials. She converted some of the gunpowder into flammable substances and relied on oxygen as a combustion aid, which ignited a large fire. Soon, the bodies of these zombies were burned to charcoal, and Chen successfully earned dozens of gold coins. However, Chen's goal had not yet been achieved. The main event was still to come. Chapter 39. The gift left by Chen after the explosion sounded. The remaining zombies upstairs rushed towards the outside of the teaching building, with some more straightforward zombies even choosing to jump off the building directly. Chen took out the hunting broad blade again, leaned it against the window, and glanced at the scene outside with his peripheral vision. Chen's purpose in throwing the grenade was not only to eliminate the zombies outside, but also to lure the zombies inside the building out. Only by doing this could he successfully enter the infirmary. However, reality was always a bit worse than he imagined. The explosion caused by the bomb not only attracted the zombies in the teaching building, but also drew the zombies that had previously left this area back. He needed to hurry up. Chen leaned close to the door, glanced through the peephole at the scene outside, and after confirming it was safe, cautiously made his way to the infirmary. To collect supplies in the infirmary, he had to deal with the 8-armed spider and some infected spiders. Chen had Gu Qingqing make the realgar bomb not to seek the explosive damage, but to propel the realgar outward during the explosion. The goal was to eliminate all the small spiders nearby without destroying the drug. However, before taking action, one must consider an important issue: the sound of the explosion. Whether it's a regular bomb or a realgar bomb, it will produce noise which will undoubtedly attract the surrounding zombies. However, Chen had already thought of a countermeasure. Chen had successfully infiltrated to the door of the infirmary. Through the inner glass, he saw the position of the 8-armed spider inside the infirmary. Spider-like infected entities have a unique habit. They treat humans as their treasures, using webs to bind them and form spider cocoons. Once these spider cocoons are destroyed, it will completely infuriate the 8-armed spider. At that point, it will be in a frenzied state, choosing to devour both zombies and its own kind. Therefore, what Chen needs to do now is to first destroy the spider cocoon and then throw the yellow bomb. Fortunately, the infirmary door was not closed. Chen looked at the half-open and half-closed door ahead, letting out a small breath. Chen approached the door, but did not enter immediately. Instead, he extended the hunting blade inside. Creatures like spiders prefer to climb walls and hide in dark corners, so it was best to test for any spiders lurking behind the door first. Soon, Chen heard rustling sounds coming towards the hunting blade. After mutation, all creatures no longer feared humans, so when faced with the appearance of unknown beings, their first reaction was not to retreat, but to attack. This also provided Chen with an opportunity. Before long, several tiny spiders appeared on the hunting blade. However, after a while, these spiders strangely died on the blade. It was not because they were injured by the hunting blade, but because Chen had coated the surface with a layer of insecticide when he extended the sword. Once these spiders came into contact with the insecticide, they naturally died. Chen waited for a while longer, and after noticing that there were no more anomalies at the door, he stood up and walked into the infirmary. The first feeling upon entering the infirmary was as if he had stepped into a spider's lair. The walls were covered in spider silk, and he could even vaguely see arms wrapped in the silk on the walls. These spiders liked to tie up food they couldn't eat to the walls, and now the entire infirmary was nearly surrounded by severed limbs. The floor was scattered with various medications, along with areas soaked in blood. Chen did not dare to linger inside for too long and quickly headed towards the spider cocoon. At this moment, the 8-armed spider was hanging upside down next to the cocoon, resting. Its body was a dark blue color with 8 yellow spots on it. The hairs on its spider legs stood up like steel needles. Approaching it gave a feeling of goosebumps. However, its 8 eyes were closed, as it was digesting the human flesh after having eaten its fill. Its strength had nearly reached the 3rd tier, and it needed to digest human flesh to convert it into energy in order to advance to that level. But how could Chen allow it to have its way? This 8-armed spider was already his greatest threat. If it really advanced to the 3rd tier, there would be no chance of even entering the infirmary, let alone approaching it. Its terrifying nature could easily be compared to that of a death worm. Chen shifted his gaze from the 8-armed spider to the 3 spider cocoons hanging upside down on the wall. The 3 spider cocoons resembled 3 enormous insect cocoons, completely wrapped in spider silk, appearing oval-shaped from a distance. However, upon closer inspection, one could clearly see human shapes on the oval surface. There were hands and feet, necks and heads, and even faint outlines of facial features. But as time passed, these individuals had long since perished within the spider cocoons. Their limbs deformed by the pressure of the cocoons, ultimately transforming their bodies into an oval shape. Currently, there are 2 methods to awaken the 8-armed spider: attacking it or destroying its spider cocoon. The first method could be considered a suicidal move, as insect-like creatures have reactions and sensory abilities far superior to humans, and they will definitely react before you can strike. Fighting the 8-armed spider up close is tantamount to seeking death. The second method was exactly what Chen intended to do, serving a dual purpose. Chen did not waste any time. He felt the small spiders around him quickly running towards him. Chen directly raised the hunting broadblade and slashed down, instantly splitting the 3 spider cocoons in 2. The human bodies, compressed into an oval shape, fell from the spider cocoons, with their upper and lower halves separated. At this moment, the blood that sprayed from them had turned from red to yellow. This was due to the spider cocoons absorbing their life force. The 3 corpses were severed in half, scattered on the ground. The moment they hit the ground, the sleeping 8-armed spider woke up instantly, opening its 8 eyes and staring intently at the 3 corpses on the ground. It then looked up towards the direction of the infirmary door. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The 8-armed spider became enraged upon seeing its treasure destroyed. It quickly waved its 8 spider legs and crawled towards Chen, shooting out spider silk as it moved. However, at that moment, a yellow object suddenly appeared beneath its body. It was a gift left for it by Chen. A realgar bomb. Bang! In an instant, the bomb exploded, releasing a strong and pungent odor that began to spread around the infirmary. Countless small spiders crawling on the walls fell to the ground after being sprayed with the realgar. Chapter 40. Purchase of the swift boots. The 8-armed spider immediately retreated upon seeing the realgar bomb. Although it completely avoided the explosion damage, it was infuriated by Chen's actions. Its spider cocoon was destroyed, and so many of its kind were killed by the bomb. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The 8 spider legs of the 8-armed spider quickly swelled, and soon its body was as thick as an adult's arm. Its 8 eyes glinted with a bloody crimson light. It maneuvered its 8 legs and quickly crawled towards the door, each step it took revealing 8 holes in the wall. At that moment, another explosion sounded from outside. Bang! As Chen fled the medical room, he saw the zombies outside running towards the medical room. To help the 8-armed spider encounter these zombies faster, Chen sent a few bombs as a small gift to the zombies. In an instant, the zombies in the entire teaching building began to run towards Chen's direction, and the 8-armed spider also crawled out of the medical room. However, Chen had already left himself an escape route. He quickly retreated backward and, after running for several seconds, threw a bomb at the spot he had previously escaped from. Bang! Both the 8-armed spider and the zombies were attracted by the sound of the explosion and rushed towards the blast point. At this point, the 8-armed spider was completely enraged by Chen's actions, and facing the zombies ahead, it directly activated its slaughter mode. Hiding in the classroom, Chen watched through the window the killing methods of the 8-armed spider. Even though he had seen similar scenes in his previous life, he was still shocked by its brutality. The 8-armed spider's 8 legs tore through the zombie horde like human arms, and with every breath, blood sprayed everywhere. Pierced, torn apart, split in 2. On the ground, black blood had already stained the earth, as if the natural color of the ground was this dark red. The 8-armed spider continued to attack the surrounding zombies, using not only its arms, but also its venom to corrode these zombies. In its frenzied state, no mutated creature could compare to the 8-armed spider's ferocity. A zombie with 8 arms, 3rd-tier strength. It was infected by this 8-armed spider. Zombies and mutated beings originally had a neutral relationship. Neither would attack the other, and their common target was humans and unmutated creatures. However, once one side initiated an attack, the other would respond without hesitation. Soon, this 3rd-tier zombie began to grapple with the 8-armed spider. The strength of mutated beings is greater than that of zombies of the same tier, but this zombie had reached the 3rd tier, while the 8-armed spider was only close to the 3rd tier, meaning their strengths were not vastly different. They should be entangled for a while, making it the best opportunity to infiltrate the medical room. Chen watched the battle between the zombies and the mutants, murmuring to himself. His plan was to use others to achieve his goals. He intended to lure out the 8-armed spider and then have it help him eliminate the zombies outside, creating an opportunity for him to sneak into the infirmary to obtain the medicine. Chen frowned slightly and pondered. The 8-armed spider was on the verge of reaching the 3rd tier. If it killed the 3rd-tier zombie and then devoured it, it was highly likely to reach the 3rd tier itself. By then, he would no longer be a match for the 8-armed spider. He opened the system mall. Chen glanced at the surrounding zombies. To be safe, he decided to buy a piece of equipment that could enhance his speed. At this moment, the amount of gold in the top left corner displayed, 251 coins. If his genetic physique upgraded to LV4, even if this 8-armed spider upgraded to the 3rd tier, he should still be able to fight it. Chen looked at the upgraded LV4 gold coin and fell into deep thought. 500 gold coins. It has directly increased tenfold. With this price, it's just short of having robbery written on it. Chen immediately dismissed the idea of upgrading his genetic physique. 500 gold coins was quite a significant amount for him. Chen felt helpless and could only open the system store, eventually setting his sights on the shoes. Boots of speed, 250 gold coins, increases speed by 5 points purchase. Since he couldn't enhance his overall strength, he would improve his escapability instead. If he couldn't win, then he would run. In the apocalypse, fleeing was not a shameful act. Rather, it could help him live longer. Ding! Boots of speed purchased successfully. In an instant, a brown high-top shoe appeared in Chen's hand. Only one? Chen stared at the shoe in his hand, completely stunned. Refer to the picture. The picture shows only one shoe, so after buying it, there is only one shoe. Amazing. Criticism aside, he still has to wear it. Chen glanced at his shoes and then at the other shoes in the system mall. The speed boots were worn on the left foot, and if he wanted both feet to have shoes from the system mall, he would have to buy a right foot shoe as well. Fortunately, aside from the resistance boots, all other shoes were for the right foot. The only thing that was bothersome was that it would make him look like he was wearing mismatched shoes. Originally, the shoes on Chen's feet were white, but after putting on the speed boots on one foot, he now had one white shoe and one brown shoe, which looked quite awkward. They were a bit ugly, but the speed was indeed much faster than before. Chen stamped his foot, feeling that his speed had reached 15 kilometers per hour. Then he glanced outside through the window. The surrounding zombies had almost been eliminated by the 8-armed spider, which was now engaged in battle with the third-tier zombie. They were about 500 meters away from the infirmary, which was enough for Chen to sneak into the infirmary. Chen quickly left the classroom and ran towards the infirmary. As he approached the infirmary, he could clearly smell the stench of decay and blood, as if a person had fallen into a filthy ditch while holding a freshly killed pig. The odor was extremely unpleasant. Fortunately, Chen had managed to sneak into the infirmary and began searching for the medicines he needed. Chapter 41. Re-entering the infirmary. Chen entered the medical room, and he had already made a simple classification of the medications he was looking for. They could roughly be divided into 3 categories: emergency medications, rescue medications, and enhancement medications. Among them, enhancement medications were generally stimulants. They could directly stimulate the medullary respiratory center, making breathing deeper and faster, with the most famous one being nicotinamide chloramine. Chen was quite lucky to find this type of medication on the shelf, which is mostly administered through injection. Fortunately, after joining the military base in his previous life, Chen had worked in the medical field and was confident in performing simple injections. Nicotinamide, this type of substance, not only enhances one's physical abilities, but also suppresses pain. After being seriously injured, injecting it can help one temporarily forget the pain and fight with all their might. Due to the limited capacity of his backpack and the fact that he has a genetic physique, he only took 1 box. Chen, after collecting the stimulants, began to sneak into the interior of the infirmary. The ground was covered with spider corpses, their 8 legs tightly curled up. A strong, sour odor still lingered in the entire room. Upon entering the infirmary, the doors and windows were sealed with spider silk, blocking any sunlight from coming in, making the whole infirmary very dim. Chen approached the medicine cabinet and carefully searched the medications on it. With the apocalypse arriving, human immunity was rapidly declining, and it would take at least a few years to adapt to this environment. Therefore, once someone caught a cold or had a fever in this apocalypse, if not treated promptly, the airborne viruses would quickly invade their bodily functions, leading to either sudden death or becoming a shell controlled by parasites. Thus, cold medicine and fever reducers were the 2 types of medications that Chen needed the most right now. Even if he couldn't use them himself, selling them could exchange for a large amount of food and water. Fortunately, it was only the first day of the apocalypse, and no one paid much attention to medications. The infirmary was mostly stocked with fever reducers and cold medicine. Chen quickly filled his backpack. Then, he focused on the saline solution and glucose solution nearby. Both played a crucial role, especially the saline solution. It could not only provide energy for his body, but also serve as a disinfectant for cleaning wounds. Chen took out the bottled water he had scavenged earlier, drank a few sips, and then poured it all out. Watching the water flow away, his eyes were filled with pain, but he knew he couldn't have both fish and bear's paw. His backpack could no longer hold so much saline and glucose solution, so he had to give up one of them. In the end, Chen filled 2 large bottles with saline solution and 1 large bottle with glucose solution. He was still short of the last type of medicine. Chen looked up at the room ahead and murmured, "This medical room is divided into 3 rooms in total. The second room he is currently in is for treating symptoms like colds and fevers, while the innermost room is for dealing with external injuries. The last type of medicine that Chen needed was the hemostatic agent for stopping bleeding. The place where the 8-armed spider resided was in the innermost room, which had the most small spiders. When he was escaping, the place where the realgar bomb was thrown was in the outermost room, and the realgar couldn't reach the last room at all. This means that in the room ahead of him, there were at least dozens of spiders. However, fortunately, besides the realgar bomb, Chen also had insecticide on hand. This posed a lethal threat to these small spiders as well. To be safe, he decided to prepare a big surprise for them. Chen glanced at the door ahead and immediately took out all the realgar bombs from his backpack. He used the stickiness of the spider web to hang all the bombs on it. The spider web is a combustible material that will spread with the fire, and the realgar bombs contain gunpowder, which can explode even without high-speed impact when exposed to high temperatures. According to the walking route of the 8-armed spider, it will definitely crawl in from the ceiling when it enters this door. As long as he ignites the spider web when it enters the second room, it will be greeted by a spectacular explosion. However, the current issue to resolve is the fire. Hopefully, there are lighters on those corpses. Chen had already used the Zippo he obtained earlier to deal with the mutants, so now he wanted to get a source of fire, either through a bomb or by relying on the few corpses. Chen held the hunting broad blade in one hand and an insecticide in the other, carefully making his way to the last room. But no matter how cautious Chen was, the moment he pushed the door open, he knew he had triggered the trap left by the 8-armed spider. When the 8-armed spider left the infirmary, it had left some dark-colored spider silk at the entrance. Once the spider silk was disturbed, the 8-armed spider would immediately sense that the infirmary had been invaded. What a stroke of bad luck. Chen looked at the broken spider silk, and he never expected that guy would set it up next to the door. He needed to speed up. Hopefully, that third-tier zombie could hold him off for a little longer. After entering the third room, Chen was unsurprisingly attacked by the small spiders crawling on the walls. Poof! Chen raised the insecticide and sprayed it in a 360-degree circle. In an instant, all the little spiders fell from the air like raindrops, losing their vitality. At the same time, the 3 corpses wrapped in spider cocoons on the ground had completely turned into zombies. Their strength was all at the second tier. The most horrifying part was that at the severed areas where Chen had cut them with a knife, something resembling a spider's abdomen had grown, and 4 spider legs had sprouted on both sides. I should have decapitated them. Chen cursed softly and raised his hunting blade to chop at the zombie in front of him. Just as he moved, he suddenly realized that his feet were stuck by spider silk, completely unable to move. What was going on? Chen looked up at the 3 zombies hanging upside down from the floor. They did not attack him, so why were his feet wrapped in spider silk? Chen's gaze fell on the lower half of the body, lying on the ground, which had long since lost its vitality. Countless spiders inhabited the hollow torso, using the thighs as their spider den, hiding within them. The reason why Chen's legs were bound by spider silk is precisely because of these little spiders that spit it out. Logically speaking, these little spiders shouldn't have such high intelligence. They should rush directly at me upon seeing me. But instead, they chose to control the situation. Could it be that? Chen looked up at the 3 zombies above, a hint of shock flashing in his eyes. At that moment, there was also a rustling, crawling sound coming from outside the infirmary door. Chapter 42. Carving a bloody path out, Chen roughly guessed that the zombie hanging on the wall had the ability to control the little spiders. Otherwise, these little spiders would not be so clever, all uniformly spitting silk towards his legs. Is this what they call misfortunes never come singly? Chen shifted his gaze to the small spider in the thigh and directly picked up the insecticide, spraying it at them. Just as Chen attacked the small spider, the zombies above took this opportunity to charge at him. However, little did they know, this was a deliberate trap set by Chen. Chen immediately raised his knife and slashed upwards. In an instant, 2 second-tier zombies were split in half. The remaining zombie quickly retreated, attempting to use the small spider to restrict Chen's attack again. But unfortunately, its speed was no match for Chen's. Chen's feet had completely freed themselves from the spider web's restraint, and with the enhancement of the knowledge gem and the boots of Swift, he directly reached the back of the last zombie. Swoosh! Dark red blood sprayed out from the zombie's neck, and its head rolled to the ground like a watermelon. Chen pretended to attack the small spider, but in reality, he was trying to lure the 3 second-tier zombies to launch an attack on him. At the same time, His feet were constantly striking the spider web, although he could cut through the web with his hunting braw blade. Doing so would mean that the 3 second-tier zombies would not charge at him simultaneously. If they chose to spread out and fight, he would not be able to take them all down at once, since there was still a big guy to deal with outside. Clustering them together would pose a significant problem for Chen. Taking them down one by one was the best approach. After killing the 3 second-tier zombies, Chen quickly rushed to the medicine cabinet. Fortunately, there was a bottle of iodine alcohol on the counter, which could intensify the flames. Unfortunately, none of the 3 corpses had a lighter, so Chen could only ignite the trap using the flames from the explosion of the bomb. Chen quickly grabbed the iodine and turned to rush towards the door. During the sprint, he stored the hunting broad blade into the system warehouse, and in his hand, he took out a bomb instead. He threw the iodine and the bomb outside the door simultaneously. This series of actions was completed in just 3 seconds. Instantly, the sound of the explosion shook the infirmary, and the spider silk on the ground began to emit a creaking sound. Flames started to engulf the entire room, with the spider corpses curled on the ground, serving as fuel for the fire. At that moment, the 8-armed spider rushed into the second room. Just as Chen had guessed, this 8-armed spider was climbing along the door frame to the ceiling. However, as soon as it entered the room, it sensed something was wrong. Flames erupted all around the room, and a smell it greatly disliked wafted in the air. But at this point, the 8-armed spider had lost its rationality. It could feel that the intruder was the one who had previously cut its spider cocoon. It wanted to turn him into spider silk. Just as it charged toward the third room, a loud explosion suddenly rang above its head. Bang! The realgar bomb exploded due to the high temperature. With one sound after another, all the bombs Chen had set in the second room detonated. The 8-armed spider, which was hanging upside down from the ceiling, was blasted down to the ground, its body flipping over. 3 of its spider legs were blown off, and green blood flowed from the wounds. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The 8-armed spider let out a painful wail. After the explosion of the realgar bomb, the flames in the entire room intensified. Just then, the door to the third room was pushed open, and a handsome man, holding a long knife in one hand and a syringe gun in the other, looked grimly at the 8-armed spider. Just stay here obediently. Chen finished speaking and directly picked up the injection gun, shooting continuously at the back sack of the 8-armed spider. The steel needle penetrated the back sack of the 8-armed spider, although it was dissolved by the venom. At the same time, its back sack was also pierced, and venom flowed down from its body. The flames also cleverly ignited along the 8-armed spider's silk, and its body was instantly engulfed in flames. As long as they are insects, whether mutated or not, they all share a common characteristic. They are afraid of fire. Of course, this excludes fire attribute mutants. Chen looked at the 8-armed spider engulfed in flames and fired a few more shots at it before turning towards the window. As the 8-armed spider triggered the trap, Chen had already found the hemostatic medicine he needed. There was only one thing left to do: escape from this school and find a safer place. He had gathered all the supplies he needed from this school, and staying here any longer was meaningless. Moreover, the continuous explosions of the yellow powder bombs would attract all the zombies in the school, as well as those infected beings that had already begun to leave. If he didn't escape soon, he would likely be trapped here forever. Bang! Chen leaped over the flames, smashing the window glass with his knife, and directly flipped out. As soon as he escaped from the infirmary, he saw the dense wave of corpses rushing towards him from a distance. Chen held the keys he had taken from Zaheo in his hand. One of the keychains had a Mercedes-Benz logo on it. In order to find a relatively safe place to live, he had to stay away from the city. Therefore, he needed to drive. All the vehicles at the school were parked in the underground garage, which was also where Chen had helped Gu Qingsheng escape. That was, so far, the safest place in the entire school. Chen put the car keys into his pocket and quickly ran towards the underground parking lot. However, the explosion from a medical room was so intense that not only the zombies inside the school, but also some infected zombies outside the school rushed towards the medical room. This meant that no matter which direction Chen ran in, he would definitely encounter a large number of zombies along the way. Nevertheless, Chen couldn't worry about that anymore. If he hid now and let the zombies gather nearby, he would truly have no chance of escaping. Right now, this was his only opportunity to survive. While the zombies had not fully gathered yet, he had to fight his way out. Chapter 43. If you break out, you can live. Yi Chen held a syringe gun in one hand and a hunting broadblade in the other, wearing a pair of swift boots on his legs and a knowledge gem around his neck. He used all his strength to run towards the underground garage. Several zombies were attracted by Yi Chen's running sounds and began to rush towards him. Swish! Yi Chen ran while slashing, completely ignoring whether his body would be stained with blood. All he could see was one goal: rushing to the underground garage. Black blood stained Yi Chen's entire body. The smell of blood and decay simultaneously stimulated his sense of smell. Zombies fell one after another, but they were like cockroaches that couldn't be killed. One would fall, and another would appear. After a long period of physical exertion, Yi Chen's speed quickly slowed down. He not only had to run forward frantically, but he also had to continuously wield the long knife in his hand, slashing at the surrounding zombies. With his hands and feet working together, he had to concentrate on observing the number of zombies around him. And how could his stamina not deplete quickly? But he couldn't stop. The zombies ahead were scattered, but those behind him surged forward like waves in a rising tide, coming in relentless waves. Some crawled on the ground with dozens of hands, while others, curled up like hedgehogs, rolled towards him frantically. There were also some zombies that, after being infected, gained the ability to attack from a distance, spraying venom at Yi Chen. In their eyes, Yi Chen was just a piece of food. They wanted to eat him, leaving not even a scrap behind. Yi Chen could no longer remember how many teaching buildings he had run past. He could feel his lungs about to explode. A metallic sweet taste spread in his throat. This was a sign of insufficient oxygen supply to the lungs and low lung capacity, leading to potential lung hemorrhage. If he continued to move at this high speed, he could very likely faint on the ground. Although his genetic physique had upgraded to LV3, enhancing his physical condition, even the world's top athletes cannot sustain high-intensity fighting and running indefinitely. It seemed he could not shake off these zombies. This meant that the explosion from the infirmary could no longer attract them. Their current target was Yi Chen. At that moment, an astonishing scene unfolded in front of him. A horde, a wave of zombies appeared ahead of him, even more numerous than those behind him. What was happening? Why were so many zombies gathered in front? Yi Chen looked at the clothes of the zombies ahead, most of which were worn by people from outside the school. This means that the group of zombies in front had been brought in from outside the school. Yi Chen stopped and looked around. On both his left and right sides were stone walls, leaving him no escape in those directions. His only choice was to charge through one of the hordes of zombies in front or behind him. He would either carve a bloody path out or be devoured by the zombies. Tisish! Yi Chen spat, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. Since you won't let me live, I'll make you taste what it's like to die once again. Yi Chen took a bottle of mineral water from his backpack and poured it straight down from the top of his head. One bottle wasn't enough, so he poured another. 3 bottles of mineral water completely soaked Yi Chen's body. He put the backpack back on, replacing the injection gun and hunting knife with dozens of bombs. He turned to look at the zombies ahead. As long as he could get past them, the underground parking lot was not far away. If he could break through, he could survive. You pests, come and taste the big gift I have prepared for you. Yi Chen's lips curled into a grin, a glint of ferocity flashing in his eyes. Having died once, he feared death more than anyone else. He was afraid of dying, so he didn't want to die. Dozens of bombs were thrown toward the horde of zombies. The first dozen were blocked by the bodies of the zombies, which cushioned the impact and prevented them from exploding. However, Yi Chen had already made plans. The moment the dozens of bombs landed in the zombie group, another bomb slipped out from his sleeve. Since the bomb was blocked by the zombies and lacked enough impact to explode, he decided to use an explosion to trigger the other bombs, causing them all to detonate. The last bomb was thrown at the feet of the foremost zombie. The moment it hit the ground, the bomb emitted a flash of light. Boom! The bomb exploded. Flames began to spread through the horde of zombies, and the bombs that had rolled to the zombies' feet started to swell under the heat of the fire. Boom! Boom, boom, boom. One explosion after another pushed the entire school to a cacophonous peak. But for Yi Chen, it no longer mattered. The surrounding zombies numbered in the thousands, if not 10,000. The sounds of the previous explosions had completely drawn them in. What harm was there in a few more explosions? The flames instantly ignited in the tide of zombies, with half of them engulfed in a sea of fire. And even the air was filled with the scent of roasting meat. After the explosions rang out, Yi Chen did not hesitate and charged directly into the horde of zombies. Hunting wide blade, Chen stretched out his hand, and a long knife appeared out of thin air in his grasp. With a swish, accompanied by flames, the body of a zombie was split in two. It was this very strike that completely opened the curtain on Chen's battle against the zombies. Swish, swish. Flames danced with the long knife. Blood scattered along with the corpses. Because his body was drenched, the likelihood of his clothes catching fire was reduced, allowing Chen to unleash his full power amidst the flames. He slashed forward with one hand while using the other to sweep aside the severed zombie body. His gaze was fixed solely ahead. Although the surrounding zombies were being consumed by flames, their expressions mirrored Chen's. In their eyes, there was only Chen. Countless claws reached out towards him, but they were quickly severed by the long knife in Chen's hand. Due to the high temperature of the flames, most of the parasites that had infested their bodies began to show signs of melting. The flesh-colored lumps on their faces started to fall off, exploding in the air and looking extremely grotesque. This made Chen's breakout much easier. However, the difficulties were far from over. The real challenge was just beginning. He broke through the sea of fire, but ahead lay a large group of zombies, waiting for him. The flames from the explosions could not cover all the zombies, which meant that the back of the horde remained unharmed by the fire. Chen's arms were smeared with blood, making it impossible to tell whether it was his own or splattered from the zombies. His head had also been baptized in blood, with most of his hair matted together as if glued. He turned to look through the flames, and the zombies behind him continued to charge forward without hesitation. Even with the fire ahead of them, the zombies in front of him formed a wall of flesh, trapping him firmly in place. Chen did not resign to his fate, because his true purpose in using bombs to deal with the zombies ahead was not just to kill his way out. Chapter 44. The Scythe of Blood. Chen knew very well that it was absolutely impossible to escape relying solely on a hunting broadblade to kill zombies. Firstly, his physical abilities were limited. He had only surpassed ordinary people and could not be infected by zombies. Faced with so many zombies, even if he kept swinging his knife, he would reach a point of exhaustion sooner or later. Secondly, when confronted with zombie attacks, it was impossible for him to dodge 100 of the time. Every time he killed a zombie, he would inevitably suffer damage from nearby zombie sneak attacks, and since these zombies had different attack methods, he couldn't fully adapt. Therefore, he would either die from exhaustion or bleed to death from too many wounds. However, before that, Lin thought of a solution. In the system store, there was a weapon that could alleviate his current predicament: the blood-sucking scythe. Blood-sucking scythe, price, 410 gold coins, strength, 5, ability, heals his own wounds with each attack. Note, cannot immediately heal wounds that are too large. Although its strength boost was only 5 points, its effect could relieve his urgent need. However, after using the Sea of Fire to kill so many zombies, Lin had only accumulated 200 gold coins. He was still more than half away from the 410 gold coins needed. Zong! Lin slashed through the zombie's head with a single stroke, and along with it, another scratch appeared on his arm. At this moment, his clothes were completely torn apart by the zombies, with holes everywhere and blood seeped through the gaps in his clothing. A raging fire burned behind him, its light casting a shocking glow on Lin's arm. The flickering firelight, the crisis of the apocalypse. Lin stepped back. He could no longer confront the zombies head-on and had to buy time to earn gold coins. Otherwise, he would be killed by the zombies before he even had a chance to earn any coins. His blood was quickly coagulating, and his clothes had long since dried out under the high temperature. As he re-entered the Sea of Fire, the heat hit him face-on, and he could even feel the pain of the flames scorching his skin. But there was no other choice. Being scorched by the blazing flames was still better than being caught and killed by the zombies. In the fire, the zombies' attacks were not as fierce, as the flames reduced visibility, and the burning smell blocked their sense of smell, making it difficult for them to pinpoint Chen's location. Slash! Another strike, and a zombie was split in half. The moment the blood sprayed out, it was instantly evaporated by a wave of flames. However, at this moment, Chen also felt that his body was somewhat exhausted, beads of sweat forming densely on his forehead, and he began to feel a bit dazed. Wait a minute. It's cheap. Chen's dim eyes flickered with a hint of light as he raised the long knife in his hand, cutting down the approaching zombie. He murmured to himself, "In my previous life, after buying equipment in the King of Glory shop, I could sell it again. Although the price would decrease, it's still better than nothing. System, can I sell my shoes?" Currently, the only two pieces of equipment Chen could sell were a pair of swift boots and the knowledge gem hanging around his neck. The hunting broadblade was his talisman, and he would never sell that. Yes, damn. Why didn't you say so earlier? You had to make me guess? Look at the system of the neighboring Minecraft. They treat the male protagonist like their own child, while here, you won't even talk to me until I die. Does the system want to eat me? How much can the boots be sold for? Chen didn't dare to complain any further, fearing that the system would disable the trading function for him. 150 gold coins, 150. Chen focused on his gold coins, which displayed the number, 253 gold coins. This meant that after killing 7 more zombies, he would be able to exchange for the blood-sucking scythe. Chen turned off the system panel and looked ahead again. The zombies in front and behind were getting closer, and the flames of the fire were also weakening. Chen's gaze was dim as he turned to look ahead. He flexed his wrist that gripped the knife and took step by step toward the front. Behind him were hundreds of zombies, and in front of him, there were also hundreds of zombies charging at him. The sky was overcast with dark clouds, and the surrounding land was a scene of devastation, with brownish-red blood staining the walls. The air was filled with a faint smell of blood, a stench of decay, and a strong aura of killing intent. Chen moved forward alone, his muscles exploding as he raised his knife and slashed. The zombie dragging at the front was instantly cut in half by the hunting blade. Then, a zombie crawling on the wall suddenly leaped towards Chen, mouth open wide, its jaw split, saliva dripping from its rotten yellow teeth. And even some bits of flesh were visible on them. It aimed to bite off Chen's head in one go. Swish! Chen did not focus on it, but instead turned to raise the injection gun in his hand, accurately hitting the center of its forehead. Thud! In midair, its body lost control and fell to the ground. Coin 2. Ding! Coin 3. At the same time, Chen suffered another wound, and unfortunately, this wound was located around a major artery that was bleeding heavily, causing blood to spray out wildly. Originally, Chen's body had been masked by the zombie's aura, but now, the massive blood loss caused the zombies to become frenzied again, charging madly towards Chen. Chen looked at his left hand, blood gushing out continuously. If he didn't receive treatment in time, he would probably bleed to death before the zombies even reached him. Swish! With a horizontal slash, the 2 zombies in front of him were instantly severed in half. 2 gold coins. He only needed 1 more coin to purchase the blood-sucking scythe. Just as Chen was about to exert all his strength to drive the hunting blade into the zombie's head ahead, he suddenly felt something wrap around his arm. Spider silk. He turned to look behind him. A zombie emerged from the sea of flames, looking no different from a normal person, except that its backside had mutated into a shape resembling a spider's egg sac, and that spider silk was shot out from its backside, tightly binding his knife-wielding hand. Chen wanted to hand the hunting blade to his left hand for the final strike. However, his left hand was severely bloodied and completely lacked the strength to take over the hunting blade. The syringe gun he had been holding also fell to the ground due to his lack of strength. Meanwhile, a zombie was lunging towards Chen, its mouth resembling that of death worm. Its mouth was surrounded by inverted sharp teeth, and its eyes had degenerated into 2 small white dots, with its face covered in white bumps, creating a horrifying sight. At that moment, its mouth was rapidly expanding, trying to swallow Chen's entire body in one bite. This was a second-tier zombie. When the death worm infected it, the level of the death worm had reached second tier, so it inherited the abilities and rank of the death worm. One hand was bound and unable to attack, while the other had lost its vitality. Was he going to die? Chapter 45. Breaking in Hellish Shura. Just when Chen thought he was in a situation of certain death, a voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding! Successfully killed 2 first-tier zombies. Gold 1, 2. Gold 1. Chen instantly understood that the sea of fire behind him had burned the zombies inside to death. Selling the boots of swift speed, buying the scythe of blood-sucking, Chen did not hesitate and immediately shouted. Ding! The boots of speed have been successfully sold, and the blood-sucking scythe has been purchased successfully. In an instant, a scythe glowing with golden light appeared before Chen. However, since Chen could not catch the scythe with both hands at that moment, he chose to bite the handle with his mouth. The blood-sucking scythe, like a reaper's scythe, was held in front of Chen's mouth. As the second-tier zombie charged forward, it was abruptly stopped by the blood-sucking scythe as it neared Chen. The sharp spikes of the blood-sucking scythe pierced into the skin of the second-tier zombie, and at that moment, Chen felt the wound on the artery of his left arm rapidly healing, with the missing blood flowing continuously back into his body. However, the blood-sucking scythe did not have the ability to instantly kill like the wide blade, and its basic strength was not very high, which meant it could not immediately kill the second-tier zombie in front of him. Chen felt that his left hand was able to move. Suddenly, he kicked directly at the stomach of the second-tier zombie, and then threw the blood-sucking sickle in his mouth toward his left hand. Chen raised the blood-sucking scythe in his left hand and swung it towards the spider silk in his right hand. At the moment it snapped, the hunting broad blade in his other hand slashed directly at the retreating second-tier zombie ahead. Slash! A gash split open on the second-tier zombie, its body instantly torn in two, brown blood spraying from the wound, and inside, several small white worms were wriggling forward continuously. Chen looked down ahead, and as he stepped forward, several white worms were instantly trampled under his feet, turning into white meat paste. At this moment, Chen held a sickle in one hand and a long knife in the other, like a divine weapon descending from the heavens. The high temperature that had sharply risen due to the sea of fire around him suddenly became cold. He stood up, gripped his knife. Slash! Chen quickly charged forward, using his sickle to clear the way and his broad blade to finish off the enemies. Even when wounds from zombie claws appeared on his body, they healed instantly the next moment. He exuded a bravery that could take on 1,000 foes alone. Blood sprayed endlessly, and corpses fell without respite. Chen was covered in dark red blood, and the path he walked was filled with blood and bones. Crack! Countless corpses fell. Looking around, it even gave a sense that this was not a school, but rather a slaughterhouse, which was quite horrifying. In the end, Chen relied on the powerful healing ability of the blood-sucking scythe to break through the encirclement and successfully reach the entrance of the underground garage. However, at this moment, Chen's strength was nearly exhausted, his hands were numb, and his movements had become significantly slower. If he were to experience another large-scale zombie tide, even having several blood-sucking scythes would likely not save him. Chen stored both weapons in the system warehouse and quickly walked towards the underground garage. The moment he entered, Chen felt the difference between the outside and the inside. The air outside was filled with a layer of foul smell, which could be smelled no matter where one went. In contrast, the underground garage, built 3 levels below ground, felt much more like the normal world, except for being a bit damp. Chen cautiously walked down. Although the underground garage in his previous life was relatively safe, in this life, due to his detonation of a bomb, which triggered a series of butterfly effects, no one knew if there would be any changes in this underground garage. However, it was certain that the entrance he was currently at was relatively safe, with no signs of zombies. Chen leaned against the wall, relaxed a bit, and then continued walking inside. Is the door closed? Chen looked at the closed rolling shutter door, a hint of astonishment flashing in his eyes. Did Gu Qingsheng not escape in here as well? Or could it be that the door was closed only after she entered? There were living people inside. Or perhaps those people opened the rolling shutter door before they ran away. Chen took out the blood-sucking scythe, disregarding whether there were people inside or not, and planned to forcefully break down the door. Breaking the door would make noise, and, similarly, negotiating with the other party would also create sound. Rather than wasting time negotiating, it would be more convenient to directly pry open the door. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of scratching against the door began to echo. The 5 people hiding inside showed signs of anxiety. Agia, the person outside, seems to have a weapon, a girl said, looking at a tall and handsome man beside her. The other 3 also turned their gaze to the man called Agia, seemingly treating him as the leader among the 5. Su Xiangja looked at the rolling shutter door, which kept making a rattling sound, and while he was still contemplating a strategy, a knife suddenly pierced through the rolling shutter door, forcibly creating a crack. No, if this continues, this door will be destroyed, and we'll have nowhere to hide. Su Xiangjie frowned and looked at the fat man standing at the back. Old Wang, open the door. But Wang the Fat showed some worry on his face. Although he was standing at the back, he could smell the blood from the knife that had pierced in. No, but hurry up and open it. If the door is destroyed and zombies come in, none of us will survive. Su Xiangjie said, we need to agree beforehand. What if that person is injured? Wang the Fat still felt it was inappropriate and said, there's a fire axe nearby. If he has an injury, we'll just kill him. Su Xiangjie hesitated for a moment, but ultimately steeled himself. As long as he has an injury, even if these monsters are suppressed by the army later, we'll have evidence. After all, it's for self-defense. It should be considered justifiable. The bespectacled man, standing aside, pushed up his glasses and said, all right, Xiao Mei. You go get the fire axe, and I'll open the rolling shutter door. Wang the Fat nodded and walked towards the switch of the rolling shutter door. At this moment, Su Xiangjie also started negotiating with Chen. Classmate, you're going to attract the zombies like this. We'll open the door for you right away. As soon as Su Xiangjie finished speaking, a large hole was already cut open in the front of the rolling shutter door. All 5 people's gazes converged on the figure that walked in through the big hole. One hand held a scythe, the other a long blade covered in blood, with cold light in his eyes. A single term flashed in their minds simultaneously. Helzajura. Chapter 46. Quite bold, everyone looked at Chen, who was covered in blood, and instantly forgot the plan they had previously discussed. Their minds began to frantically speculate on Chen's identity. A terrorist? A soldier breaking through encirclement? Or a zombie? Su Xiangjie swallowed hard and glanced down at Chen's body. His clothes and pants were torn, stained with a large amount of blood. Some were dark brown, clearly the blood of the deceased, while some near the torn part of the clothing, although also dried to a dark red color, were very different from the dead blood. That should be the blood of a living creature. Pets are not allowed in school, so aside from humans, there were no other possibilities for this blood. He had no wounds on him, which meant that this living creature's blood was likely splattered from him, killing other humans. Su Xiangjie quickly looked at the 2 weapons in Chen's hands. One a long knife, nearly a meter long, and the other looked somewhat familiar yet strange, resembling a golden scythe that seemed to be taken from a game. Both weapons emitted a foul and bloody odor. It is known that such control knives are very difficult to obtain. Therefore, this man before them must be an experienced killer or someone who often kills. Su Xiangjie quickly retreated and turned to his companions beside him, signaling with his eyes for them not to act rashly. The others were not fools either, standing still in place, afraid to make any sudden movements. Chen glanced at the few people standing nearby, deliberately pausing on the girl. Her clothes were intact, and she stood behind several boys, indicating that their morals had not completely declined and their thoughts were still within the bounds of a civilized society. However, this apocalypse had just begun. Not everyone was like Inzaheo. In a few days, it might not be the same. At that time, the darker aspects of human nature would truly be revealed. Chen took out the car key and pressed the switch. Fortunately, Inzaheo's car was nearby. It was a Wrangler, the most rugged model in the Jeep series. A true ORV off-road vehicle. In the apocalypse, aside from specially modified vehicles, the best survival option was off-road vehicles. The Wrangler was also considered one of the better models in the apocalypse. Isn't that Teacher Yin's car? Little Mei, standing next to Wang Pengzi, looked at the Wrangler that had been unlocked, a hint of confusion in her eyes. Teacher Yin? Wang Pengzi looked at Little Mei as a freshman in his first year. He didn't know who Teacher Yin was. He is the chairman of our school, and he often comes to teach us dance students physical training classes. I remembered him because I rode his car once. Little Mei's cheeks turned slightly red when she mentioned the physical training class, but she quickly calmed down. That guy wouldn't kill Teacher Yin, would he? Before Wang Pengzi could finish his sentence, he was covered mouth by the bespectacled guy beside him. Lower your voice. This is not something we should worry about. A glint flashed in the eyes of the bespectacled guy. The noise from the off-road vehicle was very loud, and if that man drove it out, the noise would inevitably attract most of the zombies in the school. Once the off-road vehicle drew the zombies away, they would have a chance to escape. Look, he's coming towards us. Little Mei watched as Chen got out of the car and walked towards them, quietly passing the fire axe to Wang Pengzi, squeezing his arm to signal him to hide it behind him. You guys, who knows how to get to the vegetable market? In his previous life, the apocalypse had already broken out for 7 years, and Chen had almost forgotten the nearby buildings and terrain. Coupled with the fact that the car's navigation system had completely malfunctioned, he needed someone to guide him. The few of them were confused by Yi Chen's question. What do you want to go to the vegetable market for? To steal vegetables? Doesn't anyone know? Yi Chen raised an eyebrow, already losing patience. Just as he was about to leave, Su Xiangjia, who was standing at the front, spoke up. I know. Su Xiangjia realized that Yi Chen had not used force to threaten them into taking him to the market, which indicated that he was likely not a ruthless person. Having spent 3 years at school, he was well aware of Yin Ziheo's reputation. The fact that this man had killed Yin Ziheo did not surprise him much. So, he was taking a gamble, hoping that following Yi Chen might give him a chance to survive. All right, let's get in the car. Yi Chen glanced at Su Xiangjia. He didn't ask why he was here, as it was of no importance to him. As long as someone dared to play tricks, he wouldn't mind their fate being the same as Mo Rushu and Hu Jingtian. The few people standing behind were alarmed when they saw Su Xiangjia actually preparing to get in the car with this man. Su Xiangjia was their backbone. With his judgment, they could survive at school. But now, he was choosing to go along with this man. I also know how to get to the market. Take me with you, said the glasses-wearing man first. Yeah, take us along. We're familiar with the roads around here, Wang Fatty added. One person knowing the way is enough. Do I need to feed the zombies with so many people? Besides, it seems like someone has a dangerous weapon behind them. Let's go. Yi Chen turned and walked forward. The fat man had a fire axe hidden in his hand. If he wanted to survive, he should kill the man behind him and take his place. Just as Yi Chen was lost in thought, he suddenly felt a chill behind him. Quite bold, huh? Yi Chen's playful expression instantly turned cold. He quickly turned around, and a long knife appeared out of thin air in his hand. Bang! The long knife forcefully blocked the fire axe that was swung toward him. How could this be? Wang Fatty, holding the fire axe, looked at the long blade in Yi Chen's hand, his eyes filled with shock. Didn't he have no weapons? Why did a long knife suddenly appear? Sweat dripped down Wang Fatty's forehead as he sensed the killing intent in Yi Chen's eyes. His plan was to kill Yi Chen directly and then escape with the car. But he never expected that Yi Chen could suddenly produce a long knife, as if by magic. In the next moment, he felt something warm flowing out from his neck. It was blood. The fire axe in Wang Fatty's hand fell to the ground with a crisp sound. He pressed his hands tightly against the gash in his neck, trying to stop the blood from flowing out, but it was already too late. His eyes widened mouth agape, his tongue writhing as he tried to scream, but all that came out were faint ee sounds. Ultimately, he felt he could no longer breathe, as countless cold breaths rushed into his neck. Thud! Wang Fatty collapsed to the ground, blood flowing from his neck, his eyes losing focus as he lost his life. Chapter 47. Escape from the school. The scene outside is even more horrifying. That was the sound of Xiao Mei. Wang Fatty had been right beside her, and now he was directly cut down on the ground. A living person just like that died. How could she not be afraid? Yi Chen felt a bit impatient with the girl's voice and hurriedly urged Su Xiangjia, get in the car. This voice will definitely attract the nearby zombies that I haven't killed yet. By then, the only relatively safe place in the entire school will become a gathering spot for zombies. I don't want to waste time here. Although Su Xiangjia didn't scream, his mental state wasn't good either. It was also his first time seeing a living person being killed, and it was one of his companions. Do you want me to invite you to get in? Yi Chen saw Su Xiangjia instinctively retreating and asked in a deep voice, No. Su Xiangjia, fearing that the long knife in Yi Chen's hand would point at him again, hurriedly followed behind Yi Chen. Yi Chen glanced at the corpse of Wang Pengzi on the ground and turned to walk towards the horseman, who can kill someone and feel no fear or dread. Treating such events as a part of daily life? Is this still a human? Xiao Mei's hair was disheveled, her eyes filled with tears, a look of near collapse on her face. The glasses-wearing man looked at Xiao Mei on the ground, then at the off-road vehicle that had driven away. His back was also soaked with sweat, but his inner rationality forced him to suppress his fear. If he broke down now, it would probably be truly hopeless. Are you coming with me? The glasses-wearing man asked Xiao Mei softly. No, I won't go. I'm not going anywhere. Just leave me alone. Leave me alone. Xiao Mei clutched her hair with both hands, snot mixed with tears. Her appearance wasn't bad, or she wouldn't have had the chance to ride in Yin Ziheo's car. But at this moment, under extreme fear, Her features had twisted into a grotesque expression, devoid of any beauty. The glasses-wearing man didn't say much. He got up and ran towards the direction the off-road vehicle had left. For him, it was a better choice if Chen didn't take him along. It was clear from Chen's expression when he killed Wang Ponzi that he was a cold person. If he did anything to offend him, his fate would likely be the same as Wang Ponzi's. Although escaping would increase the risk, it was still better than being killed by Chen. Just a few minutes after the glasses-wearing man left, the entire underground parking lot began to fill with zombies. Collapsed on the ground, Xiaomei saw the zombies rushing towards her, and her sense of collapse turned into madness. She got up and started running towards the horde of zombies. She sought death. She could no longer endure the torment from her mental state. Soon, her body was overwhelmed by the swarm of zombies. In the end, she was dragged down, becoming one of the undead. Chen had already driven away from the school. This was the first time he witnessed the scene on the first day of the apocalypse near the school. The light rail in midair was twisted together, and the doors of the carriages opened and closed, revealing a decapitated corpse hanging inside, with blood dripping slowly from the severed neck. The ground all around was a sight of devastation. Severed arms and bloodstains were visible everywhere. "How long have you been in the underground garage?" Chen broke the silence and asked after the zombie outbreak. "I brought them to the underground parking lot because our club is close to it. I found that there were fewer zombies near the underground parking lot, so we stayed there." Su Xiangji explained. "Did anyone else come to the underground parking lot afterward?" Gu Qingsheng was not an important person to Chen, but she had given him a very good first impression, so he instinctively asked. "Yes, it was a girl. We didn't think much of it and just let her go." Su Xiandi Bonde. Chen heard the answer he wanted, so he stopped speaking and continued driving forward. After a while, Su Xiangji's voice once again broke the silence in the car. That was Su Xiangji's pupils slightly contracted, his mouth opened, and an expression of incredulity appeared on his face. In the face of disaster, humanity is powerless to resist. Chen also saw the scene in front of him and spoke up. Several soldiers in military uniforms, using extremely distorted movements, were slowly approaching them. It was clear that they had been infected. The army could not stop the tide of zombies, no matter how brave a person was. They could not defeat an enemy that outnumbered and outmatched them in strength. "No, I need to find my parents. They live nearby." Su Xiangjie had tears in his eyes. He had thought that this disaster was only happening at their school and would soon be quelled by the military. What he did not expect was that the scene outside was even worse than at the school. The air was filled with the smell of blood, and from time to time, zombies would leap towards them, only to be smashed into pulp by Chen. In the corners around them, zombies could even be seen continuously gnawing on the bodies of the living. "First take me to the market, and I'll let you go." Chen ignored Su Xiangjie's demands. Given the situation, his parents had probably long since become food for zombies, and going down would be a death sentence. "No, let me down now. I need to find them. Let me down." Su Xiangjie didn't know where he found the courage to try to grab Chen's steering wheel. But soon he realized that something cold was pressed against his neck. "Either take me to the market, and I'll let you go, or I'll kill you and find them myself. You choose." Chen looked at Su Xiangjie with cold eyes and said in a deep voice, "I'll tell you directly how to get there. Is that okay? Let me go." Su Xiangjie's face showed a pleading expression. "First, the terrain of Xinjiang City is complicated, and now we are in the apocalypse. If I make a wrong turn, who will bear the loss? Second, this vehicle is mine. Without me, you wouldn't have a chance to get here. Third, if we stop the car now, zombies around are likely to pounce on us. If the wheels get stuck, the car will be hard to start, and I don't want to be put in danger because of you. Fourth, if you dare to say anything unrelated to the journey again, I will have to send you to reunite with your companions." Chapter 48. A Favor in the Flow. Gasoline explodes zombies. Su Xiangjie didn't say anything more. Although he was very anxious inside, he could clearly feel that Chen was speeding up. Gradually, he calmed down. If he were Chen, he probably wouldn't agree to let him off the car either. The surrounding zombies were crushed to pieces. White pulp and brownish red liquid mixed together, spraying directly onto the car windows. He could even see a smashed head hanging in front of the windshield, with yellow liquid flowing from its eyeball. Yet even so, they continued to rush toward the car, trying to stop it with their bodies. Su Xiangjie knew that as long as the car slowed down, the surrounding zombies would cling tightly to it. When the weight of the zombies reached a point the car could not bear, the speed would decrease or even come to a complete stop. At that time, both he and Chen would face the crisis of being besieged by zombies. The danger outside was higher than in the school, and the possibility of this man entering the school from outside was very low. Moreover, he was very familiar with the roads leading out of the school. This person was either a staff member or a student. Considering his age, he was at most in his 20s, so he was most likely a student of the school. But why was he so calm in the face of all this, even able to kill without blinking? Had he experienced something? Su Xiangjie ultimately suppressed this question in his heart. He was a smart person, otherwise he wouldn't have discovered this hiding spot in the underground parking lot. Is this the place? Chen's cold voice broke Su Xiangjie's contemplation. Yes. Su Xiangjie nodded and added, if you need vegetables, go to the left. The right side sells meat. You can go now. Chen nodded, unlocked the car door, and signaled Su Xiangjie that he could leave. Thank you. Su Xiangjie glanced at Chen, politely said a word, and quickly ran toward the car exit. Dad, Mom, wait for me, you will be fine. Su Xiangjie desperately ran towards his home, but the vegetable market was already crowded, and with it being morning, the number of people was comparable to, if not exceeding, that of the zombies at school. Bang! Just as Su Xiangjie was thinking about how to avoid the zombies chasing him, the Wrangler directly crashed into the zombie in front of him. Go around, take a different direction. The noise of the car has already attracted the zombies on the road. Chen opened the window and threw the military shovel from his backpack to Su Xiangjie, then drove directly towards the market. Su Xiangjie looked at the zombie that had been smashed into a pulp ahead, then glanced at the military shovel Chen had given him, and his expression became even more determined. Chen had now arrived at the left side of the vegetable market. It was filled with stalls selling fruits and vegetables. The reason he decided to help Su Xiangjie before leaving was not out of kindness, but because he valued Su Xiangjie as a person. After the outbreak of the apocalypse, he was able to quickly find a survival route. Furthermore, when faced with the possibility of his parents being eaten by zombies, he swiftly regained his composure. Just these 2 points are enough to determine that this person is certainly a rare talent in the apocalypse. Calm and meticulous. These are the 2 most indispensable qualities for survival in the apocalypse. Moreover, since he already had the hunting broadblade and the vampiric scythe, the usefulness of the weapon shovel was minimal, and carrying it only added weight. Therefore, it was better to do a favor, and if Su Xiangjie miraculously survived, he might gain unexpected benefits later on. Trading a useless weapon shovel for a favor from a valuable person. Why not? Chen did not stop the car immediately after arriving at the vegetable selling area on the left, because a large number of zombies had already gathered behind him, along with a few mutated creatures. The vegetable market is a place densely populated with fruits and vegetables, and coupled with a huge flow of people. Many mutated creatures would treat this place as their nest or dining spot. Chen deliberately slowed down the Mustang's speed, allowing the zombies and mutants to remain attracted to him behind. He glanced around. The road he was on was a 2-way lane, separated by an iron fence in the middle, and on the left side ahead, there were cars parked on the side of the road due to their owners' deaths. Suddenly, Chen came up with a plan. There should be that thing in the car, right? Chen drove with one hand while quickly searching for what he needed with the other hand in the car. Chen opened a small cabinet in the car and saw several items that made him shudder. Damn! In addition to the condoms, there were also candles, clips, and round objects that looked quite exciting. Next to the candles, Chen was also fortunate to find the lighter he needed. This person named Ihn really knows how to have fun. If it weren't for the candles, he probably wouldn't have found the lighter at all. After Chen found what he needed, he began to drive towards the left side. Since he lost his injection gun while breaking through the zombie horde, he no longer had a ranged weapon, so he had to operate at close range by himself. Chen seized the opportunity and directly summoned the blood-sucking scythe. On the left side, there was a partially stopped Toyota car. Chen's target was exactly it. Swish! Just as the Wrangler was about to get close to the Toyota, Chen took out the blood-sucking scythe and forcefully inserted it into the car's fuel tank. Gasoline began to flow rapidly out of the tank. 3, 2, 1. As soon as Chen's voice fell, the zombie following him lunged at him, but at the same time he stepped on the gas. and the car's speed immediately reached its maximum. The explosion began. Chen lit the lighter in his hand and threw it directly towards the gasoline on the left side. Then he stepped on the gas with one foot and the brake with the other, while his hands continuously spun the steering wheel. The Wrangler transformed into a spinning carousel, executing a 180-degree drift, crashing through the iron fence on the road and landing on the other side of the highway. At the same time, the sound of explosions filled the air as the car exploded in flames, blowing apart the zombies charging towards Chen into pieces. Ding! Successfully killed 104 first-tier zombies. Gained 52 gold coins. Chapter 49. Women are inherently weak, but strong for their children. Chen turned his head to the left to observe the explosion. Although it only killed a small portion of the zombies, it disrupted their pursuit and allowed him to make a small profit. It could be said to be a win-win situation. As the god of racing on Mount Xiaoming, all I need is a license plate for my E86. With most of the zombies drawn away, the air has become much fresher. Chen parked the Wrangler next to a shop, tidied up his backpack a bit, and temporarily placed some items that weighed down the backpack in the car before getting out. The main reason he came to this market was to collect seeds. He envisioned living alone in a relatively safe, sparsely populated mountainous area with a spring. To achieve a self-sufficient lifestyle, seeds are essential. However, in the apocalypse, it's important to choose seeds that are easy to grow. Otherwise, they might not survive due to unsuitable soil conditions. Fortunately, Chen had already made plans. Corn, sweet potatoes, and potatoes are among the easiest crops to grow, especially sweet potatoes, which are very easy to plant. It's easy to imagine how high the survival rate for growing them is. The shop Chen visited just happened to have the food he needed. Chen opened his backpack, selected a few sweet potatoes, and corn with stems and leaves, and put them into his bag. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly heard a voice calling for help. "Save my child." However, Chen did not stop because someone was calling for help. The sun was about to set, and he couldn't afford to linger in the market. But at that moment, the voice calling for help grew closer. Chen looked closely and saw that the cry for help came from this shop. The person in distress was a woman, more specifically a mother. But what surprised Chen the most was her speed. Despite having injuries on her legs, her speed was comparable to that of an ordinary man's run. However, Chen soon understood why. She was pregnant. She was carrying a child, and the wound on her thigh was clearly from a zombie bite. She wanted Chen to save her child, which activated her body's potential to try to keep him with her. "Please, save my child. You don't have to save me. Just save him. He's about to come into this world, and I don't want him to die." The woman suddenly dropped to her knees in front of Chen, tears in her eyes, speaking in an almost pleading tone. Chen looked at the woman's face. Her eyes had begun to lose focus, with the black in her pupils almost completely engulfed by the white of her eyes. Many flesh-colored lumps had also appeared around her eye sockets, and her skin was gradually changing from a yellowish white to a deathly pale. This was a sign of corpse transformation. Chen looked down at the woman's thigh again. The blood in the wound was almost coagulated, indicating that she had been bitten for quite some time. The reason she had not turned into a corpse was likely due to her will to protect her child, which had sustained her until now. Women are inherently weak, but they become strong for their children. To save her child, she disregarded her own life, trying her best to rescue him. Even Chen, whose heart had grown extremely cold, couldn't help but feel a twinge of pity. However, he was just an ant in this apocalypse, desperately trying to survive. What ability did he have to save this woman and her child? "I can't help you. You have already been infected." Chen suppressed the emotional turmoil within himself and walked towards the car. "Please save him. I beg you, as long as you can save him. I will do anything you ask." Seeing Chen about to leave, the woman hurriedly knelt on the ground and frantically bowed her head to him. One sound, then another. Her abdomen was so protruding that her body couldn't bend down, causing her head to keep hitting the shelf in front of her. Blood oozed from her forehead. It was no longer human blood, having completely lost its vitality. "He's about to be born. I really want him to see this world. He has never seen it before. But why has this world become like this? Why? I want him to be born, but I'm afraid that after he is born, he will be infected by zombies like me. I really want to see my child. Before I lose consciousness, the face of my child." Tears slowly slid down the woman's cheeks. Tears from a mother. Just as the teardrop fell to the ground, suddenly the woman's belly burst open like a balloon. A hand stretched out from her belly. Then came the head, followed by the body, and finally the face. The eyes were white, the body was dark blue, and the umbilical cord was still connected to the belly as blood and amniotic fluid crawled out of the woman's body. The woman felt intense pain, and with the impact of her belly breaking, she fell directly to the ground. Her breath was almost gone, and due to the pain, sweat appeared on her forehead. This was her last proof of existence. After the parasite entered the woman's body, it sensed a new vitality within her and quickly reproduced another parasite, which entered the baby's body. Due to the woman's will being too strong, the baby was occupied by the parasite first, leading to the current scene. The zombie baby couldn't walk, so it crawled towards the woman's head using both hands and feet, similar to a puppy, step by step. Yaya. The zombie baby slightly opened its mouth. It had no teeth but revealed a bloodthirsty smile. Its eyes were fixed on the woman's neck, and it tightly hugged her neck with its hands, then opened its mouth wide and bit down. But since the zombie baby had no teeth, it couldn't harm the woman and could only suck frantically. The woman looked at her child, clinging to her at this moment. In the final moment of her life, she felt somewhat content. At least her child had not harmed anyone. The woman revealed a slight smile, using her last bit of strength to slowly embrace the baby, ultimately walking towards death. At the moment of her death, the baby's belly was still connected to the umbilical cord linked to the woman's life. Chapter 50. Has my mouth been opened? Chen looked at the deceased woman and the zombie baby that was sucking on her neck. One was a mother desperately trying to keep her child alive, and the other was a child infected by parasites even before birth, who had killed his own mother. This is the so-called collision of the apocalypse and humanity. Chen sighed, and the hunting broad blade appeared in his hand. He slashed a knife across the woman's thigh, and then lightly stabbed the zombie baby on its back. In an instant, the zombie baby lost its life, its constantly sucking mouth stopped moving, and it lay quietly in the woman's embrace. The hunting broadblade had the ability to deliver a fatal blow, which was also the best way to protect the woman and her child's corpse from being damaged. He knew that before the woman died. Her act of holding the baby in her arms was not only to hold her child, but also to prevent her child from crawling away and harming others. Chen cannot change their fate, but he has chosen the best way to end their destiny. At this moment, Chen's heart seems to be tugged by this indescribable emotion. Chen adjusted his mood, put away the hunting broad blade into his backpack, and looked up at the sky. The sun was close to setting, and the sky had turned dark. In the rules of the apocalypse, there is one very important rule. Unless absolutely necessary, never walk at night. Because you never know what might appear in front of you in the next second, whether it's a person or a monster that will kill you. 3 days later, the mutated creatures will launch another wave, conducting large-scale occupation and plunder of the entire Xinjiang city. At that time, Xinjiang city will become a true dead city. Therefore, Chen only has 3 days to escape this city. He now has 2 paths to choose from. One is to head to the shelter established by the military, where he can spend the night. The safety level there is at least the highest before the mutated creatures launch their full-scale attack. But the problem is that once he enters the shelter, he cannot leave and can only take the opportunity to leave during the chaos. The other path is to find a relatively clean hotel to spend the night. Its safety level is definitely not as high as the shelter, but it offers the most freedom. Chen thought for a moment and decided to choose the second method. Although he vaguely remembered the escape route from his previous life after the outbreak of mutant hordes, he was somewhat reluctant to part with this vehicle, which could serve as his means of transportation, storage, and a weapon for ramming into corpses. A good car like this was not something you could find everywhere. It would be quite easy to find a hotel nearby. However, Chen was somewhat particular about his hotel choice, having struggled through the apocalypse for many years. When choosing a hotel, he needed to select a room on a floor that was neither too high nor too low. Lower floors could easily attract zombies due to smells, while higher floors made escape quite inconvenient. Additionally, he preferred more expensive hotels, preferably those with star ratings. The reasons were twofold. First, the high price meant fewer guests. And second, they were generally cleaner than ordinary hotels, which helped to prevent the intrusion of cockroaches, spiders, and other small mutants. The four-star hotel in Xinjiang City had its own foundation and was built on it. Next to it, there was a supermarket and an adult product vending machine store. Yichen parked the car 500 meters away from the hotel and started walking towards it. Although he really wanted to drive the car into the hotel lobby, especially since there was no one to regulate it anymore, the noise from the car, while driving, was indeed too loud and could easily attract nearby zombies. In the end, he dismissed this idea from his mind. Yichen quickly walked into the hotel, and a hunting broad blade appeared in his hand. He directly slashed down, cutting off the cashier who was leaning over the counter in the lobby. Blood splattered on the walls, and the head rolled off the body and fell to the ground smoothly. Yichen's knife was undoubtedly fast, precise, and ruthless. Even the cashier who had turned into a zombie didn't react before her head vanished. Afterwards, Yichen cleared the several zombies wandering in the hall and began to observe the layout of the entire hall. The purpose of this was to enable him to utilize the surrounding environment more effectively when facing zombies. The left and right sides were relatively spacious, with a very open layout, almost devoid of any flashy decorations, giving a sense of a flat expanse. Yichen quickly walked towards the elevator, opened the elevator door, and stood outside, glancing at the floors inside the elevator. There were a total of 13 floors. The sixth floor should be relatively safer. Yichen chose not to take the elevator, but instead walked towards the nearby fire escape, making his way to the sixth floor by climbing the stairs. The reason he didn't opt for the elevator was not out of fear of zombies, but rather concern about the power supply. Elevators rely on electricity for their operation, and if there were a power outage, he would be trapped inside. Given the state of the entire city, a power outage was a possibility at any moment. Finally, Yichen successfully reached the sixth floor. It would be great if a kind-hearted person could bring him a key to the door, so he wouldn't have to force it open. Yichen climbed to the sixth floor and murmured to himself. As soon as he opened the door, he bumped directly into a zombie in front of him. The distance between the mouths of the person and the zombie was barely 1 centimeter apart. This damn CP feeling. However, Yichen was not attracted by the zombie's sexy lips, but rather by the room card it was holding in its hand. Did my mouth really open up? Whatever I say comes true. Yichen raised the long knife in his hand and directly delivered a knife strike to the zombie. Instantly, the prompt sound of gaining 1 gold coin echoed in Yichen's ears, and he successfully obtained the door card from the zombie's hand. 6,103. Yichen successfully found the location of the room based on the room card number. Why is there an inexplicable smell? Yichen arrived at room 6103 and smelled some scents that were both unfamiliar and familiar to him. He carefully placed the door card under the doorknob while tightly gripping the hunting knife in his hand. The atmosphere on the entire 6th floor instantly froze. Yichen slowly pushed open the door and looked inside. Immediately, a scene that made his blood surge appeared. Chapter 51. Han Tianyao's strange idea inside the room. A woman was lying on the bed, staring blankly at the black and white blurry television in front of her. Her appearance was not particularly beautiful, but she exuded a natural allure. It was the kind of seductive charm that comes with being an adult woman. However, what truly made Yichen's blood boil was her attire. She was dressed in an outfit similar to that of a bunny girl, adorned with lace trim on her chest, and even the scenery beneath was slightly visible. Her legs were crossed elegantly, clad in black stockings that did not connect to her outfit. The stockings only reached the upper thigh, leaving almost all of her thigh skin exposed. The charm of a mature woman could be described as a sudden burst of spring, combined with the provocative nature of her clothing, which even made Yichen feel a bit overwhelmed. "Who are you?" The woman, seeing the man standing at the door, looked puzzled but had no intention of covering her body with a blanket. Her question, "Who are you?" instead carried a hint of teasing. Yichen raised his eyebrows slightly. He didn't expect that successful people staying in star-rated hotels could also be so extravagant. They even resort to the temptation of uniforms. Yichen wasn't prepared to waste any more words with this woman. Just as he was about to go in and throw her out of the room, he suddenly heard some movement, footsteps. In response, Yichen quickly drew his hunting broadblade and pointed it behind him. Behind Yichen stood a handsome man, whose appearance could even be compared to those popular male celebrities. However, there was a hint of lewdness in his brows. Yichen scanned the man in front of him with his eyes. He was wearing a military-style vest, and a black handgun's grip was visible at his waist. Is he one of the military? It seems like military personnel shouldn't act on their own. Is there something you need? Chen looked up at the man, but he noticed that the man's gaze was fixed on the woman in the room, with a somewhat lecherous expression in his eyes. This guy can't be thinking of going after that woman, right? Hey, brother, let's talk this over. Han Tianyao quickly grabbed Chen's arm, stopping him, and occasionally rubbed his waist against Chen's thigh. If there had been a third person nearby, they would have found the two's posture quite strange, as if two curved swords were clashing and rubbing against each other. Han Tianyao wanted to cry out in pain, but he was already silenced by Chen's hand over his mouth, unable to make a sound. Chen knew that this man was trying to show off the gun at his waist, so he deliberately rubbed against him. Shut up, get lost, understood? Chen saw Han Tianyao's pleading face and said in a deep voice, yes. Han Tianyao nodded frantically, and the moment Chen let him go, he quickly retreated, one hand reaching for his waistband. Dare to hurt me, Yaoge? Just watch me. Hey, where's my gun? Han Tianyao discovered that the pistol in his belt was missing and looked at Chen in shock. Looking for this? Chen held a black handgun in his hand, looking at Han Tianyao with a smile on his face. Is a broken toy gun enough to scare someone? Chen had also used guns in his previous life, so he was quite familiar with the feel of a gun. The moment he took hold of the black pistol, he sensed that it was a replica gun, not a real handgun. Isn't this real gun on me? You know, right, brother? Han Tianyao nudged his lower body, making extremely vulgar gestures while using normal language. Either roll away, or I'll tie you to the door. Choose for yourself. Chen was too lazy to waste words, and, that brother, let's make a deal, how about it? Han Tianyao saw that Chen completely ignored him and was about to close the door, and he suddenly became anxious. You want to leave the city, right? I have a map here. As long as you give me this woman, I'll give you the map. Han Tianyao directly threw out his bargaining chip. Just as the door was about to close, Chen pushed it open again at that moment. A map? Chen looked at Han Tianyao and suddenly felt a bit interested. The map was indeed something he needed at the moment. Take it out. Let me take a look. Chen spoke in my room. How did you know I was leaving the city? At that moment, Chen felt a murderous intent. No one had mentioned his plans to leave the city. So how did this man know? Had he been following him? Or was it a premeditated scheme? I saw your car outside the window. The tires are muddy. This area is all oil-paved roads. And only near the vegetable market would there be signs of tires picking up dirt. The fact that you could safely come to this hotel from the vegetable market means you have the ability to kill zombies. Moreover, clearly you have a car that could take you directly to the military shelter, yet you chose to stay at a hotel, which indicates you don't want to be restricted by the military. At dawn tomorrow, you will choose to drive away from here, and going to the vegetable market is just to get some seeds and find a relatively safe place to hide from this apocalypse. Am I right? Han Tianyao's expression was very calm, as if all of this was merely a simple deduction for him. Maps for women, give me a reason. Chen looked at Han Tianyao and pressed on again. Can't you see this? I want to get with her, are you satisfied? Han Tianyao looked at Chen and said bluntly, Get with her? Seeing that Chen's doubts still hadn't dissipated, Han Tianyao continued, I've lived for over 20 years, and I'm still a virgin. Anyway, since the apocalypse has broken out, I should at least experience it before I die. In short, are we going to change or not? Han Tianyao didn't want to waste time with Chen and said directly, Go get the map. I'll wait for you here. Chen looked at the earnest expression of the man, Han Tianyao, and couldn't help but find it amusing. Truly, the world is full of wonders. Wanting to lose his virginity before dying, this person has quite the ambition. However, his intelligence isn't bad. Just by relying on the car he drives, he can figure out what he wants to do, which indeed makes him a talented person. After a while, Han Tianyao hurriedly ran over, holding a map of Xinjiang City in his hand, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Quick, I can't hold on much longer. Han Tianyao kept swallowing, his eyes fixated on the room where the woman was. Chen took the map, and at the moment he touched Han Tianyao's hand, he felt the heat radiating from Han Tianyao's body. He then glanced down at Han Tianyao's lower body. Chen instantly understood something. This person must have taken medicine before running upstairs. Chapter 52. Although darkness quietly arises, light also follows closely behind. Chen glanced at the map, compared the traffic conditions from the vegetable market to the star-rated hotel, and confirmed that it was roughly equal to the position he had come from, ensuring that this was an accurate map. "Give me your room card." Chen took out the room card and exchanged it with Han Tianyao. Just when Chen thought Han Tianyao was eager to rush into the room and indulge with the woman, Han Tianyao pulled out a map from his pocket. It was a map of the southwest region, summarizing the situation of several urban areas near Xinjiang City. "Consider it a favor for letting you have this woman," he said. After that, Han Tianyao threw the newly taken map on the ground and quickly ran towards the room, even in such a hurry that he didn't close the door. "A favor? If the woman is unwilling to let you in and you force your way, that would be an accident." Chen couldn't help but chuckle, picking up the map and casually grabbing a vase from the shelf nearby. The room card that Han Tianyao had given him was not too far from where the woman was located, just a few rooms away. Based on this room card, it was easy to deduce that Han Tianyao was likely a wealthy young master who, after checking in, noticed the woman's presence. However, at that time, the zombie outbreak had not yet occurred, so he only paid a little attention to her. It was only after the outbreak that the thought of wanting to break his virginity crossed his mind. However, to find someone who looked good, was a rich kid, and still a virgin was something Chen had never encountered before. Three consecutive shouts broke Chen's thoughts. "Damn, that was fast. It hasn't been long. What's going on with that woman?" Chen thought to himself that the woman didn't cover her exposed areas when she saw him. Instead, she seemed a bit flirtatious, which suggested she was also a casual person. Moreover, considering it was the apocalypse, under Han Tianyao's sweet talk, agreeing wasn't out of the question. Chen glanced at the vase in his hand and quickly walked towards the room where Han Tianyao was. As soon as he got closer, he heard the bed creaking, as if someone inside was wildly bouncing on cotton. Chen quickly grasped the doorknob, wanting to close the door, but at the moment he was shutting it, he saw 2 used condoms on the floor. It hadn't been long, and there were already 2. Chen's face was filled with shock, even more so than when he encountered the third-tier death worm. After closing the door, Chen placed the vase he was holding next to it. He closed the door for Han Tianyao, not out of curiosity, but because he was concerned about the 2 of them. He needed to rest at night. And if Han Tianyao or that woman were just pretending all along and decided to sneak into his room in the middle of the night to steal something, it would be quite troublesome. The vase served as a warning signal. Chen closed the door of the fire escape after arranging the entrance to Han Tianyao's room. Although the hotel was not very crowded and the number of infected people was low, it couldn't guarantee that the zombies wouldn't slowly find their way there based on smell. Afterwards, Chen entered the room that he had exchanged with Han Tianyao. The first thing Chen did upon entering the room was to observe the entire situation in the room, in case there were any accomplices of Han Tianyao or traps set up. After a series of checks, Chen piled up all the movable items at the door. One reason was to guard against zombie attacks while he was asleep, and the other was to prevent Han Tianyao from using a spare room car to sneak in and attack him while he was in a deep sleep. Phew! The first day passed just like that. He needed to make good use of the last bit of battery and the still uncontaminated water source. Chen stretched his muscles and walked towards the bathroom. He washed himself thoroughly, inside and out, and his bathing speed was comparable to that of a girl. After Chen finished washing up, he walked to the mirror and looked at himself. The depth in his eyes gradually dissipated, and he fell into deep thought. His hand slowly reached up to touch his cheek. The endless escape of his previous life had made him forget what his appearance was like. His beard, nails, and hair were all growing wildly. Sometimes he couldn't even clean himself for a month. Only when he really couldn't stand it anymore would he choose to clean his body with sand or a little water. At that time, no one would care about their appearance, and some would even deliberately make themselves look ugly, because in the apocalypse, looks could be a curse. More accurately, in a peaceful world, a beautiful appearance could allow you to buy expensive goods, while in a world on the brink of collapse, a beautiful appearance could make you a commodity to be trampled upon. Chen looked at himself in a mirror and suddenly felt very unfamiliar. 7 years. A full 7 years. He had already forgotten what he looked like. Chen fixed his eyes on the mirror, determined to remember his face. Even if he was headed towards a dead end, he wanted to remember his own appearance. He had no family, no friends, and no loved ones left. No one else would remember what he looked like, so he couldn't allow himself to forget his own visage. At the very least, this way, he wouldn't be forgotten by this world, or rather, he wouldn't forget himself. Chen took out the hunting broadblade and carved his name into the wall. He took a deep breath while looking at himself in the mirror. The heaviness and indignation in his heart came to an abrupt halt, and the sadness in his eyes gradually turned into coldness. He lay on the bed, his eyes slowly closing as he fell into a dream. In the dream, he found himself in a bright world, where sunlight shone upon him no matter where he went. This world was warm and kind, devoid of human affairs and the pursuit of fame and fortune. However, such days did not last long, as the sunlight eventually faded away. Darkness descended, slowly swallowing this world and consuming everything around him. In the end, the light surrounding Chen was completely replaced by darkness, and just as he was about to succumb to it, he encountered a sweet-looking woman. "Hello, my name is Gu Qingsheng." The woman reached out her hand to Chen, and at that moment, the darkness that sought to engulf him was dispelled by the light. But not long after, Gu Qingsheng disappeared, and Chen fell back into the boundless darkness. Just as he was about to become one with the darkness, he encountered a mother who was about to be turned into a zombie. "Thank you for saving my child. Thank you." The mother's eyes were filled with love for her child, the noblest love in the world, helping Chen emerge from the darkness. However, it did not last long, as this mother also vanished. In her place, a giant abyssal mouth with fangs lunged at him, ready to swallow him whole. Chen woke up. He was startled awake from his bed. Although the surroundings were tightly covered by curtains, sunlight still seeped in from every corner and crack. Darkness quietly emerged, but light was always close behind. Chen slowly got up, pulled open the curtains, and light instantly flooded the entire room. Above was the sun hanging high in the sky, illuminating the world with a gentle radiance, while below were broken walls and ruins, with rivers of blood flowing, a world on the brink of destruction. Chapter 53. Human Relationships and Social Affairs. Chen glanced at the ground, under the sunlight. Several zombies were running towards the hotel he was in. He had to leave this place. On the first day of the apocalypse, most residents, upon discovering the situation, would hide in their homes and not go out. However, as the number of zombies increased, doors became less secure. Ultimately, most residents without combat abilities would die at the hands of the zombies that broke into their homes. After a day's passage of time, the survivors mostly gathered in the shelters established by the military. Only a very small number of people still chose to wait in place. The longer one stayed in a location, the more pronounced their scent would become, which would attract the zombies. At this moment, there are only 3 known survivors in the building where Chen is located. After night-esque time, combined with the scent emitted from the fierce battle of the 2 people next door, it would naturally attract zombies to a large extent. Chen put on his backpack and walked towards the exit. He didn't immediately move the things at the door, but instead bent down to take a look at the doorknob. It was gone. Chen frowned slightly, the feeling of ease instantly dissipating. He held the hunting knife in his hand, holding his breath as he leaned against the wall. Before going to sleep, he had placed a small stone on the doorknob. If anyone outside tried to come in, or if a zombie hit the door, the stone would fall to the ground. He hadn't heard the sound of a vase breaking last night. If a zombie had hit the door, it should have been a continuous impact. But there was no movement outside the door now. There was only one possibility. There were other people on this floor. Chen could sense that the person's intention was not for a transaction, but rather to plunder. If it were a transaction, they would definitely knock first, and would never pull the doorknob. Just as Chen was pondering this, a series of clapping sounds came from next door, similar to hands slapping wet skin. There were also a few provocative words from a woman. When he arrived in this room, there was no one next door, but now such sounds had emerged, indicating that the man who swapped maps with him yesterday must have been captured, and that woman was likely being treated like a commodity by those people. Chen walked towards the bathroom while speaking. Unexpectedly, the sound insulation of this star-rated hotel was poor, which instead helped me out. Chen smiled. Before this, he was contemplating how many people the other party had, whether they simply wanted to rob or had already formed a small organization. It is important to note that in the apocalypse, there are many small organizations that commit murder and robbery. If the other party had the advantage in numbers, it would not be good news for Chen. Although zombies are stronger than ordinary humans, their attacks are singular and their reactions are slow, making them easy to deal with even in groups. However, from the sounds coming from next door, It was not difficult to deduce that their numbers were not large. Otherwise, that girl wouldn't have been able to speak. Yi-chun quickly walked to the bathroom, cut all the bath towels into long strips, and then stitched them together to create a very long rope. After that, he summoned the hunting wide blade and tied the rope to the handle of a knife. This way, he had a ranged weapon. After Yi-chun finished making it, he put the hunting broad blade back into the system warehouse and began to carefully move the tables and chairs that were blocking the door. Yi-chun looked through the peephole and saw that someone was guarding the door, but their mental state was not good. They probably hadn't slept all night. Those who were in a fierce battle were unwilling to pause halfway, so this meant that the opponent had one less person. First, he needed to deal with the person outside the door. Yi-chun summoned the hunting broad blade and was just about to break through the door. Yi-chun looked at the hunting broad blade in his hand, noticing that the rope on the handle had disappeared. A brand new hunting broad blade appeared before him. The system warehouse can only store weapons purchased from the system mall. What can Yi-chun say? Nothing at all. He can only silently give a thumbs up to this system. Well done. At that moment, it seemed that the system heard Yi-chun's inner thoughts and began to speak. This system provides you with a warehouse for storing weapons. This is called a favor, helping you clear out items that do not belong to the store's weapons. This is called an accident. Human feelings and worldly wisdom, you know. Yi-chun saw the system's unsolicited arrival and its audacious defense of itself. He immediately understood what is meant by karmic retribution. Yesterday, he spoke about the complexities of human relationships, and today, he found himself experiencing them firsthand. Amazing. This is somewhat of a waste, considering that every time I put this into the warehouse, I lose a rope. But this is also a method of last resort. Yi-chun held the hunting broad blade along with the line in his hand and directly pushed the door open. The man standing in front of Yi-chun's door, lost in thought, suddenly felt as if his body had been struck by something, losing control and retreating backwards. But suddenly, he noticed that his body was being supported by something. Turning around, he saw a man with eyes radiating a cold aura staring at him coldly. Not good. The man was just about to counterattack when he realized that his head seemed to have spun around once, and the moment the pain surged, it dissipated again. Darkness enveloped his vision, and he lost consciousness, collapsing to the ground. 3. After Yi-chun dealt with the man at the door, he quickly looked around and found 3 more people guarding nearby. Take him down. The 3 people on the 6th floor saw Yi-chun directly choke their companion, and anger flared in their eyes. They all drew out their daggers and charged towards Yi-chun. Fortunately, there weren't too many of them. Yi-chun advanced instead of retreating, quickly charging towards one of the individuals. The person facing Yi-chun directly swung a dagger at him. Just as the dagger was about to stab Yi-chun, he suddenly tilted his body downward, skillfully evading the attack. Then, with his left hand clenched into a fist, he struck fiercely at the man's heart. Bang! Immediately, the dagger-wielding man felt a sharp pain in his heart. His brain quickly began to lack oxygen, and ultimately, he collapsed to the ground. Yi-chun's body has evolved to LV3, and an ordinary person's body simply cannot withstand his full-force strike, especially since this punch landed on a vital area like the heart. The other 2, seeing Yi-chun take out a person with one punch, were surprised, but their attacks did not slow down. Instead, their assault became even more fierce. 2 daggers lunged towards Yi-chun simultaneously. Let's see how you dodge this time. No matter which direction Yi-chun dodged, the other dagger would still strike him. However, who said I was going to dodge? Yi-chun let out a cold laugh, and the hunting wide blade suddenly slipped from his hand, directly flying towards the arm of the man at the back. A miraculous scene unfolded. During its flight, the hunting wide blade simultaneously shattered 2 daggers. Yi-chun's attack target was not the people, but the daggers on them. What? The 2 looked at the daggers in their hands as they shattered simultaneously, revealing shock in their eyes. However, the next second, the shock on their faces turned into pain and despair. They simultaneously felt their cervical vertebrae being crushed by a powerful grip. Yi-chun appeared behind them. As the hunting blade shattered the dagger, Yi-chun arrived at their backs, simultaneously grabbing at the necks of the 2. With a crack, the vertebrae broke, which was tantamount to declaring their death. The 2 fell to the ground, their mouths slightly open, tears still lingering at the corners of their eyes. They had not completely died, and their minds were still throbbing with pain. At the moment Yi Chen threw the hunting Y-blade, he could have directly killed the two men, but if he did so, blood would flow out from their bodies. If that blood attracted a large number of zombies, it would be a loss rather than a gain. Just as Yi Chen was about to pick up the hunting Y-blade, the door across from him suddenly opened. A man with his upper body exposed stepped out, holding a handgun and looking at Yi Chen with a smile. TSK, 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 really impressive. You killed 4 of my subordinates, now tell me, how do I want to die? Chapter 54. Those who are controlled by desire deserve to die. The armed man, with his upper body bare, had some belly fat, but the scar on his chest was enough to show that he was someone who had spent years in the company of blades and swords. Yi Chen's first reaction was that it was the gang. Firearms are strictly prohibited in Huaxia, and although there's been a crackdown on gangs in recent years, some deeply rooted gangs are well hidden. Only organized gangs like them have the capability to obtain firearms. Yi Chen can clearly affirm that the gun in the man's hand is a real gun, because there are rifling grooves inside the barrel, and the safety at the back of the gun has been disengaged. A replica gun does not have rifling, and its safety mechanism is not as realistic as that of a real gun. Yi Chen's speed has now reached the peak level of world running champions, but when faced with bullets, he still does not have 100% confidence in avoiding them. Right now, he can only distract his attention, making his first shot miss, and then look for an opportunity to grab his gun. Just as Yi Chen was pondering, he suddenly heard footsteps and shouting coming from downstairs. No! Let go of me, you beast! Get away, Yi Chen looked up at the man, and, based on these sounds, he was now completely certain that the man in front of him was the head of a gang. Their purpose for coming to this hotel should be to loot supplies and seize women. If you shoot, the nearby zombies will be attracted, and you wouldn't want to be buried with me, right? Yi Chen spoke in a calm tone, without using a threatening manner. He wanted to temporarily ease the atmosphere between them. I'll give you 2 choices. Take this pill and follow me, or I will kill you right now. You have 5 seconds to decide. Choose. The man took out a white pill from his hand and said impatiently. Yi Chen glanced at the hunting blade, which was only about a meter away from him. He needed something to distract the man's attention. What could he use? Just as Yi Chen was deep in thought, the man's countdown began. 5, 4, 3. Just when Yi Chen was struggling to think of a solution, a naked woman walked out from behind the man. It was the same woman that Han Tianyao had wanted to be with earlier. Her gaze met Yi Chen's, seemingly signaling him to launch an attack on the man. Does she want to help me? Yi Chen's eyes revealed a hint of surprise. Although he was somewhat distrustful of this woman, this was currently the only way out. Just as the man was about to pull the trigger to shoot Yi Chen spoke up. I promise you. Good, take this pill and you can live. The man chuckled lightly and directly threw the pill in his hand towards Yi Chen. But the next moment, the man's actions took him by surprise. Bang! Slap! The sound of gunfire and the sound of a slap echoed simultaneously. The bullet was aimed at the hunting knife, while the slap landed on the face of the woman who was trying to help Yi Chen. Next time, it will cost you your life. A trace of cruelty appeared in the man's eyes. To him, this woman was merely a toy. He was not yet bored with her, so he was only issuing a warning. While he was talking to Yi Chen, he had already noticed the woman's actions. This is the power of a gang leader. Swallow it. The man slowly walked towards Yi Chen, kicked the hunting knife away, and pressed the gun against Yi Chen's chin, a smile appearing on his face. You look really good. The man extended his tongue and licked his lips, a desire to possess, or more accurately, a desire to violate Yi Chen. This person is bisexual. Just when I was worried you wouldn't come close. Yi Chen looked at the man, and the worry in his eyes vanished. Blood-sucking scythe. In an instant, a golden scythe appeared in Yi Chen's hand. The man, seeing the scythe appear out of thin air, showed a hint of shock in his eyes. But after years of wandering the martial world, he had seen all kinds of storms. The moment he saw the scythe, he quickly reacted and pulled the trigger, aiming for Yi Chen's chin. Bang! Yi Chen raised his hand and firmly squeezed the gun barrel. With his palm enhanced to LV3, he had the strength to crush the gun muzzle together. In an instant, the bullet exploded. My hand. The man saw that 3 of his fingers had been blown apart, blood and flesh splattering everywhere, and black gunpowder still clinging to the bone. With Yi Chen squeezing the gun muzzle, the bullet was impacted and detonated. You madman! You! The man saw Yi Chen's palm burst open, his 5 fingers glued together with blood, and he could even see the bones piercing through the skin. Does it hurt? Of course it hurts. But this was the only way to instantly kill the man. The man felt a pain in his stomach, and a warm flow quickly rushed outward. He looked down and realized that his stomach had already been pierced by a golden sickle. But the most terrifying part was that the blood gushing out was not flowing to the ground, but was continuously absorbed by the sickle. You are not human. The man never expected that Chen could conjure weapons out of thin air. But what terrified him the most was Chen's fingers that were slowly healing. The torn flesh rapidly mended, and the blood that had flowed out seemed to reverse in time, quickly flowing back into his palm. The shattered fingers at that moment returned to normal, as if the earlier gun explosion had not harmed him at all. This was beyond human capability. The man clutched his stomach with one hand while trying to lift the handgun with the other, hoping to drag Chen to hell before he died. But he found that no matter what, he could not pull the trigger, because among the 3 blown-off fingers, the trigger finger was the one that was destroyed, leaving only the pinky and thumb on his arm. However, his pinky was also in a precarious state, with the bone and flesh completely severed, only a piece of skin connecting it to the palm, swaying like catkins in the wind. Those who were controlled by desire deserved to die. Chen picked up the hunting broad blade from the ground and directly shot it towards the man's head. In an instant, the head was severed and blood sprayed out. A headless corpse fell to the ground. Chen picked up the pill from the ground and took a quick look at it in his hand. It could either contain some kind of toxin that required an antidote after a certain period, or it could cause someone to instantly lose consciousness, thereby achieving the desired effect. Perhaps that Han Tianyao had fallen victim to this pill. But then he thought, if the man wasn't bisexual and eager to make a move on him, he wouldn't have had the chance to get so close. However, for Chen, the crisis was not yet resolved, and the troubles were only increasing. He looked toward the fire escape and heard the sound of footsteps approaching, not a small number either. It seemed that reinforcements for this man were on their way. Chapter 55. Han Tianyao's scheme. Chen glanced at the corpse on the ground, then picked up the unconscious woman and ran towards the room ahead. No wonder Han Tianyao and that man both had thoughts about her. The woman was completely naked, and at the moment Chen held her, he could feel that her skin was incredibly smooth, as if she were a child of just over 10 years old. But it should be noted that this woman's appearance was not less than 30 and at least in her 20s. Her figure maintained like that of a young girl, and her looks had the charm of a mature woman. How could it not be enticing? After Chen carried the woman into the room, he quickly shut the door and barricaded it. What sound is that? Han Tianyao. But right now his upper body is bare, and both his hands and feet are tied to the bed. Next to him, on the bedside table, there is a bottle of lubricant. Impressive. It's clear you've really been deflowered. Chen felt sympathy for such matters, but couldn't help but laugh out loud. The man was bisexual and had such thoughts about Chen, let alone Han Tianyao, who looked even better than Chen. Go and untie his ropes. After waking the woman, Chen said to her. Then, Chen arranged the defensive measures of the door and walked towards the window. From a sound of footsteps, at least 10 people were coming to provide support, and it was very likely that these people were armed with firearms. So it was definitely better to escape if he could. After all, his main purpose was just to rest for a night, not to get into unnecessary trouble. Chen pulled open the curtains and looked down at the ground. Now, even if he wanted to leave, he couldn't. Chen furrowed his brows. He had figured out what these gangsters were up to. When he arrived, there were shops next to the hotel. These gangsters must have raided the food in the shops and then moved it to the hotel, intending to use it as their base. They even used vehicles as walls, blocking the hotel entrance tightly to prevent zombies from entering. This strategy was advantageous for the gangsters, but it was entirely detrimental for Chen. The zombies were gathered around the hotel. Although this blocked the zombies, it cut off Chen's escape route. Additionally, there was a fatal issue. If a large mutated creature entered, these vehicles would be utterly useless against it and would instead block the escape route from the hotel. In this case, he would either have to fight his way out or remain trapped in the hotel. Just as Chen was troubled by this issue, he heard the voices of the gangsters outside. Bang! He could distinctly hear the door of the adjacent room being kicked open. Bang, bang. Another door, hiding around the corner. Chen looked at Han Tianyao and the woman he had saved, and said solemnly, He then walked alone towards the restroom. Next to the entrance of the hotel was the restroom, and upon entering, he found himself in a blind spot. Inside the restroom, one could see the situation at the entrance, but standing at the entrance, one could not see inside the restroom. Chen needs to fight his way out of here. Just as Chen was on high alert, Han Tianyao spoke up. I have a plan. Han Tianyao looked at Chen, his expression shifting from serious to straightforward. Chen turned to Han Tianyao. At this moment, the lewd aura in Han Tianyao's eyes had dissipated, resembling a wise man guiding the way. Generally, gangsters emphasize brotherhood. But after I was captured yesterday, I discovered that this organization had already developed various internal conflicts. The leader forcefully made his subordinates do the work while he enjoyed the spoils alone, and we could use this point to our advantage. While their leader enjoyed the company of women, his subordinates were sleep-deprived and still had to stand guard. Moreover, after he killed that man as 4 subordinates, the man was not angry at all. Instead, he wanted to subdue me in another way. Indeed, this gang was showing signs of internal fragmentation. We can. A glimmer of insight flashed in Han Tianyao's eyes as he whispered his plan to Chen and the woman. Outside the door, second in command. Only this last room remains. Dozens of people gathered outside the room where Chen and the others were, each holding weapons and showing fierce expressions. They pounded on the door. The man known as the second in command was bald, with a scar on his cheek resembling a centipede. He had a curved knife at his waist and held a gun similar to the one used to kill the man by Chen. Although he showed anger on his face, he was actually quite excited inside. Chen Wei, you are finally dead. Good death, good death. As long as I find the murderer, the position of the boss will be mine. When he arrived on the 6th floor and saw Chen Wei's decapitated body, he could hardly contain his joy. If it weren't for his subordinates arriving, he might have laughed out loud. Just as his subordinates were about to break down the door, suddenly, a figure dashed past them. Quick, chase, he shouted. He has the antidote from your boss. Don't let him escape. Another figure followed closely, also rushing out and shouting. Antidote? No wonder I couldn't find the antidote on Chen Wei. It turns out he stole it. Get after him. Just as the second in command was about to lead his subordinates to chase, a delicate hand gripped his shoulder. I want. The woman, dressed in a bunny suit, had her curves partially visible, and this hazy feeling could arouse one's desire even more. Her sensuous, straight legs were wrapped in black stockings, with some scratches on them, making her even more tempting. The second in command glanced at the woman's body and couldn't help but swallow hard. He recognized her. Last night, during a large-scale raid on the hotel, she had become Chen Wei's plaything, an angelic face and a devilish figure. How could he not feel moved? Quick, I want. The woman clung tightly to the second in command's arm, pressing her body against him, rubbing against him frantically. You guys go catch them, don't let them escape. The second in command finally couldn't resist the temptation of beauty and turned to his subordinates. One isn't enough. I want more. You 3 come here. The woman pointed at the 3 men standing beside the second in command, who were the only ones in the room besides him with guns. At this moment, a blush appeared on the woman's face, and her eyes glimmered with charm, giving off a feeling of being pitiful yet extremely desirable. Second in command, how about we? Since there are only 2 of them, they can't run too far. The several men holding guns swallowed hard, their faces revealing traces of anticipation. Such exquisite goods are hard to come by, and with her so proactive, how could they not be tempted? The second in command glanced at them. They were all Chen Wei's trusted subordinates. If they tasted the sweetness, they might be able to win them over. The second in command nodded and said to the others, all right. Upon hearing the second in command's words, the remaining subordinates revealed excited expressions. I can't be the first to eat the chicken. Even eating a bit of chicken, but is good. Soon, the entire gang was divided into 2 parts. The 4 led by the second in command entered the room with the woman, while the remaining subordinates chased after the 2 fleeing individuals. Chapter 56. Dare to touch me, and I'll kill you all. You can stop now. Are you a leopard? Running so fast? I'm exhausted. The 2 people in conversation were Chen and Han Tianyao. After Chen burst out of the door, Han Tianyao closely followed, drawing all the attention of the gangsters towards them. They're coming. Chen looked ahead and said in a deep voice, is there anyone with a gun? They should all have been brought into the room by Shui. Then it's up to you. I'll take a break, Han Tianyao said, panting and leaning against the wall. Oh, not running anymore? Keep going, keep running. A few subordinates who had been chasing Yi Chen and Han Tianyao saw that they had stopped and mocked them. Hurry up and deal with them. That woman is in high spirits. Maybe we can still have some soup. A younger brother revealed a lewd smile, already impatient. Kid, hand over the antidote and end it yourself. We'll leave you with a whole corpse, but if you dare waste our time, we might just have to chop you up and feed you to the zombies. The scarred leader looked at Yi Chen with a mocking expression. In his eyes, these two were merely lambs waiting to be slaughtered, and a light swing of the knife would suffice to finish them off. Second, stop wasting time with him. He looks like an unappreciative guy. Let us just go all out, finish them off, and get the antidote. The group raised their daggers and lunged at Yi Chen, all displaying expressions of excitement. This chaotic world is really fantastic. Women, wealth, crime, anything goes. Ha 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 ha. Go die. Yi Chen glanced at the 7 people rushing towards him. Despite the blood flowing from his wounds, he could still manage to handle them. Yi Chen shot out the wide-bladed hunting knife in his hand like a javelin, piercing directly into a man's chest. Subsequently, Yi Chen used his hand as a shield, blocking the fatal area with his arm, causing the opponent's dagger to only stab into his arm. What? The subordinate looked at Yi Chen's pierced hand, where a golden sickle appeared out of nowhere, his terrified expression identical to that of Qian Wei. The next second, his head was directly sliced in half, scattering on the ground. A magician? These few people had a low level of education, and seeing the weapon that suddenly appeared in Yi Chen's hand could only describe him with such a profession. A magician? Yi Chen coldly looked at the few people, raising the dagger that had pierced through, while the scythe in his hand was driven straight into the headless corpse. Soon, a wound on his arm healed at a visibly fast speed. Yi Chen discovered that when the blood scythe attacked humans, it provided several times the vitality compared to zombies, allowing wounds to heal much faster. The few people watching Yi Chen's arm heal in such a strange manner felt a chill in their hearts. Although they were gangsters, it didn't mean they were fearless. When faced with supernatural phenomena, fear loomed large in their minds. Where's the gun? The gun? One person realized that they couldn't win against Yi Chen in close combat and hurriedly said, Brother Chong and the others all went with the second-in-command to deal with that woman. Only they have guns. Upon hearing this, several younger brothers immediately panicked. Without guns, what can we do? We'll die if we get close. One man wanted to use this excuse to escape, but soon his companions were unhappy. Why don't I go find the second-in-command while you stay here? Isn't it because I run faster? We can't delay any longer. If we do, we'll all die here. Yi Chen looked at the few people arguing about life and death, a hint of sarcasm showing on his face. It was not only a mockery of them, but also a satire on human nature. He admitted that there are good people in this world, those with great love. But in the face of life and death, there are even more who abandon the lives of others to survive alone. This is the inherent flaw of humanity, a problem that cannot fundamentally be changed. Let's discuss this issue in the next life. Yi Chen spread his hands, and the backs of 2 weapons simultaneously flashed with silver light. The killing intent was revealed, and the Grim Reaper descended. The hunting broad blade took the initiative and directly stabbed towards the center of the forehead of the man on the edge, while the scythe in the other hand pierced into the heart of the man beside him. Sizzle. Blood sprayed. The 2 men on the left and right edges died simultaneously. The man who first suggested fleeing panicked. He hurriedly pushed his companion, standing beside him, out to block Yi Chen's next attack. Meanwhile, he quickly ran backward, trying to seize the opportunity to escape. However, it was already too late to realize that something was wrong. Yi Chen swung his scythe and decapitated the man who had been pushed towards him. Then, with one eye opened and the other closed, he locked onto the fleeing man. Whoosh! A knife flew out, directly hitting the base of his neck. Blood sprayed as he fell to the ground. The remaining 2, seeing their companion easily killed by Yi Chen as if he were a pig being slaughtered, panicked immediately. One of them set his sights on Han Tianyao, who was standing against the wall in self-reflection. He threw the dagger in his hand to disrupt Yi Chen's line of sight, then quickly ran toward Han Tianyao. I'll warn you, don't come over or I'll kill him. The man grabbed Han Tianyao by the neck, glaring at Yi Chen as he threatened. Go ahead. Yi Chen glanced at Han Tianyao, his eyes showing no desire to save him. At that moment, the man suddenly felt something pressing against his chest. He quickly looked down. A pitch-black handgun was aimed at his chest, and his expression turned significantly worse. "There's a gun. Why are you still running?" "Big brother. I was wrong." The man turned to Han Tianyao, who was looking at him with a face full of anger, and hurriedly pleaded for mercy. "I was here thinking about techniques in bed, and you came to interrupt me. Did I ask you to interrupt me? Did I ask you to interrupt me? Why can't you go after Chen? Why come hit me? I'll kill you." Han Tianyao, using his realistic-looking handgun, completely scared off the man's arrogance, then began to wildly punch and kick him. Since it was his first time yesterday, even though he took medicine, the previous attempts ended quickly. Thus, he was just thinking about how to improve his stamina when he was taken hostage, and his anger surged. Slap! The crisp sound of a footstep and a painful scream rang out simultaneously. That was because Han Tianyao had stomped on the man's vital area. The subordinates, standing at a distance upon hearing such sounds, were instantly frightened and tightened their lower bodies, hurriedly kneeling on the ground, crawling frantically towards Chen. Running was useless. Being a hostage was useless. The only way was to beg for mercy. Maybe there would be a glimmer of hope. "I was wrong, big brother. I was wrong. Spare me. Spare me." Just as he was speaking and preparing to kowtow to Chen, he suddenly felt as if his neck had already separated from his body. In that instant of bowing, his head rolled off the ground like a bowling ball. Chen's knife fell swiftly, leaving the man no time to react at all. He adhered to the principle of if others don't offend me, I won't offend them. Even against someone like Han Tianyao, he had no intention of killing. However, these gang members first tried to ambush him at the door, then attempted to attack him, and finally forced him into a corner. Well, that was unfortunate. They had already violated Chen's death oath. "Dare to harm me even a little, and I will kill you all." Chapter 57. A Painful Price. The last person's body fell to the ground with a thud. Blood dripped from the hunting knife in Chen's hand, but it was quickly absorbed by the blade. Chen turned to look at Han Tianyao and found that at this moment, Han Tianyao was still facing the wall and didn't look his way at all. The act was a bit overdone. Chen looked at Han Tianyao and slowly said, "Don't look if it's inappropriate. Don't look if it's inappropriate." Han Tianyao glanced down at the corpse, without a trace of fear in his eyes. Instead, he started joking with him. "Come on, what is the antidote?" Chen walked while asking Han Tianyao. As he burst out of the door, he heard Han Tianyao say that he had stolen the antidote, and the surrounding gang members reacted very intensely upon hearing the word antidote. Considering that the previous man was preparing to give him a pill, he guessed that the antidote should be able to detoxify those people. This isn't something to be said lightly. Han Tianyao scratched his head, wearing a somewhat polite smile on his face. Two choices. Either you become like the corpse on the ground, or you take out the antidote. Chen moved his wrist slightly and spoke in a very calm manner, but it was precisely this calmness that gave a terrifying feeling. "Isn't this good enough for you? We're teammates now. Saying such things feels too distant." Han Tianyao could sense that if he didn't give him the antidote, he might really be killed. So he hurriedly took a bottle filled with white pills from his pocket and handed it to him. But the next second, Chen's knife was aimed directly at his neck. "Is this really the antidote?" Chen finished speaking and was about to stuff the white pill into Han Tianyao's mouth. No, this bottle is real. This bottle is real." Han Tianyao freaked in it. Hurriedly took out a small red bottle from his pocket and handed it to Chen. He didn't dare to take the white pill again. He had taken it last night, and if he took it again now, his kidneys would probably be overwhelmed. It's best not to play these little tricks next time, including this plan. Chen coldly glanced at Han Tianyao, giving only a slight warning before saying nothing more and walking ahead on his own. The plan laid out by Han Tianyao cleverly exploited the self-serving psychology of these gang members, achieving a series of individual defeats. First, he had by Shui seduce those who were armed, leading the gunman to bed with her, while the remaining individuals were unarmed. Without considering the bloodshed, Chen was confident he could handle them. However, he noticed a problem within this plan. Although Han Tianyao's strategy was intricate, he was also thinking of himself. He had not initially informed Chen that he possessed the antidote to the gang leader's poison, and he pretended to pursue his identity. These 2 points meant that even if Chen ultimately failed against the gang, Han Tianyao could use them as leverage for his own survival in negotiations. However, Yi Chen did not expose this because he had already figured out his own escape route, namely, the antidote on Han Tianyao's person. This was also why he forcibly took the antidote that Han Tianyao had stolen. Han Tianyao watched Yi Chen's back, quietly following him. There was not a trace of resentment in his eyes. In their encounters, he could feel that this man in front of him was the only one who could help him leave the hotel alive. As long as his life was not threatened, he would unconditionally agree to whatever Yi Chen wanted, although he would first prioritize his own safety. At this moment, Han Tianyao and Yi Chen had arrived at the room from which they had initially rushed out. "I'll go listen," Han Tianyao said softly, looking at Yi Chen. "Listen?" Yi Chen frowned slightly, a bit confused. It's just about whether they're engaged in a group activity or an individual one. If it's an individual activity, we need to discuss strategies. If it's a group activity, we can just charge in. Han Tianyao whispered an explanation. "Can you really tell from that?" Listening to the sounds. "Don't worry, I'm an experienced hand." Yi Chen couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth upon hearing Han Tianyao's words. Just yesterday, he claimed he had never done it even once, and today he was saying he was an old hand. When people brag about their abilities, they often lack in that area. It seems this kid must have been stimulated last night. The cleverness in Han Tianyao's eyes once again turned into a lewd grin as he quickly crouched by the door, pressing his ear against the wall to listen carefully. The sounds from inside the door reached Han Tianyao's ears. They should be playing mahjong, and it seemed like someone was about to win. Han Tianyao whispered to Yi Chen, "Are you sure?" Yi Chen made a gesture used only by the military to Han Tianyao, something he learned in his previous life at a military base. "Confirmed. Stand guard at the door, and if anyone comes out, hit him." Yi Chen picked up the dagger from the ground and threw it to Han Tianyao. Then he leaned against the door and kicked it open with all his strength. In an instant, the door swung open. An astonishing scene appeared before Yi Chen's eyes. Bai Shui was in the middle, surrounded by people in front and behind. Just as Han Tianyao had said, two people were about to win, but since mahjong could only be played by 4 people, the extra person had to stand aside and was recording with his phone. Goodness, is that because they couldn't connect to the internet, and they're planning to use this live footage as a movie? Yi Chen instantly locked onto the man holding the phone, as he was the closest to the gun placed on the ground and had not participated in the mahjong game, making him the most likely to react quickly. Zong! Yi Chen's hunting knife flew out with precision, directly piercing into the man's heart, killing him instantly. "What is this?" A man looked at the crimson liquid that had appeared on his arm. "It's blood. Old Huang Yu." The man hurriedly turned to the side, where the person he called Old Huang was already lying on the ground, his body completely wrapped in blood. Instantly, his attention was drawn over. At that moment, Bai Shui also counterattacked. With a scream, her mouth overflowed with blood. The man in front of Bai Shui collapsed onto the bed in pain, covering his wound and shouting wildly. "You think you can just have your way without paying a price?" Bai Shui spat something out, her eyes filled with ferocity. Even Yi Chen, witnessing this scene, felt a chill in his lower body. Chapter 58. Humanitarian. Yi Chen blood instantly stained the white sheets, and his cries came to a complete stop. "Don't move." The man who had been intimidated by Yi Chen earlier had now circled to Bai Shui's back, gripping her neck tightly, his expression fierce, trying to threaten Yi Chen. Meanwhile, the second-in-command seized this opportunity to rush over and pick up the gun from the floor to launch a counterattack. Swish! Just as the second-in-command reached for the gun, his outstretched hand was cut off, falling to the ground. Blood gushed from the second-in-command's arm, and his screams echoed throughout the room. "I told you not to move. Do you want this woman to die, huh?" The man was startled by Yi Chen's action, and the grip he had on the woman's neck tightened. "How much strength do you think a person would have if they were scared halfway through?" Yi Chen chuckled lightly, and with his other hand, he directly threw the scythe towards the second-in-command. The second-in-command wanted to dodge, but Yi Chen's attack wasn't aimed at his body at all. The scream was so loud that it even angered the zombies below, causing them to start crashing into the vehicles in front of the hotel en masse. "I give you 2 options. Yi Chen's expression was calm, as if he were an ancient pine standing atop a high mountain for thousands of years, remaining unperturbed regardless of what he encountered. Either let her go, and I'll give you a quick end, or kill her, and I'll let you experience the pain of this bald head. Yi Chen finished speaking, walked up to the second in command, pulled out the blood-sucking sickle that was embedded in his hand, and then made 2 cuts on his leg with the hunting blade. His own blood slowly flowed out, and in the end, he died from blood loss, unable to stop it. What do you think that feeling is like? When Yi Chen said this, he was addressing the man behind Bai Shui. Fuck you, I'm going all out. The bald man had a fierce look on his face. He had been in the streets since he was 10, always living on the edge. Death was something that often loomed before him. Afraid of death? Of course. But having lived in this world, he had already come to regard death as a part of life. Even in death, I'm taking you down with me. The bald man, dragging his severed hand, lunged at Yi Chen. His eyes were bloodshot, veins bulging on his face. He had to kill the man in front of him. Don't act so brave. Apart from bullying the weak, you're nothing. Yi Chen's expression shifted from calm to icy cold as he swept the scythe in his hand towards the man's feet. In an instant, the bald man's legs shattered, the last support for his body breaking apart, causing him to fall directly to the ground. Blood gushed from the bald man's mouth, and the veins in his eyes turned into blood. The only thing left of his body was one hand. He slowly crawled towards Yi Chen, intent on killing him. He was the boss here. How could he let this pretty boy trample him? I will kill you. He crawled to Yi Chen's feet, repeatedly striking Yi Chen's foot with his remaining hand. But the intense pain had drained him of strength, and he could no longer inflict any real harm on Yi Chen. The man holding Bai Shui's neck saw this scene and was completely terrified. His legs trembled uncontrollably, and he swallowed saliva one mouthful at a time. The bald man's condition could only be described as pitiful. If it were truly this bad, it would be better to just die. However, the man still harbored a glimmer of hope. He did not believe that this woman had no connection to Yi Chen. Otherwise, Yi Chen wouldn't have offered him 2 choices. Yes, if he took this woman hostage, Yi Chen would definitely let him go. Moreover, there were brothers downstairs. As long as he could hold on, there would be a chance for these people to pay the price. How dare they treat me like this? If I escape, I will make sure you know what true cruelty is. With this thought, the man's inner fear diminished significantly. But the next second, his gaze met Yi Chen's. Cold, ruthless, selfish. All negative emotions converged in Yi Chen's eyes. After years of navigating society, he had never seen such a gaze. Who is he? The man's determination was shattered by Yi Chen's eyes. The eyes are the windows to the soul, revealing a person's innermost thoughts. And Yi Chen's eyes gave the first impression of a grim reaper from hell. The man was frightened, and his hand around Bai Shui's neck instantly loosened. Just as he wanted to grab her neck again, he felt a violent impact to his lower body. Bai Shui suddenly kicked the man's lower body with her heel, causing him to bend over in pain. This is a male physiological response. Once the lower body is struck, no matter how strong, one will instinctively bend over to protect it. It was precisely this small movement that allowed Yi Chen to seize the opportunity. The hunting knife in his hand flew out and pierced directly into the man's head. A single strike to kill. A perfect combination. Seeing the man fall to the ground, Bai Shui smiled at Yi Chen. Yi Chen glanced at Bai Shui. He did not detect any fear on her face. Her expression was the same as Han Tianyao. Calm, even to the point of being accustomed to it. Normally, when ordinary people see a dead body, their first reaction is to run away, followed by shock, and finally fear. This is the psychological process of a normal person. However, neither of these two went through this process, so there can only be one reason. They frequently see dead bodies, or they have undergone intense psychological training. Yi Chen placed the hunting broadblade and the blood-sucking scythe on the ground beside him. The main reason for not storing them in the system warehouse was the fear that Bai Shui and Han Tianyao would notice something unusual. After all, this was his own secret, and he couldn't choose to trust them just because of a single collaboration. Yi Chen understood the principle that innocent people can suffer for having something precious. Therefore, he decided to act as normal as possible. Yi Chen looked at the 3 guns leaning against the side, a glimmer of joy flashing in his eyes. What he lacked now was a ranged weapon. Firearms were the best weapons to deal with zombies and mutated creatures during the mid-stage of the apocalypse, and he had to get them no matter what. The modified AK was a bit loud. Yi Chen furrowed his brow slightly as he looked at the 3 guns on the ground. Although it was already expected, it still made him feel a bit uncomfortable. The country prohibits the illegal manufacture and sale of weapons, so most of the firearms produced by criminals are modified guns. Among them, the AK series is the preferred choice for modifications. The parts are not complicated, and assembly is simple. However, there are also many problems, such as poor accuracy, weak aiming capability, strong recoil, and loud noise, and installing a silencer is quite difficult unless it is specially made. However, having them is better than not having them at all. Chen skillfully unloaded all the bullets from 2 of the guns and put them into his backpack. Bai Shui watched Chen's proficient technique with surprise, her eyes seemingly pondering something. Chapter 59. Chen's Test, Han Tianyao Adaptability. Chen forcefully stuffed the gun into the backpack, turned to Bai Shui, and said in a deep voice, "Can you use a gun?" When Chen said this, his gaze was fixed on Bai Shui's eyes, hoping to find something different in her expression. In the end, he did not get what he wished for. Bai Shui shook her head and said softly, "No." "All right then." Chen turned around and took the gun to the door, looking at Han Tianyao beside him. "Can this thing be used?" Before Chen could finish his words, he directly threw the gun to Han Tianyao. Those who have held a gun for a long time have muscle reflexes. Chen's action this time was to test whether Han Tianyao was familiar with firearms. The moment the gun fell into Han Tianyao's hands, his hands instantly formed the gesture of holding a gun, and it was very standard. "I use this thing quite often." Although Han Tianyao was very enthusiastic about the events on the bed, he was also a smart person and could tell that Chen was testing him. Since this action had already formed muscle memory, and Chen had noticed it, trying to conceal it further would only raise more suspicion. Chen nodded and glanced around the 6th floor. All the gang members on the 6th floor had been dealt with by him. But based on the sounds he had heard from downstairs earlier, there must still be gang members below. Otherwise, when these people came up to the 6th floor to support their boss, they wouldn't have come without bringing the hostages they had captured. There must be someone watching over them downstairs, which is why they felt safe coming up to provide support. Chen began to formulate a meticulous plan in his heart. His primary goal was to escape from here. He absolutely could not be trapped in the hotel, dealing with the gang, escaping the hotel. But there were many zombies surrounding the main entrance outside. What to do? Chen frowned slightly. If someone could attract the zombies, there might be a chance to escape. Moreover, hotels usually have underground parking lots, so escaping from the parking lot should be possible too. Chen glanced at Bai Shui and Han Tianyao. "You two go move a corpse to the front of the elevator." Chen quickly walked to the elevator, and the displayed floor was the 4th floor. From this, it could be inferred that the personnel on the other side should be gathered on the 4th floor. Logically, the bald man's shout should be heard throughout the entire building, yet these personnel showed no signs of coming to provide support. No, that's not right. They should have come to support. This is bad. Chen's eyes widened as he thought of something and hurriedly pressed the elevator button. The other party had noticed, but was deliberately slowing down, preparing to launch a surprise attack on the 6th floor. Otherwise, it would be impossible for them not to hear anything with only 2 floors separating them. Chen looked at Han Tianyao and Bai Shui, who were still walking towards the room, and his worry instantly transformed into rational calmness. Both of them gave Chen a feeling of being shrouded in mystery. He was not afraid of dead people, and Han Tianyao even knew how to handle a gun. Their identities must be very special. Although they had helped him, there was still an unsettling feeling about them. Perhaps it would be better to let them serve as bait. When Chen thought of this, the elevator had just arrived at the 6th floor. Hopefully, there won't be a power outage at this moment. Chen entered the elevator, but he did not choose to press any floor buttons. Instead, he stood quietly inside the elevator. Just then, a gunshot shattered the tranquility of the entire 6th floor. The sound of an AK-47. If the other party were a gang, they shouldn't have so many firearms. Chen frowned slightly, beginning to redefine the identities of these people. Outside the elevator, dozens of people had gathered on the 6th floor, each holding an AK. Damn, there's so many of them. Han Tianyao and Bai Shui were hiding around the corner, sweat beading on their foreheads, their backs drenched in cold sweat. The sound of a gunshot was precisely aimed at Han Tianyao. This shouldn't be a gang. There are likely terrorists, Bai Shui said. Where is Chen? Wasn't he still outside? How come these people haven't noticed him? Han Tianyao looked at the AK in his hands, his eyes sharpening again. Damn it. I'll kill one first. Han Tianyao watched as the group approached him, raising the AK that Yi Chen had given him, aiming at one person. He held his breath, focused. A glimmer flashed in Han Tianyao's eyes, reflecting the head of one of the individuals. Safety off, pull the trigger. Fire. Bang. There was an ambush concealment. The man in front heard the gunshot and raised his hand to signal the people behind to stop advancing, everyone quickly hiding into rooms. But the most astonished was still Han Tianyao. The AK made a sound, but no bullets were fired. It was a gun without bullets. What he had just fired was a blank. Yi Chen gave me a gun, but no bullets? A hint of surprise flashed in Han Tianyao's eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. Yi Chen did not trust him, so he wanted to use a gun to test his limits and reactions. Damn it! Han Tianyao glanced at the situation ahead and noticed that those people had all hidden upon hearing the gunshots. He instantly made a quick decision and fired 2 more shots ahead. He immediately felt like the gun was about to overheat. Hurry up! Han Tianyao grabbed Bai Shui's hand and quickly ran back. We can't escape this way, Bai Shui warned. What can we do? Running first is better than staying. Han Tianyao tightly held Bai Shui's hand, and for some reason, an unusual emotion arose in his heart towards her. Perhaps it was because he had given her his first time. In any case, he felt he couldn't let go of this woman. Let's hide in a room. Han Tianyao pushed Bai Shui into a room and then glanced back. He caught a glimpse of the elevator in the distance. Wasn't the elevator on the 4th floor? Those people came up through the fire escape. So Yi Chen. A smile flashed across Han Tianyao's face as he ran, while lowering his voice. Don't go to the elevator. Those people are scared. Why are you going to the elevator? Hey! After saying that, Han Tianyao looked at Bai Shui hiding in the room, a hint of reluctance in his eyes, and then ran forward. Yi Chen, these robbers are left to you. Don't blame me for being ungrateful. After all, you sold us out first. Third Master, the sound of that gun seems off. There was only 1 shot. Damn it. That fool tricked us. That was a blank. 16, 17, go check the elevator. The rest of you search each room one by one. A one-eyed man in a black jacket spat on the ground, the only small eye left on his face flickering with a hint of ferocity. Yes, 16 and 17 are twins. They look very similar, but their clothing styles are quite different. One is completely bare-chested, while the other is dressed very conservatively, resembling an old man from the 1970s. The two raised their guns, lowered their steps, and walked towards the elevator. They noticed the elevator's display had stopped at 6, and a hint of surprise flashed in their eyes as they exchanged glances. One walked towards the button, while the other aimed his AK inside. Because they are twins, their cooperation was extremely tacit. Their breaths were suppressed to the extreme, and the surrounding environment emitted not a single sound. All focus was on the elevator. Slowly, the elevator door opened. Chapter 60. Yi Chen single-handedly annihilates the gang. The elevator door slowly opened, reflecting the faces of the two brothers on the silver metal panel. There was no one in the elevator. Where is everyone? Did they already go down? The brothers felt puzzled and were just about to report the situation to the third master when a bullet suddenly dropped from above the elevator. The brothers exchanged nods, raised their guns to aim upwards, and cautiously began to move inside. To prevent the enemy from reacting faster than them, the brothers chose to advance in a front-and-back formation. If one person is attacked, the other can quickly respond. This means that with their advance, the enemy is doomed. The brother in front was bare-chested, his eyes closely following the movement of the gun barrel. The advantage of this observation method is that it allows for more accurate hits on the enemy. But the downside is that the field of vision is significantly narrowed. The bare-chested man believed that the enemy's body must be fully sprawled out in the elevator. Otherwise, it wouldn't be able to hold up. Therefore, as long as he followed the movement of the gun barrel, he could instantly take down the enemy. Unfortunately, the person he encountered was not an ordinary person. While the twins were scouting the situation above the elevator, Yi Chen's gaze was also directed downwards. One must understand a principle. Looking from a height gives a broader perspective than looking from a low position. The bare-chested man held his gun, and the gun barrel was the first to enter the elevator, making it the first thing Yi Chen could see. Above, the moment the bare-chested man saw Yi Chen's body, the hunting blade in Yi Chen's hand had already been thrown, stabbing towards the hand that held the gun. Swish! Blood sprayed as several fingers of the bare-chested man were sliced off, and the gun fell to the ground. Just as the bare-chested man was about to scream in pain, Chen dropped down, quickly grabbed his arm, and used his body as a shield to block the bullets from the man in the back. Bang! 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 The conservative man in the back, upon seeing his brother appear before him, raised the angle of his gun slightly to avoid killing the bare-chested man directly. Although he hit the bare-chested man's legs, it did not cause a fatal injury. Just as he prepared to run back for support, Chen's second attack arrived. The hunting blade was thrown again, directly stabbing into his thigh, embedding itself hard into the bone. Instantly, the hunting blade turned into a fishing rod, dragging the man in. My leg! The scream echoed throughout the sixth floor, and both Han Tianyao and the terrorists heard the cry simultaneously, their faces revealing different expressions. As expected, all attention should be drawn to the elevator, giving an opportunity to escape. Han Tianyao stopped in his tracks and looked back. Just as he said, those terrorists chasing him turned around and ran towards the elevator entrance. A look of joy flashed across Han Tianyao's face as he quickly ran towards a room where Bai Shui was hiding. Bai Shui, hurry, follow me. Han Tianyao quickly reached the room and said to Bai Shui, "Oh, okay." Bai Shui glanced at Han Tianyao and quickly followed. A hint of unusual emotion in her eyes, but it soon dissipated. "Let's go." Han Tianyao held Bai Shui's hand and moved forward, but as they were leaving, he noticed a long rope made of fabric pieced together near Bai Shui's feet by the window. Han Tianyao glanced at Bai Shui's profile, a barely perceptible light flickering in his eyes. "Where are we going?" Bai Shui asked without looking at Han Tianyao, her gaze fixed ahead. The group was drawn away by Chen's attack. As long as we hide in the houses they have searched, whether Chen dies or those people die, we can take this opportunity to escape. Han Tianyao analyzed in a low voice. Bai Shui looked at Han Tianyao, her expression suddenly softening. "My life is in your hands." Han Tianyao did not speak further, just tightened his grip on Bai Shui's hand. The two quickly moved forward, reaching a room 10 meters away from the elevator where they hid. "This is the room where I previously shot around the corner. It should have been searched, and the likelihood of them coming back is low. Now we just need to wait for the noise outside to die down." Just as Han Tianyao finished speaking, gunfire erupted outside. Most of the gunshots hit the metal panel, indicating that this group was no match for Chen. Han Tianyao leaned down, listening carefully to the situation outside. "What should we do?" Bai Shui clutched Han Tianyao's hand tightly and whispered, "You wait here, I'll go out for a bit." A hint of ruthlessness flashed in Han Tianyao's eyes. Based on the gunfire, the sounds were becoming less dense, indicating that the number of terrorists was decreasing. While Chen had not been taken down, if Chen really eliminates this group of terrorists, it will be somewhat disadvantageous for him. After all, it was his plan to lure those terrorists to the elevator. Therefore, it would be best to sell one more favor. Han Tianyao moved close to the door, carefully listening to the sounds outside. 9 shots, 6 shots, 3 shots. It's time to make a move. Han Tianyao looked at a nearby bench, picked it up, and rushed out the door. As soon as he stepped out, he collided head-on with a bloodied man. Blood splattered all over his face, but fortunately, Han Tianyao reacted quickly and sidestepped. He looked up to see Chen standing not far away, looking at him with a calm expression. Unlike before, Chen's hands were now stained with blood. Han Tianyao greeted Tien, then turned to look at the person lying on the ground. "Do you still want to sneak attack me, Boss Chen? I told you not to sneak attack. I told you not to sneak attack." After saying that, Han Tianyao began to lift a stool and smash it down on the man on the ground. "Don't kill him. I still have use for him," Chen said in a deep voice to stop. "I'm just angry. How dare they sneak attack our leader Chen?" Han Tianyao hurriedly dropped the bench in his hand and said with a smile, "Feeling angry? Then why lead the person over to me?" Chen raised his eyebrows slightly. He had heard very clearly about Han Tianyao's previous move to abandon the car to save the commander. "Aren't I just cooperating with you, boss? Otherwise, how would these gangs fall for it, right?" Han Tianyao glanced at the elevator with his peripheral vision, and when he saw the scene inside the elevator, he already guessed what Chen was about to do. However, this made his already slightly anxious heart even more restless. Chapter 61, The only escape route in the garage is blocked, devising another plan. Chen revealed a hint of meaning in his eyes upon hearing Han Tianyao's words. "Go on. What do you mean by cooperating with me? Han Tianyao kicked the half-dead person on the ground and laughed. You want to use these people as bait to attract the zombies' attention and escape from this hotel. Han Tianyao had discovered that the entire hotel was surrounded by zombies together with Yi Chen. In that situation earlier, Yi Chen could have chosen to take the elevator to escape to another floor, but he chose to stay inside the elevator. This is enough to prove that Yi Chen intended to use these terrorists as bait. This is also the reason why Yi Chen wanted to leave someone alive. Compared to the dead, zombies would definitely prioritize living people as their targets. To escape, it is essential to use living people as bait, and it would be even better if they were covered in blood. Yi Chen looked up at Han Tianyao. This man, apart from most of the time thinking with his lower body, had an IQ that surpassed that of most people during normal moments, coupled with his understanding of firearms. Yi Chen couldn't help but speculate about Han Tianyao's true identity. If it were in his previous life, he would have been more than happy to befriend such people. But at the moment, his only thought was to leave Qianjiang City and find a place where no one was around to live alone. Friends? Love? These were nothing but jokes. One was someone he once regarded as his true love, and the other was his closest brother. Yet both had betrayed him. What reason did he have to believe in this world? To believe in human nature? Therefore, when facing new people, his curiosity had long since faded. As long as the other party was straightforward, he would not make any excessive moves. I'll go wash my hands. You drag this person into the elevator. If he dares to run, the woman in the room will end up like these people. Yi Chen gave a warning and walked towards a room. After dealing with these people, he saw Han Tianyao's attempt to rescue Bai Shui. He could guess that Han Tianyao must see Bai Shui as someone very important. So he definitely wouldn't abandon this woman. However, it was quite strange. A casual woman, yet Han Tianyao actually liked her and even protected her. After Yi Chen entered the restroom, he washed the blood off his hands and walked towards the door. Boss, I've taken care of the person. Where should I send them? Han Tianyao had already brought Bai Shui out at this time, and the two stood respectfully at the door, looking at Yi Chen. They looked exactly like loyal little followers. Go to the basement floor. Use the underground parking lot. Yi Chen has already made a plan. Hotels usually have carts, and by securing all these people onto the carts, most zombies will be attracted to them. With the blood-sucking scythe and the hunting blade, there should be a great chance of escaping. As for Han Tianyao and Bai Shui, they will have to rely on their own skills. But just as he finished speaking, Han Tianyao poured cold water on him. Boss, the underground garage has been under construction these days and is completely sealed off. How are we supposed to get out? You don't have a bomb on you, do you? Han Tianyao said, looking at Yi Chen. Sealed off? Yi Chen frowned and fell into silence. These terrorists, combined with those dealt with earlier, only numbered around 20 or 30. If he were to break through the front door, these people wouldn't even be enough to fill the gaps between the zombies' teeth. He feared that he wouldn't even have the chance to swing his knife before being eaten down to the bone. This was going to be difficult. A drop of sweat fell from Yi Chen's forehead as he took out his phone from his backpack to check the time. It was 3 o'clock in the afternoon. There were 2.5 days left until the mutated creature swarm, and if he delayed here for another day, it would probably become quite troublesome. He needed to come up with a solution. Yi Chen looked at Han Tianyao and Bai Shui, then lowered his head to glance at the terrorists. Hostages. Yes, the hostages kidnapped by the terrorists in this hotel. In his previous life, when facing the onslaught of the corpse tide, there was only one way to defend successfully. Unity is strength, and collective wisdom is key. One person's strength is absolutely insufficient to repel the corpse tide. Only through cooperation and teamwork can one survive. By utilizing these hostages, there might just be a possibility of escaping. Yi Chen looked at the third boss in the corner and coldly said, "Which floor are those hostages on? And how many accomplices do you have left?" The third boss's legs had been crippled by Yi Chen, and he had lost the ability to move. In this apocalyptic world, he knew very well that once his legs were gone, he would either starve to death or be eaten by zombies as food. You want those people to be your bait too? The corners of the third boss's mouth curled up, his eyes filled with mockery. In his view, Yi Chen and he were kindred spirits. As long as it satisfied his own selfish desires, anything could be done. One more or one less of you doesn't matter. I just don't want to waste time. Since you insist on talking nonsense, then there's nothing I can do. Yi Chen finished speaking and directly stabbed the blood-sucking sickle into his thigh. beginning to crazily absorb his life force. While fighting these people, Chen also sustained significant injuries, but with the enhancement of the blood-sucking sickle, he was able to eliminate these gang members. The entire battle process was within Chen's expectations. After severely injuring the two brothers, he quickly pried open the panel above the elevator, then pressed the elevator floor button and swiftly climbed up, hanging upside down outside the elevator. The gang members thought Chen had escaped in the elevator and prepared to send some of their men downstairs to search. Taking advantage of this moment, Chen pried open the elevator door and caught them off guard. Although these people were armed with guns, most had not received professional training, while Chen not only had the seized AK, but also the blood-sucking sickle, a weapon for recovery. After several rounds of gunfire, he ultimately eliminated the entire terrorist organization. The man lying next to the third-in-command saw the third-in-command's thigh withering like a flower deprived of water, and he was instantly stunned. He slowly raised his head to look at Chen, only to find Chen staring at him with an indescribable smile, causing him to shiver with fear. He did not possess the same fearless resolve as the third-in-command. He still did not want to die. Joining this organization was merely for a thrill. On the third floor, all the captured people have been moved to the third floor. Only 2 people are guarding them. Before Chen could ask, the man spoke up directly. Everyone's psychological defenses are different. The third-in-command was not afraid of death, so even when tortured repeatedly, he would not tell Chen. Therefore, Chen's intention to attack the third-in-command was not aimed at him, but rather at the little brother beside him. Chen pulled out the blade that had been stabbed into the leg of the third master and turned to Han Tianyao beside him, saying in a deep voice, "Go to the third floor." Chapter 62, filled with lustful illusions on the third floor of the hotel. In a room, more than 10 people were half squatting on the ground, holding their heads with both hands, their bodies trembling violently, and terror was evident on their faces. Among them, several women had tattered clothes, handprints on their faces, and their eyes were like dead ashes, as if they had long lost hope for life. 2 men with guns stood at the door, and on the ground lay 2 corpses with bullet holes in their heads. "Brother Xia, what if the food runs out with so many zombies downstairs?" The big boss said before that these people are our reserve food. "Don't tell me we have to eat human flesh. And what if the human flesh runs out?" A man beside them said in surprise. "The soup we ate when we joined the organization was made from human bones, so what's there to be surprised about?" Now for us, this world has turned from a difficult game into an easy game. A green-haired man revealed a playful smile on his face. It seemed that the emergence of zombies in this world was not a disaster for him, but rather a source of amusement. "Easy game?" The man beside him, who was new to the organization, looked puzzled at the green-haired man's words. In difficult mode, aside from the police, there were various high-tech devices monitoring us. Now those idiots can't even manage themselves, let alone manage us. As long as we avoid the zombies, in this world, we are kings. After saying that, the green-haired man directly grabbed the hair of one of the women squatting on the ground and pinched her body hard. Just like this. After he finished, he pushed the woman back into the crowd and placed his hand on his nose, taking a deep breath. The gunfire upstairs seems to have decreased a lot. The man looked at the green-haired man and said, "You go check outside, especially pay attention to the elevator's floor." The green-haired man also felt that something was off with the gunfire and commanded, "Brother Xia, aren't you going? Just go when I tell you to. Why so much nonsense?" The green-haired man frowned, his gaze fixed on the crowd, saying impatiently, "Got it." The man glanced at the green-haired man, his eyes filled with envy and jealousy. He too wanted to stay here, to take whichever woman he wanted. But he had just joined the organization, and his status was not as high as the green-haired man's. So he naturally didn't dare to disobey his orders. The green-haired man quickly scanned the crowd and noticed a very pretty girl who looked only about 14 or 15 years old, a hint of greed flashing in his eyes. This little girl must taste really good. The green-haired man grabbed the girl and examined her body. She had a slender figure, a slightly raised chest, and her eyes were downcast, resembling a tender lotus bowing in the summer. Hiss! The green-haired man was already impatient, and with one hand, he tore a large opening in the girl's clothes, starting to roam his hands over her body. At this moment, the man had already reached the elevator door. He watched as the elevator numbers began to descend, suddenly feeling that something was wrong. He hurriedly pulled the gun's safety off, staring intently at the elevator door. He had killed before. It wasn't his first time. Before joining this organization, he had personally killed his superior because that superior often squeezed him and treated him like a dog. He couldn't take it anymore, and ultimately picked up a pen from the workbench and stabbed it into his superior's eye socket dozens of times. To escape the police's pursuit, he eventually joined this organization. He learned to survive, learned to shoot, and thoroughly learned how to kill. I can do this. As long as they dare to come down in the elevator, they will definitely die by my gun. I have killed before. The man tightly gripped the gun, sweat gathering on his forehead. His breathing began to quicken, and his heart started to pound like a motor, accelerating its rhythm. I must become stronger in this organization. I want to join the internal organization and rise to the top. That green-haired man will kneel before me when he sees me. Those who dare to bully me, I will make them kneel on the ground, lick my shoes, and call me master. I want power, strength, money, and women. At that moment, the man's eyes turned blood red, his heart racing even faster, but his breathing steadied. A strange smile appeared on his face, and he even looked forward to who would come down from the elevator. Not his companions, but those ordinary people who had narrowly escaped. Ding! The floor indicator next to the elevator stopped at the 3rd floor. The door slowly opened. In the man's eyes, this was his certificate of loyalty. The elevator no longer represented a means of transport, but the first step toward his riches and glory. He was already lost in his own world. No matter what, he would pull the trigger and eliminate the person in the elevator. The man was overjoyed, and just as he was about to shoot his first bullet in life, he suddenly felt something pierce into his body. He slowly looked down. It was a long knife tied with a cloth strip. His body had been pierced. No, I can't die. My life hasn't even begun. How can I die? The man wanted to eliminate the person inside, but the next second, he suddenly felt his body being pushed, instantly losing his balance and starting to fall to the ground. As he fell, he looked up at the person who had pushed him. The person's expression was cold, his skin pale, and he didn't even glance at him. It was as if he were an ant, utterly unworthy of a second glance. Look at me. Look at me. His pride was trampled. From initially wanting to kill for ambition, to now, before dying, wanting to be acknowledged by the man in front of him. He exerted all his strength, raised the AK in his hand, and pulled the trigger for the last time in his life. Bang! The bullet was fired, but due to his body's tilt, the bullet went toward the ceiling, not toward the one who had pushed him. However, that was enough for him. The man he saw was Chen. The moment he arrived on the 3rd floor, he noticed someone guarding outside the door, but he didn't care, as there was only one person. With a casual throw, he pierced through the man's chest, but he didn't expect this person's vitality to be so tenacious. If I had known, I would have just chopped off his head. The reason he used a hunting knife instead of a gun was that he was afraid the gunfire would cause a zombie riot downstairs. The gunfire on the 6th floor had already excited the zombies below, and now, this gunshot was just adding fuel to the fire. The man lying on the ground looked at the regretful expression on Chen's face and suddenly laughed. This is the consequence of ignoring me. Ha ha. But the next moment, he suddenly felt it hard to breathe. His lungs had been pierced, air rushed into them, and the suffocating pain instantly snapped him out of his delusion. No, I don't want him to see it. I want to kill him. No, I don't want to die. The man's thoughts were completely stuck in this moment. Chen stabbed him again, sending him on his way ahead of schedule. Under long-term oppression, a person's mind often conjures up some unrealistic fantasies, and this man before him was no exception. Get away, no, I don't want to hurry. Mumisa. Chapter 63. Sometimes, the living are really no different from zombies. After hearing the girl scream, Chen shifted his gaze to the left and right. There were no figures in sight around him, and aside from the room in front, the doors of the other rooms were all wide open. Therefore, the hostages must be concentrated in the room ahead. It seems that person didn't lie to me. Chen glanced at the corpse lying on the ground, gripping the hunting knife tightly as he walked towards the tightly closed room ahead. The closer he got to the room, the louder the screams of the girl and the gasps of the man became. Logically speaking, anyone with functional ears should have heard the gunshot just now, but it was evident that the person inside the room had completely entered their own world, oblivious to what was happening outside. Bang! The door to the room was kicked open, revealing the scene inside to Chen. Even Han Tianyao, who stood behind him, was stunned by the sight. More than a dozen people were crouching on the ground, and the girl in the bed had her clothes completely torn to shreds, with red handprints visible on her skin. The girl's hair was disheveled, her body was convulsing uncontrollably, but her hands and feet were tightly bound, leaving her unable to resist at all. The white sheets were stained red with blood, and the most precious thing in the girl's life was ruthlessly shattered like this. A man with green hair was lying on top of her, his eyes tainted with lust. To him, this girl was nothing more than a plaything. The more she screamed in agony, the more excited he became. This was the apocalypse. This was the rule of the apocalypse. The green-haired man's hands roamed over the girl's body, and he didn't even react when the door was pushed open. But what was most heartbreaking was the dozens of people below. They all held their heads and crouched on the ground. No one dared to speak up for the little girl. No one dared to stand up to resist. Even though the green-haired man was completely naked, with an AK and a dagger on the table, they had no thoughts of rescuing the girl. The only one who stood up was an old man. But his legs had been cut open, reaching the artery, with blood continuously flowing from his feet. The massive blood loss had caused him to go into brief shock. Yet even so, no one went to help the old man stop the bleeding. Everyone's eyes were filled with numbness. However, Chen did not have the right to criticize these people, because he was one of them. These were ordinary people, even if they talked big every day, claiming to face danger bravely. Fear would still take over when real crises came. They might have known that if they united, they could take down the green-haired man. But no one was willing to be the first to stand up, because the one who often stands up first ends up suffering the most. Chen glanced at the old man on the ground, stepped over him, and then grabbed the green-headed man's neck with one hand, pulling him off the girl and throwing him to the ground. Thud! Do you want to die, you bastard? The green-headed man was interrupted, and instantly, a surge of anger arose in his heart. He wanted to grab the dagger beside him and stab Chen in the head. But the next second, a bloodied long knife was already pointed at his neck. Chen lowered his head to look at the old man lying on the ground. He noticed calluses on the old man's tiger mouth, index finger, and thumb. Instantly, Chen changed his mind about directly killing the green-headed man. Just as Chen was sheathing his knife, the green-headed man seized the opportunity and tried to pounce on the old man lying on the ground. He saw that Chen's gaze was fixed on the old man, and as long as he took the old man hostage, he might be able to turn the situation around. But clearly, he underestimated Chen. Swish! The blood-sucking sickle pierced directly into the green-headed man's calf. And then Chen placed the sickle in the old man's hand. My leg! The green-headed man watched as his calf rapidly shrank, the pale yellow skin quickly turning into a grayish-black color, leaving him stunned. What is this knife? The green-headed man felt an overwhelming sense of courage. But when he saw his body being tormented, he was still taken aback. At that moment, he finally understood what it felt like to be tortured. However, this feeling did not last long. After the blood-sucking sickle repaired the old man's legs, Chen once again gripped the sickle and suddenly pulled it upwards. No! The green-headed man felt a heart-wrenching pain and shouted. In the next second, his thigh, along with his body, was split in two. Han Tianyi Yo. Go count the number of hostages. Bai Shui. Guard the robbers in the elevator. Chen finished speaking and turned his gaze to the old man on the ground. He was 80% sure that this old man had been a soldier. Just as he was about to inquire about the situation from the old man, the girl on the bed made a startling move. She got up from the bed and limped forward, her body marred with numerous red scars, looking quite shocking. But what was most frightening was her eyes, which had lost all desire for life, even containing hatred for this world. The girl walked past the group of hostages crouching on the ground and stood in front of the window, quietly gazing at everything outside. She slowly reached out, the light shining across the entire sky, yet she couldn't touch the brightness. She then looked down at the zombies on the ground, her mouth involuntarily lifting slightly before fading away. She turned her head to look at Chen, the last trace of tenderness in her heart, which she offered to him, because it was Chen who saved her. Then, she turned to look at the people crouching on the ground, tears slowly falling from the corners of her eyes, as if she were an unwanted baby, quickly dropping to the ground. Plop! The tears disappeared on the ground, leaving only a slight trace. And no one would remember that a tear had come into this world. Not good. Han Tianyao, standing in front, realized what the girl intended to do. He rushed towards her, but those crouching on the ground acted like corpses, blocking his path and not moving an inch. The girl watched as Han Tianyao rushed towards her, forcing out the last smile of her life for him. She slowly climbed onto the windowsill, her body leaning down like a fluttering butterfly, completing the last stroke of her life in the final moment of her broken wings. The girl closed her eyes. She had been in this world for 15 years, but she had thoroughly seen the dark side of it. Sometimes, the living were truly no different from zombies, perhaps even worse. The girl fell into the horde of zombies, her body slowly dissipating among the tide of corpses as if she had never come into this world. Chapter 64, Veteran. Li Tianyao and Han Tianyao watched as the girl fell directly from the windowsill, and in that moment of falling, her expression was not one of despair, but of relief, leaving him stunned. He looked down at the people on the ground, then raised his gaze to Chen, feeling somewhat helpless and guilty. If only he had noticed something was wrong with the girl earlier, perhaps this wouldn't have happened. Han Tianyao leaned against the wall, his body feeling weak, unsure of what to say. Chen leaned the old man against the wall, then walked to the window and looked down, his gaze pausing slightly on the ground for a moment. In the apocalypse, for ordinary people, death is often a better relief than survival. Han Tianyao, stop daydreaming. Hurry up and count the number of people. If we drag this out any longer, we will all die here. At this moment, the hotel was completely surrounded by zombies, which were continuously banging against the vehicles blocking the entrance. One of the cars had its glass completely shattered, and the two vehicles could only hold out for half a day at most before being breached by the zombies. He also spotted a few zombies infected by spider-like insects that could crawl on walls in the distance. Once these zombies got inside the hotel, the consequences would be unimaginable. Got it. Han Tianyao slapped his cheeks with both hands and quickly counted the hostages squatting on the ground. There were a total of 15 people, and they should all be able to move normally. Han Tianyao said to Chen, "You and Bai Shui, go collect all the fallen firearms on the 6th floor. We must use guns to break through from here. Those who want to be bitten by zombies can stay on the ground. Those who don't want to die, stand up." Chen's voice was extremely cold. He didn't have time to engage in pleasantries with these people. The only way forward was to make them join him in dealing with the zombies. After hearing Chen's words, everyone exchanged glances, their bodies fidgeting slightly, but none dared to speak. At that moment, the old man leaning against the wall suddenly woke up, looked at Chen, and said, "Can you guarantee that everyone here will be able to leave alive?" Although the old man's voice was somewhat frail, it carried a sense of firmness and weight. "If everyone listens to me, I can guarantee it." Chen looked at the old man and said in a deep voice. He naturally did not have the confidence to ensure that everyone could escape, as his main goal was to save himself. However, he felt that the old man seemed to possess some ability to uplift these people. Good. The old man glanced at Chen and then took out a shield-shaped cloth badge from his pocket. Han Tianyao, standing beside him, was stunned when he saw the badge in the old man's hand. His hand involuntarily wanted to salute the old man by raising it to his ear, but he ultimately suppressed the urge. Li Tianyuan, former deputy commander of the 1st Battalion of the 51st Army's 21st Regiment. I am a retired veteran, and I hope you can regain your spirits and resist this disaster together. Trust in the country, trust in your comrades, trust in each other. Han Tianyao stood up, and at the moment he got up, his legs were still a bit unsteady, leaning slightly backward, but he quickly stabilized. The people squatting on the ground looked at Han Tianyuan's military badge with doubtful expressions. Is it real? Just now, he couldn't even defeat a small fry. I heard some old men like to use fake military badges to deceive people. He looks like he might be a fraud. Yeah, we can't trust old men. We can't risk our lives on a gamble. A few people squatting on the ground whispered among themselves. Hearing their remarks, Han Tianyao clenched his fist and struck the two whispering men. Selfish and numb, that's your right, but you cannot insult veterans. You cannot insult the heroes of our country. Don't forget, even in the apocalypse, the ground you stand on is still the land of Huaxia. Han Tianyao punched the person who said the old man was a fraud in the face, unable to contain his anger. Bang, 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 with punch after punch. The man's teeth were knocked out. Big brother, stop hitting me. I was just saying it casually, Yeah, we won't dare anymore. Please spare our lives. The two initially had a rebellious mindset, but when they saw the two weapons in Yi Chen's hands, they instantly backed down. They were used to talking big online, and when they saw the old man take out the military badge, they instinctively switched to their online personas. Just saying it casually? Huh. I want you to just say it. I want you to just say it. Han Tianyao was even angrier after hearing the first man's plea for mercy. It is because of people like you who just say things casually that society becomes chaotic. Yi Chen stood aside, watching Han Tianyao speak with such righteous indignation. Was this still the same lecherous man who wanted to lose his virginity before? However, it was precisely Han Tianyao's intense reaction that made Yi Chen seem to sense something. Li Tianyuan's identity was that of a veteran, and Han Tianyao was so familiar with firearms and even knew military hand signals. Produce. Hearing Li Tianyuan being slandered evoked such a strong response from him. All the clues added up to a coherent picture. Han Tianyao's family should be a military family, or at least have significant connections with the military. Little brother, it's okay. There are many scammers in society today, which is why they are suspicious. Don't hit them anymore. Li Tianyuan stood up and grasped Han Tianyao's hand. At that moment, Han Tianyao's bloodied fist froze in the air. Thank you, big brother. Thank you, big brother. The two men saw that Han Tianyao had stopped attacking them and hurriedly knelt down to express their gratitude. Don't thank me. Thank old Li. Han Tianyao rose from the two, still looking at them with some disdain. If it weren't for Li Tianyuan stopping him, he would have surely beaten the two to death today. Thank you, old Li. Thank you, old Li. We were blind and failed to recognize greatness. Please forgive us. Please forgive us. The two men simultaneously turned their attention to Li Tianyuan, sincerely calling out. It's all right. Li Tianyuan's expression was calm, giving off a very peaceful feeling, as if he were the gentle breeze of March, warming people's hearts. He seemed unconcerned about the insults from these people or the fact that no one came to help him when he had his legs cut off while saving a girl. In Li Tianyuan's eyes, saving others and being saved by others were no longer equivalent concepts. Now we all need to unite and overcome the difficulties we face together. Everyone, get up and move around a bit. Later, we will follow these two young brothers' commands. Li Tianyuan looked at Yi Chen and Han Tianyao as he spoke. He knew that he had already reached his twilight years. Both his on-the-spot reaction ability and command skills had deteriorated, and he could no longer match the strength of the younger generation. Moreover, the fact that these two young men could annihilate an entire terrorist organization was enough to prove their capabilities, which was also why he trusted Yi Chen. But just after Li Tianyuan finished speaking, several sounds of shattering glass came from upstairs. Chapter 65. The first zombie battle after entering the hotel. Crash. The sound of breaking glass echoed from upstairs, as if something had crashed into the window. Not good. Yi Chen frowned, suddenly realizing. The reason the glass shattered was that those zombies infected by wall-crawling creatures like spiders had entered the floor. He saw the traces of those wall-crawling zombies from the window in the distance. It must have been after that girl fell into the zombie crowd. Her blood caused these wall-crawling zombies to quickly enter through the window. Han Tianyao, pull the curtains, and the others clean up the blood and bodies on the ground. Yi Chen frowned tightly. If a large number of zombies mixed into the hotel, it would be problematic. Old Li, this gun is for you. If you encounter zombies, shoot them directly in the head. Yi Chen took out the AK from his backpack and handed it to Li Tianyuan. The zombie horde below was mixed with zombies from above, and these people were crucial for him to break out of the hotel. It was absolutely impossible for Yi Chen to leave the hotel alone, so he had to prevent the zombies from upstairs from attacking these people. The reason he gave Li Tianyuan the firearm was due to his complete trust in the veteran from Huaxia. From Li Tianyuan's words and actions, it was clear that he was a hero who prioritized the safety of people's lives. Yi Chen felt at ease handing such a life-threatening weapon to him. If nothing unexpected happened, there should have been 7 sounds of windows breaking. Each window could accommodate at most 2 zombies. Based on the volume of the sounds, it should be on the 5th or 6th floor, so be careful. Han Tianyao said solemnly as he watched Yi Chen prepare to go alone. Got it. Yi Chen held 2 knives and walked upstairs. The 6th floor had the most corpses and the strongest smell of blood. These zombies should have come from the 6th floor. Yi Chen glanced at the elevator and found that Bai Shui was still standing there, guarding the terrorists. You go into the room first. and these people will stay here for now. Okay. Yi Chen watched as Bai Shui walked away, entered the elevator, pressed the button for the 6th floor, and then immediately walked out again, quickly heading towards the fire escape. At the moment the elevator doors opened, Yi Chen also arrived at the entrance of the 6th floor. As soon as he reached the 6th floor, he heard the horrifying screams and cries for help. "Don't come over! Help! No, don't eat me! Get away! Get away!" The cries for help were coming from the group of terrorists trapped in the elevator. Most of them had been severely injured by Yi Chen's attack and had lost consciousness, but the moment they felt their bodies being bitten, they instantly woke up. Why are there zombies? Why are there? Before the third in command could finish his sentence, a zombie in front of him bit off a chunk of flesh from his neck, blood spraying out like a fountain. 1, 2, 3, 13. Yi Chen glanced at the crowd of zombies near the elevator and counted their numbers. 4 Yi Chen, who possessed the blood-sucking scythe. This number of zombies was not particularly difficult. After all, he was a man who had fought his way out of the school zombie tide. Yi Chen held the hunting broadblade in his left hand and the blood-sucking scythe in his right as he walked around the corner. The moment the zombies noticed Yi Chen's presence, their heads were directly severed by the swinging, hunting broadblade. At that moment, Yi Chen resembled a performer doing acrobatics, wielding the hunting broadblade with a cloth strap and continuously swinging it. This move, the big windmill, was quite impressive. Yi Chen looked at the zombies falling down one after another in front of him, revealing a smile in his eyes. The few people lying in the elevator saw that more than half of the zombies had been cleared out by Yi Chen, and the remaining zombies had all been lured away by him. They were instantly filled with excitement, trembling all over. Saved! Saved! At this moment, they felt not a trace of resentment towards Yi Chen. They had long forgotten that if it weren't for Yi Chen sending them onto the elevator, they would never have been attacked by the horde of zombies. For them now, anyone who could save them was like a father. However, this feeling of joy did not last long. With a sharp tearing sound, the cloth strip in Yi Chen's hand broke directly, and the hunting knife shot out like a lead ball, hitting a terrorist squarely in the chest. This cloth strip is of poor quality. Yi Chen looked at the torn cloth strip in his hand and shrugged helplessly. At this moment, the few surviving zombies began to launch their final attack on Yi Chen. Their roles were very clear. 1 hung upside down from the ceiling, 2 crawled along the walls on either side, while the remaining 2 prepared to launch a frontal assault, ready to completely encircle Yi Chen. 2 were infected by spiders, 2 by centipedes, and 1 seemed to be infected by a millipede, while the last one was the first he had seen since its rebirth. Yi Chen looked at the several zombies ahead and murmured. The centipede, also known as the money string, has many legs, but they are relatively weak. Zombies infected by the centipede will grow tentacles all over their bodies. Their hands will transform into 2 long scythes, and many small white holes will appear on their backs for ventilation. The nose, originally used for breathing, will develop into 2 antennae covered with small white hairs. The most important thing to watch out for are those 2 antennae, as they possess deadly venom, just like centipedes. Since you seek death so eagerly, I will grant your wish. The one charging at the front is precisely the zombie infected by the centipede. It is hanging upside down from the ceiling, writhing its newly grown tentacles all over its body, quickly attacking Yi Chen. Yi Chen jumped upward suddenly when his body reached a certain speed. As the 2 antennae in the zombie's nostrils were about to attack Yi Chen's head, he tilted his head slightly to the left, perfectly dodging the strike. At the same time, his hand moved in sync with his head, quickly transferring the sickle from his left hand to his right. He then slashed downward, directly splitting the zombie infected by the centipede in front of him in half. However, Yi Chen's attack was not yet over. After dealing with the zombie above him, zombies on both sides reached Yi Chen's side. Though they had not grown arms after being infected by the spider, their eyes had transformed from a pair to 8 pairs. Almost half of their faces were covered with black eyes devoid of pupils. With these 8 pairs of eyes, they could quickly discern Yi Chen's attack patterns and launch a counterattack. Unfortunately, their level was only Tier 1, and they could not gauge the speed of Yi Chen, who possessed LV3 strength. As the head of the falling zombie approached the ground, the 8 pairs of eyes continued to flicker at Yi Chen. But the moment it hit the ground, it was immediately corroded. Blood, brain matter, and pus mixed together, ultimately transforming into a mist that dissipated. Yi Chen quickly looked down, and a large pool of green liquid appeared on the ground. That was the ability manifested by the zombies infected by the centipede. As long as Chen fell to the ground from above, his body would be instantly corroded away. Chen fixed his gaze on the zombie he had kicked to the side. With all his strength, he forcefully drove the sickle into the ceiling. Then, he pushed off the ceiling with his feet, using the reaction force to propel himself like a bullet towards the zombie on his left. Swish! The sickle pierced deep into the zombie's body. Soon after, Chen and the zombie both fell down. However, the zombie landed on the ground, while Chen landed on top of it. Before long, the zombie's back began to emit sounds like it was being deep-fried. Chen used it as a springboard and directly chopped at the last two zombies in the distance. Slash! One strike severed the skull. Afterwards, Chen threw the blood-sucking side like a dart at the last zombie. Thud! The last zombie's head slowly rolled away. Having been a zombie for a long time, the blood inside its body had completely coagulated, but the parasites residing in the skull began to crawl out from the head. Like small white dots, they quickly moved forward. Unfortunately, shortly after they crawled out, they died along with their host. Chen used the bodies of the two zombies as stepping stones, pulled out the blood-sucking sickle, and walked towards the elevator. Chapter 66. Luring Zombies with the Lives of the Living. Inside the elevator, there were still 5 or 6 terrorists clinging to life. When they saw Chen walking towards them unscathed, a flicker of joy flashed in their eyes. Quick, please help me, one of the terrorists said to Chen, his tone carrying a hint of sincerity. As long as you can save me, I'll do anything you ask. The others pleaded with Chen as well. However, Chen ignored them and carefully examined their bodies, looking for any signs of injury. If they had been bitten by a zombie, they would surely not survive, but if they had not been attacked, perhaps they could still be of use. Chen ultimately focused his gaze on 4 individuals. He did not find any signs of zombie bites on these 4 people, while the remaining 2 had obvious bite marks on their arms and shoulders, clearly indicating that they had been bitten by zombies. Chen entered the elevator and pressed the button for the highest floor of the hotel, the 9th floor. After reaching the 9th floor, Chen didn't say a word, directly grabbing the clothes of a man next to him and heading towards one of the rooms. The 9th floor was still under construction, so there were no occupants in the rooms. Soon, Chen walked out of the room again, but he had entered with 2 people and came out with only 1. You come here. Chen pointed to the person in the corner of the elevator and said coldly. Ah? The man looked at Chen's actions, feeling a bit uneasy. Was he going to kill him, or what? What about that other person? Was that person still in the room, alive or dead? He choked back a sob, looked into Chen's eyes that seemed almost like those of the Grim Reaper, and ultimately forced himself to get up, dragging his wounds as he walked towards Chen. Chen didn't say anything. He pulled the man's clothes and walked towards another room. What? What are you going to do? After being brought into the room by Chen, the 5th man was immediately forcefully tied to a cabinet next to the window. His hands and feet were unable to move, leaving him to look at Chen with fear in his eyes. What? What are you really going to do? In the next moment, a crumpled towel was shoved directly into his mouth. No way. Are you going to do the same thing as our big boss and play with male bondage? Thinking of this, the man's movements became even more frantic as he desperately shook his body, trying to break free from the restraints. Unfortunately, the knots tying his limbs were all tight knots. Either he had to cut them with a knife, or he would be stuck there forever. Do you know why those zombies were able to come in from the 6th floor? Chen walked toward the bathroom while asking why. Why come to the 6th floor? The zombies are sensitive to blood, and with so much blood on the 6th floor, those wall-climbing zombies would come in from there. Could it be? The man's pupils contracted, his whole body trembling, his cheeks flushed from holding back, wanting to scream for help, but no matter what, he could only produce a sound. MMM, MMM, MMM. He finally understood what Chen was planning. This was to use them as bait, to attract all the wall-climbing zombies to the 9th floor. That way, Chen and the others will be temporarily safe. Damn! MMM, MMM, MMM. He saw Chen come out of the bathroom and wanted to make a final struggle, but unfortunately, Chen treated him like air. With the sound of the door closing tightly, the entire room was left with just him. This is a devil, a devil. He actually wants to use the lives of the living to lure the zombies. He is a devil. The man was trembling all over, struggling madly, his whole body suddenly going cold, and the anger in his eyes turned to fear after regaining his senses. He didn't want to die, but he forgot that he had once been a devil in front of others as well. Burning, killing, looting, bullying, committing every crime. However, bad people will eventually meet their own kind. After Chen walked out of the room, he opened the system panel to check how many coins he currently had. With the 50 coins provided daily by the knowledge gem, he now had over 400 coins. Most of these coins were earned from the cars Chen crashed. At this rate, it would take ages to save up for a decent outfit. Chen furrowed his brows slightly and muttered to himself. Currently, he could easily defeat ordinary first and second tier zombies. But if he encountered a small-scale zombie tide or higher-tier mutated zombies, he would find it somewhat challenging. Moreover, he couldn't completely entrust his life to those people. Being selfish did not mean being numb. Those individuals had become emotionally numb after being controlled by terrorists. And if they suddenly gave up resisting in the face of a zombie tide, it would be a huge problem. Therefore, he had to leave himself a second escape route. As Chen walked and looked around, he finally discovered an item in the system store that could both earn him gold coins and serve as a weapon. The Abandoned Scale Shortblade. Abandoned Scale Shortblade. Price: 250 gold coins. Ability: capable of easily piercing the skin layers of mutated creatures below level 3, and upon killing a mutated creature. The gold coins earned will provide a 50 bonus. Goodness, Chen exclaimed in surprise. This weapon was the perfect companion for the hunting wide blade. Although the hunting wide blade had the ability to deliver a lethal blow, it was useless if it couldn't pierce the opponent's skin. The Abandoned Scale Shortblade, while not capable of a one-hit kill, perfectly compensated for the hunting wide blade's flaw, and most importantly, it provided him with a gold coin bonus. This meant that for an ordinary first-level zombie, which would normally yield 1 gold coin in rewards, he would now earn an additional 0.5 with the Abandoned Scale Shortblade. Although the bonus wasn't much, if he burned the zombies to death like before, the collective benefits would be self-evident. Purchase. Ding. Abandoned Scale Shortblade purchased successfully and has entered the system warehouse. The master can stack the effects of the blood-sucking scythe onto the Abandoned Scale Shortblade. So even if he doesn't take out the Abandoned Scale Shortblade, he can still utilize this effect. Damn, the system finally acted like a human and reminded him. This meant that although he could only hold 2 weapons at a time, if he purchased more main weapons that needed to be held, he could directly stack their effects onto other weapons, avoiding the situation of having too many pieces of equipment that he couldn't use. This user-friendly feature was really nice. He stacked the effect of the Abandoned Scale Shortblade onto the hunting wide blade. Ding! Effect stacking successful. Relatively speaking, the feel of holding the Abandoned Scale Shortblade was more comfortable than the blood-sucking scythe. After all, a scythe was not a weapon that an average person could handle. However, he noticed that brat Han Tianyao had been paying attention to his weapon, and if he switched weapons, it might arouse his suspicion. This was his secret, and it was better not to expose it. Next, he was going to test the effect of the Abandoned Scale Shortblade combined with the hunting wide blade. At the elevator, there happened to be 2 people still in the state of zombification. Chapter 67. Pre-battle layout at this moment. The 2 individuals lying in the elevator had painfully crawled out. They did not want to die. They wanted to survive. Blood flowed from their wounds, dragging along their bodies. Help me. One man's shoulder was torn open by a zombie, and within his blurred flesh, several small white worms could be clearly seen continuously burrowing in. His blood was slowly coagulating, and the pupils of his eyes had shrunk to almost the size of soybeans. Zombification, once it begins, cannot be reversed. Even in the previous life, by the 7th year of the apocalypse, humanity had not developed a solution to completely eliminate parasitic infections. At most, they could only temporarily suppress them. Moreover, this was still the early stage of the apocalypse. Chen held the blood-sucking scythe, coldly watching the 2 people crawling on the ground. He was waiting for these 2 to completely turn into zombies. Rather than dealing with them now, he preferred to earn more gold coins. He had already planned that if those people couldn't effectively deal with these zombies, he would use all the gold coins to buy defense and health equipment. Coupled with the enhancement of genetic physique, he could jump down from the 6th floor and land safely. Of course, this was a method he would only resort to when absolutely necessary. Help! The man crawling in front hadn't finished a sentence when the pupils in his eyes completely vanished, turning pure white. His skin rapidly changed from yellowish white to pale, and countless tiny flesh-colored lumps appeared under his eyes. Upon closer inspection, one could even see those lumps wriggling continuously. He had turned. However, he was currently just an ordinary zombie, which meant he had not gained any abilities and was a low-level zombie. Among zombies, there are not only different ranks, but also two types, the mother and ordinary zombies. The mother refers to those zombies that were transformed by being infected by the mutant. Ordinary zombies are those that were infected by the mother. The two people in front of Chen had transformed into ordinary zombies. Swish! The moment the hunting broad blade pierced the man's back, Chen felt the difference in this knife compared to before. After combining with the discarded scale short blade, it completely compensated for its lack of sharpness. Once it penetrated the zombie's body, it was as if cutting through tofu, encountering no resistance at all. Ding! Successfully killed 2 first-tier zombies, gold coins 3. After hearing the system's announcement, Chen was overjoyed. This meant he now had 2 weapons that could earn him extra gold coins. After dealing with the 2 zombies, Chen closed the fire escape door on the 9th floor and took the elevator. As soon as the elevator door opened, a cautious voice came from the opposite door. It was the lewd voice of Han Tianyao. The zombies upstairs have been taken care of, Chen said as he threw all the AKs collected on the 6th floor onto the ground. You can now see that the downstairs is already piled up with a large number of zombies. There's only one way to survive now, to deal with the zombies below together with me. Chen looked at everyone and said in a deep voice, "What are we going to use to deal with them? We have no weapons. Isn't that what's on the ground?" Chen looked at the person, a long-lost smile appearing on his face, but it gave people an increasingly unsettling feeling. But we've never used a gun before. What if we can't aim properly? A woman raised her hand and asked tremulously. Not everyone needs to use a gun. After all, bullets are limited. I will assign you different tasks. Chen applied it. So what are our chances of surviving this time? Asked a bespectacled man squatting on the ground. 90%, Han Tianyao said, standing beside Chen and wishing he could give him a thumbs up when he heard such a figure. Wow, he can lie without even turning red or skipping a heartbeat. With so many zombies, saying 90% is already an exaggeration. This figure you mentioned, you're probably talking about your own chances of survival. One man in a black leather jacket expressed some doubts about Chen's statement. If you don't believe it, you can act on your own. Chen looked at the man in black, his expression once again returning to coldness. Does he really think he's the savior? He could do whatever he wants. After the man in black finished speaking, he directly stepped out of the crowd and attempted to pick up the AK from the ground before walking out the door. Clang! A dagger was plunged straight into the palm of the man's hand as he reached for the gun. My hand! The man in black watched as his hand was pinned to the floor by the dagger, blood continuously flowing out as he screamed in pain. Did I say you could leave? Or did I say you could take the gun? Chen turned to look at the man in black, using him to assert dominance over everyone. Li Tianyuan, standing nearby, noticed the man in black on the ground but remained silent. At this moment, everyone seemed like an army. If someone disobeyed orders or left the ranks without permission, they would naturally be dealt with according to military regulations. The man in black's desire to act on his own could very likely jeopardize the safety of the entire team. What do you want? What do you want? The man in black watched as Chen approached, his eyes briefly fixating on the dagger in his hand. He quickly drew it out, gripping it tightly with both hands, aiming it at Chen. If everyone were like you, we might as well abandon this hotel and go feed the zombies together. Don't worry, I won't kill you. You will complete the task I assigned to you. With that, Chen raised his hunting knife and directly severed the dagger from the man's grip. Subsequently, the man in black was knocked unconscious by a punch from Chen. I hope everyone can cooperate with my actions. Only in this way can we possibly escape from this hotel. After Chen finished speaking, he glanced at his watch. It was already 4:30 in the afternoon. Winter nights are longer than days, and it gets dark around 6 o'clock. At night, the sensitivity of zombies is far higher than that of humans, which is very unfavorable for them. Therefore, Chen decided not to continue the operation today, but to assign tasks so that everyone could familiarize themselves. At dawn tomorrow, they would engage in battle with the zombies outside the hotel. Only in this way could they more effectively repel the zombie tide. Little brother, I can give you money, any amount you want. I can even share my company shares with you. Can you stay and be my bodyguard? A middle-aged man with a round face quietly asked Chen. Of course, if that's not possible, just pretend I didn't say anything. I was just asking. By the way, I also know people in the military district. As long as I can survive and get out, you can live with me in the military district. What do you think? Every word from the middle-aged man was spoken very cautiously. He was a business owner, a capitalist, and protecting him was just a small effort. He believed Chen would definitely agree. But the next scene directly slapped him in the face. Chen didn't even glance at him, as if the words he said were like air, and he chose to ignore him completely, instead engaging in conversation with Li Tianyuan beside him. Chapter 68. The layout begins. The calm before the battle, the middle-aged man felt embarrassed after being ignored by Chen. He was an entrepreneur with assets, ranking among the top 100 in Xinjiang City. Yet he was ignored by this young brat. If it were any other time, this kid would definitely be finished. But now it was different. He could only rely on this kid. He had to endure. Once they got out alive and reached the military district, he would definitely make this kid feel what true despair meant in the world. The bespectacled man glanced at the middle-aged man, a hint of a smile flashing in his eyes as he roughly guessed the thoughts in the middle-aged man's mind. However, he did not expose him, but instead looked meaningfully in Chen's direction. This might become a lifeline for him. Senior, I have collected about 20 firearms, and I found spare magazines on their bodies, which means there are now 40 usable magazines. To avoid wasting ammunition, you should find 8 people to familiarize themselves with these weapons, and I will arrange other tasks for the remaining people. Chen said, okay. Li Tianyuan looked at Chen, and a hint of doubt arose in his heart. Han Tianyao had calluses on the tiger mouth of his hands and other places, which clearly indicated that he had been holding a gun for a long time. However, Chen's hands were very smooth, without a hint of calluses. Yet, he was so knowledgeable about firearms and these cold weapons. Who exactly is this kid? Why have I never heard of him? Logically speaking, such an outstanding young person should shine like a dazzling star. Li Tianyuan became curious about Chen, but of course, as a veteran, he also knew what needed to be done right now. By the way, Senior, let me keep the bullet for these guns for now. When it comes time for battle, I will distribute them uniformly. As for the fact that the guns are not loaded, you don't need to tell them for now. Chen reminded him once again. Li Tianyuan nodded and began to search for suitable shooters among the crowd. The child's thoughts were so meticulous that they completely exceeded the psychological resilience expected for his age. It even gave him the impression that this child was quite familiar with the sudden changes happening in the world. Li Tianyuan locked his doubts in his heart. If this crisis could be resolved, as long as the child's identity was normal, he would definitely recommend him to the military. Both in combat ability and judgment, he was far superior to ordinary people, and there was simply no one else his age who could compare. At this moment, Chen dragged the man who had been knocked unconscious on the ground, along with those who had not been chosen to take up arms, out of the room. You 3, go to the 7th floor room and observe the situation outside. If you spot any zombies climbing in from other floors, shoot to alert us immediately. Chen handed a few empty guns without bullets to the 3 selected women. We won't fire. A few of them hesitated. Bai Shui, you're the leader of these 3. I will teach you how to shoot, and you will teach them. Do you understand? Chen shifted his gaze to Bai Shui, who was next to Han Tianyao, and said in a deep voice, since all signals in this world were blocked, devices like mobile phones could not be used to communicate, and the only way to convey messages now was through gunfire. Okay, Bai Shui nodded in agreement. But we need to observe from the window. What if we get caught by the zombies? A woman clenched her fists, her expression tense, showing resistance to the task that Chen had assigned. He could choose not to go. When Chen said this, he kicked the unconscious man he was holding. This physical action clearly conveyed to the woman, you can choose not to go, but you will end up like this man, unconscious and knowing nothing in the end. I'll go. The woman ultimately agreed. Below the 5th floor, 1 sound. For each additional floor, add 1 more sound. Do you understand? Chen said in a deep voice, understood. Very well, the rest will be on patrol. Chen looked at the remaining 3 people, among whom were the middle-aged man who had previously asked Chen for protection and the glasses-wearing man. Patrolling? What kind of patrolling? The glasses-wearing man asked Chen. Chen looked at the three of them and said, "Do we really have to go to the first floor? Haven't I made myself clear?" "No. It's just that there's zombies outside on the first floor. If they rush in, we—" The middle-aged man felt a strong sense of rejection inside. He was one of the top 100 entrepreneurs in Xinjiang City, and now he was being asked to do the most dangerous patrolling work. This was completely tarnishing his identity and pushing him into a fire pit. "I will press the elevator button for the first floor. If you encounter zombies breaking in during your patrol, you can escape directly using the elevator. Is there any doubt left?" Chen had already laid out the blueprint in his heart. The first step in facing the zombie tide was to protect the place where he was. Once a location was breached, that gap would expand exponentially, growing larger and larger until it broke the entire area apart. Therefore, in the early stages of the zombie tide, defense and reconnaissance were of utmost importance. The reconnaissance by the three girls was to prevent any zombies from infiltrating the hotel. Meanwhile, the patrols conducted by the middle-aged man and others further ensured the hotel's safety, adding another layer of defense on top of the three girls. "May I ask what your mission is?" The bespectacled man spoke very politely, not daring to offend Chen, using a subservient tone as one would to a superior. "What does it have to do with you? If it weren't for this disaster, would you really consider yourself a savior?" The bespectacled man, like the middle-aged man, was an upper-class elite and naturally held grievances against Chen. However, he was also very clever and did not show his resentment on his face, instead displaying a smile. "Mr. Yi is right. We just need to complete our tasks. Let us hurry and go on patrol." After saying this, the bespectacled man directly pulled the other two to take the elevator. "Then, let us go to the 7th floor." A few women noticed that those people had accepted Chen, and their hearts gradually began to recognize him as well. "Everyone come with me. Once we get to the 7th floor, I'll teach you how to shoot." Undan Tenios guidance. Bai Shui quickly learned how to shoot and turned to the three girls beside her. "Okay, Sister Bai Shui, you have to teach us well." A younger girl joked. "Then, where are we going?" Han Tianyao looked at Bai Shui's back, feeling a bit uneasy. "Let us go to the kitchen." Chapter 69. Only a strong fist is the true principle of the apocalypse on the 9th floor of the hotel. Inside a room, the man bound next to the cabinet shook his body continuously after Chen left, trying to use the edge of the cabinet to rub the rope off. However, due to multiple wounds left by Chen's previous attacks, blood continued to flow from his injuries. The entire room was sealed, filling the air with a strong smell of blood. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of someone knocking on the window startled the bound man. His eyes widened as saliva kept swallowing in his mouth. He turned to look at the window, but there was nothing there. Did I hear it wrong? Sweat covered the man's forehead, dripping down his cheeks, and his back was soaked with sweat. The pressure in his heart was immense. Bang! Another sound of glass. The man turned his head again. Outside the window, there was no one. Just as he was about to turn back, a twisted, claw-like hand knocked on the window again. He saw it. This time he saw it. It was a zombie. The zombie was climbing up. Clap. A face full of eyes pressed tightly against the window, repeatedly performing one action, banging its head against the glass. Once, twice, 3 times. The man's body trembled continuously, tears welling up in his eyes from fear. Quick! Quick! I can't be eaten! The man rubbed the rope on his arms continuously, but his gaze remained fixed on the zombie outside the window, its face full of eyes reflecting his tense and anxious expression. Hiss! The zombie's hands tightly gripped both sides of the window, its mouth, filled with blind eyes, slowly opened, extending a hard tongue that resembled a straw. Swoosh! In an instant, the glass window was pierced with a small hole. The zombie then began to use its head to continuously bang against the window. Bang! 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 The sound of the window shattering mixed with the banging noise, as if it were the funeral dirge for the man. MMM! 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 The man frantically pushed the cloth stuffed in his mouth with his tongue, wanting to escape, wanting to call for help. Buffed. The man finally managed to spit out the towel from his mouth, but it was only the towel that he expelled. The ropes binding his hands and feet remained tightly secured to the cabinet, showing no signs of wear. Bang! Another crisp sound accompanied by a collision echoed. As the zombie's head broke through, it stretched out its neck, starting to crawl towards the man, determined to devour him. even if its neck was cut by countless shards of glass. Once, twice, the zombie finally broke free from the window's constraints, using its distorted limbs to rush towards the man. No, no. Oh, help, someone help me. I was wrong. Don't eat me, please. The cries echoed from the room, just as Yi Chun and Han Tianyao arrived on the 9th floor. Weren't we supposed to go to the kitchen? You're not here to listen to this plea for help, are you? Han Tianyao hadn't yet realized, thinking it was just the terrorists begging for mercy. Has a zombie really climbed up so quickly? Yi Chun dragged the man towards the place where the shouting was coming from. You're not using those people as bait to attract the zombies, are you? Han Tianyao immediately understood Yi Chun's words. Yes, to prevent these wall-climbing zombies from crawling in from various rooms. I'm using these terrorists as bait to lure all the wall-climbing zombies over. Yi Chun nodded and said as he walked, "What a ruthless man." Han Tianyao looked at Yi Chun and couldn't help but sigh. Have you forgotten how they treated you backside? Yi Chun finished speaking, turned the key hanging on the lock, and pushed the door open. 2 figures appeared before him. A deformed zombie, with a face full of twisted eyes, was frantically gnawing on a man tied to the cabinet. At the same time, a few other zombies, attracted by the smell of blood, began to climb the walls, rushing towards the room. Help me. The man saw Yi Chun and uttered the last 2 words he could express, and finally, he died in agony on top of the cabinet. The man in black, firmly grasped by Yi Chun, also woke up at that moment. He stared blankly at the scene before him. What does Yi Chun want to do? He can't be planning to send me to feed the zombies, right? We can talk it over, I'll listen to you. Please don't send me to feed the zombies. The man in black looked up at Yi Chun. His attitude had changed significantly from before, even pleading with Yi Chun in a tone akin to that of slave. What do you think? Yi Chun looked at the black-clothed man lying on the ground with his emotionless eyes. It was the Creator's cold indifference towards humanity. The black-clothed man was stunned. He looked up at the man in front of him, who had been gnawed to the bone by zombies. Escape. Escape was the only option now. With a thud, before the man could even start to flee, Yi Chun knocked him down to the ground, rendering him immobile. Han Tianyao, hold him down. If he runs, you'll be the next bait. Yi Chun kicked the man in black to Han Tianyao's feet, then held the hunting broadblade and walked towards the zombie with a face full of eyes. The zombie also noticed Yi Chun's presence, and after consuming the man's last internal organ, it began to turn its gaze towards Yi Chun. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The zombie extended its incredibly hard, tube-like tongue. Seemingly provoking Yi Chun. Is it still a hybrid species? Yi Chun looked at the zombie's face and its tongue, murmuring. Its face was covered with eyes, and it could crawl on walls, indicating it had been infected by a spider. However, its tongue exhibited the shape of another creature. This meant that this zombie had been bitten by 2 different mutants at the same time, inheriting the traits of both. Such a situation could be said to have a 1% chance. This is because the mutants must bite simultaneously, allowing both parasites to enter the host body at the same time for this to occur. However, having just a bit more ability, it would still be defeated by Yi Chun in an instant. While the zombie was showing off its power, Yi Chun had already appeared beside it. With a sound, its eye-covered head rolled to the ground like a ball falling from the sky. After Yi Chun sheathed his sword, he walked towards a window. He then swung his sword horizontally towards the sky outside the window. At the moment the blade extended out, 2 zombies happened to jump into the attack range of the hunting broadblade and were instantly cut down by a single strike. Goodness, he predicted the zombie's prediction. Han Tianyao marveled at Yi Chun's attack, continuously praising him. After dealing with the 2 zombies outside the window, Yi Chun turned to face the man in black. I just want to act independently. What is wrong with that? Why are you doing this? Is there no law anymore? The man in black was pushed to his limits by Yi Chun and wanted to reason with him. But unfortunately, in Yi Chun's current worldview, there is no reasoning in the apocalypse. Only those with strong fists have a right to speak. Acting on your own is your freedom, and similarly, what I want to do to you is also my freedom. The man in black was sweating profusely, his upper and lower lips trembling uncontrollably. At that moment, Yi Chun was walking towards him step by step, as if each step was signaling the arrival of his death. Chapter 70. Heading to the kitchen. First encounter with the mutant, the ground was covered in blood, broken bones, and mangled entrails. This was not the world he once knew. He had previously wanted to oppose Yi Chen, merely to assert his own value. But he never expected Yi Chen would decisively knock him unconscious. This world had completely changed, utterly transformed, from a civilized society to a primitive one. The man in black kept retreating, but he was ultimately stopped by Han Tianyao. "Sorry, buddy, if I don't stop you, I'll end up tied up there. If I turn into a ghost, I'll take my revenge on that man in front of you." Han Tianyao stood in front of the man in black, helplessly saying. At that moment, the man in black saw Yi Chen raise his knife again and directly pierce through the head of the man tied to the cabinet. He was stunned. His lower organs began to lose control, and a lot of yellow liquid flowed out. He was so frightened by Yi Chen's actions that he wet himself. "I beg you, spare me. I will listen to everything you say. I'll do whatever you want, just don't kill me." The man in black knelt on the ground, frantically bowing to Yi Chen, trying to plead for his life. "We're all adults here. We should understand that too much talk can lead to mistakes." Yi Chen knocked the man unconscious with a knife to prevent him from moving around. He quickly tied ropes around his limbs, securing him to the cabinet. "Let's go." Yi Chen glanced at the broken glass and said to Han Tianyao, "Boss Yi, if you bring the zombies to the 9th floor like this, what'll we do if they break through the room door?" Han Tianyao looked at Yi Chen and asked, "Otherwise, why would I let you follow me to the kitchen? Do you plan to burn these zombies to death?" Han Tianyao's mind was racing as he asked, "Which floor is the kitchen on?" "The dining area is on the 2nd floor, so the kitchen should be on the 1st floor." After Han Tianyao finished speaking, he thoughtfully pressed the button for the elevator to the 1st floor. "Take the stairs, not the elevator." Yi Chen stopped Han Tianyao. "There's a possibility of a power outage at any time, and we cannot take shortcuts just to save time. In such star-rated hotels, it is quite normal for dining and accommodation to be integrated, so having a kitchen is very common. However, the only concern is the fear of mutated beings being dormant in the kitchen. The kitchen has a strong smell of cooking oil and is generally dirtier compared to other areas. Pests like cockroaches and fruit flies, which prefer damp and messy places, are very likely to appear in the kitchen." Yi Chen was following Han Tianyao and had just arrived on the 1st floor. As soon as they stepped out of the fire escape, the sound of countless zombies howling filled the air. There were probably more of them than the number of people gathered on the school playground. Han Tianyao said in surprise as he looked outside. The hotel's glass doors were closed, and 2 SUVs were firmly blocking the entrance. However, the 2 SUVs had been so mangled by the zombies that they were barely recognizable as vehicles. Inside the cars, several zombies were completely crushed and deformed, yet they continued to crawl toward the hotel entrance. The entire scene resembled polluted black water, continuously crashing against the shore. Due to the overwhelming number of zombies and the 2 SUVs blocking much of the light, the hotel lobby appeared dim and dark. "You go look for the kitchen, and I'll observe the situation with the zombies outside." Yi Chen finished speaking and began to focus his gaze outside the door. "Boss, the kitchen is over here." Han Tianyao hooted. Yi Chen glanced at the lower right corner of the door again and turned to walk towards Han Tianyao. "Boss, give me a magazine, please. This kitchen feels a bit eerie." Han Tianyao looked at Yi Chen, raised his AK that had no bullets in his hand, and said helplessly, "You came to the kitchen to help me get something. Why do you need bullets?" Yi Chen raised his eyebrows slightly and walked directly towards the kitchen. He still couldn't fully trust Han Tianyao. A gun was different from a knife, although he had the Blood Reaper's scythe that could restore his life. If he got shot in the head, even the most powerful Blood Reaper scythe would be of no use. He couldn't possibly entrust something that could threaten his life to him, at least not for now. The moment Yi Chen stepped into the kitchen, he sensed that the smell inside was somewhat different. It was the unique stench emitted by insects. "Following behind me, there might be mutants in here," Yi Chen reminded. "What is a mutant?" Han Tianyao glanced at the kitchen knife stuck in the cutting board, pulled it out directly, and held it in his hand. "An insect that has enlarged several times in size. This is a type of zombie." Yi Chen aped it softly. Han Tianyao had only seen zombies in this hotel and had never encountered mutated insects, so he was unaware that the insects had also mutated. "Then why aren't they coming out to attack us?" "There was such a loud noise upstairs," Han Tianyao asked. "Hibernation. That's a characteristic of mutated creatures. After they are full, they start to rest, converting food into nutrients to enhance their strength." Upon hearing Yi Chen's explanation, A hint of worry appeared on Han Tianyao otherwise cheerful face. He could sense that this crisis was likely not just a simple threat to one country, but could impact the entire course of human civilization. Chen held a hunting broadblade in one hand and a blood-sucking sickle in the other, surveying his surroundings. He had to deal with the mutated creatures in the kitchen before daring to search for the items he needed. However, the entire kitchen was incredibly dim, and with kitchen utensils and fruits and vegetables standing all around, it was impossible to see where the mutated creatures were gathering in such a dark environment. "How about I turn on a light?" Han Tianyao said, looking at Chen. "The brightness of the light will instantly enrage these mutated creatures. We don't know how many mutated creatures are here. If you want to get beaten up by them, then go ahead and turn it on." Chen looked at Han Tianyao and said, "What should we do?" Han Tianyao followed Chen and stepped back, but he suddenly felt like his foot kicked something. He looked down. On the dark ground, there was a black spherical mass, surrounded by long brownish-yellow tentacles. But what was most chilling was its pair of eyes glowing with green light. At this moment, it was looking up, quietly staring at Han Tianyao. Chapter 71. The Hidden Disaster in the Hotel. Termites. Damn! Han Tianyao did not show fear on his face, but he was momentarily stunned by this mutated creature. It should be a scolopendra. Based on the length of its tentacles, it was probably around the second tier. However, Chen did not deal with this scolopendra immediately. He wanted to see how this firearms expert, Han Tianyao, would perform in battle. The awakened scolopendra quickly unfurled its black ball-like body, and its tentacles grew much longer. Like a net flying towards him, it lunged at Han Tianyao. "I didn't complain about you attacking me. Why are you coming at me first?" Han Tianyao watched the lunging scolopendra and quickly retreated. When the scolopendra attacked with its two large front tentacles, Han Tianyao's reaction left Chen stunned. He sidestepped to the right, and with the kitchen knife in his hand, he struck at the scolopendra, knocking it back several meters. His reaction was quick, and his evasion speed was also fast, but the only flaw was the way he attacked with the kitchen knife. He had turned a kitchen knife into a fly swatter. "Boss, don't just stand there. Isn't this the mutated creature you were looking for? Get in there," Han Tianyao said to Chen, who was standing beside him, watching. "You must be from the military, right?" Chen looked at Han Tianyao and said, "Hey boss, be careful behind you." Just as Han Tianyao was about to remind him that a centipede was attacking Chen, he realized that Chen had his back turned to the centipede and had already dealt with it. With his back turned, he stabbed it, and with one blow to the head, it was instantly killed. If I were a military person, why would I still be in this hotel? I would have long since gone to that shelter. Han Tianyao explained. To be more precise, you're not a military person, but you're the grandson of the highest commander of Xinjiang City, right? As soon as Chen said this, he startled Han Tianyao. "Seeing your reaction, I understand now." Chen did not continue to inquire about Han Tianyao's matters and continued searching around the kitchen. The reason he was able to guess that Han Tianyao was the grandson of the highest commander was mainly because that commander also had the surname Han. Han Tianyao was not afraid of dead people, could handle a gun, and when faced with such supernatural phenomena, he only paused for a moment. His psychological quality was beyond that of ordinary people. But the most important point was that Han Tianyao's grandfather, the highest commander of the military in Xinjiang City, was Han Zhonghua. Han Zhonghwa's son died in a battle, and at that time his son's child had just been born. In order to prevent this child from following in his father's footsteps, Han Zhonghua did not raise him to be a military talent. However, coming from a military family, even if he did not pursue that path, he was naturally influenced by Han Zhonghua every day. Additionally, since Han Zhonghua had many enemies, in order to prevent any accidents from happening to his grandson, this coincided perfectly with Han Tianyao's situation. Otherwise, let's just take what we need and leave. Han Tianyao felt that there were definitely many mutants left in this kitchen and said, "If we want to escape from the hotel, the first floor is a necessary route. And the kitchen and the main entrance are directly opposite each other. If we don't eliminate these mutants, they will become a safety hazard for us." República del Yemen, Chen rejecta, Hantiu suggestion. The subsequent battle would surely create a loud noise, and these dormant mutants would definitely be awakened. At that time, being ambushed while fleeing would be dangerous. However, we currently have no way of knowing the positions of these creatures. Han Tianyo looked at Chen and their gazes landed simultaneously on the oil barrel under the table. Burn! Both of them voiced their thoughts at the same time. Since they won't come out, let them meet death in their sleep. You go get the oil, and I'll close all the windows around us. Chen glanced at the natural gas above. The reason why fires can cause explosions in houses is mostly due to the ignition of gas in the kitchen. The fire must be controlled, and it has to be done slowly. Otherwise, if an explosion occurs, it is likely that all the zombies in the vicinity will be attracted by the sound of the explosion. After closing the vent above, Chen said to Han Tianyao, "Aren't there a few patrols? We could just have them come back to put out the fire." Han Tianyao also considered this issue and suggested, "All right, anyway, we need to reduce the fire. These mutated beings are not the same as zombies. They are alive. If we cut off their oxygen, they will die too." Chen looked at Han Tianyao and said, "Cover them to death, right?" Han Tianyao picked up the oil barrel and started pouring it along the surrounding walls. Chen also picked up the hunting broadblade and carefully surveyed the surroundings again. Ordinary mutated creatures cannot break down doors, but he was afraid of creatures like centipedes or fire-breathing beetles that could force their way through. Fortunately, there were no large mutated creatures in this kitchen, so there was no risk of the door being broken down. "Hey, boss, this seems to be a termite nest." Han Tianyao suddenly saw a small square about the height of an adult's shoe while pouring oil and said, "Termites. In the previous life, among low-level creatures. Aside from spiders and centipedes that have toxins, ants were among the most troublesome. Their size hasn't expanded, but their power has increased exponentially, and they have very clear divisions of labor. In the tide of mutated creatures, they don't seem like mutated creatures, but more like an independent nation. A nation solely belonging to termites. Don't move. Let me come over and take a look." Chen frowned slightly, feeling a sense of foreboding. He quickly moved to Han Tianyao's side and forcefully used his hunting knife to smash the ant nest apart. However, inside, apart from the broken soil, there was nothing else. The termites were nowhere to be found. "This is bad." A hint of panic flashed in Chen's eyes. Even the queen ant was not in the nest, which meant only one thing. They had all gone out to forage. These termites were not in a deep sleep, but had sensed food and collectively left the nest. For them, there was only one type of food, which was humans. The only place nearby with people was this hotel. Chapter 72. The Distortion of Humanity. "Boss, we can start the fire now." Han Tianyao saw Chen's expression and instantly felt the seriousness of the situation. He was a smart person and could keenly grasp the surrounding circumstances. Chen had an almost unparalleled instinct for horror when it came to both zombies and these mutated creatures. The appearance of the termites could very likely affect their escape from the hotel. If these termites are interested in humans, we can use this kitchen as a decoy. Han Tianyao looked at Chen and voiced his thoughts. "Yes, that's what I was thinking too. If there are only a few, then it's manageable. But if the numbers exceed expectations, then we can only." Chen turned to look at the gas canister above. His eyes filled with a mix of complex emotions. The gas canister was undoubtedly a double-edged sword, given their current situation. He would not choose this method unless absolutely necessary. "Let's go." Chen took out a stack of burnable paper and then opened the stove beside him. The flames instantly ignited the paper, and as Chen walked out of the kitchen, the paper fluttered like wilting butterflies, spreading across the oil-stained floor. Bang! Boom! The sound of the door closing and the roar of the flames erupted simultaneously, quickly engulfing the entire kitchen in fire. However, Han Tianyao's method of pouring oil was quite meticulous, ensuring that not every spot was drenched, which prevented the flames from reaching the gas canisters above. Hiss, hiss, cluck, cluck. Soon, the mutated creatures that had been sleeping in the kitchen were startled awake by the intense heat of the flames. At that moment, their bodies resembled dried leaves being scorched by fire. The entire kitchen, with its walls, was now covered in countless tiny mutated beings. They were searching for an escape route. But under Chen's meticulous planning, all possible kitchen openings and cracks were blocked, leaving these mutated creatures to run amok in the kitchen. Hiss, hiss, squeak, squeak, ding. Successfully killed a first-level mutant. Cockroach, 1. 5 gold coins, ding. Successfully killed a first-level mutant. Fruit fly, 1. 5 gold coins. In the elevator. Is it really safe to hide here? A short girl with 2 round glasses and a watermelon-shaped head asked timidly. Didn't he say that the elevator is for our escape? It means others can't use it. As long as we stay here obediently, there won't be any problems. The bespectacled man pushed up his glasses and smiled. The 3 people in the elevator were the ones Chen had assigned to patrol each floor. However, after entering the elevator, the bespectacled man deduced this method. It not only prevented them from being caught slacking off, but also avoided zombie attacks, making a win-win situation. Haha, even if those zombies break in, they won't be able to find us. The middle-aged man laughed loudly, suddenly realizing that this task was a great deal. No, I'm still a bit worried. I want to go out. The watermelon girl stood at the outer side of the elevator and directly pressed the button to open the elevator door. Quickly walking towards the exit, a glint of malice flashed in the bespectacled man's eyes. That woman leaving was undoubtedly going against them. If she couldn't stand on the same boat with them, she could only be pushed off it. Kill her, then create zombie bite marks on her wound. That way, our hiding in the elevator won't be discovered. The bespectacled man looked at the middle-aged man beside him and said in a low voice, But, have you forgotten about that person who acted on their own? Those terrorists disappeared like that before. Do you think you should let them go? The bespectacled man manipulated the last shred of humanity in the middle-aged man's heart. All right, just don't leave any traces. The middle-aged man gritted his teeth and agreed to the bespectacled man's method. The 2 quickly ran towards the elevator exit, with only one goal in mind. Kill the watermelon girl, frame it on the zombies, and then continue hiding in the elevator. At this moment, the watermelon girl was unaware of her companion's cruel intentions, hesitantly wandering around the corridor. She didn't want to stay in the elevator, but she was even more afraid that zombies would rush in from outside the hotel. At that point, she would truly have no way out. Just as she was about to head to the first floor, she suddenly felt something tighten around her neck. The watermelon girl looked down and saw a human hand choking her. She strained a glance back, realizing that the person choking her was the bespectacled man from the elevator. The watermelon girl wanted to scream for help, but her mouth was tightly covered, and no sound could escape. Tears streamed down her face, and her limbs struggled desperately, trying to escape from the suffocation. But how could a woman's strength surpass that of a man? Ultimately, the struggle was futile, but the next second, a voice filled with despair and terror echoed in her ears. Hurry, bite off a piece of her neck. The bespectacled man ordered the middle-aged man standing nearby. Me? Why don't you bite? A flicker of disgust crossed the middle-aged man's eyes. As a businessman, how could he do such a lowly thing? I'm the one holding her. How can I bite? If you want to die, then I'll let her go and wait for her to tell Chen, and then we one team make it. After saying that, the bespectacled man loosened his grip on the watermelon girl. Bite, I'll bite. Under the threat of death, the middle-aged man still understood the gravity of the situation. After saying that, he took small steps towards the watermelon girl, staring at her neck, still lingering with some hesitation and fear. Although he was a person from high society and had seen many storms, he had never experienced biting off a living person's neck. Bite or not, this is your last chance. If you don't bite now, I'll let her go. The bespectacled man shouted angrily when he saw the middle-aged man still hesitating. Bite. The middle-aged man seemed to be enraged, his hesitation instantly replaced by fury as he lunged at the watermelon girl's neck. The watermelon girl's body trembled uncontrollably, tears streaming down her cheeks out of fear. You are human. Why are you behaving like zombies? Why are you doing this? At this moment, the watermelon girl felt utterly hopeless. She never expected that those who weren't infected would also act like zombies. Hiss! Blood sprayed everywhere, drenching the middle-aged man's face, a piece of flesh clenched in his mouth. The delicate skin of the watermelon girl's neck was now covered in blood, resembling a white lotus, yet living in hell, being scorched by the endless flames of the abyss. Chapter 73. This world was already dark. The watermelon girl felt her life ebbing away little by little. She looked up at the 2 in front of her. One wore gold-rimmed glasses, his skin as smooth as jade, giving a gentle impression. The other, though hefty, was dressed in a standard suit, looking very proper. No matter who it was, both gave the first impression of being successful individuals. But why would they do such a thing? Shouldn't the qualities and cultivation of successful people be higher than that of ordinary people? The watermelon girl looked at the two again. In her final moments, she saw beneath the bespectacled man's glasses the hidden visage of an endless demon. And beneath the middle-aged man's rotund belly lay a gluttonous beast. So that's how it is. The world was already dark. The appearance of these zombies merely tore off the masks of those hidden beneath the light. Watermelon girl fell to the ground, losing consciousness, her blood flowing like a small stream, quickly spreading out and soaking the ground. Ugh! The middle-aged man spat out a piece of meat from his mouth, along with some saliva. This should be from a zombie bite, right? At that moment, there wasn't a trace of guilt in the middle-aged man's eyes. Instead, he showed a hint of excitement. So this is what it feels like to kill. The middle-aged man had done everything, but he had never dared to commit murder due to the protection of the law. Now, with order collapsed and no one to govern, he was experiencing this feeling for the first time, and his heart was filled with immense excitement. Right? Being bitten by a zombie should lead to mutation. Her head. As he thought of this, a smile flashed in the middle-aged man's eyes, and he quickly walked toward a room. After cleaning the blood off his face, he took out a folding stool from the room. He was addicted to killing. The bespectacled man stepped aside, quietly watching the middle-aged man's actions, a smile appearing in his eyes. This way, he would have a life-saving card. The middle-aged man threw the stool, now stained with blood and white goo, aside and gasped as he spoke to the bespectacled man. Termites. They were attracted by the smell of blood. In an instant, Watermelon Girl's body was completely enveloped by countless termites. Just a second later, her body was gnawed down to a red and white skeleton. An eyeball slipped from Watermelon Girl's skull, and the moment it hit the ground, dozens of termites surrounded it again. The eyeball vanished entirely, and these termites set their next target for the elevator on the far left. Inside the elevator. Ugh, why does it feel like there's still bits of meat in my mouth? The middle-aged man spat on the floor. Blood mixed with saliva fell to the ground, leaving a lingering smell of blood. The blood has definitely flowed into your teeth, the bespectacled man said casually, leaning against the elevator wall. Wait, what sound is that? The bespectacled man frowned slightly, quickly pressing his ear against the door. Something was crawling, moving quickly and in large numbers. Zombies couldn't make such sounds. It sounded more like insects. The bespectacled man turned to the middle-aged man, who was cleaning the blood from his teeth. Could it be that the smell of blood attracted them? Just as the bespectacled man was pondering this, he suddenly saw a tiny white ant crawling out through the crack of the elevator. Termites? Why are they appearing here? Hiss! The bespectacled man watched as his finger was bitten, leaving a small hole the moment it touched the termite. When did termites become so terrifying? No, these are not ordinary termites. The bespectacled man noticed more and more termites emerging from the elevator gap, and he immediately realized the severity of the situation. No way. If I don't get out, this elevator will become my grave. These termites must have been attracted by the blood in the middle-aged man's mouth. If I call him to run with me, I'll definitely get dragged down too. Instead, a ruthless look flashed in the bespectacled man's eyes as he quickly pressed the elevator button and ran toward the door. What are you going out for? The middle-aged man was taken aback by the fleeing, bespectacled man. Why is he running? Hiss my leg. The middle-aged man looked down and found his shoes covered with small white bugs, some of which had already been bitten through. Get off. The middle-aged man quickly swung his leg, trying to shake off all the termites. But termites have a characteristic. The more violently you struggle, the stronger they become. My foot. In an instant, the middle-aged man felt a piercing pain. What kind of monster are these ants? He felt one of his feet completely lose the strength to support his body, collapsing like a caving shelf, and he fell to one knee. He looked up at the elevator door. A horrifying scene unfolded before him. Countless termites filled the entire elevator. The originally silver-black elevator had turned pure white. The termites were wriggling incessantly, and his body was being gnawed away piece by piece. His suit was torn apart in an instant, and the fat on his body was completely scattered. His mouth involuntarily opened, a fear that came from the depths of his soul. Soon, countless termites began to crawl into the gaps of his head. Eyes, nose, mouth, ears. He could feel his body gradually disappearing. He raised his right hand. but half of it had no flesh, only a bone. He instantly understood why the bespectacled man had run away. Why couldn't he feel pain? Just as the middle-aged man was puzzled, the next moment, the sensation of pain engulfed his entire body. The speed at which the termites gnawed was so fast that his pain response was delayed for a long time. Ugh! The middle-aged man was desperate from the pain, trying to call for help, but he found that his throat was also filled with termites, his vocal cords destroyed, and he couldn't make a sound at all. He felt thoroughly the despair Watermelon Girl must have felt before dying. Unable to call for help, waiting for death. I don't want to die, my money. Accompanied by the scattering of his skeleton, he collapsed to the ground. Like Watermelon Girl, he too became a blood-stained skeleton. But the most terrifying thing was that these termites were not full. They began to crawl upward, because they had caught the scent of blood from above. Chapter 74. Yi Chen's Decisiveness, Termite Attack. Boss, do you smell blood? Han Tianyao looked at Yi Chen and asked. I do. Yi Chen nodded. The smell of blood was not very strong, but rather emitted a faint aura. Go call the elevator. Yi Chen picked up the hunting knife that was placed aside and said to Han Tianyao, Isn't this elevator for us to escape? Han Tianyao asked in confusion. Whose lives are worth more, the three of us or everyone on the third floor? The elevator in the apocalypse is a double-edged sword, capable of both killing and being killed. If something unpredictable happens below, the elevator will be the second escape route. Should we notify the people in the room? Han Tianyao asked again. Yes, let them stay alert. Yi Chen nodded and began walking towards the fire escape. Han Tianyao informed Li Tianyuan about the situation, then quickly headed towards the elevator. He was feeling very anxious, not because he was afraid that the zombies below would break through, but because he was worried about Bai Shui's safety. At that moment, Bai Shui was still on the 9th floor, 6 floors away from him. If she really encountered danger, he wouldn't be able to reach her in time. Forget it, I'll just take the elevator directly to the 9th floor. Han Tianyao glanced at the elevator, which was moving from the 2nd floor to the 3rd floor. Meanwhile, Yi Chen was standing by the fire escape door and also heard the noises coming from downstairs. It was the sound of running, and it was very hurried. 1 step, 2 steps. As the elevator doors opened on the 3rd floor, the sound from the fire escape also came into Yi Chen's view. Boss. Han Tianyao's pupils constricted, sweat instantly bursting from his forehead. With a hint of fear in his eyes, the glasses-wearing man, Yi Chen raised his knife, blocking him outside. What did he encounter? Yi Chen quickly scanned the glasses man's body and finally focused on his fingers. There's blood. His fingers are injured, as if pricked by a needle. Downstairs. There are termites downstairs. They will eat people. Hurry, let me in otherwise. Before the glasses man could finish his sentence, he suddenly felt something touching his neck. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw a long knife, exuding a smell of blood, pressed against his neck. Are you crazy? The glasses man stared at Yi Chen's actions, completely stunned. How did you get the wound on your finger? Yi Chen's expression was cold as he asked. Is it that you accidentally got stabbed? The glasses-wearing man choked up a bit, his eyes somewhat dazed. Damn it, I was too flustered while running here and didn't cover the wound. You have to believe me, if it really was a termite bite. How could I have survived until now? They're extremely fast. I saw them from a distance, which is why I rushed to report. Didn't you tell me to patrol? Now that I've discovered something unusual. Before the glasses-wearing man could finish his words, he felt his head spin 360 degrees, even able to turn and see his own body. What's going on? I can see my neck now. Where's my head on my neck? The glasses-wearing man looked at the head that was spraying blood, a hint of confusion flashing in his eyes, but the next second, darkness engulfed him, and he lost his life. Suddenly, a scream came from behind Yi Chen. Murder! Murder! The man quickly ran backward, fear evident in his eyes, shouting frantically. Han Tianyao stood at the elevator door, looking toward Yi Chen. Boss! Han Tianyao saw the blood dripping slowly from the knife in Yi Chen's hand, his eyes filled with confusion. Is there a skeleton in the elevator? Yi Chen, combining the terrified tone of Han Tianyao from before, said in a deep voice, yes, there's indeed a body. Han Tianyao calmed his mind. He believed that Yi Chen would not kill without reason. Otherwise, he and Bai Shui would not have survived until now. That would make sense. Yi Chen crouched down and took out the insecticide from his backpack. He went into the room, gathered all the flammable items, and then found a lighter for me. Chen squatted down and lifted the corpse of the glasses-wearing man outside the fire escape door. Isn't there oil? Han Tianyao intended to throw the oil in his hand to Chen, but he was rejected. Chen explained. Han Tianyao nodded, put the oil in his hand aside, and turned to run towards the room. Compared to Chen killing, he cared more about his own life. Could it be termites? Han Tianyao suddenly understood, and his running speed increased. Quickly, bring all the flammable things to where Boss Chen is. After saying this, Han Tianyao quickly searched the room for combustible materials. What are you doing? Move. Han Tianyao looked up at a few people, and only Li Tianyuan was helping him find things, while the others held their guns and looked at him warily. This scene was exactly the same as when that girl was raped before. Numbness, selfishness, and distrust. Is Chen really a killer? One person spoke with a trembling voice, focusing their gaze on Han Tianyao. Everyone in the room heard the previous frantic cries. If he wanted to kill, no one here would survive. Think carefully with your own pig brains. Han Tianyao was angered by their words and cursed. The few exchanged glances and, with no choice, joined the queue to collect flammable materials. Did something unexpected happen? Li Tianyuan looked at Han Tianyao and asked. He also heard the sound of Chen killing, but he could feel that something must have gone wrong. A creature called termites has come in. The reason that person was killed by Chen should be because they were bitten by termites. Although Han Tianyao was not entirely sure, he ultimately chose to believe in Chen. Termites? Aren't they supposed to have no attacking power? The few who previously didn't believe Chen showed some confusion. Believe it or not, I can't be bothered to explain to you. Han Tianyao picked up all the fabric and looked at the others. Lighter, give me a lighter. Hurry up. Han Tianyao snatched the lighter that one of them had just taken out and quickly ran towards the door. You guys stay in the house. I'll go outside to take a look. Li Tianyuan frowned and ran out after Han Tianyao. What if termites really eat people? The number of those things is at least hundreds of times our number. Seeing Han Tianyao run out so anxiously, the others immediately panicked. Don't be afraid. Isn't Chen still guarding outside? If we hide here and don't make a sound, they shouldn't be able to find us. After saying this, the few of them started looking for places to hide in the room. Some hid under the bed, others inside the wardrobe, and suddenly, the entire room became hollow. Outside the door, Chen was standing at the intersection of the fire escape and the corridor, watching both sides. The termites were rapidly crawling towards these two directions. Chapter 75. The abnormality of Bai Shui. The Ant Queen appears. The incoming termites swept like ocean waves, moving in all directions. They were everywhere, like souls in the shadows, traversing through various places. Chen frowned slightly. He realized that he had somewhat underestimated these termites. Besides the fire escape, they could also reach the third floor and even higher levels through another route. The elevator. They could climb along the walls of the elevator and reach any part of the hotel. Han Tianyao, take this and go to the 7th floor. Chen guessed something when he saw that the termite had not yet appeared. The 6th floor had a bloody smell, and the 9th floor was the same. The 7th floor, situated between these two levels, was very likely to become one of the invasion sites for the termites. There were 4 humans on the 7th floor. After hearing Lin's order, Han Tianyao took the insecticide and hurriedly rushed to the 7th floor. Chen also broke the leg of a nearby bench, wrapped it with cloth strips, and poured some oil on it. Fire ants were not afraid of flames, but termites might be different. Chen looked at the stairway entrance of the fire escape, knowing that the termites must have split into 2 teams. One team invaded the 3rd floor, while the other invaded the floors above the 6th. The most terrifying aspect of these termites was that they could grow larger as they consumed more. This was also why Chen was in a hurry to get Han Tianyao to run upstairs quickly. Currently, these termites had already consumed 2 people. If the food was evenly distributed, their size wouldn't increase much. But if all the human flesh were supplied to a single termite, that would be troublesome. Just as Chen was pondering this, the termites finally appeared before his eyes. Countless small, white particles swept through the entire corridor. In an instant, the dim corridor was enveloped in white. Lin took out his hunting knife and made several cuts on the corpse of the glasses-wearing man. Blood began to flow slowly from the wounds. The smell of blood filled the air, and the speed of the termites became more ferocious. Chen saw that the termites had already started gnawing at the corpse of the glasses-wearing man. In an instant, he ignited the torch in his hand and then set the flames on the ground along with the corpse on fire. In a split second, the door of the fire escape was completely engulfed in flames. The termites tried to escape, but it was already too late. The endless flames became their incinerator, and the sound of sizzling echoed amidst the sea of fire. The two large fires caused Chen's gold coins to directly exceed 1,000. This meant that Chen now had the ability to upgrade equipment or enhance his genetic physique. The ant and worm species seemed to be the ATM that the system specially provided for him. Chen looked at the value displayed on the system, 1034. He felt overjoyed. The more gold coins he had, the greater his chances of survival. Chen looked at the still burning flames and walked toward the room. The flames blocked his way, and the elevator was a means of transportation he had always refused to use. Therefore, he couldn't go up to the 7th floor. The crisis on the 7th floor could only be resolved by Han Tianyao. 7th floor. Sister Bai Shui, is this how you use the gun? A young girl held a gun, one eye tightly closed while the other was open, aiming at the grip. At just 17 or 18 years old, she looked very cute. Bai Shui rubbed the girl's head and was about to speak when she suddenly heard some faint crawling sounds. Being naturally meticulous, a look of difficulty appeared on her face. Sister Bai Shui, where are you going? Aren't you watching us practice shooting? The three girls looked at Bai Shui walking toward the door, their eyes showing a hint of confusion. I'm going outside to check the situation. You all keep practicing. Bai Shui forced a smile at them and said, okay. The girls smiled, seemingly having completely trusted Bai Shui. During their time upstairs, Bai Shui had been instilling them with motivational talks, gradually calming their anxious hearts. They regarded Bai Shui as a confidant and even a source of support. As Bai Shui stepped out of the room, the kindness in her eyes instantly turned cold. She slightly closed her eyes, listening to the sound around her. The sound is coming from the 6th floor. Something is gnawing at something. Bai Shui opened her eyes and looked around as if searching for something. A cold glint flashed in her eyes as she quickly ran toward the 9th floor. At that moment, her speed was no longer that of the girl who had been following Han Tianyao. It was as if she had completely transformed, moving extremely fast, even able to compete with Chen, who had awakened his genetic physique. Bai Shui arrived at the 9th floor, locking onto the room from which blood was seeping. The man in black saw someone coming in and hurriedly shouted, help me, help me. But before he could finish his sentence, he found his arm had been cut off. It was this woman who did it. My hand. The man in black looked at the large amount of blood flowing from the severed arm, his whole body spasming. That was a heart-wrenching pain, enough to make him want to die. Bai Shui ignored the man's cries and had no intention of bandaging his wound. Holding the arm, she quickly ran downstairs. To her, all of this seemed like a very normal occurrence. She had already run to the 7th floor. She threw the arm and blood-stained clothes in front of the girl's room and quickly hid in a room that was relatively close to them. Soon, the termites had reached the 7th floor. Some of the termites were covered in crimson, exuding a bloody smell. And at the back of them appeared a white ant the size of an ordinary small dog. The termite queen, its body looked as if it were stitched together. It had 2 antennae on its head, its eyes glowing red, and 2 pincers at the corners of its mouth, which were constantly wriggling with shredded meat. Its body was milky white, but underneath that, a faint red glow could be seen. It was the blood from the human flesh it had consumed, dyeing its body red. Its large tail was adorned with countless small white sacs, seemingly nurturing its offspring. 1 step, 2 steps. The queen followed the swarm of ants ahead, all attracted by the severed hand hanging from the door. The strong smell of blood made them speed up, rushing toward the rooms where the girls were. In an instant, the entire 7th floor corridor was filled with termites. Chapter 76. Master Yao, I'm the most enduring. The termites continuously crawled forward, completely covering the entrance to the room. The severed hand hanging from the doorknob instantly turned into a white bone. Each termite used its tentacles to pass the shredded meat back, eventually delivering it to the queen's mouth. Shredded meat continuously entered the queen's mouth, while the white sacs on its tail fell downward. Each white sac that hit the ground instantly transformed into a white ant. The queen size also increased slightly. This is the ability of termites, to absorb, reproduce, and grow. Did you hear any sounds outside the door? The three people in the room looked at each other, all showing a hint of confusion. Sister Bai Shui went out, right? Is she doing something out there? It shouldn't be anything serious, right? The three were sheltered rich girls, and in front of Bai Shui. They had unconditional trust. But little did they know, at that moment, Bai Shui was hiding in a relatively clean room, listening to everything. How about we go out and take a look? One girl suggested. The other two agreed. At that moment, they had no doubts about Bai Shui. Instead, they were somewhat worried about her safety. The girls carefully held their guns like sticks and cautiously walked toward the door. But just as they were about to open the door, many tiny white insects had already entered from underneath. What? What are these insects? Get away. Get away. The girls, who were most afraid of insects, had no courage to resist these creatures and quickly ran backward. Could the sound from outside the door be from these insects? The girls exchanged fearful glances. Just as they were lost in thought, the girl closest to the door was instantly covered in termites. Her body was wrapped in white, trembling continuously, blood flowing from her mouth, with only her pair of eyes, filled with the aura of death, exposed. It was as if she were a mummy wrapped in bandages. The only difference being that those bandages had been replaced with countless white ants. In the next second, all the termites on her body dissipated, leaving behind a skeleton that had been completely gnawed away. The two girls were stunned by the scene before them, letting out a scream that exceeded human limits. But it was this deafening sound that made the ants on the ground become even more frenzied. They rushed toward the two girls, aiming for any possible openings in their bodies. Eyes, ears, mouth, nose, inner thighs. In an instant, the two girls felt as if something was gnawing at them from within. No, I don't want to die. Get away, get away. One girl kicked her legs out, trying to knock the termites away, but at that moment her thigh snapped and her leg flew out. The termites inside her body directly severed her limbs. In the adjacent room, Bai Shui heard the sounds coming from the next room. A flash of determination crossed her eyes, and after murmuring something incomprehensible, she quickly rushed towards the door. She had to use the time, while those three girls were being devoured by the termites, to escape. Bai Shui swiftly ran towards the fire escape on the 7th floor. All the termites' attention was drawn to those girls, and as long as she could get past that room, she would be safe. But an unexpected event occurred. One girl, while being eaten by the termites, spotted Bai Shui jumping over from outside the door. With her last bit of strength, she tried to call out for help. Bai Shui, save! Her voice abruptly stopped as she, like her companions, became food for the termites, turning into a lifeless skeleton. In the moment her life ended, she still believed in Bai Shui, thinking that Bai Shui could save her. But it was this very voice that alerted the queen termite. The queen turned to look outside the door. Although her vision wasn't great, her sensory abilities surpassed those of ordinary insects. This meant that even with her incredible speed, Bai Shui couldn't escape the queen's detection. Soon, the termites in the room had discovered Bai Shui's presence and rushed towards her. No, these beasts are too fast. Although Bai Shui had already reached the 6th floor, she could clearly sense that the termites were getting closer to her. What to do? What to do? This time, the queen unleashed her true power. 2 wings emerged from her back, and her speed increased dramatically as she charged towards Bai Shui. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The queen's mandibles opened rapidly, revealing a gaping maw behind Bai Shui. Inside, countless pieces of flesh and remnants of blood could be seen. Bai Shui watched as her shadow was completely eclipsed by the queen's shadow. Under the bright moonlight, the head of her shadow was entirely swallowed by the queen's mouth. Am I going to die? Bai Shui said this with a calm expression, only sighing a little, but there was no fear. Just then, a hand reached out to her, and another hand appeared beside her, holding a can of insecticide. I'll spray you to death. The moment the insecticide was sprayed, the queen's body froze in midair. Run! Bai Shui's hand was grasped, and her expression changed slightly at that moment. It's him again. Bai Shui looked at the man before her who risked danger to save her, and a small wave of emotions stirred within her. The man before her was Han Tianyao. Why are these ants so big? Are they trying to kill us? Han Tianyao protected Bai Shui in front of him, running while looking ahead. At this moment, Bai Shui's speed also began to slow down, matching Han Tianyao's pace. Damn it, these filthy bugs. Let me see if I can spray you to death. Han Tianyao ran while spraying the insecticide given to him by Yi Chen at the termites behind them. Soon, the leading termites began to fall to the ground, directly killed by the spray. I didn't expect this thing to be so effective. Han Tianyao looked at the insecticide in his hand. A smile flashed in his eyes as he stopped in place, using the insecticide as a weapon to start slaughtering the insects ahead. Bai Shui, you go on ahead. I'll hold them off. Whether it's on the bed or on the ground, I'm a man of endurance. Chapter 77. Termites form a giant hand. Third stage queen. Han Tianyao raised the insecticide, aiming at the swarm of termites ahead. This action indeed scared the swarm into not daring to move. Even the queen was hiding behind the swarm. Although her size was large, her body was still only about the size of an ordinary termite, so she feared the insecticide. The queen waved her antennae, starting to issue commands to the surrounding termites. In this world, the reason why mutated creatures are scarier than zombies is primarily due to the existence of life. Zombies are lifeless, entirely controlled by parasites manipulating their bodies. Mutated creatures, on the other hand, are alive, but their bodies have been enlarged or enhanced. At this moment, the swarm of termites had split into 4 branches. No matter which one Han Tianyao sprayed, the other branches would directly take care of it. However, Han Tianyao was very clever and did not plan to spray at one spot, instead opting for a scattershot approach. You think you can split into small squads? Come on. Han Tianyao took the insecticide and executed a 180-degree spin, causing the leading termites to collapse. Come on, keep going. Han Tianyao sprayed wildly at the termites ahead, but soon he felt something was off. Where did the queen go? Han Tianyao squinted, looking at the swarm of termites charging towards him. Not only was the queen missing, but their numbers had also decreased. What is going on? Han Tianyao frowned and stepped back a few paces, looking up. Above him was the staircase to the upper floor, which was now making creaking sounds. Damn it, they can't be gnawing through the building, right? Han Tianyao suddenly turned around and ran forward. The next second, a hole was bitten through above him, and the queen dropped down from above. If Han Tianyao had reacted half a second slower, his head would have been bitten off. Boss, help! Han Tianyao had now reached the 7th floor, staring at the raging flames in front of him, momentarily stunned. If he kept running down, he would surely die, because there would be no way out once he reached the bottom. But the 7th floor was different. The 7th floor had Yi Chen and other survivors. Perhaps he could still live. Damn it, let's do this. Han Tianyao looked at the blazing flames and then turned to the termites that were like rabid dogs. He swallowed hard and leaped straight into the sea of fire. In an instant, Han Tianyao charged in like a roasted pig. He really dares to jump. Yi Chen watched as Han Tianyao's clothes caught fire and murmured, "There's a big white ant behind you." Before Han Tianyao could finish his sentence, a loud bang echoed throughout the entire 7th floor. The flames continued to burn, but a wall next to the fire escape had been completely devoured, leaving no trace behind. Yi Chen held the hunting broad blade and the blood-sucking sickle in his hands, not moving forward, but slowly retreating instead. It was capable of instantly destroying an entire wall, which ordinary termites did not possess. There was only one possibility. The ant queen on the opposite side had actually reached the 3rd tier. Amidst the dust, a giant ant with a writhing milky white body appeared before Yi Chen. Its abdomen was embedded with many small white dots, and its body was stained with red spots. 2 antennae protruded from its forehead, and scattered single eyes reflected Yi Chen's figure. But what was most chilling were the 2 pincers beside its mouth, stained with blood, and even some bits of flesh could be seen. Go! Notify the people in the room to ignite everything that can be set on fire and come out to deal with the termites. Yi Chen kicked Han Tianyao, who was fanning the fire beside him, and said in a deep voice, "The strength of the termites lies in their ability to fight in groups and reproduce asexually. The queen ant has already reached the 3rd tier, and with a swarm of termites beside her, it is likely that no other mutant of the same tier can defeat her, except for super mutants like the death worm. Their speed, bite force, reflexes, and strength are all top-notch among mutants. Moreover, these termites are pitifully small, making it difficult to deal with them using firearms, which further limits weapon effectiveness. There are only 2 ways to deal with them: insecticide and fire." Yi Chen walked backwards while searching for which weapons in the mall could ignite flames. Scarlet Lotus Cloak. Heart of lava. Yi Chen glanced at these two pieces of equipment, his brows furrowing into a straight line. He couldn't afford either of them. Yi Chen gave up the idea of buying equipment and quickly moved his body to retrieve the oil that was placed next to the elevator. This oil was originally intended for breakthroughs, but now that termites have become a threat, he could only make use of it for now. At the moment Yi Chen picked up the oil, the termites also began to attack him. Countless termites rushed towards Yi Chen's body, trying to devour him whole. However, at this point, Yi Chen's body had already developed significant differences from that of an ordinary person. Even though the biting force of these termites was astonishing, it was impossible for them to bite off Yi Chen's flesh in one go. This gave Yi Chen some room to maneuver. Yi Chen stored the blood-sucking scythe into the system's space, disregarding the pain in his body, and charged directly towards the Ant Queen. As long as he landed a single strike on it, the Ant Queen would undoubtedly die. Blood-sucking scythe fused into the hunting blade. In an instant, the effects of the three weapons were all combined into a single long knife. Yi Chen ran while scanning, drawing life energy from the termites, causing the wounds on his body to heal rapidly. Blood spilled, dissipated. Just when Yi Chen thought he would take down the Ant Queen in an instant, the Ant Queen in front of him suddenly vanished, and the swarm of termites dispersed from his body, forming a giant hand ahead that forcefully gripped Yi Chen's hunting blade. Although the hunting blade had the ability to kill on contact, the sheer number of termites was overwhelming, even as they continued to die. The size of the hand did not change. This rendered Yi Chen's attack completely ineffective and left him firmly restricted in place. At that moment, the Ant Queen suddenly appeared behind him. Her mandibles opened wide, and the smell of blood swept over him. It was like a blood basin opening. Yi Chen's body instantly sank into darkness. Hunting blade collect. The hunting blade, which had been trapped by the termites, was directly stored in the system warehouse at that moment, and Yi Chen also quickly dodged to the left, successfully avoiding this fatal blow. How did the Ant Queen's speed become so fast, almost like teleportation? Yi Chen looked at the Ant Queen beside him, who was burning with rage, and frowned. This was completely different from the Ant Queen he encountered in his previous life. It was as if it had been strengthened. Just as Yi Chen was deep in thought, the people behind him rushed out. Upon seeing Yi Chen covered in blood, they immediately lost their rationality. Their loss of rationality was not due to concern for Yi Chen's life, but rather out of fear of these creatures. They wanted to survive, but now there was a creature they had never seen before. How could they not be afraid? Everyone threw the burning objects in their hands towards the Ant Queen. Li Tianyuan also raised his AK, aimed at the Ant Queen's head, and fired. Chapter 78. Want to eat me? Maybe in your next life. The burning objects thrown at the Ant Queen not only missed, but fell beside Yi Chen. Although the bullets fired by Li Tianyuan were very accurate, they could not hit the Ant Queen due to its teleportation-like speed. This is why, when facing a powerful mutated creature, the effectiveness of firearms is always lower than that of cold weapons. Li Tianyuan fired several shots at the Ant Queen, but only one shot grazed the Ant Queen's head. However, it was this one shot that completely enraged the Ant Queen. Its gaze locked onto Li Tianyuan, wanting to devour him first. At this moment, Li Tianyuan also realized that firearms could not harm it, and instantly used his AK as a defensive weapon. Han Tianyao, take the others to the first floor. I'll hold them off. Li Tianyuan, with a sense of inevitable death in his eyes, had already devoted his life to the country as an old soldier. What was the fear of living? What was the fear of dying? Bang! Li Tianyuan held the AK in front of his chest, blocking the Ant Queen's pincer's attack. But ultimately, two fists could not match four hands. The Ant Queen's antennae struck like two fists, directly sending Li Tianyuan flying several meters away. In that moment, Li Tianyuan seemed like a foolish insect. How could he shake the great tree in front of him? Yet, Li Tianyuan was not an insect, but a soldier from Huaxia. A mortal body might not withstand the intrusion of a mutated creature, but a heart burning with ambition could. Li Tianyuan spat out 2 mouthfuls of blood. He could feel several of his ribs had broken, with one feeling as if it was about to pierce his lung. But he still stood up. His straightened back represented the unyielding spirit of this old soldier. A 7-foot body for the country and the people, dying without regret. Li Tianyuan held the AK in his hands, shooting at the Ant Queen while moving forward. Just as the Ant Queen was about to finish Li Tianyuan off, an endless sea of fire suddenly ignited behind them. A black figure appeared within the flames. He was the master of the fire, using it as a weapon to bring this feast to the world. The Ant Queen stopped in its tracks and turned to look behind. Countless white ants on the ground had been reduced to ashes. The Ant Queen continuously shook the antennae on its head, trying to control the remaining white ants. The black figure gradually dissipated from a sea of fire. The Ant Queen's compound eyes focused on that figure. She wanted revenge for her children. Hiss. The Ant Queen moved along the wall like a destroyer, gnawing away at the hotel walls on the 3rd floor. She wanted to bury this hotel with her. Li Tianyuan watched as the Ant Queen left. His body could no longer hold up, and he knelt on one knee, blood continuously flowing from his mouth. The recoil of the AK was too great, causing his broken rib to fully pierce into his lung. Li Tianyuan gripped the gun tightly, using it for support as he stood up again. The zombies were still outside. He would not die like this. Protecting the people and retreating was a soldier's inherent duty. If he fell here, he would be ashamed of his identity. Li Tianyuan walked step by step forward, like a soldier at the end of battle. A feeling of loneliness accompanied him. The master of the Sea of Fire was Chen. After the Ant Queen was distracted by Li Tianyuan, Chen utilized the burning flames and oil barrels nearby to ignite a massive fire, completely incinerating the surrounding white ants. This fiery attack netted Chen nearly 500 gold coins. However, it also left his skin severely burned, the skin on his upper body nearly unrecognizable as human. After taking care of all the white ants, Chen had the capability to directly take down the Ant Queen from behind, as her attention was fully focused on Li Tianyuan. However, instead of directly eliminating the Ant Queen, a brilliant plan formed in his mind. Chen dragged his battered body towards the 1st floor, while the Ant Queen was also sniffing Chen's scent and chasing after him. Meanwhile, Han Tianyao and the others were all hiding on the 2nd floor. Chen arrived on the 1st floor. He felt that his body had reached its limit, and his life was gradually slipping away. If he didn't upgrade his genetic physique soon, he was very likely to die from severe burns. Chen raised his head to look at the kitchen ahead, biting his lips tightly. He couldn't upgrade now. He had to hold on, otherwise the whole plan would be ruined. Chen used the hunting broadsword as a cane and struggled towards the kitchen. Just as the ants arrived on the 1st floor, Chen successfully entered the kitchen. With all his strength, he turned all the gas stoves next to him in the opposite direction, causing them to be open but not igniting flames. He then dragged his damaged body and lay down in a corner. At this moment, his body could no longer move, and he quietly watched the flames still burning around him. System, if I buy a cloth armor and upgrade my genetic physique at the moment of the explosion, can I withstand the explosion in this kitchen? It might be possible. Be more precise. If I die, you won't survive either. Chen scolded. Okay, buy cloth armor. The moment of the explosion, the upgraded genetic physique can withstand this blast. The genetic physique can instantly restore the body, and the cloth armor can resist physical damage. By combining the two, it can withstand the explosion. Buy cloth armor. Chen's voice was very small, and he said weakly, ding. Cloth armor purchased successfully. A white and brown short-sleeve shirt appeared on Chen's body, and in an instant, he felt as if his body was wrapped in something. The cloth armor provided 9 points of defense, endurance. At this moment, Chen's genetic physique values were Strength 7, Speed 7, Endurance 11, Mental Power 1. Just then, a sound occurred on the kitchen wall. Bang! The Ant Queen directly broke through the wall, revealing a white ant head with antennae. She was searching for Chen's trace. Finally, she found Chen in the corner of the kitchen. Hiss. The Ant Queen pounced towards Chen, disregarding how fiercely the flames were burning around her. She had only one goal now, to eat Chen. Want to eat me? Maybe in your next life. When Chen said this, his tone was not strong, but his momentum was subtly present. He suddenly produced a lighter in his hand and threw it directly at the gas stove nearby. The gas stove, continuously emitting gas, ignited in an instant upon contact with the lighter, unleashing endless sparks. The fierce flames engulfed the entire kitchen, which was already at a high temperature for being continuously burned. In that moment of intensified flames, the gas tank exploded instantly. A sound like thunder shattered the silence of the entire hotel. Bang! Everything in the kitchen vanished in the blaze. Chapter 79. Obtain Lightning Dagger Experience Voucher. The kitchen exploded? Han Tianyao, hiding in a room on the second floor, was stunned by the deafening noise coming from downstairs. How could this be? The flames shouldn't be enough to cause the kitchen to explode so quickly. Could it be that Yi Chen led those termites over? Although Han Tianyao had also thought of this point, he had been with Yi Chen for nearly a day. He could feel that Yi Chen's character was driven by his own interests. It was absolutely impossible for Yi Chen to sacrifice himself for righteousness. So, how could this explosion be Yi Chen wanting to perish together with the termites? Unless a cunning light flashed in Han Tianyao's eyes. However, there was still one problem that needed to be explained. The key to escaping was to attract the zombies to other floors, using their group as bait. But how could they get the zombies to come in? Wasn't the main door locked? Han Tianyao's doubts were something Yi Chen had already considered. At this moment, the kitchen was already in ruins. Yi Chen's figure had long disappeared without a trace. The termites were blown to smithereens, but the brood pouch remained intact. At this moment, the Ant Queen had lost her life, yet her brood pouch seemed to have gained an independent life, trembling rapidly. Soon, the brood pouch burst open like an eggshell, and countless small termites emerged, rushing out towards the kitchen. This was a unique ability of the Ant Queen. After death, she could transfer her life force into the brood pouch, forcing all the unborn termites to be born. Then, she issued her final command. The command given by the Ant Queen before her death was to have these small termites gnaw through the hotel's entrance. She wanted to bury this hotel with her. But ironically, the command given by the Ant Queen before her death had already been fully accounted for by Yi Chen. He had guessed that the Ant Queen would make those small termites gnaw through the door to let the zombies in during the previous battle with the termites. The crucial resource, oil, had run out. Therefore, Yi Chen changed his escape plan. Initially, he wanted to break through with these people, but now he intended to use them as bait, attracting the zombies to attack while he escaped. The Ant Queen's counterattack before her death became a key move in this strategy. Now was the best time to flee. Countless small termites quickly gnawed through the hotel's entrance and the SUV. Suddenly, the zombies outside surged in like a flood. Because the kitchen where Yi Chen was located had been washed by the explosion, the smell of blood on him and the scent emitted by humans were completely masked. All the zombies had only one target. They rushed towards the upper floors. The second, third, sixth, seventh, and ninth floors were all their targets. Everyone, follow me. Han Tianyao knew something was wrong the moment he heard the door break. Unlike Yi Chen, although he also valued his own life, he had a heart that wanted to save everyone. Unfortunately, these people ignored his intentions. If you want to leave, go by yourself. We're not going anywhere. The crowd was frightened by the termites and had given up on fleeing. They still held a glimmer of hope, thinking that the country would save them, and that they just needed to wait here. Bai Shui glanced at Han Tianyao, placing her hand on his arm, her eyes filled with trust in him. Let us go. Han Tianyao had done his utmost. Since these people didn't want to live, there was nothing more he could do. He grabbed Bai Shui and quickly ran into the elevator, pressing the button for the 9th floor. Why go to the 9th floor? Bai Shui asked Han Tianyao. Once the zombies are let in, they will definitely head towards the areas with scent. Although the 9th floor has a strong odor, they can't possibly move faster than the elevator. We need to create a time gap for these zombies. Han Tianyao said solemnly. The zombies rushing to other floors means that the 1st floor will be the emptiest. After we reach the 9th floor, we will head to the 1st floor. That is our only chance of survival. Bai Shui was surprised by Han Tianyao's analysis, but her eyes also held a meaningful expression. Just as Han Tianyao had anticipated, the zombies had begun to push into various floors. The smell of blood on the 2nd floor wasn't very strong, resulting in a smaller number of zombies, but a few still caught the scent of humans and headed towards the area where the group was hiding. It's over. It's over. There are so many footsteps outside. It seems to be zombies. A man curled up, tears in his eyes, choked out. If you know, then shut up. Don't make a sound. Whoever dares to speak, I'll be the first to cut them down. A man in a leather jacket shouted. Suddenly, everyone in the room fell silent, hugging themselves, trying to suppress their fear, tightly closing their eyes. The sounds of the zombies grew closer. The people in the room were now doing nothing, only reciting some prayers in their hearts, hoping someone would come to save them. Just as the zombies were about to crash through the door, suddenly, a gunshot rang out. Bang! 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 The fear in everyone's eyes turned to joy. Someone was there to save them. At that moment, Chen, buried in the ruins of the kitchen, also woke from a semi-conscious state. Although his genetic physique and the defense of the armor had allowed him to avoid the explosion's damage, the blast wave nearly knocked him unconscious. Gunshots. Li Tianyuan. Chen also heard the gunfire from upstairs. Among everyone, apart from him, only Li Tianyuan had bullets left. It seemed that the second floor was encountering zombies. Just as Chen was muttering to himself, the system's voice rang in his ear. Ding! Successfully killed a Tier 3 mutated creature. Termite Queen, Goal 100. Lightning Dagger Experience Voucher 1. Lightning Dagger Experience Voucher. What is that? Lightning Dagger Experience Voucher. Grants 10 minutes of usage rights for the Lightning Dagger, possessing the same abilities as the Lightning Dagger, and takes effect immediately after use. Good heavens, Chen exclaimed in surprise. With this, he now had a trump card to ensure his safety. With zombies invading upstairs and only a few zombies left on the first floor, now was the best time to escape. Chen crawled out from the ruins and walked towards the kitchen door. After the hunting broadblade took care of some lone zombies in the hotel lobby, it was just about to escape. Outside the hotel, a very large creature appeared, directly blocking Chen's path. Chen looked up, a flash of astonishment in his eyes, but what replaced it was anger. Chapter 80. Encountering the death worm again. The battle begins. What appeared before Chen was the death worm that had been entangling him at school. Previously, he had used Mo Rushu as bait to escape a disaster, but the death worm had no intention of letting him go. Now, this mutated creature had actually chased him all the way here. It was determined to devour him. Chen squinted his eyes slightly, looking at the colossal creature blocking the front of the hotel. Its body was even larger than before, with the prominent white human head bumps appearing like ocean balls floating in the sea, visible everywhere. It seemed like a huge truck firmly blocking the hotel entrance. The current strength of the death worm had completely surpassed the 3rd tier and entered the 4th tier. This meant that his hunting broadblade had lost its ability to kill with a single strike. To kill this creature, he could only sever its head. Chen slowly stepped back, a hint of concern flashing in his eyes. He was contemplating whether to flee or to fight. Just then, a sound suddenly came from behind Chen's door. Bang! It was the sound of the elevator door opening. Han Tianyao and Bai Shui appeared in the elevator. But as soon as they emerged, they were blocked at the door by a long knife. Boss. What? What is that? Han Tianyao looked at the death worm at the hotel entrance, feeling choked up. Don't be afraid, boss. I'll go find help for you. You must hold on. After saying that, Han Tianyao immediately pressed the button for the 9th floor. Chen looked at the death worm in front of him, and his heart gradually calmed down. He knew that if he continued to entangle with this creature, the zombies upstairs would quickly discover him. By then, surrounded by a tide of corpses, even the most extraordinary abilities would be of no help. Chen took a deep breath, his body slightly leaning forward. He wanted to try to rush out of the hotel. As long as he could evade the attack of the death worm, he could escape. The lightning dagger only lasted for 10 minutes, and this weapon did not provide any attack power, only increasing attack speed and critical hit chances. Against a 4th tier death worm, it might not be able to penetrate its skin at all. In other words, if he couldn't deal with the death worm within these 10 minutes, he would die in its jaws. Escape was his best option at the moment. Chen gripped the knife and rushed towards the hotel entrance. His gaze was fixed on a gap. If he could escape from this spot, he could avoid the death worm. This is it. Chen stepped out, but the next second, the death worm seemed to have predicted his move. Its tail suddenly swung to the side, twisting into a shape similar to a twisted donut, directly knocking Chen away and causing him to crash heavily to the ground. Chen lay on the ground, feeling an unusual pain in his chest. If it weren't for the protection of the fabric armor, even an LV4 genetic physique would probably not be able to withstand this blow. The death worm did not give Chen any chance to catch his breath and began to twist its body, charging towards him. It was intent on completely eliminating Chen. Chen narrowed his eyes, and a surge of anger erupted within them. Each time, He had never thought of battling this guy. He only wanted to escape. But it relentlessly pursued him, wishing it could tear him to shreds. What is wrong with wanting to live? Why does it keep biting at me without letting go? Chen's eyes were bloodshot, completely enraged by the death worm. He supported himself with one hand on the ground and quickly retreated several steps, merging 3 weapons onto the hunting broadblade. If you want to fight, I'll fight with you. If you want to die, let's see whose life is tougher, yours or mine. Chen charged forward with his knife, his body like a galloping wild horse on the grassland, rushing towards the death worm. Although his eyes contained endless fury, he still retained his rationality in his mind. The death worm had now reached the 4th level. In addition to possessing earthquake abilities, it had also gained the ability to decompose. It could decompose all the creatures it had consumed from its body, turning them into puppets to aid it in battle. Just as Chen approached the death worm, it unleashed this ability. Its rear began to decompose rapidly, and countless white fluids flowed out, eventually forming one zombie after another, covered in white liquid. Most of these zombies possessed 2nd-level strength. However, for Chen, who had upgraded to level 4, these 2nd-level zombies posed no threat at all. One knife, one head, stepping through a pool of blood. The zombies fell one by one, and Chen drew closer to the death worm. After using its fission ability, the death worm's next move would be to confuse its opponent by spraying white liquid from its body, causing the opponent to lose sight. In his previous life, he had fought against the death worm. Although he hadn't completely killed it, he had grasped a general understanding of its abilities. Countless white liquids surged towards Chen like a tidal wave. But Chen dodged them one by one, as if he were a character stepping out of a game, skillfully avoiding critical hits. After evading the white liquid, he began to engage in close combat with the death worm. The death worm's body appeared soft, but its skin was unyieldingly hard, and its main attack methods relied on crushing and striking with its tail and body. First strike, Chen gripped the knife with both hands, his eyes burning with an endless sea of fury. With a whoosh, as the knife struck the skin of the death worm's body quickly recoiled, using its tail to block the first strike. Chen did not retreat, but instead advanced, the killing intent in his eyes becoming more apparent. So what if you are the 4th rank? If you want to die, then I'll send you on your way. Whoever wants me dead, I'll make sure they die first. Chen rose again, gripping his knife as he leaped. At this moment, the sky was transitioning between day and night. The brilliance of the moon and sun simultaneously illuminated the earth. The silver moonlight and radiant sunlight clung to the blade of Chen's knife. Behind him, it was as if he had a pair of outspread phoenix wings. One half silver and the other half red. Soaring through the skies, he aimed to defeat all enemies in the world. The knife fell. Silver light illuminated the surroundings. Chime! This time, Chen had completely plunged the knife into the body of the death worm. The body instantly split open with a gash. The death worm writhed in pain. But at the same time, it was enraged by Chen's attack. Just as Chen was about to deliver another fierce blow to the death worm, a strange scene unfolded before him. The gash on the death worm began to heal, and the hunting broadblade embedded in its body seemed to be firmly integrated within it. It was as if the hunting broadblade was a part of its insides, completely merging with it. Retract. Chen wanted to incorporate the hunting wide blade into the system, but at that moment, the system did not respond at all. The system also determined that the hunting wide blade had fallen into someone else's hands and could not be obtained. Immediately after, the tail of the death worm transformed from a round shape into a spike club covered in countless sharp spikes, directly striking towards Chen. Although Chen noticed the attack of the tail immediately, the attack speed of the death worm was simply too fast. At the moment Chen dodged downward, he was ultimately still hit. His entire body, like a butterfly with broken wings, rolled directly towards the ground, blood soaking his clothes as he collapsed to the ground. Chapter 81. The Smile of Death, Thunderblade, and Lightning Dagger. Chen lay on the ground, looking at the hunting broad blade embedded in the back of the death worm. 4th-tier mutated beings are not hard to find in the apocalypse 7 years later, and their strength is not particularly formidable. What impressed Chen the most was the Ant Queen. Despite only being a 3rd tier, its strength forced him to use bombs to deal with it. Although this death worm is a super mutated being, its strength has only reached the 4th tier, and it should not possess abilities like wound healing. What could be the reason? Chen watched as the death worm closed in step by step, and he had to come up with a response. The lightning dagger had no enhancement to its attacking power, relying on this weapon to break through the death worm's skin, which had healing abilities, was more difficult than climbing to the sky. He needed to buy a weapon with an attack damage higher than the healing speed of the death worm. The blood-sucking scythe, the weeping bloodblade. The synthesis condition was still missing a storm giant sword. However, after upgrading his genetic physique and purchasing cloth armor, his gold was completely insufficient to buy the storm giant sword worth 910. Apart from being able to synthesize the weeping bloodblade, the blood-sucking scythe could also synthesize the apocalypse. The thunderstorm knife. A glimmer passed through Chen's eyes. The iron sword has a power boost of 5 in this system. The storm giant sword has 20, while the thunderblade is 10. An attack power of 10 should be enough to break through the defense of the death worm. Chen endured the pain and quickly retreated. Fortunately, he had discovered the attack pattern of the death worm in advance, which meant that although his back was pierced, it did not threaten his life. Chen looked ahead at the death worm. At this moment, it was twisting its massive body and charging towards Chen, moving much faster than before. Its mouth, embedded with countless teeth, was now completely open. The abyssal maw, mixed with endless crimson blood, also contained a large, long tongue. That tongue shot towards Chen like a sharp spear. It was showing off, flaunting its power. It had completely regarded Chen as its trophy, ready to be slaughtered. Purchase Thunder Knife. Chen looked at the tongue shooting towards him and shouted in a deep voice. Ding! Thunderblade purchased successfully. A blue-green long sword appeared in Chen's hand. However, Chen's voice had not yet ended. The moment the tongue shot out, Chen raised the Thunderblade and directly slashed at the death worm's tongue. Swoosh! Blood sprayed, and the tip of the tongue was cut off by the Thunderblade. The severed tongue was now stuck right in front of Chen's eyes, unable to extend any further. At the same time, Chen shouted again. Use Lightning Dagger Experience Voucher. Ding! Lightning Dagger Experience Voucher activated. Instantly, a golden dagger flickering with lightning appeared in Chen's hand. The moment the lightning dagger emerged, the entire sky instantly swallowed the moon and the sun. A bolt of lightning gathered directly above. Boom! Thunder roared. Lightning split the sky, descending upon Chen, with all the power of thunder and lightning converging in his hand. At that moment, Chen resembled a thunder god descending to the mortal realm, his bloodshot eyes transforming into electric light, with thunder surrounding his body. At that moment, he was the god of this place. The first footsteps sound echoed along with Chen's voice. Abandoned scale shortblade. The second sound, blood-sucking scythe. The third sound, thunderblade, along with the lightning dagger. Chen held 4 weapons in his hands. Fusion. In the next second, the blood-sucking scythe, thunderblade, and abandoned scale shortblade all fused into the lightning dagger. The lightning dagger, which combined the powers of blood-sucking, attack, armor-breaking, speed, and critical strike, appeared in Chen's hand at that moment. The death worm looked at Chen, who was surrounded by endless electric light, and the eyes hidden within its flesh revealed a sense of fear at that moment. The powerful deterrence was like the Lord of the 9 heavens overlooking everything in the world. The death worm was afraid. Its body retreated, trying to avoid a direct confrontation with Chen. At that moment, it could clearly feel that Chen's threat was deadly. Unfortunately, it was too late. With lightning accompanying him, light following him, the wasteland became illuminated. The lightning dagger possessed enhanced speed, and combined with the speed of the knowledge gem, Chen's speed could now rival that of an ant queen. In the blink of an eye, Chen appeared before the death worm. This was the first time Chen faced the death worm head-on. Death was knocking at the door, and the one knocking was Chen. Lightning gathered on the lightning dagger. Endless electric light shone, piercing straight into the forehead of the death worm. Swoosh! The lightning instantly spread throughout the death worm's body. The death worm knew it could not sit idly by. It wanted to use its healing tongue to attack Chen again. But at that moment, Chen had already vanished from its sight and appeared beside it. Bang! Another slash. The death worm tried to counterattack with its tail, but Chen was already on its back. What use is something that doesn't belong to you, even if you take it? Chen thrust the lightning dagger straight into the back of the death worm, then forcefully pulled out the hunting broadblade with his other hand. The death worm began to tremble violently, expressing pain, despair, and anger through its movements. Its body rapidly transformed from a long white flesh shape into a spiky form, attempting to use its body to stab Chen. However, with the assistance of the lightning dagger, Chen's speed was such that the current death worm could not harm him in the slightest. The moment the spikes grew from its body, Chen executed a backflip and landed steadily. His eyes were cold, and a calm demeanor radiated endless killing intent. Hunting broadblade merge. Chen walked step by step towards the death worm. The Grim Reaper had arrived. Nothing in its sight was spared. The death worm panicked, completely overwhelmed at that moment. Its body began to split continuously, countless zombies emerging from within it. The death worm's size started to shrink. It was willing to lower its rank in order to escape. It sensed that Chen posed a threat greater than any creature it had encountered before. It had to flee. Countless zombies rushed towards Chen, their faces retaining the fear they had felt before, combined with their twisted bodies, creating an incredibly terrifying sight. But Chen kept his head down, continuing to walk forward. Just as the zombies were about to bite him, he lifted his head. It was a smile filled with endless slaughter. Under the thunder, the Grim Reaper had descended. Chapter 82. I just want to live. What's wrong with that? As the zombie opened its mouth to bite Chen's neck, its head flew off like a roller coaster, from the bottom up and then crashing down. Thud! A head rolled on the ground, and at that moment, Chen's slaughter began. The surrounding zombies charged at Chen endlessly, and he also rushed towards them. Those who wish to kill me shall die. The lightning dagger swung forward, piercing the heart of the leading zombie, which fell to the ground. Additionally, its body was covered in lightning, which quickly spread to the other nearby zombies. The lightning dagger had a passive skill. Each time it attacked a zombie, the lightning could transfer to other nearby zombies within a meter. Compared to the game's lightning that could only connect 2 to 3 people, this was far more powerful. In an instant, the area outside the hotel resembled a hellish battlefield. Lightning kept flashing, and zombies continued to fall to the ground. Black-red blood flowed endlessly in all directions. The originally black and gray asphalt road was completely baptized by blood at that moment. Chen charged forward while slashing, cutting down all the approaching zombies. With the ability of the hunting broadblade to kill upon contact, combined with the lightning dagger's ability to transmit electricity, even the lightning could instantly annihilate all the zombies. Chen had charged out from the horde of zombies, his entire body covered in blood, and even his clothes were completely soaked with thick blood. At this moment, it would not be an exaggeration to describe him as a bloody person. Chen's eyes were bloodshot as he stared ahead at the fleeing death worm. He was determined to kill it. Thunderclap blade, decompose. Chen's hand manifested the thunder knife. Lock on. Throw. The thunder knife accurately pierced the ground right in front of the death worm, blocking its path. The death worm quickly changed direction, trying to escape from another angle. But in the next second, Chen had already appeared in front of it. The light generated by the lightning illuminated Chen's face. His cheeks were stained with blood, one half silver and the other half dark red. Even the Grim Reaper would not be as terrifying. The death worm instinctively moved back a step, its mouth slightly open, countless sharp teeth retracting into a cluster, its eyes emerging from the mass of flesh, carrying an almost pleading expression, hoping Chen would spare its life. But could that be possible? Chen raised the thunderclap blade and slowly walked towards the death worm. Behind him, lightning formed a world-destroying sword. I want to live. Am I wrong? Chen looked up at the death worm, his eyes revealing a hint of distress. Why must you keep chasing after me? Why? Chen's frustration instantly transformed into anger. He felt enraged by the death worm. If he hadn't had the system's function, he would have likely died the first time he encountered death worm. Now, if the system didn't reward him with an experience ticket for the lightning dagger, how would he face the death worm? He moved forward step by step, but each step was accompanied by the abyss. After experiencing despair in his past life, his heart had already grown cold. He didn't want to care about how this world was anymore. He just wanted to live well on his own. But why did these monsters repeatedly strip away his right to live? Under Yi Chen's gloomy expression, a hint of killing intent emerged. The last shred of kindness in his heart was completely consumed by darkness. Whoever dared to obstruct his path to survival would have to die. Yi Chen slowly raised the lightning dagger in his hand, the white in his eyes covered by a red glow. The silver light, shining on his face, transformed into darkness. The deathworm knew it could not escape. Now it was either its death or the death of this human before it. It did not want to die. It had finally gained the opportunity to dominate this city. The plea in the deathworm's eyes turned into a desperate resolve. It intended to eliminate Yi Chen. The deathworm's body writhed in a mass. It was gathering strength. This was its strongest move, the earthquake, falling from the sky. It could trigger a small-scale earthquake in this area. As long as Yi Chen was within this range, he would be directly swallowed by the earth. Yi Chen had no intention of dodging. He looked up at the deathworm, a tragic smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Betrayed by his girlfriend, killed by his brother. These events happened just 2 days ago, and he had seen too many expressions transitioning from pleading to despair, and finally to anger in the face of desperation. Everyone wants to survive. Everyone wants to be the ruler of this world. Humans want it, and so do the mutants. However, when one side desires it, the other side must die. The anger that follows the plea is the most ridiculous. The deathworm leaped into the sky, and as long as it fell from above, Yi Chen would undoubtedly die. But just as it fell, it did not see Yi Chen's figure. Where? The deathworm suddenly caught the scent of Yi Chen, right beside it. It looked at Yi Chen with its pea-sized eyes. The height he jumped was not higher than its own, but why did it feel as if it was being stepped on? Everyone wants to survive, but only I can. Yi Chen looked up at the deathworm, raising the lightning dagger straight towards the sky. In the next moment, the dark clouds above dissipated, and the moon and light reappeared. This time, it was not lightning gathering in his hand, but 2 beams of brilliance shining in his grasp. The power of thunder, combined with the radiance of the sun and moon, unleashed a deadly final strike towards the deathworm. Behind Yi Chen, the world-ending sword made of lightning revealed its blade at this moment and slashed towards the deathworm. The lightning dagger pierced into the neck of the deathworm, while the world-ending sword stabbed into its upper neck. The thunder and lightning responded to each other, instantly surrounding the deathworm's neck. This time, the attack received a critical hit bonus. Double damage struck the deathworm. Roar! The deathworm sensed the breath of death approaching, letting out a painful howl. At this moment, it regretted it. Why had it been relentlessly pursuing this human? Why had it sent itself to its doom? The lightning exploded, accompanied by the splitting of the deathworm's head and body. In the sky, the moon fell to the ground, while the sun rose in the sky. Boom! With the sound of a heavy object falling, the deathworm was split in 2 and collapsed to the ground. Its body began to rapidly decay, white liquid flowing like water, cleansing the entire land. Yi Chen fell from the sky, and at that moment, the lightning dagger in his hand lost its glow, slowly dissipating from his grasp. The sun shone into Yi Chen's eyes as he slowly raised his head, and what appeared on his face was not the sun's gentleness, but endless darkness. He turned to look at the hotel, and his eyes transformed into red light once more. Chapter 83. Not for others, only for myself. Once a soldier of Huaxia. Inside the hotel, flames erupted continuously from the muzzle of a gun. An old man stood at the door, his body already covered in wounds. Enough blood flowing from him to fill a cup. Surrounding him were the decapitated bodies of zombies, but the zombies in front seemed to surge like waves. One wave after another. You all find a way to escape. I might not hold on for much longer. The old man with the gun was none other than Li Tianyuan. He dragged his nearly broken body, guarding the room where these people were hiding. Like a dying war god, he killed every approaching zombie. But he was ultimately alone. Just as he finished speaking, a mother zombie with a long tongue shot out its spear-like tongue, slicing into Li Tianyuan's arm. What? What do we do? That old man has been stabbed by a zombie. It won't be long before he also becomes a zombie. Are there many zombies outside? The man in the leather jacket frowned and asked the person beside him in a low voice. Quite a few, but they've all been drawn away by Li Tianyuan's gunfire. The man in the leather jacket nodded and suddenly thought of a plan. He gently walked toward the door, his face shifting from hostility to flattery. Senior, There are too many zombies outside, and we have many people here too. If we go out now, we may become targets for the zombies. How about you attract the zombies away, and we can go out afterward? What do you think?" After the leather jacket man's words, those behind him felt it was somewhat inappropriate. After all, this old man came to save them. But now they wanted to push him to the edge of a cliff. Wasn't that a bit too cruel? But these thoughts were ultimately just a bit of comfort in their hearts, thinking they had considered saving Li Tianyuan, so they didn't feel guilty. None of them stood up to speak for Li Tianyuan, as they all wanted to survive. As for the lives of others, they had no ability to save them, only able to say sorry. "Be careful of the zombies. Leave the rest to me." When Li Tianyuan said this, he was already struggling to breathe. Bones were piercing into his chest, and what he was breathing in now, besides air, was blood. Coupled with his aged body, he was at the end of his strength. But even so, he chose the path of death. Perhaps these people were bad, perhaps they were selfish. But as a former soldier, as a part of the motherland, he should take such actions. Not for others, only for the military oath he once pledged, draped in the 5-star red flag. Li Tianyuan moved his body, retreating while shooting. Due to the amount of blood he was losing and the gunfire, all the zombies' attention was focused on him. Soon, the wave of zombies began to rush towards Li Tianyuan, and there were no zombies left at the door of the room. The commotion outside seemed to lessen. The leather jacket man pressed against the door, listening carefully. "You, go in front." He pushed the previously frightened man and said in a low voice. The man wanted to refuse, but seeing the leather jacket man holding a bottle, he could only grit his teeth and agree. Quickly, a team led by the leather jacket man was formed. The leather jacket man was in the second position of the team, which could prevent a zombie ambush while allowing them to rush out in the shortest time possible. Creak! The door slowly opened, and the man at the front peeked around, discovering that the zombies had been drawn away, revealing a look of joy on his face as he hurried forward. They all focused their attention on Li Tianyuan, realizing that the old man was still fighting the zombies. And their eyes showed not emotion, but relief. Relief that Li Tianyuan was so foolish, willing to sacrifice his life to protect them. "Hurry, hurry! That old man won't hold on much longer." The leather jacket man urged as he heard the gunfire in front gradually fading. Li Tianyuan's gun must have run out of bullets. The man at the front suddenly let out a terrifying scream. Everyone turned their gaze forward. Another wave of zombies had appeared. "What do we do? What do we do?" The man at the front's eyes were filled with panic as he quickly retreated. They had nothing but an AK with no bullets. What could they use to fight these zombies? But soon, the man realized he was blocked by something. He turned around to see the leather jacket man gripping his collar tightly. What is this guy doing? The leather jacket man's eyes were filled with madness as he forcefully pushed the man in front into the tide of corpses, while he took the opportunity to rush forward crazily. "No, don't." The man in front hadn't finished speaking when countless fingers grabbed his mouth, tearing it open brutally. Everyone looked at the wounds of the leather jacket man, revealing expressions of fear, but no one dared to say anything. "To the elevator," the leather jacket man spat, turning and running toward the elevator. "I won't get infected, I won't." "Absolutely not." He frantically pressed the elevator buttons while keeping an eye on the situation on both sides. "Old man, you have to hold on." Sweat poured down the leather jacket man's forehead, and his whole body trembled. Finally, the elevator reached the 3rd floor. He saw hope. But at the moment the elevator doors opened, his hope turned to despair. A wave of bloody smell hit him, causing him to stagger back a few steps. This bloody smell carried a hint of death, as if anyone who inhaled it would meet a tragic end. Chen. The leather jacket man saw that the man in the elevator was Chen, revealing a hint of fear in his eyes. He thought this guy was already dead. But why was he appearing from the elevator and from the 1st floor? Just as the leather jacket man pondered this, he suddenly felt a chill around his neck. He glanced with his peripheral vision. Ugh. The leather jacket man's vocal cords were destroyed, and he couldn't speak. Blood sprayed from his neck, and then a head rolled to the ground, filled with fear before death. It was not fear of death, but fear of Chen. Chapter 84. Civilization coexists with the flames. Chaos opposes order. The few people behind watched as Chen dealt with the leather jacket man without asking a single word, instantly terrified as they ran to the back room. At that moment, they even felt Chen was scarier than those zombies. What kind of person can kill without asking a single question? His eyes. His eyes are red. One person said while retreating. The crowd backed away, praying that Chen wouldn't come kill them. In fact, Chen did not go to kill them. Instead, he fixed his gaze on the zombies over by Li Tianyuan. These zombies had nearly cost him his life. They all deserved to die. Chen held the thunderstrike knife in one hand and the hunting broadblade, fused from 3 weapons, in the other. He no longer cared whether these people knew he had the ability to purchase weapons. In his eyes, these people were no different from zombies. Sooner or later, he would kill them all. The only reason he prioritized killing zombies first was that their numbers were greater than those of these people. Chen was engulfed by the horde of zombies, his body completely submerged within them. But soon, one by one, the zombies began to fall from the tide. The entire hotel corridor was thoroughly soaked with corpses and blood. No one could tell which bodies were human and which were zombies. At this moment, Li Tianyuan was using the body of the zombie as a club, wildly striking at the surrounding zombies. When he noticed the expression on Chen's face, his usually calm heart trembled slightly. He had seen the kind of gaze before. It was during a battle when a new soldier, who had just joined the unit, faced the battlefield for the first time. His abilities were outstanding, and he was even likely to become the king of soldiers. In that battle, he had annihilated dozens of enemies, but after the enemy's complete rout, he chose to surrender. When faced with the prisoners of war, everyone was discussing what to do. But that new soldier raised his gun and shot all the prisoners dead. In that moment, he saw the same eyes as Chen's, blood red. It was the gaze infected by the desire for slaughter. In the end, that new soldier was sent to a military court and convicted of murder. He had been right next to the new soldier and could have stopped it, but he didn't. Now, he didn't want to let such a thing happen a second time. While fending off the zombies, Li Tianyuan shouted Chen's name loudly. He wanted to wake Chen up, but all of it was in vain. Soon, almost all the zombies in the area were slaughtered by Chen alone. Li Tianyuan looked at the zombie corpses scattered around him, then raised his gaze to Chen. The two of them exchanged glances, and in Chen's eyes, he saw no light at all, only red and black. That was slaughter and darkness. Chen glanced at Li Tianyuan, dropped a sentence, and then turned to walk towards the zombies ahead. You didn't harm me, so I won't kill you. Chen's words were so cold, but at the same time, Li Tianyuan felt how helpless Chen was. What has this child been through? Li Tianyuan looked down at his arm, which had already begun to turn white and rot. He knew that his time was running out. Chen's slaughter continued, one knife after another. The spraying of blood and the splattering of heads seemed to bring Chen a sense of pleasure. As if he were addicted, he felt no fatigue and could even experience endless joy from it. Kill, kill, kill. Chen revealed an unprecedented smile on his face. It was the first time he had smiled on the road to survival. But this smile was even more terrifying than his cold, expressionless face. The zombies on this side had also been dealt with, but his arms continued to swing the wide-bladed hunting knife and the thunderblade. Li Tianyuan looked at Chen's back, his eyes filled with sorrow. He wanted to get closer to Chen quickly, but his body wouldn't allow him to do so. The heaviness of his breathing made his steps increasingly labored, his breath slower, and he even fell to the ground a few times. But he still stood up, using the AK as support, and took step by step toward Chen. At that moment, Chen also made a move that alarmed Li Tianyuan. He turned his gaze toward a room behind him. He wanted to kill the people inside. Chen. Li Tianyuan shouted at Chen again, wanting to stop him. Even if these people were heartless and selfish, they were still human. But the previous shouts had been futile. What good would it do to shout now? Chen split the large door in front of him in half with the thunderblade and slowly walked in. The few people hiding in the room screamed as Chen entered, frantically moving backwards in an attempt to avoid him. But the hotel room was only so big. Where could they hide? A self-satisfied man hid behind the door, trying to escape the moment Chen entered the room. However, as soon as he took a step forward, Chen threw the thunderblade, which pierced into his chest, causing him to collapse to the ground. This scene made everyone even more panicked and more convinced that Chen intended to kill them. If it weren't for you, how would it come to this? Chen looked at the few people and murmured. His words left them confused. What does this mean? Why do they not quite understand? Could it be that he has lost his mind? The group exchanged glances and then knelt down, frantically kowtowing to Chen. We were wrong. We were wrong. Please spare us. We beg you. We really know we were wrong. The few of them did not understand what Chen was saying, but the only thing they could do now was to plead for mercy. However, their expressions of desperation only provoked Chen's coldness even more. Before dying, Du Lingfei was like this, Hu Jingtian was like this, and that death worm was also like this. Why does everyone know that it is wrong, yet still choose to do something that leads them to death? It truly makes one feel disgusted. Chen didn't want to say much more to these people. He wanted to kill them all. No one could hinder his survival, whether they were zombies or humans. Chen fixed his gaze on the man in front of him and slowly walked towards him. He had experienced the most painful betrayal of his life and had faced several brushes with death. This time, he finally gave up completely and chose to believe in human nature. When facing the termites, these people clearly had the opportunity to use the torches in their hands to control the surrounding termites. But they didn't. Instead, they abandoned him and Li Tianyuan to escape on their own. He let go of his selfishness, but these people chose to run away. Then what is the point of their survival? At this moment, the man was in despair. He regretted why he didn't kneel at the back, but chose to take a step forward. The man panicked and knelt on the ground, desperately bowing to Chen. Spare my life. I beg you, spare my life. I know I was wrong. I truly know I was wrong. Unfortunately, Chen had heard these words no less than hundreds of times before. He looked up at the man, whose face was twisted with a cry, and said in a tone tinged with desolation, "The one who is wrong is not you, but this world. There's no longer any need for this. In a distorted world, distorted human nature arises. Civilization coexists with the fire, while chaos is opposed to order. If this world were not distorted, perhaps it would not reveal the dark sides of everyone's hearts. But likewise, if these people were not harboring ulterior motives, things would not have developed to this point. The world has already collapsed. What use is there in keeping them?" Chen raised the hunting blade and swung it towards the head of the man kneeling on the ground, with no trace of mercy in his eyes, decisive and resolute. But just at that moment, a gunshot rang out from outside the door. Chapter 85. Stepping onto the path of light, destined to be thorny boom. The gunshot echoed, and the knife in Chen's hand also fell. As the gunshot faded, the sound of a head hitting the ground was heard. Thud! The body collapsed, and Chen turned to look behind him. The shooter was Li Tianyuan. However, since the AK had no bullets, it did not harm Chen in the slightest. But this action also provoked Chen's anger. At this moment, he was very sensitive. Anyone who could threaten his life would provoke his murderous side. Chen held the hunting broadblade and turned to walk towards Li Tianyuan. "I respect you as a soldier. I respect you as a hero, but why? Why do you have to point the gun at me?" Chen looked at Li Tianyuan and asked as he walked. "They are human beings, and you have no right to take their lives. If it weren't for them, this situation wouldn't exist, and so many people wouldn't have died. If only they had followed my commands, if only they hadn't run away when they saw the termites, would it have turned out this way? What use is there for people like this to survive?" Chen shouted angrily. During the battle with the termites, those people discovered the termites and all ran downstairs. Except for Li Tianyuan, no one cared about him. If these people could have joined him in the fight against the termites, this situation would not have occurred. He would not have been forced into a battle where he was nearly losing his life. They were like the death worms, all pushing him to the brink of despair. They deserve to die. Everyone is selfish when facing death. They're not wrong, and neither are you, but I don't want to watch you. Before Li Tianyuan could finish his words, he directly fell to his knees. His blood surged because of Chen, causing his chest to be under high pressure. Chen did not stop his pace. He walked towards Li Tianyuan, intent on killing him. No one who obstructed him could live. Li Tianyuan looked at Chen, who was now standing before him, with no resentment or fear in his eyes, only gentleness. Even at his advanced age, his eyes remained clear and bright, shining with a light that could dispel darkness. He wanted to drive away the darkness within Chen's heart. They just wanted to survive. In the face of death, everyone is equal. Li Tianyuan slowly began to speak, his mouth already covered in blood, and the pupils of his eyes were slowly shrinking. "Have you finished speaking?" Chen's expression remained cold as he raised the hunting broadblade in his hand, intending to eliminate Li Tianyuan. At that moment, the few people kneeling on the ground saw Li Tianyuan trying to defend them. and the soft spot in their hearts seemed to be touched. They all got up and ran towards Li Tianyuan. One person stood in front of Li Tianyuan, while the other two tightly held onto Yi Chen's hands and feet, preventing him from moving an inch. We were wrong. A man looked at the injured Li Tianyuan, tears welling in his eyes, his whole body trembling. He was afraid of death, but at the same time, he was also seeking atonement for the sins he had committed. The butterfly effect does exist. If they hadn't been numb back then and had saved the girl who was raped by the green-haired man, perhaps none of this would have happened. If they hadn't been afraid and had fought alongside Yi Chen, perhaps he wouldn't have been consumed by darkness. Retribution is inevitable. It will come sooner or later. But the fruit has yet to ripen. Senior, you should leave quickly. We will hold him back. The man holding onto Yi Chen's legs shouted to Li Tianyuan. The few of them used all their strength to try to stop Yi Chen, but how could their physical abilities compare to Yi Chen's? Yi Chen easily sent a few people flying, raised his knife, and stabbed at Li Tianyuan. But the next second, he felt warmth. It seemed that he was wrapped in something. He looked up and saw Li Tianyuan embracing him. The knife in his hand had pierced through Li Tianyuan's body. Yet even so, Li Tianyuan's body still radiated warmth. So warm. Yi Chen's eyes gradually became hazy as he stared blankly at Li Tianyuan. He didn't quite understand. Why would he hold on to himself when he was supposed to kill him? It was like a relative. No matter what he became, he would unhesitatingly stand by his side. A voice slowly drifted into Yi Chen's ear. Yi Chen, you must remember, it's not wrong to live for yourself, but if you continue like this. Li Tianyuan's voice gradually weakened, life nearing its end. But he still used the last bit of his strength to say one final sentence. Heading into darkness is destined to be smooth, but the end of darkness is chaos. Stepping into light is destined to be thorny, but the end of light is eternity. As the word eternity fell from his lips, Li Tianyuan's head slowly drooped onto Yi Chen's shoulder. In that moment, Yi Chen's grip on the hilt of the knife loosened slightly. Even in death, Li Tianyuan's body still emitted residual warmth. He was like a heavy rain in the scorching summer heat, cooling the earth and calming everyone's inner turmoil. Yet, he also knew that after this rain, the world would remain unchanged, people's hearts would still be restless, and the traces he left behind would similarly evaporate and disappear. But still, he chose this path. Yi Chen looked at the old man, the wrinkles crisscrossing his face reflecting the baptism of time. But they also witnessed the former glory of this old man. Stepping into darkness is destined for destruction. Stepping into light is destined for eternity. I am escaping the path to the light. Yi Chen looked at the old man's closed eyes, and he seemed to understand the meaning of this sentence. At that moment, he also realized why the old soldiers don't die, they just gradually wither. Yi Chen stored the hunting broad blade into the system and gently placed Li Tianyuan's corpse on the ground. The red glow in his eyes slowly receded, and within the darkness of his heart, a faint seed of light was buried. In this boundless darkness, the seed was slowly sprouting, although it only emitted a small glimmer. It became the straw that preserved Yi Chen's goodness. Li Tianyuan used his life to pull Yi Chen, who was about to fall into the abyss, back up. The three survivors, although they saw Yi Chen regain his senses, did not flee. Instead, they stayed in place, quietly looking at the deceased Li Tianyuan. Sometimes, when faced with the threat of death, one's inner darkness can be triggered, but it can also evoke the most benevolent side of one's heart. It may seem absurd that goodness is only awakened at the moment of death, but it will serve as a signal for them to bear the burden of sin and seek redemption throughout their lives. Li Tianyuan is dead. The old soldier never truly perishes. Li Tianyuan is the same. Chapter 86. Being alone is quite good. Yi Chen looked at the three people kneeling on the ground, the killing intent in his eyes slowly dissipating, but his tone still remained a bit cold. Run, escape as far as you can, don't stay in Xinjiang City. After Yi Chen finished speaking, he held Li Tianyuan's body in his arms and walked towards the door. This was the second day since the apocalypse had begun. If he didn't leave today, he would be engulfed by the tide of mutated creatures tomorrow. The three people kneeling on the ground watched Yi Chen's fading figure, and a desire to have Yi Chen take them along arose in their hearts. But in the end, they still didn't voice it. A single question surfaced in their minds. Did they deserve it? The three exchanged glances, picked up the guns on the ground that had no bullets and walked towards the door. Meanwhile, Chen chose to head upstairs. Before the battle, he had left his backpack in a room on the 6th floor to prevent the supplies inside from being damaged. When he retrieved the backpack and prepared to head to the 1st floor, he suddenly noticed something on the corpse on the ground that puzzled him. A name card. This was from the first zombie he killed after arriving on the 6th floor. Although half of the name card was stained with blood, he could still vaguely make out the name and the company name. Chairman of the Energy Group, Liang Xiaofei. In his previous life, Liang Xiaofei was a prominent figure in energy extraction and the production of antiviral serum, providing all the funding. However, he unexpectedly died later on. Now, on the very first day of the apocalypse, he had turned into a zombie. Was this the butterfly effect? Chen's appearance had caused the nearby zombies to become agitated, triggering changes in the surroundings. At the same time, another question arose in Chen's mind. What was Bai Shui's identity? Was she merely a woman who slept with Liang Xiaofei? But if that were the case, it would be impossible for an ordinary woman to remain unafraid after witnessing death and to possess such high psychological resilience. Even someone with a thick skin would not react so calmly upon seeing a dead person. However, Chen did not dwell on it any longer, as it no longer had anything to do with him. He stepped on the name card, and the blood remaining on the sole of his foot completely erased the words on it. The name Liang Xiaofei had vanished completely in the apocalypse. Chen walked step by step with Li Tianyuan's body in his arms. The zombies passing by charged at him, but the cold aura emanating from Chen instinctively made them feel fear. "Boss, I'm here to help you." A lewd voice appeared behind Chen. After discovering the death worms outside, Han Tianyao had escaped to the 4th floor with Bai Shui, hiding in a room. After noticing that the commotion outside had subsided, he was about to escape with Bai Shui when he saw Chen reach the 4th floor. Han Tianyao picked up a shovel he had found from somewhere and swung it wildly at the zombies ahead. However, Chen paid him no mind and continued walking forward. Han Tianyao and Bai Shui exchanged glances and quickly followed him. "Boss, what happened to you?" Han Tianyao ran up to Chen, realizing he was holding Li Tianyuan's body. He immediately understood and silently closed his mouth, following behind Chen. Han Tianyao stopped talking and became Chen's protector, quietly clearing the surrounding zombies. The three of them exited the hotel, and Han Tianyao was shocked by the scene outside. The ground was covered in a white liquid, and the severed limbs and heads on the ground were even more numerous than those in the hotel. Han Tianyao looked at the man in front of him. His impression of him elevated even further. How is this possible? One person managed to slaughter a monster larger than Truck, and the number of zombies here far exceeded that in the hotel. Wasn't he worried about the number of zombies outside just a moment ago? What's going on? Han Tianyao sharply noticed that many of the severed corpses on the ground had scorch marks from lightning. He looked up at Chen, but did not voice his doubts. He could vaguely sense that Chen harbored some untold secrets. But being a smart person, he wouldn't use this information to threaten Chen or spread it around. "Boss, let me walk with you. It's better to have each other's support." Han Tianyao said hurriedly as he watched Chen, still holding Li Tianyuan's body, walk towards the Mustang. "One person is fine. One person is fine, right?" The Mustang started, and as Chen was leaving, he tossed 2 bullet magazines under the car window before driving off. Han Tianyao looked at the magazines on the ground and then at the disappearing silhouette of the car. He could feel that Chen was currently caught between light and darkness, but the darkness was far greater than the light. If Chen could emerge from the darkness, even if he couldn't become the savior of this world, he could at least allow some humans to survive under his protection. But if he couldn't, then this path would ultimately lead to destruction. Han Tianyao picked up the magazines from the ground, a sign of Chen's goodwill. He took a deep breath and turned to Bai Shui. "Where are you planning to go?" Bai Shui shook her head. "I don't know. Come with me. At least it can ensure our safety for now." Han Tianyao grabbed Bai Shui's hand and walked ahead. "You don't mind that I'm dirty?" Bai Shui looked at Han Tianyao, asking with some confusion. "People are inherently dirty. As long as the heart is pure, that makes it pure." Han Tianyao found a car parked by the roadside and began trying to hack the ignition switch. "Where are we going?" "To the military district. Currently, there are 2 remaining sparks of hope in Xinjiang City. One is the shelter where all the survivors are gathered and guarded by the military. The other is the military district, which is the strongest force in Xinjiang City, a place Chen is unaware of. One day later, the shelter will be destroyed. But the military district successfully repelled the tide of mutated creatures and survived. However, their survival time is also not long. In the previous life, after a year, they were breached by the Rat King, who was killed by Chen before. It seems she was calculating something in her mind. All right, the car can start now. Han Tianyao clapped his hands and turned to Bai Shui in the passenger seat. Do you like me? The sudden confession left Bai Shui stunned. Confessing in the apocalypse? Yes, Bai Shui answered without much thought, but her reason for agreeing was due to another thought in her heart. Upon hearing Bai Shui's affirmative response, Han Tianyao revealed a lewd smile, swallowed hard, and said to Bai Shui very seriously, "Then let us have a baby. That way, the spark of humanity can continue." Before Bai Shui could respond, he mumbled to himself, stepping on the gas and charging forward. "I'll take that as you agreeing. Once we get to the military district, we'll start having kids." Chen successfully left the urban area of Xinjiang City based on the map provided by Han Tianyao. He found a relatively clean place outside the city to serve as Li Tianyuan's grave, with the thunderclap blade's power enhancement. Using it as a shovel to dig was highly efficient. Soon, a pit resembling a grave was dug out by Chen. "Thunderclap blade, are you being polite?" Chen gently placed Li Tianyuan's body into the grave and then heaped a mound of earth on top of it. There were no stones nearby, so he couldn't make a tombstone. The only thing he could do was engrave the name and appearance of this veteran deeply in his mind. Li Tianyuan, enlisted at 13, retired at 60, served for 47 years, participated in 32 battles, and killed a total of 231 enemies. Just as he was supposed to enjoy his twilight years, he chose to sacrifice his life to save those lost in the depths. In that moment of death, he felt no fear or worry, only hope and peace. The most direct way to pass on the torch is through sacrifice. In the darkness, Li Tianyuan opened a second path for Chen. Chen stood beside the grave, lost in thought for half an hour. He didn't know why he was spending so much time here, but he was clear that staying here to accompany this old man for a while was something he should and must do. The car sped along the road, much safer compared to the urban area. "What is this?" Chen frowned slightly as he looked at the red, blue, and yellow points marked on the map. At this moment, he had traveled over 200 miles from Xinjiang City, and, out of boredom, he noticed some unusual small dots on the map. He then looked towards the lower left corner, where there were explanations for the 3 points. The red dot represented a low-level club costing around 300 renminbi. The blue dot indicated a mid-level club costing around 1,000 renminbi. The yellow dot denoted a high-level club costing around 5,000 renminbi. With so many clubs marked, yet he was still a virgin? Given the current situation, all he had to do was head west. Chen vaguely remembered from his past life that there was a place called Qinhe Mountain in the west, where the number of zombies was the least. Settling there should be the best choice. However, with the current fuel level, it might not be enough to reach Qinhe Mountain. Chen glanced at the fuel gauge, which showed 1/3 remaining. This meant he had to find a gas station to refuel the car. Otherwise, it would be impossible to reach Qinhe Mountain. Chen glanced at the clock hanging in the car. It was already noon, due to the termites. He hadn't rested for nearly a night. He needed to find a place to rest. There was still nearly half a day before the mutated creatures launched a collective attack on Xinjiang City. In his previous life, he had escaped from shelter, so he was unaware of the situation outside Xinjiang City. To be on the safe side, Chen decided to rest and regain his energy before continuing his journey. Resting during the day was much safer than at night. Therefore, in his previous life, when he didn't need to collect supplies, his sleep schedule was almost reversed. Soon, Chen found a farm, located in a relatively remote area. Aside from a few mutated pigs and cows and a zombified farmer, there were no other zombies nearby. After Chen dealt with these zombies, he began to gather materials to set up traps. He found a few bells and fishing lines in the storage room. Chen combined the bell and the fishing line, then placed these items in areas where they could be accessed. Since the fishing line is very thin, it is hardly noticeable without careful observation. Therefore, whether it is zombies or humans, anyone entering inside would trigger the bell to ring. After that, Chen set up another fishing line at the door of the room and confirmed a second escape route inside the room, then lay down on the bed with peace of mind. Before going to sleep, he quickly checked his current gold coins and the rewards obtained from killing the death worm. The death worm is a 4th-tier mutant. Did I not get any experience cards or similar reward for killing it? Chen frowned slightly and expressed his. Not every time a first kill of a higher-level mutated creature will grant a reward. Don't tell me this is based on your own mood to give me experience tickets. Chen frowned and asked, is that theoretically the case? Chen suppressed the anger in his heart and focused his gaze on the system mall. He realized that he could no longer rely on this system. Ultimately, he had to depend on himself. Improving his own physical strength was the true guarantee. Chen quickly browsed through the weapons in the shop. His current amount of gold was 1324. This meant he could upgrade his jungle knife to its 2nd form. The hunting broadblade could be upgraded to gorilla broad knife, blue knife, sentinel axe, purple knife, or pursuit blade, red knife. The abandoned scale short blade could also be upgraded to the dragon scale sword. I still don't understand the purpose of spell equipment and health equipment. Can I heal myself? Self-reflection. The system's words left Chen speechless. Fine, let me ask you again. Am I dog? Chen carefully examined the effect of the gorilla crescent blade, noting that the spell effect had been transformed into mental power. This meant that all spell damage equipment had been replaced with mental attacks. Could it be that one could directly destroy the opponent's weapons within their body, similar to ancient internal martial arts? Then, Chen turned his attention to the Watcher-S axe. The effect of the Watcher-S axe was that it could produce a flame effect on the blade, burning nearby creatures, and it could also increase his own health. It was noted that this health could enhance the player's stamina, meaning it would strengthen his ability to continue fighting. The conversion of health to stamina was quite simple and straightforward. 100 health could provide 10 seconds of stamina duration. The remaining pursuit blade and dragon scale blade had not changed much. One provided a bit of attack power for every 100 zombies killed, while the other increased the sharpness of the abandoned scale short blade for every 1,000 zombies killed. Chen pondered for a moment and then shifted his gaze to Apocalypse. In the synthesis small items of Apocalypse, he currently possessed the Thunderblade and the blood-sucking scythe, and he only needed a rapid-fire gun to have all the small items of the Apocalypse. After the battle with the Death Worm, he could clearly feel the difference between weapon small items and an entire weapon. Upgrading the large items first was the best choice. Although they were expensive, they could save his life in critical moments. Moreover, the rapid-fire gun had one very important feature. It was a ranged weapon. Although Chen currently had an AK and ample ammunition in his backpack, he inevitably might run out of it. The ammunition for the rapid-fire gun was infinite, and it could even have a surprising effect. Chen thought for a moment and ultimately decided to purchase the rapid-fire gun as his next weapon. After that, he took another look at the LV-5 gene body, which required 1,000 for an upgrade, and immediately lost interest. Chen closed the system interface and set the alarm on his phone. In the autumn and winter, the sky darkens quickly, and he must get up and leave by around 4 or 5 o'clock. Soon, Chen fell into a deep sleep. However, in Xinjiang City, earth-shattering changes were already beginning to unfold. Chapter 88. The Third Day Disaster Strikes October 23rd, 2036, 3 o'clock p.m. The mutants began to awaken, and dormant mutants appeared on the town roads. Zombies wandered aimlessly on the streets. Those who had not gained the abilities of the mother body were infected again by the mutants and acquired the abilities of the mother body. October 23rd, 2036, 4 o'clock p.m. All the mutants had gathered around the refuge. They did not intend to attack the city directly, as if it were premeditated, all hiding in dark corners. The soldiers guarding the gates had not noticed the presence of these mutants. The refuge was a stronghold located at the government gate. After a day of fortification, the surrounding walls were reinforced with cement, and the gate was transformed from an ordinary electric gate into an iron gate. Combustible materials were placed around the walls to deal with the mutants. Over 10,000 survivors from Xinjiang City had gathered in this refuge. However, most of the unaffected crowd were merely safe, and other supplies could not be guaranteed. Mayor Zhang Baichuan stood on the balcony, observing the situation outside the refuge. "Is there any news?" Zhang Baichuan looked at the soldier who had come to deliver the message and asked in a deep voice. "Report." The satellite has also lost control and can no longer communicate with the outside world. As of now, we are in a state of isolation and helplessness. Upon hearing the soldier's news, Zhang Baichuan frowned, revealing a hint of worry in his eyes. This disaster was unprecedented. If these zombies could not be dealt with, Xinjiang City would at least fall into endless chaos. What is ahead? Zhang Baichuan furrowed his brow slightly, looking ahead. Zombies? They have finally come here. Zhang Baichuan clasped his hands behind his back and gazed at the crowd, their faces marked with anxiety. Aside from the zombie problem, supplies were also extremely scarce at present. The incident occurred suddenly, leaving no time to gather a large amount of supplies. The current food supply could last at most another half-day, after which a complete food shortage would occur. Zhang Baichuan watched as the armed police forces on the ground began to move, taking out their weapons and preparing to attack the approaching wave of corpses. Strange, why do these zombies feel a bit off? Zhang Baichuan observed the zombies. Their speed was surprisingly fast, as if something was pushing them forward. What is that? Zhang Baichuan looked at a zombie lying on the ground. Beside it appeared a small black dot, rapidly moving forward. It's those insects. Zhang Baichuan immediately understood. These zombies were feigning an attack, acting as targets to draw fire. The actual attackers were those mutated insects. You all, go tell the citizens to ignite all the combustible materials around. Hurry, it needs to be fast. Zhang Baichuan urgently instructed the guards standing beside the gate. Soon, with the cooperation of the citizens, the first wave of corpses and the mutants were dealt with. October 23rd, 2036, 9 o'clock p.m. Gu Qingcheng was now sitting on the ground, hugging her knees. I wonder how he is. Following Yi Chen's instructions, Gu Qingcheng had smoothly arrived here through the underground passage. Since then, she had been searching for Yi Chen's figure. She remembered Yi Chen saying he was going to find his companions, which meant that after he found them, he would also come here. But now, it was already the second day, and she still had not seen Yi Chen. He is so capable. He should be fine, right? A hint of worry appeared in Gu Qingcheng's eyes, and it was precisely this worry that made her more captivating. Hello, is there anyone beside you? A handsome young man stood next to Gu Qingcheng and asked softly. No. Gu Qingcheng instinctively shifted a little to the side, making room for the young man. Hello, my name is Xiao Shuai. The young man introduced himself. Gu Qingcheng. Miss Gu, are you looking for someone? Xiao Shuai looked at Gu Qingcheng and asked softly. His every move was very elegant, as if he were a gentleman. Sort of. Have you considered that he might not be here? Xiao Shuai's words made Gu Qingcheng pause for a moment. Right? He didn't say he would come to this place. In fact, this refuge is not safe. Supplies and ammunition are in a state of shortage, Xiao Shuai continued. Oh. Gu Qingcheng nodded, not responding further. Miss Gu, could you share with me where you parted ways with him? Xiao Shuai continued. Sorry, I'm a bit tired. I'll take my leave. Although Xiao Shuai's speech and demeanor were very elegant, he always gave her a strange feeling. Xiao Shuai watched Gu Qingcheng's departing figure, the elegance in his eyes dissipating instantly, replaced by a strong sense of possessiveness and greed. He slowly stood up and quietly followed behind Gu Qingcheng. October 24th, 2036, 12 o'clock a.m. The entire refuge was in a state of silence. Most people had fallen into a deep sleep. Even the soldiers guarding the gate showed signs of drowsiness. October 24th, 2036, 3 o'clock a.m. At this time, it was the most drowsy moment of the day. Everyone had entered deep sleep, and even the gatekeeping soldiers had begun to doze off. Even Zhang Baichuan lay down on the sofa and slowly fell asleep. Everyone thought that the previous wave of corpses had ended, and there would be no danger for now. But at this moment, in the darkness, countless small figures began to wriggle. They moved through the night, carrying the breath of death. A drowsy police officer felt a slight pain in his body. He slowly opened his weary eyes and looked down. My leg! A scream jolted everyone awake from their slumber. The police officer's legs had turned to white bones at the moment of the scream, and the next second, all the soft tissue in his body disappeared, revealing a skeleton with its mouth wide open before everyone. Quick alert! Zombies are invading. A soldier reacted, wanting to fire a warning shot, but soon, he also met the same fate as the police officer. The gates of the entire refuge were instantly devoured. The refuge has been breached. The attack of the mutants had begun. Chapter 89. The long night is dark. Yet some carry on with burdens. The walls surrounding the refuge were crawling with all sorts of bizarre creatures. Spiders, centipedes, ants, scorpions, cockroaches. They move their bodies in an orderly manner, as if everything is organized. The mutated ants are responsible for devouring humans, and those who are in deep sleep directly turn into skeletons in their dreams. Meanwhile, those who are awakened and flee for their lives become food for mutated creatures like scorpions and centipedes. Mayor, hurry, mutated creatures are invading. The shelter may fall. A guard rushed into Zhang Baichuan's office and said, "Mutated creatures?" Zhang Baichuan woke up and looked towards the door. The entire shelter had turned into a paradise for mutated creatures, with screams and pleas echoing all around. Blood splattered, bones scattered, resembling a hell on earth. "Don't worry about me. Go protect the crowd and evacuate." Zhang Baichuan shook his head, signaling the guard to leave. "Mayor, you're the mayor of Qianjiang City. If you don't escape, who will command the reconstruction of Qianjiang City later?" The guard didn't quite understand. "Qianjiang City is my home. You can't expect me to watch my own home be handed over to these mutated creatures." Zhang Baichuan ignored the guard any further, standing with his hands behind his back at the windowsill, quietly gazing ahead. He would share the fate of Qianjiang City. Soldiers running out of the government building wanted to pick up their guns and aim at these monsters. However, these mutated creatures either moved at an astonishing speed or were very small in size, making it extremely difficult to kill them with firearms. "Use grenades," a soldier said, looking at the surrounding monsters. "No, there are still living people in front. If we throw grenades, we might injure them." The vice captain of the team, Zhang Bangliang, rejected his subordinate's suggestion. "Those people are already surrounded by insects. Their chances of survival are slim. If we keep dragging this out, everyone will perish. If something happens later, I will take responsibility." Su Zian looked at Zhang Bangliang and realized he was trying to shirk responsibility, which was why he refused to use grenades. As the team leader, he had to make a decision at this moment. In the current situation, there was no other method to kill these mutated creatures besides grenades. "We have limited grenades. Throw them at the places where flammable materials are stored. These hybrids are afraid of fire." Su Zian raised his hand and began signaling. 3, 2, 1. After closing his palm into a fist, all the soldiers simultaneously threw their grenades. Bang, bang, bang. Flames erupted, and large groups of mutated creatures were blown apart by the grenades. "Captain, look ahead." Before the crowd could feel excited, a soldier pointed to the front of the gate. The mutated creatures that had entered the shelter were just a small portion. The next batch was the real main force. Moths flying in the sky, earthworms wriggling on the ground, and mosquitoes and flies rarely seen in winter. At that moment, the glow of the moon completely vanished, and the entire land was engulfed by these mutated creatures, plunging into darkness. "It's over." Zhang Bangliang looked ahead, where the tide-like wave of creatures kept surging towards the shelter. With such numbers, they might not even be enough to fill the gaps between their teeth. Zhang Bangliang instinctively stepped back. He wanted to escape, to flee from here. But he felt a dark, round tube pressed against his neck. Leaving the team without permission means execution on the spot. The person pressing against his neck was Su Zian. "Are you crazy? With so many monsters, how can we resist? There's still a chance to escape now. Otherwise, it's certain death." Sweat dripped from Zhang Bangliang's forehead. He didn't want to waste a minute here. As a police officer, he had to live up to the national emblem on his cap and the responsibility on his shoulders. Su Zian put away his gun, took out his baton from his back, and walked forward. "Xiao Yang, Fei Ji, you two go cover the crowd's evacuation. The rest follow me and keep these scum outside." After Su Zian finished speaking, holding a gun in one hand and a baton in the other, he resolutely walked forward. Except for Zhang Bangliang, everyone followed their captain without choosing to flee. They had to live up to the 4 characters People's Police. TCH, a bunch of fools. Zhang Bangliang noticed that Su Zian ignored him. The threat of execution was just a verbal warning. He sneered, took off his hat and clothes, stuffed his pistol into his pocket, and quietly blended into the evacuation crowd. Su Zian and the others formed a human wall for the evacuating crowd. They stood at the front. If they encountered large mutated creatures, they would shoot, and if they encountered ordinary-sized insects, they would use their batons to fend them off. They knew that relying solely on themselves would not be enough to repel these mutated creatures. So what they could do was prolong their own deaths and delay the attacking speed of these mutated creatures. "Do you have fire?" Su Zian asked the person next to him. "Yes." One person took out a lighter from his pocket, his arm trembling slightly, and handed it to Su Zian. "Thanks." Su Zian patted his companion's shoulder, a smile appearing on his face, then dragged his body forward. "Captain." A few people were stunned as they watched Su Zian rush alone into the mutated creatures. "Fire." The person who had given the lighter saw that there was an unused barrel of oil ahead and instantly understood what Su Zian was doing. What to do? What to do? He didn't want to watch his captain die, but he was already so frightened that his legs felt weak, and only his hands could barely pull the trigger. Su Zian kept swinging his baton, his clothes and pants nearly eaten to shreds. His skin bore various wounds, but his gaze was solely focused ahead. Forward, always forward. Su Zian clenched his fist tightly. Inside the fist was a lighter. His body was in tatters, and the pain was intermittent. Perhaps it was numbness, or perhaps new wounds had appeared. Finally, with his last breath, Su Zian reached the oil barrel beside him. Noticing a half-burnt cigarette next to the barrel, he extended his skeletal hand to pick up the oil barrel and the half-burnt cigarette. He raised them above his head and poured the oil over himself. The oil flowed down his body, covering him entirely, even filling the wounds. Su Zian placed the half-burnt cigarette in his mouth and, using somewhat clumsy methods, lit it. Cough, so this is what smoke smells like. Su Zian felt something choke in his chest, but a smile remained on his face. He then tossed the cigarette at his feet. In an instant, flames engulfed his entire body, like a fireman, igniting the surrounding darkness. He moved his burning body, step by step, toward the front. The flames surrounded him, driving away all mutated creatures that approached him. Finally, he stopped in front of his companions. At the moment of his death, his arms were spread wide, and flames engulfed his entire body. Like a wall of fire, it isolated the surrounding mutants, with nothing daring to approach. The long night was hard to illuminate, yet some were burdened and moving forward, using the last flicker of life to light up this night. On October 24th, 2036, at 5 a.m., the shelter was completely defeated. The ground around was piled with blood and bones. But among the corpses, there stood a charred skeleton, still burning amidst the heavens and the earth. On this day, no light shone brighter than the flames on this skeleton. Chapter 90. The anomaly at the gas station compared to the brutal battle in Xinjiang City. Yi Chen found himself in a much easier situation at this moment. After the alarm rang at 5 in the afternoon, he woke up from his sleep. There were no abnormalities nearby, and after getting up, he drove his Wrangler towards his destination, Chen Mountain. Since he was traveling on the highway, there were almost no zombies, allowing Yi Chen's body to completely relax. There were 1,000 meters to the service area. When Yi Chen drove forward, he saw the sign indicated in the upper right corner. The service area is a place for drivers on the highway to rest. It provides fuel and a place to relax and eat. However, it is also a location with relatively high foot traffic. After Yi Chen drove into the fork of the service area, he slowed down to 20 miles per hour, observing the situation in the entire service area. No zombies? Yi Chen looked at the server. Both the gas station attendants and the restaurant were very clean and tidy, with no abnormalities in sight. This is not scientific. There should be people in the service area 24 hours a day, but they all ran away. Yi Chen furrowed his brows, feeling that something was off. He drove around the service area and finally noticed some clues. Gas stations usually have a lounge for staff to rest, and he saw a recently damp towel hanging on the windowsill. There were people inside. Logically, there should be mutants everywhere. Since these mutants are all mutated from insects, wherever there are people, there will be bugs. The service area is no exception. It is absolutely impossible for there to be a situation without anyone being infected. After Yi Chen circled the service area, he noticed faint watermarks on the ground. It should be the result of cleaning up after those zombies or mutated beings were killed. But what was the purpose of doing this? Yi Chen's furrowed brows slightly relaxed as he looked at the little girl walking down from upstairs and realized something. "Uncle, I want to find my mom. Have you seen where my mom went?" The little girl said to Yi Chen in a rather childish tone. However, Chen ignored her and began to refuel the car. The only thing he needed to pay attention to was whether anyone in the surrounding corners would take out weapons like bows or guns to ambush him. "Uncle, do you have something to eat?" I'm so hungry." Seeing that Chen didn't respond, the little girl started tugging at his shirt with a pitiful expression. "Is that so? Uncle is also hungry. How about you share a bit of the meat on you with Uncle?" Chen turned to look at the little girl, his tone lacking any warmth. The little girl was frightened by Chen's somewhat terrifying tone and started to cry. Chen did not step forward to comfort the little girl, continuing to quietly refuel. The sudden appearance of a little girl in the service area, what could it mean? Even a fool could figure it out. "My friend, are you about to leave Xinjiang City?" A man walked out from the stairway and said to Chen. His name was Du Wei, and he was the fuel attendant at the gas station. Du Wei's voice was very cheerful, making it quite pleasant to listen to. Chen didn't respond and was about to open the car door to leave alone. The road ahead was blocked, and if he wanted to leave, he would need to take a detour. Moreover, given the destination, this little bit of fuel probably wouldn't be enough. Dewey carried the little girl over, comforting her while looking at Chen and saying, "So, the remaining fuel, what's the exchange condition?" Chen turned to Du Wei and asked in a low voice. When he was refueling the car, the fuel tank was not full. It only took a little before it ran out. It's important to note that gas stations cannot run out of fuel, but now the Station S tank couldn't even fill a single SUV. The only explanation is that someone tampered with the Station S tank. "I don't have any extra fuel. Many people came to the gas station before you and took all the fuel from the tank. However, I can give you some fuel for my car. But the only condition is that you tell me about the situation in Xinjiang City." Du Wei's expression remained very calm, as if he were a person with no desires. "I don't know." Chen opened the car door, ready to leave. He didn't believe the claim that the road ahead was blocked. Unless he saw it with his own eyes, it held no credibility. Furthermore, he had enough fuel in his car to reach the next gas station. So there was no need to engage in too much conversation with this man. He wanted to avoid wasting too much time here and was unsure what kind of dangers might be lurking nearby. When facing unknown dangers, one should never act rashly. This was a lesson Chen had learned from his previous life. He couldn't know Du Wei's strength or whether there were any of his companions nearby. Acting impulsively might bring unnecessary trouble. Just as Chen was about to leave, another car drove into the service area. But this one was coming from the direction of the city. Chen looked at the somewhat shabby car, his brows slightly furrowed. Could it really be blocked ahead? The front of the car was badly damaged, and there were traces of blood at the back, with some bits of flesh left on the wheels. Judging by the blood and flesh remnants, it seemed to have been freshly splattered. According to Du Wei, it appeared that the boundary was indeed blocked. "So, there's zombies over there. Thankfully I survived." After the man in the car got out, he had a look of panic on his face and stammered to Chen and Du Wei, "Sir, you can go check ahead to see if what I said is true. As for the fuel, I'm sorry, but if you can't provide me with information, I can't give you any." After Du Wei finished speaking to Chen, he turned to the man beside him and asked, "Do you need food and water?" Can we?" The man asked, stunned by Du Wei's words. "Of course, we are all from Xinjiang. Now that we are in trouble, we naturally need to help each other. Mei, take this uncle upstairs to find Aunt Ai Tian and have her get some food for him," Du Wei said, looking at the little girl beside him. "Okay." The little girl stopped crying and very understandingly led the man toward the lounge. "I have family and friends in Xinjiang City, so I want to know how things are inside. It won't take up too much of your time, okay?" Du Wei spoke with a hint of longing and a touch of sadness in his voice when he mentioned his family. Chen looked at Du Wei, and he did not find any flaws on this person's face. However, he could be certain that this person should not have any highly lethal weapons like guns on him. Otherwise, it would be impossible for them to spend such a long time here. If the road ahead was really blocked with the little fuel in his car, it would be difficult to reach Qin Mountain, let alone take a detour to leave Xinjiang City. In the current situation, he at least needed to fill up the gas tank. However, Chen focused his gaze on the car of the man fleeing. Since the gas station had no fuel, he could siphon gas from another vehicle. Chen walked to the front of the car and found a hole dug in the fuel tank, with only about a small bowl of fuel inside. What kind of luck is this? Is it his bad luck, or is it that man's good luck? Does he really have to stay at this gas station? Chen glanced at the lounge above, then looked around, confirmed the surrounding environment, got into the car, and hid the AK from his backpack in the gap between the back seat and in the front seat. He then placed the backpack in a spot that could be seen even when he wasn't in the car. Chen saw Du Wei turn and walk towards the lounge. So he gently closed the car door and followed him. Since he wanted to inquire about the news, he would give him what he wished for. Chapter 91. Du Wei's Two Sides. Gas station. Inside the lounge. The room was very spacious, with only 2 wooden sofas and nothing else. However, many people were crouching by the wall, and although it seemed relatively tidy, there was a strange, unpleasant smell in the air. You all. Just as Du Wei was about to speak, he suddenly felt someone standing behind him. He turned around and saw Chen standing behind him. The somewhat hostile expression on his face instantly became friendly. "Sir, have you come to a decision?" Du Wei hurriedly walked over to Chen. "First, take out the oil. I'll see the oil before deciding whether to tell you or not." Chen looked at Du Wei, who wanted to shake his hand, but quickly put his hand into his pocket, staring intently at Du Wei. "All right, sir, you go rest for a bit. I'll go get you some oil right away." "Finally, I managed to gather some news. That's great. Thank you. Thank you," Du Wei said in a very excited tone to express his gratitude, and after finishing, he walked downstairs. However, as he was leaving, his gaze slightly glanced at the little girl from before. "Uncle, come with me this way to rest." The little girl walked over obediently, tugging at Chen's shirt corner, leading him toward a room ahead. Upon opening the door, the man who had escaped by car was enjoying the food on his plate. Just as Chen sat down, a girl carrying food walked over. Chen looked up at the girl, and, at that moment, she also made eye contact with him while holding the tray. Their gazes lingered in the air, seeming a bit familiar. Chen frowned slightly as he noticed the girl's eyes trembling. Su Qingru. In high school, they had always been desk mates, and, at graduation, she confessed her feelings to him, but he rejected her. Nearly 10 years had passed since his last life, and the reason he remembered it so clearly was because of Su Qingru's pair of eyes. When she was rejected, her gaze was the same as it was now. But what was most special was her mismatched eyes, one black and one blue, which made her unforgettable at first glance. How could she appear here? Chen looked at Su Qingru's clothes, which were very clean, and there were no scars on her exposed skin. The cleaner she looked, the more Chen felt that something was off. On the 3rd day after the apocalypse broke out, even those who managed to escape couldn't possibly be this clean. Smart people knew that water sources would be the most scarce resources and would never use them lightly. This clean appearance seemed deliberately put on for show. At that moment, Su Qingru's actions surprised Chen. She glanced down at the food, then shook her head at him, as if trying to say something to Chen. Chen took the plate, glanced at Su Qingru, and said softly, "Thank you." Chen watched Su Qingru leave the room, and then looked up towards a window. In the upper left corner of the window, there was a surveillance camera positioned directly facing the spot where he and the man were sitting. Chen roughly guessed what Du Wei was trying to do. He glanced at the man beside him, who was still eating heartily. Chen quickly mixed the rice and dishes together, and just as he was about to take the first bite, he immediately put down his chopsticks and walked towards the door. "Excuse me, where's the restroom? I need to use it." "Over there," Su Qingru said, watching Chen come out with a hint of relief in her eyes, and hurriedly pointed him in the right direction. Every surveillance camera has a blind spot. The area it covers is shaped like a fan. The closer one gets to its position, the narrower its field of vision becomes. As long as I stay close to the door of that room, the camera shouldn't be able to capture me. Chen walked out of the bathroom and glanced at the people squatting in the living room with his peripheral vision. Most of those who could move were women and children, while the young men seemed exhausted, merely glancing at him before dozing off again. Chen entered the room and glanced at the man sitting in the chair, only to find that the man's eyes were solely focused on eating and drinking. Even when Chen deliberately knocked on the wall with some force, there was no reaction from him. So, he proceeded to execute the strategy he had planned earlier. He quickly moved along the wall towards the camera and soon reached the area directly beneath it. The monitor for the fuel injector was quite exposed. It was not integrated with the wiring, but was plugged in with a power plug, which provided Chen with an opportunity. Chen borrowed a nearby bench, stepped on it, and loosened the plug of the monitor, creating the impression that the plug was not securely connected. "Hey, do you want to eat? I'll share half with you. I can't eat that much." Thank you, thank you." The man saw the food, and his eyes sparkled with surprise as he hurriedly nodded. In the monitoring room, Du Wei was sitting on a bench, leisurely watching the surveillance video. Kneeling beneath the bench was a woman. Du Wei held her head with one hand while smoking a cigar with the other, as if he were not a person living in the apocalypse at all. Why is the monitor black? Du Wei looked at the screen, his brow slightly furrowing, and his lower body shook a few times, instantly losing interest in the woman. Get lost. Du Wei pushed the woman away from him, pulled up his pants, and the hostility on his face immediately dissipated. He straightened his collar, and the corners of his mouth curled into a very polite expression. He quickly walked toward the room where Yi-chan was. The door opened, and at that moment, both Yi-chan and the man had passed out in their seats. Du Wei glanced at their plates, noting that they had both eaten, which alleviated half of his concerns. He then hurried toward the monitor. The plug is loose. Du Wei looked at the plug still in the socket, pushed it firmly, and his worries finally vanished. Same old rules. Du Wei waved his hand toward the door. Just by saying these 3 words, the group of women understood his meaning and skillfully dragged Yi-chan and the man out. Well done. Du Wei looked at Su Qingru, who was half squatting in the living room, grabbed her, and greedily explored her body. Du Wei slapped Su Qingru's buttocks with one hand while holding her arm with the other, leading her toward the monitoring room. Su Qingru did not resist. Her gaze was fixed on the unconscious Yi-chan, filled with confusion and a hint of resentment. Weren't you quite smart in high school? Why can't you tell when I give you a signal? Bang! The door was slammed shut by Du Wei, and Su Qingru was suddenly thrown onto the bed. Around the bed were many small white paper balls, and on the bedside table were all sorts of oddly shaped toys. At that moment, Du Wei had already taken off all his clothes, looking greedily at Su Qingru. He had been eyeing her body since she entered the gas station. If it weren't for his desire to conquer her with his charm, he would have already taken her. Soon, she was firmly pinned to the bed by Du Wei. Chapter 92. Karma, Cycle of Retribution. Yi-chan and the man were dragged into the grocery store. As soon as he entered, he smelled a stench. This time, you do the smashing. Last time it was me. All right, but whatever we get this time will all belong to me. Okay, but I heard this man drove here. If he has the car keys on him, we can just drive away. What if Dewey finds out? A few escapees were caught before, and we haven't seen them since. Don't worry, Dewey is currently in a fierce battle with that female college student. He won't have time to pay attention to us. Female college student? When Yi-chan glanced around at the group of people, the only one who looked like a college student was Su Qingru. Could it be? Yi-chan slightly opened his eyes and glanced in the direction of the light. The door was wide open, and 2 women stood outside, dressed rather revealingly. One of whom was holding a hammer. Just 2 people, that makes things easier. Come on, search them for their belongings, and then I'll smash. After saying that, one of the women walked towards Yi-chan, just as she was about to reach out to search Yi-chan's pockets. She suddenly felt as if her arm was grabbed by something. You're not unconscious. As soon as the woman spoke, she felt her body lose control and flew straight forward. The woman with the hammer noticed something was wrong, threw the hammer at Yi-chan, and then ran towards the door. However, a black long knife emitting a bloody smell appeared in front of her, and the person holding the knife was standing right beside her. When did this person get here? Why does he have a knife? If you don't want to die, it's best if you don't make a sound. Yi-chan slightly closed the door, stepping on the mouth of a woman lying on the ground, while a knife fell on the neck of another woman. He looked ahead, and rather than calling this place a storeroom piled with miscellaneous goods, it was more like a morgue used to imprison adult men. As he surveyed the area, he saw that almost every inch of the ground was occupied by a man whose hands and feet were bound and mouth covered. Due to a lack of treatment, combined with bacterial infections, the wounds of these men were festering and rotting. This was also the reason why the air was filled with a stench of decay. After tying up the 2 women with the ropes on the ground, Yi-chan noticed a frozen container in the corner. He looked inside and saw dozens of pieces of meat frozen within, including human legs and hands. How ruthless! It was only the few days in, and they were already using people as food. There were also many other pieces of meat inside, which must have been made from human flesh. Normally, people would not choose to eat human flesh unless they were extremely hungry, as long-term education has instilled a sense of aversion in the brain towards the idea of consuming human meat. However, this scene indicated one thing. Du Wei's mind was extremely twisted, wanting to satisfy his emperor complex through murder and cannibalism. Yi-chan turned to look at the 2 women. Based on their previous conversation, it seemed they must be seasoned criminals. Don't even think about calling for help, because the speed at which this knife will pierce your heads is definitely faster than the sound of your cries for help. After saying that, Chen plunged the hunting knife beside the heads of the two women into the box next to them. The first question is, does Dewey have a gun or a more powerful weapon on him? Chen took the cloth out of the mouths of the two women and asked in a deep voice. No, the woman on the left answered first. Right, no, but he has a modified high-pressure water gun that can knock people away, the woman on the right added quickly, eager to survive. The second question, does he have any accomplices? He is an employee at this gas station, and several other male employees have also been bribed by him. In total, there are about 11 or 12 people, but their weapons are just wrenches and similar tools. Not too many people, and no ranged weapons. That makes it easier. Last question. Where did the fuel go? This was Chen's final question. The main reason he was at the gas station was for the fuel. I don't know. Both women shook their heads at the same time. At that moment, the woman on the left glanced at her companion, and after a quick roll of her eyes, she hurriedly said, I know where the food is. It's in the surveillance room. Dewey collected all the food in the surveillance room. Thanks. Chen finished speaking and stuffed the two pieces of cloth he had pulled off back into their mouths, then walked towards the door. The woman on the left saw that Chen had no intention of letting her go and immediately panicked, wanting to scream at him. But her mouth was completely blocked, and she couldn't make any sound. All of this was in vain. The door took away the last bit of light from the storeroom. An endless darkness enveloped them. The two women looked at the people tied around them. At that moment, the ropes on their bodies broke apart. It was Chen. He had cut all the ropes off these people. The men with their hands and feet blown off began to wriggle their bodies, slowly crawling towards them. The two women struggled frantically, shaking their heads continuously. These men were all those whose hands and feet they had broken with hammers. They were here to take revenge on them. Suddenly, one of the women felt something bite her thigh. She looked down and saw one person tearing at her thigh with his teeth. Dewey, in order to eliminate danger, had locked all the adult men who sought refuge at the gas station in this storeroom. Those who starved to death had their bodies turned into food and placed in the freezer. Those who did not starve to death were trapped in this storeroom, quietly waiting for death. Now, they had no food and were about to starve to death, so they could only see these two women as food to fill their stomachs. Soon, the two women were overwhelmed by the crowd, with only two pairs of blood-stained thighs frantically pounding the floor outside. Blood stained the ground, and at that moment, the trembling legs came to a complete stop. He looked towards a room on the left, where the soft cries of Su Qingru and Du Wei's almost lascivious laughter could be heard. Chapter 93. Does young love matter? Go away, let go of me. Su Qingru's clothes were nearly torn to shreds, and there were some marks visible on her snow-white skin. At that moment, Du Wei was lying on top of her, trying to merge with her, but due to Su Qingru's violent resistance, he could not complete the final act no matter what. Don't move, you filthy woman. Slap. Du Wei gradually lost patience and slapped Su Qingru's face, leaving a bright red handprint on her skin. If it weren't for me, you would have been fed to zombies long ago, yet you still want to pretend to be a pure woman? Does it matter? Follow me, and I guarantee you will have food to eat and water to drink, but if you move again, don't blame me for throwing you to the zombies. At first, Su Qingru's struggles and cries aroused Du Wei's desire to conquer, making it quite interesting. But as time went on, Su Qingru continued to resist madly, gradually wearing down his patience. After the apocalypse broke out, mutated beings also appeared at the gas station, but under his command, he successfully dealt with them. Later, he saw several people injured by the mutated beings turn into zombies. At that moment, he knew that his era was coming. Living day by day at the gas station, the thing Dewey enjoyed most was watching movies, especially zombie films. He knew that in the apocalypse, as long as he controlled water and food, he could have any woman he wanted. So, he began to collect all the food with words that seemed to be for everyone's good. Subsequently, since he was strong and had studied Taekwondo for a few years as a child, he quickly became the emperor of this place. Every car that passed by wanting to refuel was lured into the lounge with lies about looking for family. He drugged their meals, making them faint, and if they were attractive women, he took them into his harem, while the men were knocked out and thrown into the storeroom as backup food. Over the course of 3 days, he had slept with over 20 women, something he would never have dared to imagine before. Now, he felt that as long as he stayed at this gas station, he would be its emperor. Anyone who dared to defy him would die. Among them, Su Qingru was the woman he valued the most. Because she was still a student and looked very pure, he wanted to conquer her with his charm. But she had never given in. Su Qingru had been slapped several times by Du Wei, and there were even a few drops of blood at the corner of her mouth. Her clothes were completely torn off, and her bare body was exposed in front of Du Wei. With a body as white as jade, an S-curve figure, and Su Qingru's tearful eyes and slightly reddened cheeks, Du Wei's beastly nature was unleashed. You are mine. You can only be mine. Du Wei madli kiste shu kangwes budi. Su Qingru wanted to resist, but all she received was another slap. Tender caresses and violence came at the same time. Su Qingru's body gradually lost strength, leaving her with no energy to resist anymore. No longer going to be a pure maiden? Keep resisting? Ha ha, you belong to me. Du Wei's face revealed a devilish smile as he picked up Su Qingru, preparing for the final blow. Su Qingru's eyes slowly closed, tears sliding down her cheeks, her hands wanting to form fists, but lacking the strength. They fell limply to her sides. I am sorry. Su Qingru completely gave up resisting. But just then, a loud noise suddenly came from the room door. Bang! The door was kicked down to the ground. Who wants to die? Du Wei's body immediately softened. He threw Su Qingru onto the bed and turned to look behind him, where the man who had previously needed fuel was standing at the door. Chen. He held a black long knife in one hand, his expression cold as he stared at him. Oh, weren't you concerned about your family? Didn't you go to get gasoline for me? Why are you doing this kind of thing in this room? Chen revealed a hint of mockery on his face and asked, why would it be fine? Although Du Wei was astonished, he did not act rashly because he saw the black long knife in Chen's hand. At that moment, he had no weapons on him, and after a prolonged period of violating Su Qingru, his strength was not what it used to be. He had to buy some time. If I were you, I wouldn't do that. Chen saw Du Wei's gaze shift to Su Qingru and said coldly, he guessed my thoughts. The next moment, Du Wei felt as if his body had been struck by something, and he was pressed to the ground. Clang! A long knife was plunged beside his head, while a foot was firmly pressing down on his chest. I can, hardly, breathe. Du Wei felt his bones melting into his flesh and said with difficulty, where's the oil? Chen asked in a deep voice. I don't know. As soon as Du Wei finished speaking, he instantly felt as if one of his ribs had broken. After saying that, Chen's foot pressed down even harder. Lying on the bed, Su Qingru looked at Chen's cold expression and suddenly felt a bit unfamiliar. It wasn't that she thought this man in front of her wasn't Chen, but that his change was quite significant and felt somewhat distant. The once sunny and cheerful boy, who always had light in his eyes, why could she find no trace of brightness in his eyes now? What happened to him? I said, on the B1 floor I put everything into the oil tank. I'll take you. Chen glanced at Su Qingru, who was tightly wrapped in a quilt, and then dragged Du Wei down the stairs like a dead dog. For him now, he had no feelings for Su Qingru at all. Even the bond of former classmates had faded away. After all, with the time gap from the previous life, he and Su Qingru had been apart for 10 years. The youthful infatuation was like a seed that had not yet broken the soil, ultimately replaced by the scenery that emerged after breaking through. Now, Su Qingru was merely a somewhat familiar stranger. The only thing he wanted to do now was one thing: to get gasoline, escape the apocalypse, and live alone. Classmates or admirers, none of it was as comfortable as living alone. Chapter 94. Hell is empty, and the demons are here. Chen followed Du Wei to the basement of the gas station. The entire hallway in the basement was narrow and somewhat damp. Additionally, because it was storing oil down there, it had to be well ventilated, making it impossible for Chen to smell anything else in the air. He looked at Du Wei, someone who could make human meat dishes just 3 days after the apocalypse broke out, and knew he wouldn't easily listen to him. Most likely, there were his accomplices ahead at the oil storage. When they arrived, it was just like that. Du Wei laughed at Chen. Everything here needs to be kept shut, mainly to prevent any open flames from igniting. Otherwise, the entire service area would be ruined Du Wei muttered to himself. Oh no, I took the key, but... Du Wei patted the pocket on his body, his eyes showing some anxiety. As soon as Du Wei finished speaking, Yi Chun broke one of his legs, causing a painful screech. If there's no oil in here, next time it'll be your hands. After saying that, Yi Chun inserted his hunting knife into the gap of the door and began to slash at the lock. With the attribute boost from the discarded scale short blade, the lock broke with just a touch. The door slowly pushed open, revealing 4 oil pipes and 2 imprisoned women. The corners of the mouths of the 2 imprisoned women had some blood, and beneath their feet lay a decayed and incomplete arm. Yi Chun looked down at Du Wei, a hint of disgust in his eyes. It was probably no longer appropriate to describe Du Wei as a psychological pervert. Boss, you're here. Come quickly to see the good show. A woman is about to mutate. A voice came from inside, belonging to a kid with dyed yellow hair, probably only 18 or 19 years old. The yellow-haired kid wore a cynical smile and walked toward the door. You, who are you? The yellow-haired kid glanced at Du Wei on the ground, then looked up at Yi Chun. Just as he was about to run back to get a weapon, Yi Chun threw a hunting knife, piercing his thigh, causing him to fall to the ground. Du Wei, lying on the ground, saw that Yi Chun was already unarmed and wanted to use his strength to resist. But in the next second, he regretted it. A long sword unexpectedly appeared in Yi Chun's hand, piercing through his hand and tightly connecting him to the ground. As he threw out the hunting broadblade, Yi Chun had already disintegrated the discarded scale short blade, leaving just enough to deal with Du Wei. Yi Chun walked into the oil storage room and approached the oil tanks. They were all empty. I sold all the oil. If you want oil, you have to let me go. Otherwise, even if I die, I won't give it to you. As soon as Dewey finished speaking, Yi Chun opened all the oil tanks. Just as Dewey said, there was no oil left inside. Yi Chun turned to look at the 2 women trapped against the wall, naked and restrained. Their hands and feet were bound, and their skin bore numerous marks of strangulation and signs of beating. Additionally, one of the women had white spots appearing under her eyes, a precursor to mutation. What kind of psychological perversion could lead to such actions? Du Wei looked at the woman on the verge of mutation, a smile appearing on his face, seemingly feeling a high sense of accomplishment from this. He had spent decades in this service area. Although it couldn't compare to those luxurious places, he often saw wealthy businessmen and luxury cars. The long-term environment had caused him to feel extremely repressed. Why could those people ride in luxury cars and have beautiful companions while he had to be an ordinary gas station attendant? After the apocalypse broke out, his repressed emotions were completely unleashed. The wealthy businessmen and beautiful women he had once seen became the objects of his deepest hatred. His inner self became extremely twisted, finding self-satisfaction through killing and feeding on human flesh. The 2 imprisoned women were meant to consume zombie flesh, as he wanted to see if they would undergo any changes, thus passing the time in a way that more accurately satisfied his inner psychological perversion. Hell is empty and the demons are on earth. This saying, in the context of the apocalypse, could not be more fitting to describe humanity. Yi Chun pulled out the knife stuck in the yellow-haired man's leg, grabbed his hair, and walked towards the mutated woman who had already appeared. No, please, I beg you, don't take me over there. The yellow-haired man wanted to struggle, but his body was completely out of control. He looked at the woman smiling at him and fainted from fear. After Yi Chun threw the yellow-haired man beside the woman, he turned to look at Du Wei. If the yellow-haired man could be considered a demon, then Du Wei was certainly worthy of being called the Satan of Hell. To commit such inhumane acts on the 3rd day of the apocalypse, one could only wonder what kind of insane actions this person would take in the days to come. The yellow-haired man, who had fainted from fear, regained consciousness when he felt a chunk of flesh bitten off from his arm. Don't eat me, don't eat me. He tried with all his might to break free from the woman, but her teeth were completely embedded in his arm. To escape, he would have to cut off his own arm. The yellow-haired man struggled desperately. But how could he possibly be a match for this woman who had turned into a zombie? Pieces of flesh from his body were being chewed and swallowed by the woman who had become a zombie. Yi Chun ignored the yellow-haired guy and dragged the hunting knife towards the door. I am a person who values credit. If I say I'll waste your hand, then I will waste your hand. Yi Chun pulled the discarded scale dagger out of Dewey's injury, then forcefully turned to the left. The crisp sound of breaking bones accompanied Dewey's scream, echoing throughout the entire basement. I'm asking you one last time, where is the oil? Remember, this is the final opportunity. Chen thrust the hunting knife into Dewey's thigh right in the middle. If it had gone in another centimeter, new blood would surely have started to flow. Dewey's feeling of pleasure completely turned into fear, and he hurriedly said, I've already sold all the oil, but I still have a barrel of oil. It's in the safe. I'll go get it for you. I'll go get it for you. Dewey said anxiously. One last time. He meant what he said. Chen grabbed Dewey's hair and dragged him outside. Chen's only reason for not killing him at the moment is that the oil has not been found yet. If he kills him and the oil is hidden in a very secret place, it would be quite a hassle for Chen. It's just here. Dewey pointed to the control room at the far edge of the second floor. I put the oil in there. I'll go get it. I'll go get it. Chen completely ignored Dewey's words, chopped off the lock on the door, and brought Dewey inside. This was the power control room of the gas station, and here, an alarm could also be triggered to alert everyone to evacuate. As soon as he entered, Chen fixed his gaze on the alarm next to him. If Dewey wanted to take everyone down with him, this alarm would definitely be his last lifeline. Go turn it off. Chen glanced at the safe, which was neither too big nor too small. If he forced it open, it was very likely that the oil inside would spill. Dewey, like a little dog, walked towards the safe. As he opened it, he occasionally glanced back at Chen, but his true intention was to look at the control panel behind Chen. It was opened. Dewey opened the safe, and the money spilled out with a barrel of oil placed right in the middle of the cash. Chen saw the oil and gave Dewey no chance to react. He drove the hunting broad blade directly into his head, killing him instantly. Blood mixed with white fluid flowed out from Dewey's head, and his expression was still one of shock. He never expected Chen to be so decisive in killing him. Soon after, a small object falling to the ground caught Chen's attention. It was a small button that had dropped from Dewey's hand. He had originally intended to negotiate with Chen, but he never expected that Chen had no plans to let him speak. Chen put the button into his pocket and then took out the oil from the safe. Just as he was about to leave the gas station, he glanced through the window and noticed that his backpack, which had been standing upright in the seat, was gone. Chapter 95. The quick shotgun as he walked out of the basement. The backpack was still in the car, but it disappeared in the brief moment he entered a room. Coupled with the words of the woman he had interrogated in the grocery store, Chen suddenly realized some oddities. Dewey was the boss here, and he had over a dozen little brothers managing things for him. He made such a big commotion, yet apart from the blonde guy in the basement, he hadn't seen anyone else along the way. Even a deaf person should be aware that their boss had been captured. Yet it was as if nothing had happened. Just then, he heard the sound of footsteps coming up the stairs from downstairs, and the noise was quite loud. This is bad. Chen suddenly understood the problem. These people wanted to use him to kill Dewey. In this way, they could seize Dewey's position. Chen quickly retreated, glancing around. The only place to escape now was to jump out of the window. However, he didn't know if there were people waiting below. System. Purchase the quick strike gun. Chen did not hesitate any longer and directly shouted in a deep voice. Ding! Rapid strike spear purchased successfully. In an instant, a long spear appeared in Chen's hand. However, he was not confused by the fact that it was a spear. Back at the farm, he had carefully examined the capabilities and attack methods of the rapid strike spear. The reason he had not rushed to buy this type of weapon at that time was because it had two drawbacks. First, it had no attack power bonus, and relying solely on its ranged attack would likely not be enough to kill a zombie instantly. Second, it was easy to expose his hidden abilities. Now, to prevent any unexpected situations, he chose to purchase it. Equipment reorganization. Since his 6 available slots were already full, he had to replace some equipment and put it into the system warehouse. At that moment, he had a knowledge gem, cloth armor, rapid strike spear, hunting broadblade, abandoned scale dagger, blood-sucking scythe, and thunderblade. To maximize his attack, Chen chose to remove the cloth armor. He then stored both the hunting broadblade and the rapid strike spear into the system warehouse, and afterwards opened the window to throw Dewey's corpse out. Damn it, it was Dewey's corpse. The sound from downstairs made Chen react at that moment. He leaped down to the first floor. Rapid strike spear. As Chen descended, a long spear manifested in his hand, which he then threw towards the person who was cursing. A phantom resembling a spear whizzed from Chen's hand and pierced directly through the man's chest. The man standing nearby was startled by Yi Chen's strange attack method and immediately fled forward. However, when facing ranged weapon attacks, one must always remember one principle. Do not run away, but retaliate at close range. That is the only chance of survival. Of course, this only applied to others. For Yi Chen, beyond 7 meters, death was certain. Within 7 meters, death came even faster. Yi Chen raised a rapid strike spear and threw it forward. In an instant, the fleeing man felt something touch his chest. Then a hole was opened in his chest, and he fell to the ground. On the first floor, those who arrived on the second floor discovered the situation on the first floor and hurriedly reported back. It turned out to be just an ordinary person, far inferior compared to that group of gangsters. Yi Chen snorted coldly, sneaking along the wall and entering the cafeteria. He looked through the glass of the dining hall towards the place where the murders had occurred. 1, 2, 12. Yi Chen watched as people came down from the second floor. Each of them was holding common tools like wrenches and axes. However, Yi Chen did not act rashly, because when he discovered that his backpack was missing from the car window had not been broken. This meant that the other party had pried open the car door and entered to take the items. In this case, it was very likely that the AK he had hidden would be discovered by them. Therefore, among this group of people, there might be someone hiding in the shadows with an AK. It seemed he needed to lure him out. Yi Chen looked around, but still couldn't find the person with the AK. He decided to use his own body to lure them out. Yi Chen placed the oil in the restaurant, then merged the effects of the blood-sucking scythe, the discarded scale dagger, and the thunderous blade onto the hunting broadblade, and quickly ran out of the restaurant. You dare to come here to seek death, I'm satisfied. The man at the front had not finished his sentence when he felt something slice across his neck. He turned to look in Yi Chen's direction. A figure was racing ahead, holding a black long knife that emitted a bloody scent. Only the shadow could be seen, not the person. So fast. That was the last thought in the man's mind before he fell to the ground. At the same time, the more than 10 people behind him found themselves in a passive situation. Yi Chen moved like a god of death, weaving through more than 10 people. Each strike aimed at a fatal spot. Just as Yi Chen dealt with the 8th person, a gunshot rang out from the second floor. Bang! Yi Chen's speed could not surpass that of a bullet, but he had long been prepared. At the moment the gun fired, Yi Chen raised his left arm above his head to shield his temple, while at the same time, a rapid-fire gun materialized in his hand. In the next second, the hunting blade in his right hand struck the chest of the person beside him. The bullet entered near Yi Chen's ribcage, but in the next moment, it fell out of his body and dropped to the ground. The place where he was shot only bled slightly before healing up. How could this be? The man who fired the gun was stunned, as if something had pierced through his head, and he collapsed into a pool of blood. To draw this person out, Yi Chen used his body as bait. Besides long-range attacks, the rapid-fire gun also provided an attack speed bonus, allowing Yi Chen to strike twice in 1 second. The few who miraculously survived were shocked to see Yi Chen get shot and his wound heal rapidly. You, are you human or a zombie? Why? Why are you fine after being shot? We surrender. We don't want to fight anymore. We surrender. They all threw down their weapons and begged Yi Chen for mercy. With so many people and an AK, they couldn't even take down one person. What was the point of continuing to fight? Big brother, let us join you. We have women, wealth, and supplies. Yes, big brother, we will listen to you. Whatever you want us to do, we will do. They all knelt on the ground, moving towards Yi Chen on their knees. All listen to me? Yi Chen asked. Yes, we all listen to you. We all listen to big brother. Several people nodded in agreement. Then if I want you to die, will you listen? As soon as Yi Chen said this, everyone was stunned. But in the next second, they felt as if something had cut their necks. You. The crowd pointed at Yi Chen, then tightly covered their necks, not wanting to let the blood flow out, but ultimately could not stop the loss of life. And one by one, they fell to the ground. Is there such a good thing as wanting to surrender when you can't win? Yi Chen looked at the last person on the verge of death, stabbing into his chest to send him on his way. To put it mildly, if these people knew he had healing abilities, they must die. Chapter 96. At worst, we will perish together. After Yi Chen dealt with the last person, he glanced at his own body. To prevent blood from splattering onto his clothes, he had been using the method of slitting throats to eliminate these individuals. Although he was not stained with blood, the entire lounge was covered with corpses and blood. Moreover, The dying people in the storage room were eating each other, which filled the air in the lounge with the smell of blood. He needed to leave here quickly. After Chen took the oil in his hand, he walked towards the second floor. His backpack and AK were left on the second floor. The backpack contained the supplies he needed, while the AK was an essential weapon for survival. After all, it was better to avoid taking out something like a rapid-fire gun, which was somewhat fantastical. If it were seen by someone with ill intentions, he might become a more sought-after target than the zombies themselves. He quickly made his way to the second floor. Fortunately, both the backpack and the firearm were on the person he had just shot in the head. However, unfortunately, just as he was about to leave, all the people in the living room had gathered in the corridor, their eyes shining with hope, all looking at Chen. Make way. Chen put the gun in his backpack and prepared to walk forward, but these people did not intend to give way. Instead, like a human wall, they blocked him here. Can you take us with you?" said a woman at the front in an almost pleading tone. "Please, take us with you," the people behind her also urged. Chen ignored them and turned to walk away. If he couldn't take the main road, then he would climb out the window again. Save these people? They were beyond saving. The crowd watched as Chen was about to jump out the window, and they became anxious. "Can you really bear to watch us wait here to die?" shouted the woman at the front. "What does it have to do with me?" The woman in front became a bit agitated and yelled at Chen. "You're committing murder. How are you any different from Du Wei and the others? You're even worse than Du Wei. At least they wouldn't attract zombies." Her words were undeniably vicious, and she tried to provoke Chen into stopping. Unfortunately, she didn't understand who Chen was. "There are so many of you, while Du Wei only has a dozen or so subordinates. If you all unite and resist, would Du Wei be your opponent? I won't save the dead. If you keep talking, I won't mind sending you to reunite with Du Wei." Chen turned his head to look at the woman, his expression cold. If it weren't for the words that Li Tianyuan entrusted to him before his death, this woman would have long been a corpse. "Qingru, didn't you say he was your high school classmate? You should persuade him." A girl at the back said anxiously as she saw Chen starting to refuel the car, turning to Su Qingru beside her. "We haven't seen each other in years. How can I persuade him?" After Chen left with Du Wei, Su Qingru was helped up by the girl next to her. This girl was her college classmate, and they had a relatively good relationship. Su Qingru had just refused, but their conversation was overheard by others. "Are you classmates with that guy? Why don't you help persuade him?" "Yeah, with all that blood, zombies will definitely be attracted here, and we won't survive." Seeing that Su Qingru still looked unwilling to agree, everyone became anxious. "Your classmate is strong and looks decent. You should get him to take us away. Who knows? You might even become his girlfriend later. Hurry and talk to him." "Yeah. You would want to drag us all down because of just you, right?" Under the sweet talk of the crowd, Su Qingru began to hesitate. The girl beside her also grabbed Su Qingru's hand and said softly, "Qingru, if you don't want to persuade him, then don't worry about it. I'll always be with you. If the zombies really come, I'll protect you." Su Qingru looked at the girl, then at the others. They were all looking at her with a desperate desire to survive. "Chen," Su Qingru shouted with all her strength. "This request might put you in a difficult position, but I still want to ask you to save everyone." It's working. Chen turned his head. The girl beside Su Qingru said excitedly as she held onto her hand. Chen glanced at Su Qingru and then at the people beside her. Everyone's gaze was focused on Su Qingru, and he didn't need to think to know what had happened. However, he still remembered when Su Qingru was delivering food to him. She shook her head and told him not to eat those things. Chen filled the car with gas and turned to walk towards the place where everyone was. "I said, Qingru, with such a charming appearance, will definitely be useful. After all, our Qingru is so lovely that any guy would like her." The girls looked at Su Qingru, their faces showing excited smiles. They were about to be rescued and finally wouldn't have to live in this place anymore. Soon, Chen walked up to the second floor and looked at Su Qingru. "Come with me." Chen's words stunned Su Qingru for a moment, and the next second she was grabbed by Chen's wrist and led downstairs. This move left everyone speechless. It seemed that he was not planning to save them all, but only intended to take Su Qingru away. A girl nearby reacted quickly and hurriedly followed them. I'm Qingru's desk mate, and I'm her best friend. Can you take me with you?" The girl stood in front of Chen, deliberately puffing out her chest as she spoke. Chen ignored her and continued to walk forward with Su Qingru. The girl immediately became anxious and hurriedly made faces at Su Qingru, hoping she would say something nice for her. The car is mine, so talking to Su Qingru won't help you. Chen turned his back to the girl and said coldly. Su Qingru also lowered her head and said nothing more. She wasn't a fool. She could tell that the girl's previous words were meant for something. She was more unwilling to harm Chen than to save her classmate. But at that moment, an unexpected event occurred. A voice from the second floor came through, filled with a hint of madness. If you don't take us away, I'll trigger the alarm. Anyway, the zombies nearby have already caught the scent of blood and are coming this way. We'll go down fighting. As the voice reached Chen's ears, Su Qingru felt Chen's arm gradually growing colder. Chapter 97. Mixed quality. This is the essence of society. Su Qingru looked at Chen, and she didn't know why. Even though the distance between them was no more than 5 meters, she felt that she and Chen were gradually drifting apart. It was now night, and the moon had quietly disappeared into the clouds. In the boundless darkness, a faint layer of gray hung in the air. Chen slowly walked forward, the streetlights casting light on his face, yet there was not a hint of shine. The people in the corridor on the second floor watched Chen approach, some with excitement, some with confusion, and some with fear. The girl who had previously wanted Chen to pull her into the car also sensed something was off about him. She wisely stepped aside, giving him a path. Did he compromise? A middle-aged woman in the corridor hesitated and asked as Chen walked closer. But he could just let us go down. Why come over? Perhaps he wants to look for the keys in a room. After all, with so many of us, one car definitely can't fit us all. A flamboyantly dressed woman standing aside speculated as she watched Chen. Anyway, I'll go stand by that button. If he makes any bad moves, I'll press it. A female employee working at the gas station furrowed her brow, feeling that Chen's demeanor was somewhat off, and suggested, yes, we are all on the same rope now. We must unite. If one person falls behind, we cannot compromise. A woman in her 40s with short hair and a hint of maturity stepped forward to voice her opinion. In an instant, these women stood at their respective posts. Some ran to their rooms to fetch self-defense weapons. Some stood next to the gas station employee, pretending to protect her. Others blocked the middle of the corridor, adopting a negotiating posture with Chen. At that moment, they displayed an unprecedented unity, completely unlike the numb and fearful group subdued by Dewey before. Tap, tap. Footsteps slowly approached from downstairs, and Chen dragged his body to the second floor, his hands empty, appearing before the crowd unarmed. The mature woman at the front choked up slightly, but since she had established her authority, she naturally had to take on the responsibility of negotiation. You take us with you, and we can provide labor and meet various needs. Our only request is to survive. This is a win-win situation. The mature woman presented her workplace negotiation speech, speaking to Chen with her somewhat intellectual voice. However, Chen ignored her. He continued walking step by step forward. The few people standing at the front suddenly felt a surge of fear, instinctively taking a few steps back. They had all seen the corpses of those people, each almost fatal. How could they not be afraid? Sir, we can talk this over calmly, the mature woman said to Chen, feigning calmness. Really? A flash of lightning fell from the sky, thunder roared, and its silver light mixed with Chen's face. The crowd looked at the man before them, their backs already soaked with sweat. Their eyes emitted a crimson hue, though his face showed no expression. It sent a chill down their spines. Boom! Thunder rumbled again. Darkness enveloped the surroundings, with only the blood on the ground emitting its unique glow. It was a color symbolizing death, like a scythe digging into each person's heart, ready to claim lives at any moment. There is only one car. Whoever grabs the key will be the one I take away. Chen pulled a key from the keychain and threw it behind him. The mature woman, standing at the front, looked at the key thrown into the air and choked up. No, I can't do this. I am in the same boat with these people. If I rush up, this alliance will automatically collapse. We must all survive together. Otherwise, I would be committing murder. She was the vice president of a company, and for many years, she had taken trust and cooperation as her motto. She had a high level of cultivation and could never take such a step of indirect murder. However, her high level of cultivation did not mean that others had the same. Society could be both vast and small, bright and dark, Everyone grows up in different environments, leading to different thoughts. Good and bad coexist, and that is the essence of society. When a mature woman rejected this idea, she was also rejecting her own life. One shoulder bumped her aside, causing her to move left, and then someone on the left rushed out, knocking her body to the right. Bang! Her head slammed directly against the wall, blood gushing out, but she still held on and did not fall. However, in the next second, someone rushed from behind, causing her body to completely lose balance and fall to the ground. Countless feet trampled over her body, her ribs and internal organs shattered, blood flowed from her facial features, and she completely lost consciousness. But as she was about to come into contact with Chen, those people slowed down, avoiding contact with him. I got the key. Before the girl at the front could finish her sentence, her hand was hit by a wrench, and the key instantly slipped from her grasp. Ironically, the person wielding the wrench was the first to propose going into the room to find weapons to defend against Chen. Yet at this moment, this wrench was swung at a partner in her own alliance. The fall of the mature woman and the swinging of the wrench caused this alliance to collapse without a fight. Everyone wanted to survive. When faced with the choice between distant hope and nearby hope, most of them resolutely chose the nearby hope. To live for themselves. Thunder rumbled again, but this time it was accompanied by the sound of rain. The heavy rain washed away the filth of the world. The blood on the ground seemed to be washed away, but also seemed not to be. Was this heavy rain truly washing away the world's filth? Chen couldn't help but snicker, then turned and walked forward. In the corridor ahead, there were a few younger girls standing, along with a little girl who had previously taken him to the room, named Wei Wei. Chen ignored them and walked step by step towards the control room. The few girls didn't seem to know whether they were too scared to step forward and grab the keys, or if they still held onto their ethical morals and were unwilling to fight for them, leaving them standing in place, staring at Chen with fear in their eyes. Too afraid to speak. Come here, the female employee said, looking at Chen as he approached her, addressing the little girl. It was this voice that allowed Chen to lock onto his target. The rain poured heavily, thunder roared, and lightning reflected on Chen's face. His eyes as cold as a March cave. Gazing at the female employee, he said in a deep voice, "Is it you who just said when the fish dies, the net breaks?" Chapter 98, The Last Psychological Defense Line. Chen's words left the female employee stunned. What was he trying to do? She instinctively glanced at Chen's hands, which were not holding any weapons, and immediately moved her hands to the control panel, signaling the people in front of her to stand in front of her. Do you think pressing this button will kill me? Upon hearing Chen's calm analysis, everyone was momentarily taken aback. If they thought about it carefully, it was indeed as Chen said. As everyone was puzzled, the next second, Chen provided them with an answer. A scream shattered the silence of the entire control room. How'd he do that? Everyone looked at Chen's hands, which were empty. What was going on? Now, was it time to go down together? Chen slowly walked forward. Although his hands had no weapons, everyone in the control room knew that he could still easily take care of them without any. The reason Chen wanted to say such a long string of words to these people was to attract their attention and distract them. This way, he would have the opportunity to use the rapid-fire gun to destroy that button. Chen was not afraid of attracting zombies. He was worried about the mutated creatures. 3 days had passed, and the dormant mutants had awakened. If he attracted third or fourth tier mutants, it would be quite a hassle, even with a vehicle. As everyone watched Chen approach closer, they instinctively retreated backward. Since the alarm button had been destroyed, there was little point in protecting that female employee. Is it true that, as you said, when the fish dies, the net breaks? Chen looked at the female employee with a severed hand and asked in a deep voice, "So, what about it?" At that moment, the fear in the female employee's heart had completely dissipated, and she stared directly at Chen. Before they died, Du Wei and his men begged Chen for mercy, but they still ended up dead. She understood that begging for mercy was useless. She had to find a way to resist Chen. He had principles and wouldn't kill indiscriminately. However, if these people had the intention to force him into a dead end, then sorry, no matter if that intention had just emerged, they had to die. Just as Chen was about to grab the female employee's neck, a small figure appeared in front of him. Wei Wei. The female employee called Wei Wei over precisely because she wanted to use her as a shield. She was certain that Chen wouldn't kill a child. And indeed, Her gamble paid off. Yi Chen's hand stopped in midair and did not reach for the girl. At that moment, a seemingly victorious smile appeared on the sweat-soaked face of the female employee, but the next second, she felt as if something had entered her head. Yi Chen, at this moment, had one hand slightly wrapped around Wei Wei, while the other hand summoned the hunting broadblade, directly piercing through the female employee's head. The female employee did not know Wei Wei. She only knew that Wei Wei was the illegitimate daughter of a wealthy boss. Subsequently, that boss was locked in a warehouse, and Wei Wei became Dewey's little tool. In her eyes, children could generally be used as a shield, but she did not expect that the man before her would be so decisive. The several people standing nearby stared at Yi Chen's long knife, which was crazily absorbing blood. All in shock. Where did the knife come from, and why was it absorbing blood? But as he was about to leave, he locked the door of the control room from the outside. Unless someone jumped out of the window, the people inside could not escape this control room at all. Yi Chen held Wei Wei's hand and walked step by step forward. The several girls, standing on either side of the corridor, squatted down in place. Their eyes filled with fear, not daring to look directly at Yi Chen. Their inner defenses were completely shattered, and a question kept surfacing in their minds. What has happened to this world? Why has everyone become like this? I got the key. A middle-aged woman crawled out from the pile of people on the ground. One of her legs was broken, and her thumb on the hand holding the key was bitten off. She dragged her body step by step toward Yi Chen. I have the key. Can you take me with you? The middle-aged woman said in an almost pleading tone, looking up at Yi Chen. But Yi Chen ignored her and simply disappeared into the stairs. She wanted to chase after Yi Chen, but her leg had already been broken, and she couldn't keep up. As she crawled, her key accidentally fell from her hand and dropped from the iron railing by the stairs. The crisp sound of it hitting the ground completely broke the middle-aged woman. She had fought with all her strength to get that key. She had even killed someone to survive. But what was the use? Yi Chen did not take her away, and the key fell down. My key, my key. Give me back my key, give me back my key. With the key, I can live. Hurry, the key. The middle-aged woman crazily crawled towards the bottom of the stairs, but because her head was downward and her center of gravity was leaning forward, she lost her balance and rolled down the stairs. Thud, thud, thud. Blood flowed from her head, and she felt her life slipping away bit by bit. But her gaze was only on that key. In that moment of collapse, the only thing she remembered was this. If she got the key, she could live. She slowly swept the key in her hand, then let out a chuckle, fell to the ground, and lost her breath. Get in the car. Yi Chen extended his hand to Su Qingru and got into the car. Not killing children, this was his final bottom line as a person. Yi Chen looked at Su Qingru and Wei Wei as they got into the car, then picked up the map and searched for something on it. Shanghai Market, Jiangsu Market. Choose one of these two. Yi Chen said, what? Su Qingru didn't quite understand what Yi Chen meant. The places I'm going to. These two are the only ones on the way and have military protection. Choose one. Yi Chen said. He would not take Su Qingru and Wei Wei to China Mountain with him. The only reason for saving Su Qingru was that she had helped her before. Wei Wei was just a convenient choice. However, even so, he would not take these two with him to his destination. He only wanted to live alone. Su Qingru looked at Yi Chen's profile, cold and stubborn. At this moment, she had different feelings for Yi Chen in her heart. Although there was nearly a 10-year gap in the timeline between Yi Chen and her, and only a 3-year gap between her and Yi Chen, she still harbored feelings for him. Yet, there was also a sense of fear and pain. Why would he go to kill those people? Who turned him into this? Surely, he didn't want to do this either. He must be suffering inside, but I can't help him at all, and instead, I would only hold him back, making him angrier. Su Qingru looked up at Yi Chen, her voice trembling slightly as she slowly said, Can we go to Jiang City? I have friends there. Chapter 99. Muskman, People's Artist. Although the insects had grown larger and gained formidable abilities, their living habits had not changed. Yi Chen was driving on the road when he took out a red button from his pocket. It was the alarm button he had picked up from Dewey. The women had all seen his ability to summon a knife, so he naturally wouldn't spare their lives. Yi Chen pressed the button, and, at the same time, an alarm sounded in the server lounge. Once a life-saving alarm, it had now become a death knell for the women locked in the room. How could this be? Wasn't the button supposed to be destroyed? No, if it kept ringing, it would attract the nearby zombies. The panic in the hearts of the women had just begun to settle. Because of the heavy rain, the blood on the ground and the smell of blood in the air had been washed away, but now the alarm had caused them to panic again. However, the main door was already locked from the inside. What power did they have to escape? The zombies were coming. One woman looked through the glass at the ground. Nearly hundreds of zombies, dragging their bodies, were slowly approaching them. That night, the heavy rain lasted for a long time, and after the blood in the service area was washed away, new blood appeared. Sounds of jumping from buildings, running, and cries for help echoed throughout the service area. Due to the heavy rain, Chen had no choice but to find a nearby, small village to temporarily take shelter until the rain stopped before continuing on his journey. Chen drove into the village, which was not very large. Houses were built on both sides, and the road in the middle was formed by the houses. However, it was evident that this village was quite old, as almost every house had moss hanging on it. The road on the ground was a muddy dirt path, which would become uneven and bumpy when it rained. Chen did not turn on the car lights. In such darkness, turning on the lights would attract the attention of zombies, but the downside was that he could barely see the road ahead. Thud! The tire fell into a deep hole, and the front half of the car was directly trapped inside. Chen took out a small flashlight from his backpack, shone it around to confirm safety, and then chose to get out of the car. Chen looked toward the place where the tire was, and there was a large pit. Was it man-made? Chen's brow furrowed slightly as he murmured. Even if the ground was muddy, as long as it was firm underneath, it was impossible for heavy rain overnight to wash it into such a large pit. Just as Chen was about to take out his hunting machete to pry open the pit, he suddenly felt a chill behind him. The rainwater above his head had also disappeared, as if something was shielding it. He looked down at the ground, illuminated by his flashlight, noticing that his shadow was half obscured. The sound of rain pattered, and the surroundings were so dark it felt somewhat eerie. On the mask, there were a pair of slightly squinting eyes, and the mouth was split open like that of a slit-mouthed woman. The mask was entirely white, with the facial features depicted in black. Chen did not hesitate and directly summoned the hunting broadblade, thrusting it toward the masked man behind him. However, the masked man's reaction speed was incredibly fast. Even while holding an umbrella, his body darted back like a swallow, retreating several steps. Chen looked at the masked man with an umbrella ahead, a hint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes, but at the same time, he felt a twinge of nervousness inside. He recognized this masked man. Whether in the 7 years of the apocalypse in his previous life or in the peaceful world before the apocalypse broke out, this masked man had a notorious reputation. An A-level, the highest level of wanted criminal. He called himself a people's artist, punishing those who violated moral codes with cruel methods. Even if someone casually threw a piece of trash on the ground, they could very well be killed in an extremely artistic manner at night. After the apocalypse, the masked man's actions became even more extreme. Anyone he deemed to have a moral behavior would be killed using various artistic methods. In a peaceful society, he was not punished, but in this apocalypse, his existence was more terrifying than zombies. "Sir, do you wish to dance a waltz of death with me in the rain?" The masked man's voice was deep, like a blue lotus blooming in the darkness, drawing people into its depths. It seemed he had set his sights on Chen. The car getting stuck in the mud was also his doing. Since he was unwilling, Chen would not force it anymore. He invited the gentleman to enjoy this performance with him. The masked man put on white gloves, held up the umbrella with one hand, and with the other hand, he patted his chest, slightly bending forward to make a very gentlemanly gesture towards Chen. Then he snapped his fingers with his empty hand, and the houses on both sides were instantly illuminated by the lights inside. In the dim light of the night, with the long rain pouring down, in addition to the moss on the walls of the houses, there were also traces of red liquid flowing with the rainwater. "Lock the car door and stay inside. Don't go out." Chen glanced at the wheels deeply stuck in the mud. Even if he revved the engine to its maximum power, he might not be able to get the car moving, and it could even give the masked man a chance to find an opening. Currently, there are two options. One is to chase after the masked man, but since that person dared to appear in front of him, he must have some confidence in escaping. So, there is only the second option left, to attract him over and counterattack. Chen made a quick decision and began to rapidly throw the dirt from beneath the mud pit backward. This pit was created by the masked man, whose goal was to keep himself here. As long as Chen made any move to escape, he would definitely try to stop him. However, Chen's thoughts were based on ordinary people. The masked man had been able to hide in a peaceful society for so many years, so his thinking was not so easy to predict. The performance began. A ghostly smile appeared on the masked man's mask. The rain danced for the masked man, and the strong wind applauded him. He raised his head high, lifted his hand, pointed toward the house next to Chen, and suddenly tugged upward. In an instant, an explosion sounded, and a hole was blown open in the front door of the house. Dozens of humans rushed out, frantically running towards Chen's position. In addition, behind these humans, there were several zombies. Ha 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 ha. The explosion rang out again, and the same scene appeared on the other side of the house. Humans on both sides rushed towards Chen. Their bodies were covered in blood, and the zombies behind them were relentlessly pursuing them. A magnificent performance naturally required an excellent conductor. The masked man's lips curled up slightly as he played music in the heavy rain, dancing in the darkness. Chapter 100. Next, we enter the climax of the performance. Chen looked at the crowd and zombies rushing around, then turned to Chen standing outside. With so many people, even if Chen was powerful, he couldn't possibly take them all down in an instant. Chen body trembled, but at the same time, a hint of determination appeared in her gentle eyes, a resolve that shouldn't have been there. If she could draw these people away, would Chen have a chance to escape? Chen gently placed the sleeping Wei on the seat and leaned toward the window. She looked at the frenzied crowd, who were almost like zombies, clenched her sweaty hands, then gritted her teeth and opened the car door, rushing out. Out of the corner of her eye, she glanced at Chen, her eyes filled with tenderness. It was the youthful affection left behind in her youth. She was not acting out of gratitude for Chen saving her life, but rather out of the purest desire to protect someone she liked. People fear death, which is a natural instinct. Similarly, people cling to love for a lifetime, which is also instinctive. Chen looked at the people rushing towards her, afraid that they wouldn't be attracted to her, so she chose to rush into the crowd and then break out from it to divert their attention. Chen also noticed Chen's reckless behavior at this moment. However, he never expected that Chen would make such a move. During high school, this girl didn't even have the courage to talk to him. Even her confession at graduation was whispered in a corner where no one was around. But now, she had made such a courageous decision. Chen believed that Chen had changed, and similarly, at this moment, Chen also felt that Chen had undergone a transformation. He looked at the flattened mud pit. Now all he had to do was get in the car and reverse to drive away smoothly. But if he did that, Chen would likely be overwhelmed by those people. Chen looked at Chen, his expression darkening as he quickly walked towards the car. His inner voice kept telling him not to care about Chen and to escape alone. Just as Chen was about to get in the car, he suddenly saw something ahead that seemed somewhat out of place with the surroundings. The dirt in front had not been turned into mud by the rain. Instead, under the illumination of the house lights, it reflected some light. Why was the dirt ahead seemingly waterproof, completely untouched by the rain? Chen combined the methods of the masked man who once called himself an artist and instantly understood something. He got in the car, picked up the AK, and turned to a man next to Chen. Bang! A gunshot shattered the tranquility of the night sky. A body fell into a pool of blood. Chen used an AK to blow the head off a man next to Chen. Get lost. Although Chen told them to get lost, the AK in his hand was constantly sweeping towards these people. Soon, almost all the people beside Chen were killed under the gunfire of the AK. After Chen dealt with one side, he raised his gun and turned to look ahead, wanting to eliminate the masked man with his gun. However, at that moment, the masked man had already disappeared from his sight. Soon, 2 explosions sounded again, and the doors of 2 houses in front shattered simultaneously, with dozens of zombies rushing out towards Chen. But at this point, the back of the car was already filled with zombies, trapping the car firmly in place. Chen pressed the accelerator to the floor, one hand gripping the steering wheel, while the other held an AK aimed out the car window, firing wildly at the zombies. The car was in a semi-stuck state, moving almost in a jerky forward and backward motion. The zombies' hands began to pound against the back window, with some even using their heads to smash against the glass. The sharp and deadly sounds echoed continuously inside the car. The zombies' bodies were being crushed by the car's tires. Yet they had no concept of death, relentlessly using their decaying hands to obstruct the car's backward movement. The tires began to spin rapidly, dirt flying everywhere. Ultimately, the zombies' bodies were still human, blood and flesh splattering, bones shattering and flying off. The car quickly started to retreat. At that moment, explosions sounded from both the front and back. But this time, it wasn't the houses, it was the intersection ahead. This was why Chen noticed the dirt in front was waterproof, because there were bombs beneath it, and if it weren't waterproof, the gunpowder would get wet and become ineffective. Similarly, this was also why Chen chose to stay and save Su Qingru. If he chose to escape alone, the timing of the explosion would coincide perfectly with his escape. This was the choice that the masked man left for Chen, which he referred to as art. Choosing to save Su Qingru was equivalent to self-rescue, but choosing to flee alone meant waiting to be blown to pieces by the bomb. Chen quickly turned the steering wheel and retreated in the opposite direction. Chen's expression darkened. This was the first time he personally felt the terror of the masked man. This masked man must have been following him all along, fully aware of everything about him, then calculated the place he intended to reach and set up these traps in advance. The people and zombies in the house were certainly saved by the masked man, half used as bait and half mutated into zombies, becoming the notes of his performance. Sizzle. The dirt splashed as the entire vehicle came to a slanted stop on the ground. Chen pressed the brakes hard, staring ahead. In front of him appeared 3 mutated zombie pigs. They were abnormally large, covered all over with hair resembling corpse hair, and under their decaying noses protruded 2 long tusks. Their eyes emitted a green glow, fixedly staring at him. The masked man stood beside a large tree and slowly spoke to Chen. Soon, the 3 mutated pigs began charging towards the car. Chen did not hesitate either. He quickly drove the car to run away. The 3 mutated pigs all possessed third-tier strength, and with the weapons he currently had, he was definitely no match for them. After purchasing the rapid-fire gun, he had 732 gold coins left, still about 100 short. Chen murmured to himself, a Tier 3 mutant, if there were only one, he would still have a chance to defeat it. But now 3 had appeared, which was quite challenging for Chen, who currently did not have a complete weapon. Kill zombies, earn gold coins, and upgrade the jungle knife. Chen accelerated the Mustang to its maximum speed, weaving through the mud. The zombies ahead fell apart like playing cards, quickly scattered by the rush. However, there were simply too many zombies, and eventually they cornered the Mustang, preventing any further movement. Inside the car, the doors were completely blocked by zombies. Chen climbed out through the window on top of the car, took his AK in hand, and began to fire wildly at the surrounding zombies. But he soon realized that the AK was not as effective at killing zombies as system weapons like the hunting broadblade. First, it required aiming for the head, and second, it needed to be reloaded. While it might be quick against 1 or 2 ordinary zombies, it felt somewhat inadequate when facing a horde, as it was impossible to get a headshot with every shot. Chen threw the AK into the car's sunroof, then wielded a hunting broadblade in one hand and the thunderblade in the other, leaping into the horde of zombies. Discard the short blade, deactivate, replace with cloth armor. Faced with these low-level zombies, the effect of the short blade became somewhat useless. The cloth armor was more straightforward. He fought fiercely with the 2 long knives amid the zombie crowd. His gold coins were increasing little by little, but his stamina was also decreasing bit by bit. The number of zombies and the rain's impact were significant factors contributing to Chen's rapid loss of energy. Just then, misfortune struck. The leading zombie boar bypassed the herder and charged directly at Chen. Bang! Chen was like a bird with broken wings, crashing into the sky, and then falling back down to the ground. Although the fangs did not pierce Chen's body, the powerful impact caused him intense pain. He collapsed on the ground, cold rain hitting his face, and in that moment, he felt the fear that death brings. He looked up ahead, dragging his broken body. A zombie with a foul stench emanating from its mouth rushed towards him. Soon, all he could see were zombies. Chapter 101. The Guardian's Axe. Rain fell on Chen, his hair disheveled. He leaned against the broad blade of his hunting knife and slowly stood up, but the next second, A zombie bit off a piece of his arm. The cost was that the zombie's head was also sliced off by Chen. Bang! The mutated pig charged at Chen again. This time, although he used the Thunderblade as a shield to block, he was still knocked away. All fusion. Rapid strike gun. Chen half collapsed on the ground, raising the rapid-fire spear in his hand and aiming it at the mutated pig ahead. The hunting broadblade possessed the ability to deliver a fatal blow to anything below the third tier. The abandoned scale shortblade could penetrate the defenses of all creatures below the third tier. Moreover, the thunderous blade further increased the attack power, meaning that as long as this attack hit the mutated pig, it would be a one-hit kill. However, just as the rapid-fire spear lunged towards the mutated pig, a surprising scene unfolded. The mutated pig took 2 steps back, and several zombies stepped in front of it, intercepting the attack. Chen's attack can be considered a gamble. He could feel that one of his ribs had already fractured, and blood was continuously seeping from his lungs towards his throat. Unfortunately, he lost the bet. At the same time, 2 other mutated pigs also arrived on the battlefield, focusing their attention on Chen. TSK. Chen slowly got up and spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Then let us fight to the death and see whether your blood is thicker or my life is tougher. Chen's mouth was stained with blood, and his hair covered his eyes. He switched his rapid-fire gun back to the hunting broadblade. As 3 mutated pigs charged toward him, Chen also launched an attack. However, his target was not the mutated pigs, but a nearby zombie. This was his only chance to survive. But the 3 mutated pigs quickly noticed Chen's movement and cleverly surrounded him from 3 directions, all charging at him. This greatly increased the likelihood of being hit by their tusks. If Chen was caught by a tusk, he would undoubtedly die. The tusks of the mutated pigs were barbed, and once they pierced the body, they would also damage the internal organs. Some with great strength could even pull out the intestines directly. Just then, a loud roar broke the oppressive atmosphere around. Most of the zombies were attracted to Chen, leaving very few zombies around the herdsman. At this moment, the herdsman charged at the 3 mutated pigs like a crazed wild bull. Bang! The vehicle collided with one of the zombie pigs, instantly flipping over along with the pig. Su-Ching fainted on the ground after the violent impact. Since all the zombies were drawn away by Chen, it allowed the herdsman to move. Chen looked at the mutated pig lying on the ground ahead and instantly sensed a glimmer of hope. After chopping off the head of a zombie, Chen quickly charged forward, narrowly avoiding a collision with 2 mutated pigs. At the same time, the hunting broadblade in Chen's hand switched back to the rapid-fire gun. He raised the long gun, aimed at the side-facing zombie pig ahead, and suddenly shot at it. Zing! Black liquid flowed out from the mutated pig's body. A system notification sound appeared in Chen's ears. Ding! Successfully killed a level 3 mutated creature. Fong Pig, gold 4. 5. The gold reward from the level 3 zombie pig brought Chen just 3 gold away from upgrading his jungle knife. Chen did not choose to confront them head-on. Instead, he quickly ran backward, kicking at the side of the charging mutant pigs, leaping into the air. The rapid-fire spear in his hand swiftly stabbed towards one of the mutated pigs in the zombie horde. At the same time, as his body landed, the spear whistled out of his hand. The fight transitioned from range to close combat. A glimmer of cold light appeared, followed by the spear striking like thunder. The mutated pig dodged the phantom attack of the rapid-fire spear, but the 3 zombies in front of Chen were directly pierced by his spear in a single thrust. With the gold boost from the discarded scale shortblade, the reward for killing a first-level zombie was 1. 5 gold coins. 3 zombies meant exactly 4. 5 gold coins. Just then, the 2 mutated pigs also launched their final assault on Chen. After their mutation, their physical qualities had undergone a qualitative leap, and their speed had drastically changed. The 2 mutant pigs leaped into the air, their fangs aimed at Chen, moving so fast that they could match the speed of a termite queen. Meanwhile, the zombies on the ground were also rushing towards Chen. Now, it could be considered a pincer attack against him. However, he did not dodge. He lowered his head, his disheveled hair obscuring whether his eyes were closed or open. But one thing was clear. He exuded an aura more terrifying than death itself. In the pitch-black night, the heavy rain created a layer of chaos. But at this moment, the noise of the rain faded away. The stage of the night was left with only one figure. He was adding color to the entire night. The rapid-fire spear in Yi Chen's hand slowly dissipated as he slightly raised his mouth and coldly said, "Purchase the Guardian's axe." In the next moment, a gleaming purple axe appeared in Yi Chen's hand. This axe was like the axe that opened the heavens, and the moment its purple light emerged, it exuded a feeling that could intimidate all things. But what was most chilling was his entire body. It seemed as if he was enveloped by an invisible fire. The raindrops falling from the sky instantly vanished upon touching his body. At that moment, it was not the night that shrouded everything, but Yi Chen who overshadowed the night. In the darkness, his whole body shimmered with light, and no living creature could approach him. He was like the Grim Reaper in the night. Any creature that touched him would perish. This was the power of the Guardian's axe. As long as it was held in hand, a flame would appear around him, causing any creature below the second tier to die upon contact. Creatures above the third tier would suffer from continuous burning effects. 2 mutated pigs fell from the sky like meteorites, instantly turning to ashes upon impact. However, Yi Chen did not dodge. Instead, he raised the axe in his hand and swung it towards the sky. Chapter 102. The Last Dance of the Dark. And suddenly, a purplish-red flame appeared in the night, enveloping everything around it. The grotesque faces of zombies and the furious, bloodthirsty eyes of the mutated pigs were all reflected in the flames, only to vanish within them. Swish! The mutated pig on the left was directly cleaved in half by Yi Chen's giant axe. Its body split into 2, with organs spilling out like dumplings in a bowl, quickly flowing out from within. The stench of decay filled the ground. The first mutated pig was taken care of. At the same time, flames ignited on the remaining mutated pig, which froze in midair. At that moment, Yi Chen felt the soreness in his arms vanish completely. This was the exclusive ability of the Guardian's axe. Killing zombies or mutants could increase health, or rather endurance. The death of the third-tier mutated pig allowed Yi Chen's exhausted body to recover momentarily. Boom! On the other side, the zombies rushing towards him were also instantly engulfed by the flames on Yi Chen. Yi Chen's guardian axe dissipated in his hand and reappeared in the other hand the next second. With a flash, the zombies ahead, engulfed in flames, were instantly reduced to charred remains, while the few luckier ones were cleaved in half by the axe. Countless severed limbs and heads fell from the sky, drop by drop. With the rain, the surrounding corpses gathered together, almost forming a small mountain of bodies, creating a truly shocking sight. Yi Chen's blood slowly flowed with the rainwater, and his face became increasingly cold under the pounding of the rain. He slowly walked towards a mutated pig ahead. At that moment, the mutated pig felt an unprecedented fear. It looked at its fallen companions and realized it seemed powerless to confront the threat. However, the time it hesitated gave it the opportunity to meet its demise. Swish! Yi Chen merged all the weapons in his hand into the rapid-fire gun, directly and accurately inserting it into the head of the last mutated pig. Yi Chen looked at the fallen body of the mutated pig, and he did not relax. There was still one person left to deal with. In the darkness, the heavy rain danced around Yi Chen, and, similarly, it provided an accompaniment for another person. A man, cloaked in black with a white glow, stood atop the overturned Wrangler. He stood in a T-pose, one hand holding an umbrella while the other cradled a small child with tear-streaked eyes, who was fast asleep. At that moment, as the masked man closed the umbrella, what he held was no longer an umbrella, but the AK that Yi Chen had used before. Bang! 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 Yi Chen quickly ran towards the earthen wall on the right side, successfully intercepting the bullets that shot towards him with the wide blade of the patrolling knife. He himself also took cover beneath the earthen wall. Pat-pat! The footsteps, accompanied by the puddles forming on the muddy ground, sounded like a symphony in the rain. Step by step approaching Yi Chen's direction. Who is the Grim Reaper, and who is the prey? Yi Chen looked to his left and right, as both sides could be the paths taken by the masked man. However, the masked man was most likely to appear above him. An artist would never take the ordinary route. Yi Chen held the guardian axe and the thunderblade in both hands. One weapon served as a shield to defend against AK bullets, while the other was used as a tool for killing. The footsteps grew closer and closer. Yi Chen's breathing had slowed down, concentrating all his attention on the footsteps. Under the dark night, the long wind whipped the rain. Yet the rain could not touch the long wind. The surrounding soil splashed, and on the moss of the high wall, a drop of rain slowly slid down the wall. One drop, then another. Drip. At the moment the rainwater made contact with the soil, Chen launched an attack. Above his head, a white mask appeared. Shing! Chen did not hesitate and drove the thunderblade directly into the mask. In an instant, blood overflowed from the mask. But there was no joy in Chen's eyes, only a moment of shock. Soon after, he immediately rolled backward to widen his field of vision, looking to his left and right. The masked man had long since disappeared, and the mask he had stabbed with his knife was not that of the masked man, but that of a zombie wearing a mask. TSK. Chen looked at the zombies that had fallen to the ground ahead, a flicker of anger appearing in his eyes. What is so-called justice? The night is so long. How can a mere flicker of embers illuminate it? Chen glanced around again, and, finding nothing unusual, quickly dealt with the remaining zombies and walked towards the car. Just as he was about to open the car door, he noticed a card resembling playing card material affixed to it, which read, "Since your life has not yet come to an end, this performance is not over. Let me present a unique dance amidst your dark finale. Little girl, Jiang City." The masked man did not want to ruin the message he left for Chen, so he wrote the location separately. This was to inform Chen that to save the little girl, he needed to go to Jiang City to find him. Chen crumpled the piece of paper and then regarded it as a piece of trash, not paying it any further attention. He needed to find a way to get the car over. Chen looked at the overturned car, his brows slightly furrowed. At this moment, his body possessed LV4 strength, and with the enhancement of the Thunderblade, he had the ability to flip over a large off-road vehicle like the Wrangler. However, the problem was that he needed a rope to connect himself to the car. Chen suddenly remembered that he had found candles and egg-shaped toys in the car before. Sensing Zaheo liked to play with such exciting things, there must also be ropes involved. Chen opened the trunk and indeed found a few long black ropes. He connected them together and then tied them to the car tire. He held onto the rope tightly and charged forward. In an instant, the body of the Wrangler returned to normal. Phew, this thing is a pretty good quality. After Chen threw away the rope, he intended to open the car door and find a quieter place to rest. However, he discovered that Su Qingru was currently unconscious in the car. He was momentarily stunned. This girl had saved him twice, and it was life-threatening each time. Why did she do this? Chen looked at the wound on Su Qingru's forehead, which was left from impact after the car flipped over, and he could even see a faint trace of blood seeping out. Chen looked around and saw a zombie slowly approaching them from not far away. Chapter 103 Masked Man, Jew, Deployment before the performance. Chen glanced at the rope in his hand and quickly walked towards the zombie, then bound it up completely, forcibly dragging it over. The zombie opened its mouth, trying to bite the two, but the only part of it that could move was its mouth. Chen took out the blood-sucking scythe and placed it in Su Qingru's hand. Then, he moved Su Qingru's hand to stab the blood-sucking scythe into the zombie's body. Soon, the wounds on Su Qingru's head quickly healed. Chen looked at Su Qingru's body healing, casually picked up the Thunderblade, and then chopped off its head, throwing it aside. Zombie, are you FING polite? Chen moved Su Qingru to the passenger seat and drove the car forward. After driving for about 10 minutes, Chen found a two-story house standing alone by the roadside. He got out of the car, quickly cleared the nearby zombies and mutated beings, and then brought Su Qingru into the house. At this moment, Su Qingru was still in a state of unconsciousness. After placing her on the bed, Chen set up the bell alert he had arranged on the far end of the door, and then leaned against a bench and slowly fell asleep. At this time, the masked man rode a motorcycle, with Miwei sleeping soundly in front of him. After a night of riding in the rain, the masked man brought Miwei to Jiang City. The situation in Jiang City was slightly better compared to Xinjiang City. Jiang City had established 4 military defense bases and 2 shelters where all survivors gathered. The military defense bases would occasionally send out troops to clear the zombies and mutated beings around Jiang City. This allowed some small organizations and leaders to survive without joining the military bases. As the masked man and Mi Wei got off the motorcycle, several men wielding axes and long knives surrounded them. You came from outside? One man pointed his axe at the masked man and asked arrogantly. Yes, the masked man replied, holding Mi Wei and nodding. Is Jiang City so famous now? But makes sense. Several nearby cities have suffered, and our Jiang City is still relatively okay. In that case, let's pay the entry fee. On the side, a man with a half-burnt cigarette extended his hand to the masked man. The masked man took out a diamond and a key from his pocket and placed them in the man's hand. Instantly, several people surrounded the man. My God, is this a real diamond? Let me bite it. No, what if you break it? This can be traded for money at the military district. You don't know anything. Diamonds are the hardest substance in the world. How could you break it? What nonsense. Those characters in TV shows always bite gold and silver, don't they? The men looked at the diamond in the man's hand, excitedly swallowing their saliva. Since he can offer a diamond, it means he must have other valuable things on him. Quick, don't let him go. The man looked at the diamond in his hand and immediately reacted, turning to look ahead. At that moment, the masked man also turned to face them. He patted his chest and slightly bowed his head to the men. At the moment he nodded, the motorcycle made a loud noise. Boom! The motorcycle exploded, sending the men, led by the one with the cigarette, flying. Limbs were severed, and a severed hand landed on the ground, still clutching a dazzling diamond. Mi Wei finally woke up due to the explosion. She looked up at the masked man and instinctively felt scared, but instead of crying, she curled up obediently. The masked man said nothing, and Mi Wei quickly closed her eyes, pretending to go back to sleep. The masked man walked down the street as if taking a stroll, only killing the zombies that had blood in their mouths. He then arrived at the entrance of the military district. He took off his mask and stopped in place. The two soldiers guarding the gate watched the masked man walk toward the military district and said in a deep voice, "Stop." However, they noticed that the masked man did not stop and continued walking at a steady pace. This person seems a bit familiar, one soldier said to his companion. About 1.8 meters tall, dressed in a suit, with a white mask covering his face and a hat on his head. National A-level wanted criminal, Jew. Instantly, the two soldiers raised their rifles, aiming at the masked man. Warning 1, stop and accept inspection. Warning 2, immediately stop and accept inspection. One soldier raised his rifle while the other stood by the alarm button. Any abnormal gunfire or alarm would sound simultaneously. Last warning, if you continue forward, you will be shot on the spot. But the masked man did not stop, still slowly approaching them. The two soldiers exchanged glances, and one soldier switched his weapon to a military knife and charged at the masked man. Although the soldier's attack was fierce, the masked man seemed to have transformed into a different person, moving like a ghost, dodging the soldier's attack while continuing to walk forward. As the other soldier prepared to sound the alarm, the masked man stopped, gently placed the little girl on the ground, and left a piece of candy beside her. The soldier's attack came as expected, but in the next second, the masked man snatched the military knife from him. The masked man quickly retreated, looked up at the two soldiers, took off his high hat, and placed it on his abdomen, slightly bowing to them, and threw the military knife on the ground before turning to walk away. The soldier guarding the gate raised his weapon, intending to shoot the masked man dead right there. But in the end, he gave up that idea. Gunfire would attract the attention of zombies, and, as a soldier, he could not let his anger affect others in the military base. The two soldiers focused their gaze on the sleeping Mi Wei, stunned for a moment, then looked up ahead. The masked man had already disappeared. Calling, suspected A-level wanted criminal Jew has left a little girl at the base gate. Please send a female officer to check the girl's condition. Over. The two soldiers did not dare to approach Mi Wei, concentrating their attention on her. The masked man, also known as Jew, had already arrived at a half-finished building across from the military base. He stood on the balcony, watching as Mi Wei was safely brought into the base, and began to prepare for the next performance.